Speak, Prosody, P. Chapter 250 to 247. How is it her, _1 Chapter 250, Chapter 247. How is it her, _1 Zhou Ning didn't get overly excited and waved towards Mr. Zhao. This is of great importance. Which one of you can make a run and deliver the card to Mr. Chu? Of course, he could also come over to pick it up himself. Mr. Zhao glanced at the time. It was already past 6, so he hurriedly called Mr. Chu's mobile phone. Where are you at, mate? I'm almost home. What's up? Got something for me? We're at the Rose Court on Beja Street. How far are you from here? Not far. Then hurry over. I'll wait for you at the East Gate. We've found new evidence, another storage card. I'm afraid it might be encrypted too. Zhou Xiao said that he doesn't trust just anyone to send it to you. It must be handed over to you in person. The last sentence made Mr. Chu very satisfied. I'll be there in 5 minutes. Mr. Zhao hung up the phone and ran out quickly. Zhou Ning stood in the living room, motionless. Yang Xuedong moved closer, looked at Zhou Ning and expressed confusion. Team leader, haven't we found the things Qin Xuejin hid? What else are you looking for? Zhou Ning didn't take the bait, but asked himself rhetorically, tell me, if you were the killer and you had killed someone and were leaving this place, what would you do? Yang Xuedong was taken aback and looked towards the door. At this moment, he wished Mr. Zhao would fly back. He had never killed anyone. How could he put himself in that position? I have no idea. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, Prosody, P. Zhou Ning said nothing, and soon Mr. Zhao ran back in. Seeing the expressions on both of their faces, he hurried over. Yang Xuedong quickly recapped Zhou Ning's recent question, and seeing Yang Zitong's constipated face, Mr. Zhao burst into laughter. You're too honest. No one's asking you to kill anyone, just to get into the mindset. Haven't you ever guessed the plot while watching a movie? If I were the killer, no, I should say, if I were Wang Guanli, who has killed at least 8 people, the first thing is that I would thoroughly enjoy the process. I read that book on criminal psychology that Zhou Xiao gave us, and it said that during the killing process, many killers have a surge of adrenaline, just like at the climax. After all, the process of killing Qin Xuejin is similar to executing a captive. So, he might take a moment to admire the victim, even stand where Zhou Ning is standing, go to the window and blow off some steam with a cigarette. And as for searching the place, he might not do that. It doesn't fit his mood then. Later, he would check his gloves and shoe covers, and if there are no issues, he would leave quickly. After all, the sophisticated doorbell, which Mr. Chu previously inspected, is high-end and clear enough, but it doesn't record like a surveillance camera. I think we can recheck the surveillance based on the time the victim was killed. Zhou Ning nodded, clearly approving of Mr. Zhao's words, and then squinted his eyes. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, Prosody, P. Last time, we estimated that the victim Qin Xuejin died between 10 p.m. on January 28th and 2 a.m. on January 29th. We checked the surveillance footage then, but didn't spot any suspicious drivers entering or exiting. Mr. Zhao moved closer, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Zhou Xiao, I think you're thinking too narrowly. Who says the killer had to drive himself? Wang Guanli could have gotten someone to drive, right? Besides, as you said, this place has been searched many times. Could Wang Guanli have been looking every time? I don't think so. He may have committed the murder, but perhaps not the other things. Zhou Ning glanced at Mr. Zhao, and without saying it, his words hit the nail on the head. Perhaps when Qin Xuejin was killed, there was someone else here to escort Wang Guanli away, and that person was a guide. Call Mr. Chu and have him check the surveillance. I assume he can view the recordings here without having to go to the control room, right? Mr. Zhao smiled, showing his teeth. Mr. Chu has probably just left. I'll get in touch with him right away. If necessary, let him come back. With that said, Mr. Zhao made the call to Mr. Chu and relayed Zhou Ning's request. Mr. Chu sighed and after a short while arrived at the door carrying an enormous bag. He came in and Yang Xuedong led him straight to the dining area, which was relatively clean. After some rapid clicking and clacking, Mr. Chu leaned into the computer. Zhou Ning and the others crowded around, and Mr. Chu hurriedly explained, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Last time you guys were here to investigate, I already copied all the surveillance footage from this community for the month. At the time, there was nothing out of the ordinary, but I'll look for you now. I saved screenshots of all the vehicles entering and exiting the community's gates from 10 p.m. on January 28th to around 2 a.m. on January 29th. Here are all the photos of the vehicles and the people entering and leaving, and I searched the men's information. They're mostly residents or have relatives living here. As they were browsing one by one, Zhou Ning leaned closer to the screen and pointed at a picture of a woman. Enlarge this photo. Is this the clearest it can get? Did you find any information on the vehicle? Mr. Chu nodded, opened the software, and after some manipulation, the photo became evidently clearer. Mr. Zhao had been standing far away, but when he clearly saw the woman's face in the screenshot, his jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. How is it her? Mr. Chu looked surprised, tilting his head to see Mr. Zhao's reaction while young Qidong also showed shock. Mr. Zhao blurted out, "Isn't that the nanny from Fong Wenjia's home? What's her name?" My mind has gone blank. Seems like her last name is Wen. Even the property manager knows her. Before Fong Wenjia had an issue, he even left her a sum of money. Zhou Ning's face was serious. Her mind was in uproar as she tapped the increasingly agitated Mr. Zhao. She's called Wen Xue. Check the license plate, see whose name it is, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Without Zhou Ning's instruction, Mr. Chu had already started searching rapidly, and moments later the screen displayed all the information. The vehicle, a black modern Hyundai Sonata 8th generation 2.0T, was registered under the name of Wen Xue, and no loan information was found. Mr. Zhao, standing nearby, leaned in, squinting his small eyes as he quickly said, "The 2011 Hyundai Sonata 8th generation 2.0T, that's the high-end version, with a naked car market price of about 210,000. Add taxes, insurance, and such, and the price is nearly 240,000. A nanny, even if she earns a lot, driving such a car seems a bit too showy, especially considering the annual costs aren't low." Young Qidong poked Mr. Zhao. "You're getting off topic." Mr. Zhao immediately shut up, and Zhou Ning gestured at Mr. Chu with his chin. "Find the location of this screenshot, slow it down and play it." Mr. Chu operated the system, and directly found a segment from 2313 on the evening of January 28th, then clicked to play it in slow motion. They saw the Sonata drive directly up to the north gate where Mr. Chu worked, then the car stopped. When Xue turned her head to say something, took out a Bluetooth card from the central armrest, waved it in front of her, and then drove away. This time, without Zhou Ning's prompting, they all realized someone else was in the car, and when Xue was communicating with that person, Zhou Ning pulled out his phone and dialed Su Daiwan's number, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. It rang over a dozen times before the other party picked up. One could hear Su Dayuan shutting a door before he spoke. "What's up, Zhou Xiaozhou? I'm in the middle of an interrogation. Is it something urgent?" Zhou Ning knew Su Dayuan must be extremely busy, given that Ren Guangji, Ren Jing'an, and those high-ranking officials who were brought in were all detained at the detective team's office for an urgent interrogation. "It's urgent. Suda, hurry up and have someone bring Wen Xue in for questioning and get her car as well. It's best to tow it without touching anything inside. Send it directly to the tech department. I'll come to check it out after working late tonight. We're currently at Qin Zijin's place and just found some new evidence that can prove Wen Xue drove Wang Guanli away from the residential complex where Qin Xuejin lives." Su Dayuan was taken aback, as the news was quite unexpected. "You're saying, the nanny Wen Xue that works for Fong Wenjia, she took Wang Guanli to Qin Zijin's place, even helped Wang Guanli to leave?" "Yes, of course, I'm still looking for evidence to prove that the murderer who came to kill at Qin Zijin's place was Wang Guanli. You keep looking and let me know immediately if there's any news." I'll send someone to arrest Wen Xiao right away. After all, taking the murderer to the scene would make her an accomplice. Zhou Ning murmured an acknowledgement and hung up the phone. At this moment, Mr. P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. Chu was using the screenshots of Wen Xiao to search through several surveillance cameras at the entrance of the complex. Wen Xiao's number of entries into the complex was as high as 9 times, and this surveillance could only save footage for 1 month. That is to say, Wen Xiao lied. Besides cleaning Fong Wenjie's and Elder Cui's places, she also took care of Qin Zijin's, as no one is more familiar with a home situation than a nanny. Zhou Ning's brow was furrowed as he waved his hand at Mr. Chu. Mr. Chu, see if you can find any information in the other surveillance footage shortly before Wen Xiao left. Like whether there is a surveillance camera in the building in front that could capture the angle of the south window of Qin Zijin's place. Mr. Chu got busy, and Mr. Zhao glanced over at the south side's electric curtains, which were open when they arrived. They hadn't found a remote control, despite searching around for one. With such a fancy renovation, how do you open or close the electric curtains without a remote control? Yang Xuedong glanced around and thought aloud. My house was just renovated, and I remember the salesperson telling me about a luxury item that didn't necessarily require a remote control. Voice commands would do. It seems to be connected to some sort of smart home system. Everything like the air conditioner, TV, and projector could be connected to it. You just have to speak a command. Mr. Zhao blinked. I think I've heard of that, but how do you say it? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. Open sesame, please close the curtains. As soon as he finished speaking, a sound echoed across the room. Everyone turned in surprise to see that the curtains had indeed closed, which seemed entertaining to Mr. Zhao, who quickly continued, Open sesame, curtains open. After a brief pause, the curtains opened again. The others looked at Mr. Zhao as if he were an idiot, while Mr. Chu couldn't stop laughing. It seems Qin Xuejin is on par with you, setting such a passphrase. Mr. Zhao slapped Mr. Chu on the back and, rolling his eyes, urged him, Enough talk, get on with it. At that moment, several surveillance feeds were flickering on the computer screen in front of Mr. Chu. Clearly, he was searching for a surveillance camera with the right angle. Suddenly, in the corner of a screen, someone approached the window, seemingly looking out. Zoom in on that. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. Chapter 251 to 248. /1 Chapter 251, Chapter 248. /1 Seeing Zhou Ning pointing at the surveillance. Mr. Chu hurriedly went full screen with the video, rewound a few seconds, and determined the location. You're right, this is the camera outside Unit 1 of the building in front. From this angle, it perfectly captures the direction of the second floor of Qin Zijin's home. Cut the crap and play it. As he spoke, Mr. Chu had already clicked play. The living room design was sunken by a meter, and although it was staggered from the building in front, the camera could still see the window. A man in a hooded jacket walked up to the window and opened it. He then lit a cigarette and started smoking. After finishing the cigarette, he snuffed out the butt on the windowsill and tossed it downstairs, then closed the window. For the final action, Mr. Chu rewound and slowed down the video. At the moment the man turned his head, Mr. Chu captured the frame, then adjusted the clarity of the image and threw the screenshot into the comparison box to compare with photos taken after Wang Guanli's death. The screen flickered and a comparison result appeared. A 98.5% match. Zhou Ning paused. It was not 100%? Mr. Zhao poked Mr. Chu's arm, looking disdainful as he spoke. Are you an idiot? Didn't you have a surveillance screenshot before? Why compare it to a photo of the dead? This person's been flattened, and naturally, the bone structure's position has changed. Slapping his forehead, Mr. P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, Prosody P. Chu didn't argue with Mr. Zhao's words and replaced the picture with the prior screenshot of Wang Guanli. He compared the images again, and this time a 100% match result appeared directly. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Ning patted Yang Zitong's shoulder, pointing towards the south window. Take those two and search the underbrush downstairs for cigarette butts. The murder was only 4 days ago, and it hasn't snowed in these past few days. Find fresh ones to bring back for DNA comparison. That evidence will be more convincing. Mr. Chu stopped Yang Xuedong and calculated a parabolic trajectory for the location where Wang Guanli discarded the cigarette butt in the surveillance video. Then he marked the estimated position on an enlarged map of the neighborhood. It should be within these 2 square meters. Yang Xuedong clapped Mr. Chu on the shoulder, grinning as he said, "Thanks, mate." Yang Xuedong went downstairs with his team as Mr. Chu took screenshots of the necessary parts of the surveillance, then saved the content and turned to look at Zhou Ning. "Group leader Zhou, are you going to another scene for inspection later? If so, I'll come with you. That way I won't have to get called in from home later." Zhou Ning felt somewhat embarrassed. Not to mention the others, he himself was emotionally invested in this case. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak. Prosody P. Zhao was breaking his back to help out of concern for him, and Su Doyuan also felt guilty for not keeping Wang Guanli alive, so everyone was working like mad without considering how others felt. Zhou Ning knew all this, but he indeed needed to keep his spirits up. Once he had downtime, he feared his thoughts might wander. Go back. Once we finish inspecting here, we're leaving too. As for Feng Wenjie's home and the primary crime scene, we'll go there tomorrow. It's the city bureau guarding it, not the local station, so it's somewhat reliable. Mr. Chu closed the computer with a smile and stood up. All right, I'll head out then. Just now I glanced at that memory card, and it's of a higher security level. I'll go to the lab to crack it early tomorrow, and I'll have it done before you all arrive at the station. No setbacks to your work. Thanks for the hard work. After Mr. Chu left, only Mr. Zhao and Zhou Ning remained in the room. Zhou Ning pulled up a chair, sat down, and slightly tilted his head back, closing his eyes. Mr. Zhao wisely didn't speak. At times like these, comfort was pointless. Quiet companionship was the best approach. He held a flashlight in his hand and walked towards the window. Wang Guanli had smoked at the window and had opened it. Although from the surveillance he wore gloves, Mr. Zhao still decided to check it out. After looking around, Mr. Zhao gave up hope. There were only prints from leather gloves on the window. Luminol tested positive, clearly left by Wang Guanli. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody P. As for any other complete fingerprints, those were probably Qin Zijin's. After taking the samples, he returned to the dining table. Just then, the door sounded. Yang Xuedong rushed in with 2 officers, excitement evident as he held up an evidence bag containing over 20 cigarette butts. I expanded the search area a bit and found over 20 fresh butts. We didn't know if anyone was keeping watch at Mrs. Cuisine Place. Should we send these to forensics now? Before Zhou Ning could speak, Mr. Zhao was already on his phone. Are you on duty today, mate? Are you? Then wait, don't go to the canteen for food. Our team is also working overtime. I'll bring you something to eat in a while. Why are you being polite with me? Just wait. Sending for examination isn't urgent. Everything is for tomorrow. Work is never ending, but mates come first. Hang on. With that, he hung up and gestured to Yang Xuedong, taking the evidence bag from him. Let's go, I've checked the window. The prints are from leather gloves, and spraying luminol showed a fluorescent reaction. Put your stuff in the car, Mr. Yang. Go ahead and take a cab. I'll drive Zhou Xiao home. Yang Xuedong didn't waste any words and went downstairs with the case. He was aware of the close relationship between Mr. Zhao and Zhou Ning. After all, both had come over from Qidong Subbureau. He promptly left in a taxi. Mr. Zhao drove Zhou Ning home and dropped him off at the building entrance. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody P. As they got out of the car, Both men almost simultaneously glanced towards the Xia family's home, the windows still dark at this hour past 9, which was unusually early for them to rest, suggesting no one was home. Mr. Zhou patted Zhou Ning on the shoulder, giving him a smile. "I've still got to go to forensics. I won't be dropping by your place to scrounge for food. But make sure you eat something before you sleep, don't think too much. Tomorrow we still need to visit the first crime scene of Fang Wenjie's death. You need to be in good shape." Zhou Ning nodded. "Go on, be careful on the road." Mr. Zhou stepped on the gas and left, while Zhou Ning stood in place, lighting a cigarette. He then trudged upstairs, his legs heavy as if they were filled with lead, fatigue, weakness, helplessness. All emotions surged toward him like a tsunami. After opening the door, Zhou Ning took a quick shower and swallowed 2 sedative pills. He had to get some rest. As he closed his eyes, the events of the day did not flash before him. It was while he was regulating his breath that everything went dark and an autopsy table appeared before him. Zhou Ning sighed deeply. February 2nd, 2012, early in the morning. Upon arriving at the office, Zhou Ning opened the door to find Mr. Zhou on the couch. Hearing the door open, he quickly sat up with his hair all disheveled. Seeing the breakfast in Zhou Ning's hand, his eyes lit up, and he hurried to wash up. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p zhou xiaozhou. You're really thoughtful, knowing what I like. Wait for me to finish washing. I'll come eat. 10 minutes later, Mr. Zhou, shaking the water from his hair, hurried back and grabbed a pancake stuffed with egg, stuffing it into his mouth. Just then, his phone rang. Mr. Zhou nudged Zhou Ning's foot, signaling him to help answer the call on speakerphone. Zhou Ning pressed the answer button and brought the phone close to Mr. Zhou. "Morning, buddy. Have you had breakfast?" Zhou Ning glanced over and realized this guy's emotional intelligence was really high. With just a greeting, he recognized the voice on the other end. It was that kid from the lab. Mr. Zhou had sold him out, and he would probably even help Mr. Zhou count the money. "I've finished eating, just had some porridge from the cafeteria." "Mr. Zhou, are you in the office?" "The report is out. Shall I send it to your team's email?" "Perfect, thanks, buddy. Next week when the tickets are out, I'll give you 2. Rest assured they are for the evening of the 12th, and it's not your shift on the weekend." "Thanks a lot, Mr. Zhou." After hanging up, Zhou Ning was somewhat suspicious, but still opened the email, and surely enough, the report was there. Scrolling to the bottom, he saw the comparison results, clear as day. The DNA collected from one of the cigarette butts matched Wang Guanli perfectly. Seeing this evidence, Zhou Ning breathed a sigh of relief. The case involving Qin Xuejin was taken care of. What tickets? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The city's theater troupe premiered a new play last year called The Land of Men by the Sea. It won awards last year, and it's said to be hard to get tickets. But my family received quite a few tickets before. I can't possibly go watch it every month, right? I asked my mom, and she was thrilled to give away 4 tickets. It really made me happy and solved a problem for me. Zhou Ning knew that Mr. Zhao's family was well off, and his parents were certainly capable. To them, such things were trivial, while others might not be able to get them. Still, Zhou Ning appreciated the gesture. It was all for him. After all, he promised Mrs. Cui yesterday that he would not send in any more samples, and Mr. Zhao indeed took care of it. "Thanks, it's all for my sake." Mr. Zhao grinned with his teeth bared. "How will you thank me?" "Find me a cousin just like Xiaoyu. That would really move me." Zhou Ning laughed, knowing Mr. Zhao was joking. Xiaoyu and Mr. He had been mutually interested, and Zhu Xingxing had always been quite fond of Mr. Zhao. "Cut it out. What about your Zhu Xingxing?" Mr. Zhao pursed his lips and, unusually, did not retort, causing Zhou Ning to look down at him with some surprise. This was odd behavior for Mr. Zhao. Could there be something going on? Remembering a previous occasion when he and Zhu Xingxing rushed to a scene, both still wearing the clothes from the previous day, Zhou Ning paused briefly as if he had discovered a new continent and nudged Mr. Zhao. "What does this mean? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak." Speak, prosody P. Have you two taken the next step? Did you sleep together? Mr. Zhao rolled his eyes and coughed, feigning calmness. Cut it out, my family is always trying to matchmake. I haven't given it much thought, but I know so few women. I'm not content. I can't let a flourishing young man like me fall so easily into her hands. Zhou Ning twitched the corner of his eye. This guy was really cheeky, wasn't he? Zhu Xingxing was attractive, and she hadn't minded his weight. I'm saying, Zhao Xinli. Don't use my full name, same as my mom. Every time I hear it, it's never good, and I instinctively feel a chill in my liver. Zhou Ning got choked up and speechless instantly, his raised hand lingering before finally dropping, taking away the remaining pancake and porridge. Mr. Zhao's eyes widened, ready to snatch them back. How quickly you turn, faster than flipping a book. I was wrong, okay? Just let whatever you say go. The truth is, I haven't had my fill yet. Zhou Ning slapped away Mr. Zhao's hand. Quit it. Starting today, you need to control your carbohydrate intake. You must slim down to the standard when I first knew you within half a year. Do you want your wedding photo at home to feature a plump bun, or do you like being called chubster by Mr. Hu? Mr. Zhao panicked, reaching for the pancake, but at that moment the door opened, and Zhu Xingxing stood at the entrance. Seeing the expression on Zhu Xingxing's face, it was obvious she hadn't been standing there just for a moment. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P chapter 252 to 249, I found it _1 chapter 252, chapter 249, I found it _1 Zhou Ning rubbed his nose and made space for the two of them. The pair were both friends and antagonists, actually quite a good match. Growing up together through constant bickering and fighting, and knowing each other inside and out, if it wasn't for affection, would she have tolerated Mr. Zhao calling her Zhu Jing? She'd probably be beaten to death otherwise. Zhou Ning went straight up to the 4th floor, pushed open the door of the laboratory, and saw Mr. Chu busily working. Had breakfast? Mr. Chu nodded. Had it at the cafeteria. It'll be done soon. The password is already cracked, but there's a program set up on this storage card. I need to unlock it. Otherwise, after 10 minutes, it'll have to crack the password again, and each time it will be different. I guess Qin Zijin's phone must have a password receiver. Before Zhou Ning could speak, the door sounded, and Su Daiyuan and Lu Yongxin came in together. Su Daiwan's eyes were sunken, and he had a scruffy beard. Seeing Zhou Ning, he looked apologetic, which made Zhou Ning pause. Something had happened? Zhou Ning stared at Su Daiwan's face. Ran Guangji and Rin Jingmin had been arrested, and the rest of the related personnel had also been caught. These had all been accomplished yesterday. Even if the interrogations were not going smoothly, it shouldn't have been to this extent. Thinking of the previous night's discussion with Su Daiyuan, Zhou Ning realized /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P when Xiao hasn't been found? Su Daiyuan nodded. We checked Wen Xiao's identity information and went straight to her home in Lishigo, but she wasn't there. Only her son and pregnant daughter-in-law were home. After interrogating them, no one knew where Wen Xiao had gone. She's been missing from home for 4 days. There's a small supermarket opposite her house with surveillance. We retrieved the footage. She left on January 28th and hasn't returned. As for her phone, it's unreachable. I wanted to ask Mr. Chu if it's still possible to locate someone if the phone is switched off. Mr. Chu shook his head. If the phone is off, you can't track the location. Zhou Ning wasn't surprised. When they initially questioned Wen Xiao, he wasn't present, but the body cam footage was very clear. After carefully reviewing it, Zhou Ning had not a shred of doubt about this woman, not to mention Su Daiyuan and the others. It seemed this person was not so simple after all. Have you checked the vehicle information? Su Daiyuan slapped his forehead, obviously having forgotten to mention this. Lu Yongxin patted Su Daiwan's arm. Come on, leader, you haven't rested properly. Su Daiyuan nodded. It wasn't that he hadn't rested well, he simply hadn't rested at all. One task after another, nothing had gone smoothly. The interrogations were making no progress, which in itself was not urgent, all a matter of time. But could Wen Xiao really just disappear out of thin air? Could it be that she had been killed too? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. In my hurry, I forgot to say, we've found Wenxiu's Sonata. The car was towed here, right below the technical department. We checked the road surveillance. The car was found in a parking lot next to Beijayuan Villa. Unfortunately, there was no surveillance in that position, but it was seen at 1:01 a.m. on January 29th. She drove there alone, and since then, no trace of her. If you go up from that position, you reach Bootstone, and from there, you can directly enter the Tongshan Scenic Area. I'm considering whether to deploy police to search the mountain. I would also like to hear your opinions. Do you think Wenxiu ran away because she thought her cover was blown? Zhou Ning shook his head. I don't think she ran away because she thought her cover was blown. According to our analysis, the one who took Wang Guanli to Qinzujin's was Wenxiu, and within a month, Wenxiu went there as many as 10 times. She didn't tell us the truth initially. The cleaning at Qinzujin's was done by her. As for the discord between Fang Wenjie and Qin Xuejin, this information also came from Wenxiu. I remember the property manager saying that Wenxiu had worked at Fang Wenjie's home for over 2 years, so after Qin Xuejin was released from prison, was it Fang Wenjie who referred Wenxiu there? And as for why Wenxiu would hide and clean at both of their homes, I think it was still to find the 2 storage cards Qin Xuejin had hidden away. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. After all, Zhang Yinan died 3 years ago, and Qin Xuejin gained control of some insider information. It's just that they didn't expect Qin Xuejin to be ruthless, sewing one storage card into his flesh and hiding the other in a flower pot. Wenxiu hadn't found them in over 2 years. Wait a second. At this point, Zhou Ning paused. Su Dayuan leaned in closer, knowing Zhou Ning must have thought of something, but didn't rush him. Lu Yongxin poured a glass of water and handed it to Zhou Ning, who held the cup and pondered for a moment. Do you remember, after Fang Wenjie was killed, her car disappeared? That white CC. If Wenxiu could be involved in Qin Zujin's murder, could she also have had a hand in killing Fang Wenjie? And perhaps Wenxiu was the one who lured Fang Wenjie there, especially since the last phone call that time was made by Guanghai Pharmaceutical Group. Lu Yongxin inhaled sharply as Zhou Ning's analysis sent a chill down his spine. What are you standing around for? Mr. Chu, check the parking lot we just mentioned. If it can't be found through the road surveillance, then check if a white CC headed toward that parking lot after January 2nd and see if the license plate matches Fang Wenjie's vehicle. Su Dayuan also got to work, digging out his police terminal, locating Fang Wenjie's vehicle information, and passing it to Mr. Chu. Under Su Daiwan's guidance, they found the road surveillance camera position. Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chu, realizing he couldn't keep his skills to himself at this moment, logged into the traffic surveillance system, found the camera at that position, and started searching for footage after January 2nd. The search was quick since it narrowed down to a 3-day time frame and then played at 16 times the speed. Everyone gathered closely, each keeping an eye on a different part of the screen. As Mr. Zhao focused on the January 3rd footage timed at 17:44, a flash of headlights appeared and a white car sped by. Mr. Zhao quickly exclaimed, "Quick, rewind that for me. Start from 17:44 and play it back in slow motion." A white car zoomed past. Mr. Chu knew how sensitive Mr. Zhao was to cars, so he hurriedly did as told. As the playback speed slowed, the car appeared on the screen and was immediately paused by Mr. Chu. The group crowded around the screen to identify it. The license plate was indeed Fang Wenjie's, but the driver, wearing a mask and hat, had an obscured face. Mr. Zhao leaned in for a closer look, then clicked play and paused it again. The driver is Wenxiu. She has a red mole above her right ear, about the size of a soybean. Look here. Following the direction of Mr. Zhao's finger, Zhou Ning saw that indeed there was a red mole at the tip of the ear. Zhou Ning hadn't noticed this before. Su Dayuan raised his police terminal, and the photos on it were front-facing. One could only see a bit of the ear and couldn't clearly make out that spot. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhao clicked his tongue and pulled out the law enforcement recorder, adjusted the stored content, and then started playing it. Unexpectedly, it was the process of Su Dayuan questioning Wenxue. Although the recording wasn't complete, from Mr. Zhao's angle, he had walked a full circle around Wenxue and indeed spotted a red mole at the tip of her right ear. Su Dayuan glanced at Mr. Zhao and punched him on the shoulder. "You're actually useful, kid. But when we were questioning her, why did you think to record Wenxue?" In fact, Su Dayuan also realized that the angle at which Mr. Zhao recorded wasn't accidental. He had deliberately orbited around Wenxue before moving to other rooms. Mr. Zhao lifted his chin and spread his palms. "I was influenced by Zhou Xiaozhou. My sixth sense is also in a developmental stage. I can't exactly say why, but at that moment, when I saw Wenxue's narrative, I felt something was off. As for what's weird, don't ask me, I'm not well educated enough to express it. Brother Zhao's observational skills are really impressive." Mr. Chu leaned in while Su Dayuan pursed his lips and didn't say anything to provoke Mr. Zhao, acknowledging the kid had indeed grown. But it was only when he looked at Zhou Ning that he noticed Zhou Ning was deep in thought, staring at the screen. "Zhou Xiao, are you thinking about where Wenxue might be hiding?" Zhou Ning nodded. "Do you have any leads, boss?" Su Dayuan shook his head. "/P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P greater than I still think the hiding place will be near her home in Lishigo. After all, Tongshan is right behind it, where one can hide at any time. It's not as if she helped a killer and was involved in a case, then acted like nothing happened, right?" Zhou Ning glanced at Su Dayuan and then waved at Mr. Chu. "Keep searching for any vehicles coming down from this parking lot after 101 on January 29th. See if that white CC is among them." Mr. Chu got to work, confident given this precise time point. Su Dayuan looked at Zhou Ning in surprise. He was very clear about what this command implied. You think after Fang Wenjie was killed, Wenxue went to deal with the car, but she couldn't bear to destroy it and instead hid it. After Qin Xuejin was killed, she dared not return home. Presumably, after dropping off the killer, she knew the matter would be exposed, so she simply went to switch cars before leaving. No sooner had he finished speaking, Mr. Chu stood up, pointing to the screen. "I've got it." The group looked over and saw that the descending vehicle was indeed a white CC, though the license plate was a little different. Mr. Zhao slapped his thigh. This woman is really cunning, to even think of disguising the plate. But now, tracing it won't be easy. Mr. Chu pushed up his glasses and revealed a smiling face. "Let me try to see if I can track it. Just give me some time." The rest nodded in agreement, and only then did Su Dayuan turn to Zhou Ning. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P greater than I just heard from Dr. Zhu that you're going back to Fang Wenjie's home and the initial crime scene where her body was found for another look. Are you hoping to find conclusive evidence that Wang Guanli is the murderer? Zhou Ning nodded. We have found the evidence at Qin Zijin's house. The surveillance footage, cigarette butts, vehicle information, all can perfectly match up. We just didn't expect Fang Wenjie's maid to become an accomplice. Now that Mr. Chu has found it, we won't wait for the search here. We should quickly head for a second examination of the crime scene. Su Dayuan nodded, his mouth moved, but he ultimately swallowed back what he was about to say. Be careful on the road. We left someone outside Fang Wenjie's home to keep watch. As for the initial crime scene where the body was found, I've replaced the police officers there. We couldn't get in contact with the scrap collector. If we analyze it by the time when Wenxue hid the car, it points to Fang Wenjie's death being on January 3rd. Just then, Mr. Chu stood up, shouting excitedly, I found it, I found it. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P chapter 253 to 250, password also don't know to change 1_1 chapter 253, 250 chapter password also don't know to change 1_1 as Mr. Chu's shout rang out. Everyone hastily gathered around his computer. The white CC with the altered number plate turned into a fork in the road and then charged toward the curb. For an instant, the car disappeared from the frame, and the several people watching the video were baffled. However, since Mr. Chu had called them over, he must have found something. No one was in a rush, and they continued to watch attentively. At this moment, Mr. Chu pressed fast forward. Soon after, a person climbed up from the road on the other side of the fork, wearing the type of orange headscarf that village ladies favored, along with a face mask and sunglasses, and carrying a bundle on their arm, limping towards a corner of the frame as if they had difficulty walking. Just as the woman turned her head, Mr. Chu clicked pause, then used software to analyze the skeletal features of the woman's face and compare them with when shows in the household registration information. The facial skeletal contour analysis showed a 98.5% similarity. Mr. Chu hurriedly explained, "She's wearing sunglasses, so the comparative data for the brow ridge and the temples has some uncertainties, which is why the similarity hasn't reached 100%. But I'm certain that this person is Wenxue in disguise. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody. P. Su Dayuan nodded patiently and pointed at the screen, saying, "I trust your analysis and the software's capability, but you haven't yet said, what place is this? Why does it look like it's halfway up a hillside?" Mr. Chu, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head and pointed at the iron fence gate that Wenxue had turned into on the screen, then quickly said, "This is another property registered under Fong Wenjie, also on Beijai Street. It's the Xingshui Yuan, northeast side of Shangliu Jiayuan. Haven't you been here before?" Su Dayuan slapped his forehead. How could he have forgotten about this place? When they inspected it, it was Wenxue who had provided the door lock code. The place was completely idle with all the furniture covered in white cloth. "Missed it because it's too close to look for," Su Dayuan said regretfully. "It's careful enough of Wenxue to think of that place. We have guards in both Fong Wenjie's and Qin Zijin's homes, but we didn't check this idle property. Mr. Chu, can you check if Wenxue has been hiding there these past few days without leaving?" Mr. Chu felt a bit awkward. "Leader, this community is somewhat special. Its property surveillance isn't networked, and our system can't access it to inspect. However, I've checked the road surveillance of the 3 surrounding gates and haven't found footage of Wenxue leaving." Su Dayuan let out a sigh of relief and patted Zhou Ning on the shoulder. "I'll go and make the arrest." Zhou Ning nodded. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody. P. Bring back all her belongings, and I'll also have young Xuedong and Sun Gaodai join you on site. Have them look around. If Wenxue could be involved in silencing Qin Xuejin, perhaps she was involved in the death of Fong Wenjie as well. Bring back all of her clothes and personal items for testing and comparison. Of course, it would be better if we could find the white CC. I think there might be some discoveries in the car. As for Wenxue's car, we'll inspect it when we get back." Su Dayuan appreciated Zhou Ning's remarks and gestured to Yang Xuedong and Sun Gaodai. "Follow me, Zhou Xiao. Do you want to go to the first crime scene where Fong Wenjie was killed?" Zhou Ning replied affirmatively. "Let's split up and act concurrently. It'll be faster that way." 20 minutes later, Zhou Ning and his team arrived at the village being demolished. This time they stopped directly on the road to the east, noticing on their way there that the scrap-collecting vehicle had already been towed, but the discarded doors and windows were still laid out. Mr. Zhao carried some items, catching up to Zhou Ning and Zhu Xingxing and greeting the person who had stayed behind on their own initiative. "Buddy, it's quite cold, isn't it? You've been working hard." The policeman looked quite young and kept nodding at them. "It's our duty. Actually, it's okay since we're just sitting in the car." Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody. P. Zhao patted the man's shoulder, handed him a pack of cigarettes and a bag of food, which had all been packed at the canteen right before they left. At the time, Zhou Ning didn't understand the intention, but it turned out Mr. Zhao was quite thoughtful. These were all brought from the canteen, still warm. Put them in your coat and eat as soon as possible. I guess you didn't have breakfast, right? The man was touched beyond words, thanking them while taking the items and stuffing them into the car. Mr. Zhao went straight over, handing him a cigarette, and then immediately asked, "There was a scrap-collecting vehicle at the intersection on the northwest side before. Why was it driven away?" "We tried contacting him several times, but couldn't get through." "Did you guys see anything?" The officer thought for a moment and responded, "I actually did see that. Those two young guys were the ones who reported the incident." Mr. Zhao was taken aback and looked at Zhou Ning. Obviously, none of them had expected this. "Reporters?" He didn't mention that before. Suda went to inquire about it and even called the number on the card. The man shook his head, clearly unaware of the details. "I don't know, probably scared. Finding a dead body here, who would dare to stay longer? They must have been startled awake from their nightmares." "But do we need to report this to Suda?" "I think it'd be good to say something. Plus, we were going to get surveillance footage to locate the car's owner. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. The person nodded hastily and hurried off to make a phone call. Mr. Zhao turned back and saw Zhou Ning, along with Zhu Xingxing, had already entered the ground floor and were squatting in a corner. Rushing over, Mr. Zhao discovered several black spots on the ground, hidden amongst the dust. Without even needing to spray luminol reagent, it was clear from such direct observation that these were definitely blood traces. Such a discovery somewhat surprised Mr. Zhao. Blood? Following the direction, it spattered. However, this location isn't where Fong Wenjie was tortured upstairs. I believe this is from when the murderer inadvertently splashed it while tidying up things on the ground. Mr. Zhao moved closer and took a photo, enlarging the image to reveal that indeed the spatters of blood had a clear directionality, with the round head oriented southeast and the tapering tail pointing towards the staircase. Small dots, barely visible, were evident at the front of the round head, a characteristic of spattered blood drops. Zhou Ning was standing at the spot of the two-floor staircase, holding a laser pen pointed at the blood drops. He moved his hand up and down a bit, then to the position of another drop before he stopped moving. Mr. Zhao looked over and saw Zhou Ning's hand at waist height. He paused. What movement at that height could have caused the blood to spatter? After all, the blood upstairs had been cleaned. Could it be that the bag was leaking? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhou Ning seemed to understand Mr. Yao's thought process and shook his head slightly. I don't think it's from the wrapping leaking, as there aren't more dripping blood stains around. Considering Wang Guanli's height, he's slightly shorter than me, around 182 centimeters. If he was carrying something, it would have been below the current height, closer to the splashing. If he was holding it, the spatter would be further away, so the height is incorrect. Mr. Zhao's eyes lit up. Wen Xiu's height is around 160 centimeters. If it were her holding these items, the height would be about right, but how is it spattered out? Zhou Ning glanced at the steps, then 2 steps further up was a small turn on the landing, where there were a few red bricks. Of course, there was a red brick shattered in place. Zhou Ning suddenly realized, carrying something high, blocking their view, they kicked a red brick coming down, tumbling down the 2 steps of the landing, and at the same time, the blood was splattered out. Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhao quickly scampered up the steps, squatting beside the broken pieces of the red brick, examining them closely. He bagged the red brick into an evidence bag. Even if nothing was visible to the naked eye, a trace might be found if the edge of a shoe cover with blood on it had kicked it. Looking up, Mr. Zhao noticed Zhou Ning's gaze on the concrete edge of the upper floor. He too moved closer and saw a blood fingerprint, but one without any ridge lines. Wang Guanli wore gloves, /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhou Ning nodded. He is a cautious man, always wearing gloves throughout. I guess it's also his habit. To repeatedly kill without leaving traces, his anti-investigation skills are not something ordinary people can match. Mr. Zhao was unfazed. No problem, I'll have a look. After killing Qin Shuejin, Wang Guanli smoked at the scene. Seems like he has this habit. Zhou Ning smiled. Mr. Zhao was very composed now. However, this place was a demolition wasteland. Finding a cigarette, but here was akin to finding a needle in a haystack and probably quite difficult, but he did not demoralize Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao ran downstairs, calling Zhu Xingxing and the 2 remaining police officers. Together they began a carpet search below the 2nd floor on the eastern side. In less than half an hour, they located half a bag of cigarette butts. Noting the quantity, Zhou Ning raised an eyebrow. He wondered if Mrs. Cui had had a good rest the night before. This bag of items must contain at least 100, right? At the same time, at the parking lot outside the east gate of Xingshui Yuan, Su Dayuan got out of his car and immediately spotted the white CC in the corner of the parking lot. His heart leaped with joy. Call for a tow truck, have the car directly towed back to the Technical Division's garage. Handle with care, don't touch the doors, place plastic bags under the tires. Mr. Yang, follow them and provide guidance. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Young Xuedong hurried to make arrangements. After all, they knew they could find the victim's car before coming, so the tow truck arrived at the scene ahead of time. After everything was explained, the car was directly hoisted up and loaded onto the tow truck. After collecting soil samples from the car's tires, Yang Xuedong bagged them and handed them to Sun Gaotai. Following He Chunyang, they caught up with Su Dayuan. At this time, the first floor was already swarming with police officers. Yang Xuedong, along with the others, went upstairs in the elevator. Mr. Bai approached, entered the password, and with a couple of beeps, the door was opened. Su Dayuan, with his gun drawn, led his team rushing in. Upon entry, they saw Wen Xiaoa standing in a corner of the living room with a blanket slipping from her grasp. She tried to dash towards the window, but Mr. Bai was already close at hand, and with a tackle, Wen Xiaoa was pinned to the ground with a loud thud. The couch tilted to one side, and Wen Xiaoa was quickly subdued. Su Dayuan, holstering his weapon, walked over. Wen Xiaoa struggled constantly, and when she looked up at Su Dayuan, her eyes had none of the weakness they'd previously shown. You sure picked a place, thinking we wouldn't find it, thinking it's too dark under the lamplight for us, huh? Couldn't you have at least changed the password? Wen Xiaoa, panting heavily, was picked up by Mr. Bai, hands cuffed behind her back. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P greater than a spasm of pain flickered across her face as she turned her head away. Su Dayuan waved his hand indifferently. Wen Xiao's silence didn't anger him. To be able to collaborate with Wang Guanli in killing 2 people and then hiding beside Fang Wenjie for over 2 years, this person was definitely not ordinary. If she had simply started confessing, it would have made Su Dayuan uncomfortable. All right, take her away and cover her head. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Chapter 254 to 251. Im dodging a hitman _1 Chapter 254. Chapter 251. Im dodging a hitman _1 in the laboratory garage below Technical Division. All the doors of Wen Xiao's car were open. Mr. Zhao and Zhu Xingxing were examining the vehicle. After all, Yang Xuedong and Sun Gaotai hadn't returned yet, and Zhou Ning walked around it. Mr. Chu walked in and proceeded with the scanning of the fingerprints that Mr. Zhao had handed over. These are all Wen Xiao's fingerprints, are there any more? Mr. Zhao shook his head, constantly sighing. I collected fingerprints from all 4 car doors and any reachable place inside the car, but why aren't there any prints from Wen Xiao's son and daughter-in-law on here? This statement captured Zhou Ning's attention, and he walked over to take a look. Check the household registration information and let me see. Mr. Chu quickly conducted a search, and the household registration information appeared on the big screen. Wen Xiaoa, age 42, her son Zhang Pingong, age 26, daughter-in-law Lu Xiaoning, age 24. Among the information of those who had deregistered, Wen Xiao's husband Zhang Yonggui was 52 years old. Mr. Zhao glanced over, smacking his lips. Giving birth at 16, 30 years ago in the countryside, that might be possible. Were they residents of Lishigu? Mr. Chu flipped through the household registration transfer information and discovered that was indeed not the case. In 2008, when Xiua and her son's household registrations were transferred from Heian City, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody P. Zhang Yonggui died that year, and it seems like it was after her husband's death that she returned to his place of origin. As for the house, it was rebuilt by Zhang Yonggui in 1998, but their names are not on the village registry, as the area had been developed quite some time ago. Zhou Ning narrowed his eyes, somewhat unconvinced. After all, he found it hard to believe someone would have a child at 16. Check Zhang Yonggui's marital information, see if he had a previous marriage. Mr. Chu was startled briefly before he proceeded. Upon finding some of the initial scanned records, he raised his head in surprise. Team leader Zhang Yonggui was indeed in a second marriage. He married Wen Xiua in 1998, and Zhang Pingan is his stepson. What else shall we check? Mr. Zhao's face lit up with excitement, his mind hitting upon a sudden inspiration. Check Wen Xiu's workplace. After 95, details about workplace and education in the household registration were mandatory. Our Qidong city is quite thorough in implementation, and we have a foundation from previous census information. Look here, although it shows they are married, Zhang Pingan's registration has always followed Zhang Yonggui, and it was also moved here in 2008. Doesn't this suggest they have always been working in Heian City? Mr. Chu shook his head, unsure of this as well. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody P. Following the location of the household registration intake, he conducted a reverse search and found a work unit letter of introduction in the original register. The letter was signed by Beishan Group Qidong Julili Environmental Protection Company Limited. The letter clearly stated that the employees Wen Xiua, Zhang Yonggui, and his son Zhang Pingan were coming to handle the household registration procedures. Please contact. The date on the letter was 1998. Regarding incoming information, Zhang Pingan's registration was transferred from Lusi Province, while Wen Xiu's was transferred from Longai City, and on Wen Xiu's outgoing registration, Zhou Ning saw that her mother was Ren Shufan. This surname gave Zhou Ning pause. Mr. Chu, check for the surname Ren in the list of people convicted in the Beishan Group case. Mr. Chu didn't ask questions and quickly began searching for information. An announcement appeared with the names of over 30 individuals, the list of personnel involved in the Beishan Group case. Upon reviewing it, it became apparent that there were 3 individuals with the surname Ren, although their names were not very prominent and appeared towards the end of the list. They were Ren Guangyin, Ren Guangming, and Ren Tao, among whom Ren Guangming and Ren Tao were father and son. Ren Guangyin and Ren Guangming were brothers. Mr. Zhao suddenly understood. I finally get why the department was already familiar with Guanghai Pharmaceutical Group's issues. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody P. Ren Guangji, and these few people are obviously brothers. Even if they don't have the same mother, they are likely paternal cousins. They have been paying attention to this area ever since taking down Beishan Group, but lacked concrete evidence, hence they kept observing the situation. So when they knew we were investigating these 3 deceased individuals, they decided to make a big move. Zhou Ning didn't say anything but agreed with Mr. Zhao's judgment. With this, when Xiua turns out to be a cousin of the Ren family, no wonder her involvement was so deep. Is this Qidong Julili Environmental Protection Company Limited still around? Mr. Chu chuckled, shaking his head. When the Beishan Group went bankrupt, this company went through asset liquidation, huh? As Mr. Chu uttered that sound, Zhou Ning and Mr. Zhao looked over, only then realizing that the legal person of the company was now Wen Xiua. There had been a change in the company's legal person in 2000, before which it was Zhang Yonggui. Zhou Ning slowly laid out the connections. In 2000, when Xiua and Zhang Yonggui married, moved their registrations, including the stepsons, to Heian City. Before 2000, Zhang Yongui managed this environmental protection company, and after his death, Wen Xiaoa took over as the legal representative. Also that year, they moved their registrations to Zhang Yonggui's registered residence, /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody p. By 2008, when trouble arose and the company was liquidated, she retreated to Lishigu with her stepson and became Fang Wenjia's nanny in 2009. What happened afterwards goes without saying. Mr. Zhao blinked, slightly overwhelmed by the flood of information. What appeared to be a fragile nanny had suddenly undergone so many identity changes that he was struggling to keep up. Send these to Suda. I think it will be of help for the subsequent interrogations if Suda knows about this. Zhou Ning nodded. Mr. Chu, organize these details and send them to Suda in image form. If we send him a bunch of text, he won't look through it carefully. Mr. Zhao, spray luminol all over the back seat of the vehicle. Both of them started moving. Zhu Xingxing didn't lean in. She was now staring at the gap in the back seat, searching carefully, when suddenly she picked up 2 long strands of hair with tweezers. Team leader, I found 2 strands of long hair with follicles, women's hair. Its color is chestnut brown. I remember Fang Wenjia has this hair color, she announced. Zhou Ning gave her a thumbs up. Dr. Zhu is meticulous. Send it directly for analysis and label it with the number, time, place of discovery, and evidence information, he instructed. Zhu Xingxing smiled and went to bag it up while Mr. Zhao sighed, began spraying luminol and found blood traces on the right rear door. After collecting a sample, Mr. Zhao quickly handed it to Zhu Xingxing. Only then did he climb out of the car, /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody p. Zhou Xiao has finished checking. Let's look at the next white CC, he suggested. Okay. Mr. Zhao drove the Sonata away since the inspection was complete. As for the CC, they used a crane arm to move the vehicle right to their front. As the car opened, a faint fragrance mixed with the smell of blood was noticeable. Zhou Ning thought it smelled familiar, and Mr. Zhao immediately said, "That's the scent from Fang Wenjia's home. It's from a perfume called Miss Dior Sherry, a luxurious one. People without much money would buy a bottle but hesitate to spray it. Fang Wenjia used it like an air freshener." Indeed, in the recess in front of the central armrest, they found an upside-down bottle of perfume. I can smell the perfume. Amidst its scent, can you smell the blood? Zhou Ning asked. Mr. Zhao shook his head, and Zhou Ning didn't say any more. Mr. Zhao started to collect fingerprints from inside and outside of the vehicle, and Zhu Xingxing, having returned, quickly joined in. Just as they opened the rear door, Zhou Ning caught a glimpse of what seemed to be a piece of tape under the driver's seat, stretched and snapped back in place. Zhou Ning picked it up with tweezers and noticed serrated edges on the tape, including a fingerprint made of dotted marks, clearly left by a leather glove. Nearby, there were some hairs stuck to it, very fine as though they were sweat hairs, /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody p. Zhou Ning felt a surge of excitement, hastily took the tape, and together with the tweezers, tossed it into the evidence bag. Mr. Zhao collected many fingerprints, and after a quick comparison by Mr. Chu, results were soon available. The fingerprints of many people were found, including Wen Xiaoa, Fang Wenjia, Chen Wenqi, Chen Pingyu, and Qin Xuejin, along with several unidentified prints, all confined to the car doors. After finishing with the front, Zhou Ning opened the trunk, where the smell of blood was even more pungent, with a hint of decay. Quickly approaching the trunk, Zhou Ning was somewhat taken aback. A large cardboard box was tossed inside, wrapped in plastic. Through the plastic, it was evident that the box was stuffed with newspapers and blood-stained plastic, a box full of them. Mr. Zhao, come over. Zhou Ning called out. Zhao Xinli and Zhu Xingxing crowded around, and Mr. Chu also tiptoed to get a look, but he didn't dare come any closer. Mr. Zhao glanced over, evidently surprised by the contents. No way. Wen Xiaoa didn't dispose of these things? Why not? He wondered aloud. Zhu Xingxing tilted her head and said, I think it's self-preservation. If ever things came to light, she could claim innocence, just like now. Even though she drove to Qin Zijin's place and even lured out Fang Wenjie, she could argue she was coerced. After all, her daughter-in-law is pregnant. That's a compelling excuse. Mr. Zhao looked at her disdainfully. Shu, why are you interfering? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. We have footage of her from the residential area's surveillance, and she was even driving the white CC, hiding the license plate. How can that be coercion? She's trying to bamboozle a ghost? Zhu Xingxing, not convinced and hands on hips, retorted in a loud voice, "Stop despising me. Although we found the surveillance footage that shows her taking the killer to the scene and hiding the victim's vehicle, the killer is dead now. Of course, she thinks she can get away with it. She kept these things as evidence to wait for the police to show up." Mr. Zhao fell silent, turning to Zhou Ning, who gestured with his hand. "First, send it for inspection." In the interrogation room, when Xiu's face was a picture of panic, continuously tugging at her clothes with trembling fingers, which caused her handcuffs to jingle crisply. "Officer, I didn't mean to hide it. If I had, why would I be at Miss Fang's home? I was just hiding from someone. If they captured me, I'd be the next victim," she said frantically. Su Dayuan narrowed his eyes and hummed a response. "Oh? Who are you hiding from?" Tears streamed down when Xiu's face as she gripped the edge of the table, urgently looking at Su Dayuan. "I'm avoiding the killer. He threatened me, saying that if I didn't obey him, he would kill my daughter-in-law, who is 8 months pregnant. I'm about to become a grandmother. How could I ignore the life or death of my child?" "Officer, I kept evidence. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. It's stuff the killer told me to throw away, all hidden in the car, that white CC of Fang Wenjie's, in the trunk. Could I also make a call to my son? I don't know if they're safe. Please," she begged. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 255 to 252 hanging by a thread _1 Chapter 255. Chapter 252 hanging by a thread _1 At that moment, Su Daiwan's cell phone rang. He took it out and saw several pictures, a white CC car's trunk with a huge cardboard box inside. Underneath was a message from Mr. Zhao. "Busy with the interrogation, leader? Call back when convenient. We've made a discovery here and reenacted quite the emotional drama, even more detailed than what I sent you earlier. Looking forward to your reply." With an annoyingly playful tone, Su Daiwan's eyebrows twisted into an S shape. He gestured to Lu Yufei and He Chunyang to wrap things up and then left the interrogation room, heading quickly towards the tech department. Before he even reached upstairs, he heard a whistle. Following the sound, he saw Mr. Zhao standing cheekily by the garage, waving at him. Su Dayuan hurried over. "You'd better have some serious business to tell me, or else I won't kill you, but we'll call your family to complain tonight and have you transferred tomorrow." Mr. Zhao shook his head and clicked his tongue, seemingly not at all intimidated. "Leader, you're getting angry out of embarrassment. Come on over." "Did you see the pictures I just sent you?" Su Dayuan nodded. "I saw them. I didn't expect Wen Xiao to be cousins with the Rand family and also related to Beishang Group. This is something I hadn't considered." Mr. Zhao relayed their recent findings to Su Dayuan in detail, and Su Dayuan raised an eyebrow. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. The timing of Zhang Yonggui's death and Wen Xiao's changing of her household registration is very intriguing. I feel there is more to it than meets the eye, probably a power struggle. As for her hiding her identity and returning to Qingdao to work as a nanny at Fang Wenjie's home, one reason is to avoid being implicated. Another might be to keep an eye on Fang Wenjie and his wife, looking for any evidence they might be hiding. I wonder if Mr. Chu has decrypted that memory card. Mr. Zhao nodded. The password has been cracked. Just now we sent it to the financial investigation experts to take a look because, after all, We don't understand the contents. As they were speaking, Su Daiwan's phone rang again. It was Mr. Chu calling. Mr. Chu? Please hold on, Suda. I'll let the financial investigation expert explain it to you. This information is more detailed than the one Qin Xuejin hit on him before. The person on the phone changed. Suda, we've looked over this data, and it marks out the paths of the hidden debts of Beishan Group, not just the 2 companies we previously knew about. There are also 7 other companies that appear unrelated on the surface, including joint ventures and foreign enterprises. The transfers were done through Ing's city accounts, with detailed evidence, and all paperwork and information are complete. We checked the handler, and it was all Qin Xuejin. His entanglement in prison and subsequent surveillance seemed to be because of this information. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Should we submit it directly to the special investigation team sent by the department? Yes, submit it directly, but make sure to back everything up. By the way, how much money is involved in these transfers? It's more than double that of Guanghai pharmaceutical groups, and much more concealed. Without this information, the routes provided, and all the paperwork, it would have been impossible to discover. Su Daiwan's mouth fell open in shock. The amount Guanghai Pharmaceuticals transferred had already been astonishing, but now there was a figure double that size and coming after Beishan Group had been investigated. It seemed that old saying was true: the leanest camel is bigger than the horse. Hurry up and submit it. After the call ended, Su Dayuan was still somewhat shaken when Mr. Zhao carelessly came over. All that money, can it be recovered? Su Dayuan fell silent. After over 3 years and such massive amounts transferred, he truly didn't know if it could be recovered. After all, he wasn't in economic investigations and didn't understand the ins and outs. However, there had been cases before where large sums of illegally raised funds were indeed recovered, though not entirely. Do your own job well and don't pry into such matters. The department has set up a special investigation team, so we just need to cooperate with them. Tell me why you called me here? Mr. Zhao flashed a grin, knowing Su Dayuan was a bit upset, and quickly led him toward the garage. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. The white CC car was parked inside. Zhou Ning stood on a ladder at a height, his back to them. Meanwhile, Zhu Xingxing had laid out a plastic cover about 20 square meters on the ground next to it, covered with cardboard boxes, wrappers, and more plastic, all stained with dark purple blood. Su Daiwan's expression turned serious. Obviously, this was the discovery Mr. Zhao had mentioned over the phone. So much? Zhou Ning turned around, climbed down from the ladder, and signaled Su Dayuan to have a look for himself. Su Dayuan did, and from that vantage point, he could see the details more clearly. The size and shape were exactly those of the first crime scene of Fang Wenjie's murder. Before I came here, Wen Xiua voluntarily confessed. She said she hid evidence in the trunk, evidence the killer had told her to dispose of. She pretended to agree but kept it hidden, and she did it under duress from the murderer. Mr. Zhao raised an eyebrow, and Zhou Ning gave him a sidelong glance, clearly guessing right that Wen Xiua was unsurpassed in playing the vulnerable card. Moreover, the fact that she could immediately cover her tracks after Wang Guanli's murder, leaving the groundwork for her future capture, showed a level of intelligence and forethought not everyone possessed, ready for any outcome. Su Dayuan stepped down from the ladder and took another look at the punctured area, then said, "Did you find fingerprints or any other information from anyone?" "We found many cigarette butts. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. As for the plastic covers and cardboard, there were plenty of bloody fingerprints, except for one set of prints. The rest were all Wen Xiao's." Su Dayuan turned his head and looked at Zhou Ning. "Was that one from Wang Guanli?" Zhou Ning nodded vigorously. "It's incomplete, only a part of the fingerprint from the center of the fingertip, but it can completely serve as evidence. He inadvertently cut his own leather glove during the assassination of Fang Wenjie. That's why he left this partial print. Of course, those items also include the victim's glove, which has already been sent for analysis." Additionally, tucked in the edge of the box was a dagger. We've compared it with the silicone wound mold taken from the previous injuries, and they match perfectly. We can confirm that this is the murder weapon used to kill Qin Xuejin and Fang Wenjie. There's also some mud on it, likely because the killer threw the dagger into a drainage ditch or sewer, but when Xiua picked it up. Su Dayuan clenched his fist tightly. Brilliant. By the way, have you gotten the results from the evidence you sent for examination last night? Mr. Zhao leaned in, bumping against Su Dayuan with his ruffian-like attitude. We found some cigarette butts outside Qin Zijin's window, and one of them had Wang Guanli's DNA on it. Combined with the surveillance footage of him smoking at the window and when Xiu's comings and goings, the evidence chain for the Qin Xuejin murder case is complete. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Su Dayuan patted Zhou Ning on the shoulder with great force, his excitement palpable. What time are the results expected from the items you sent for examination today? Zhou Ning glanced at the time before slowly responding. We just sent another batch for examination, which is somewhat simpler. Only the DNA test for the cigarette butts will take longer. Assuming all the results come back, it should be around 1 o'clock this afternoon. Why do you ask? Su Dayuan dismissed the question with a wave of his hand. Got it. At 1:30, bring all the examination results and meet me in the observation room. I had He Chunyang and the others were down when Xiua all morning. I'm going to get some sleep now so I can have a good talk with her in the afternoon. Mr. Zhao's eyes bulged as he moved closer, his face filled with disbelief. Boss, are you going to make an appearance at the special investigation team? And besides, hasn't Ren Guangji and his team failed to get anything solid from their interrogations? Su Dayuan gave him a look and raised 3 fingers, then held up one more. I haven't had a proper night's sleep in 4 days. My blood pressure is definitely over 160. I don't want to burst a blood vessel. Even if the Jade Emperor himself shows up, I need my rest. I'll rejuvenate in the afternoon and then go head-to-head with them. Zhou Xiao, don't schedule anything else for this afternoon. You must be there. Mr. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhao grinned, about to say something about a mascot, but he swallowed his words when he saw Su Daiwan's stern look. Zhou Ning nodded seriously. This case was something he wanted to hear, and declaring Wang Guanli a fugitive was not at all easy. Furthermore, why had Wang Guanli become a military attaché at the Sapporo country embassy? Where had he been all these years? Besides him, who else was connected to the case of his parents' tragic deaths? And as for Xiaoshu Chang, was it just a casual visit, or was there really a connection? Zhou Ning wanted to know, and he was even more eager to be personally involved. It was this case that weighed so heavily on him, and he did not want it to come between him and Xia Momo. After all, in his heart, Xia Momo was still the girl who stood in the studio with him, working on facial reconstruction sculpture, and who taught him how to paint, hand in hand. She was also the only girl he didn't push away. Okay, I'll go straight to the observation room at 1:30. Boss, go and rest. I'll go to the examination room and greet Mrs. Cui to expedite the examination process. After speaking, Zhou Ning quickly walked toward the stairwell. Su Dayuan sensed something and kicked Mr. Zhao. Haven't you been keeping an eye on him these past few days? Mr. Zhao approached secretly and whispered, I've been watching him like a hawk without blinking. It seems like nothing's wrong, but occasionally he'll stare blankly at a spot, then work as if he's on adrenaline. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Until this case is solved, he won't relax. Moreover, we don't know how deeply the Xia family is involved. After all, he and Xia Momo. Mr. Zhao didn't continue, and Su Dayuan sighed in understanding. You stay with him, I'm going to find Mr. Liu. It's okay while we're busy with the case, but I'm afraid when it suddenly ends, and we let our guard down, the tension that's been holding us up will disappear. Didn't Mr. He find him a psychologist? Mr. Zhao froze for a moment, then his smile faded as he nodded earnestly. I'll talk to Mr. He later. We'll take turns accompanying Zhou Xiaozhou for a while. He's a good guy, just a deep thinker. This is something he has to work through on his own. Su Dayuan nodded. For the next few days, don't go home. Stay with Zhou Xiaozhou. Keep an eye on his condition and call me immediately if there's even a hint of a problem. He might not listen to anyone else, but he'll listen to Mr. Liu. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 256 to 253 vulnerability _1 chapter 256. Chapter 253 vulnerability _1 Zhou Ning walked up to the laboratory door. Just as he raised his hand, the lab door opened, and a young man, seeing Zhou Ning, quickly nodded at him. Dr. Zhou, what brings you here? Is Mrs. Cui around? The young man stepped aside, and Cui Lily came from behind him, her face wary upon seeing Zhou Ning. What are you doing here? What's this about, another big batch of tests? Zhou Ning felt somewhat embarrassed and shook his head slightly. No, Suda is in a bit of a rush. These cigarette butts we sent in before, I think we can compare them to the other butts we found earlier. Prioritize those from the same brand. ITLL make things much easier. Cui Lily slapped the young man on the back of the head. Didn't you hear? Hurry up and sort it out. I don't smoke. How have none of you noticed this? The young man zipped away quickly, leaving Zhou Ning feeling embarrassed. I won't bother you any longer, Mrs. Cui. Can we have the results by noon? Cui Lily humped twice. Get going, I'll send them over as soon as they're ready. February 2nd, 1322, is the report out? Su Dayuan, looking nervously, watched as Zhou Ning quickly approached him. Zhou Ning nodded vigorously. On one of the cigarette butts, we found Wang Guanli's DNA, and on the fingerprint residue left by Wang Guanli, we also found traces of his blood. It seems that during the struggle, Fang Wenjie didn't just cut through his gloves, he also cut his fingers. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. Moreover, Mrs. Cui compared the sampled wounds of Qin Xuejin once more, and this time extracted Fang Wenjie's DNA. We can now be certain that the same dagger was used to kill both individuals. As for the dagger, it had traces of blood from both Fang Wenjie and Qin Xuejin, as well as an unknown DNA. The mud on the dagger was also tested, containing kitchen waste and excrement, consistent with our initial analysis that the dagger was thrown into a sewer, whence when Xue fished it out. Su Dayuan waved away the tablet and report that Zhou Ning handed him. Managing to keep the dagger shows that this one Xue is very meticulous. With the evidence chain so solid, let's go and hear what Wen Xue has to say for herself. All right. Without further ado, the two walked up to the observation room. Mr. Hu was sitting inside. When he saw them coming, he raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh, is there new evidence now? Su Dayuan cracked a smile. Don't rush, Mr. Hu. I'm about to go in. This Wen Xue is quite the actress, but it's not so easy to perform in the face of conclusive evidence. Hu Guangjian waved his hand, aware of the tremendous pressure he was under, as they had to report daily to the Special Investigation Team, which was closely following the case. Hurry up, I want to know why the victims could have taken off their clothes. This is still unexplained. Su Dayuan didn't waste any words and hurried into the interrogation room. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Ning glanced at Wen Xue, who was crying nonstop, her facial expressions captivating. If one didn't know her identity, they might genuinely be fooled. Hu Guangjian handed Zhou Ning a pair of headphones, which he quickly put on without refusing. The two of them stared intently into the interrogation room. Su Dayuan, with a stack of reports in his arms, threw them onto the table, and He Chuniang quickly made room, while Lu Yufei didn't move at all. Opening the tablet, Su Dayuan found the surveillance footage and, holding it, walked up to Wen Xue. Is this you? Wen Xue glanced at it, nodded, and then frantically waved her hands. Yes, it's me, but I was forced to go there. I've already told the officer just now. Didn't you find the things I hid in the CC car? If I were an accomplice, why wouldn't I destroy the evidence instead of leaving it to incriminate myself? Su Dayuan laughed, a smile that made Wen Shua shiver inwardly. She edged slightly backward, and Zhou Ning narrowed his eyes. Wen Shua was afraid. Su Dayuan bowed his head to the tablet, finding the household registration photos Mr. Zhao had sent earlier. Of course, the text annotations below were there too. He turned the tablet around, displaying the information to Wen Shua. We'll get to that in a minute, but first, let's look at this information. Why do you think I'm here? Despite the many changes to your household registration and the evident effort put into it, we still managed to find some interesting information. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody /speak. Speak, prosody, p. Let's take a look together. Your mother's name is Ren Shufan. Among these people, Ren Guangyan, Ren Guangming, Ren Tao, and Ren Guangji, they're either your cousins or your nephews. As for your husband, he once controlled 100% of the shares of Qidong Julili Environmental Protection Company, Limited, and this company was not originally an asset of Beishan Group. We discovered during our investigation that this company once developed an environmental protection device that was considered internationally advanced. Beishan Group wanted to buy this patent, but Zhang Yonggui refused to sell and even disdained cooperating with Beishan Group. However, at the same time, you began pursuing Zhang Yonggui, and after marrying him, gradually took control of the company. Then, Zhang Yonggui suddenly was diagnosed with cancer and passed away unexpectedly in 2000. You sold the environmental protection company to Beishan Group for a symbolic price of 100,000 yuan. Before Zhang Yonggui's death, you transferred your and Zhang Pangan's household registrations to the Lishiga village where Zhang Yonggui resided. I think you were quite farsighted, considering that the Ran family was an influential part within Beishan Group. We also found out that Beishan Group was originally the property of the Feng family before the founding of the country, and the Rin family was from the Feng family's second branch back then. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. To avoid political entanglements in those tumultuous times, you changed your surname to your mother's maiden name, but you're still an important part of the Feng family. After Beishan Group ran into trouble, you kept a low profile and quickly cut the flesh, severing ties with the Ren family. But what I don't understand is why the Ren family was so eager to transfer the remaining assets of Beishan Group to Sapporo. Don't be in a rush to refute. The Dayo Pharmaceuticals in Sapporo, they're connected to the Feng family, right? After all, you managed to secure a military attaché position for Wang Guanli at the Sapporo country embassy. I'm not wrong, am I? When Shua was stunned, her gaze fixed on the tablet, which contained very limited information, and Su Daiwan's analysis had momentarily caused her to lose control of her expression. After a long while, she hung her head and began to shake her body continuously. I don't know, I really don't know. Although I am part of the Ren family, what does all this have to do with me? Su Dayuan was not in a hurry. He smiled again, gestured to Lu Yufei, and tossed a stack of photos to her. Lu Yufei glanced at them and started showing them one by one to Wen Shua, who became very unsettled upon seeing the photos. With wide eyes, she grabbed the small table, trying to tear up the photos, but Lu Yufei pushed Wen Shua back into the chair and collected the photos. What are you trying to do? How did you find out about this? Zhou Ning was confused. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. When Xiu's sudden change of face and agitation clearly indicated the photos contained something of great importance to her. It seemed that Su Daiwan's side had also taken action and obtained even more secretive information based on what they had provided. What could it be? In 2000, when Xiu seduced Zhang Yonggui and acquired the Environmental Protection Company, she was able to hide her household registration in Zhang Yonggui's ancestral home, clearly aware of the issues with Beishan Group. By doing this, she proved to be very clever, but why was she manipulated into working as a maid at Fong Wenjie and Qin Zijin's homes, even participating in the silencing of the two? Given her intelligence, she definitely wouldn't act like this unless she had been threatened? But when Xiu's parents had already passed away, hadn't they? Zhou Ning narrowed his eyes. The look in Wen Xiu's eyes just now, filled with an undeniable fear and panic, was like a wild animal ready to pounce, yet trapped and powerless. Could it be that before she met Zhang Yonggui, she had a lover or a child? And the child had become a bargaining chip, used repeatedly by the Ren family. As for the child, perhaps they were not even in the country. Yes, perhaps they were in Sapporo. After all, she seemed to have appeared out of nowhere at the age of 30 and made such significant moves. Boss, what's in the photo? Could it be Wen Xiu's child? In the hands of the Ren family, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Hu Guangjian was taken aback and turned his head to look at Zhou Ning. Zhou Xiao, you're something, aren't you? If I didn't know that the information you could get was limited, I would have suspected that you sneaked a peek at Su Daiwan's documents. When Xiu escaped from the Ren family at 18 and went to study abroad in Sapporo, where she had a child. However, the child had been controlled. When you investigated Wen Xiu, the special task force sent over some international information. When Wen Xiu went abroad, she used her cousin's identity, so it was very secretive. The child has already been rescued by the embassy. Those people are ruthless enough to control the child in their National Medical Academy's laboratory, constantly under the influence of drugs. That is Wen Xiu's Achilles heel. Zhou Ning had an epiphany. Hu Guangjian looked at him twice more, given the young man's track record of astonishing him. They then turned their attention back to the interrogation room. Su Daiyuan did not respond to Wen Xiu's remark, but held up the photos, flipping through them one by one. This child must be 17 or 18 years old by now. He's been controlled by drugs for too long, and there's nothing we can do about his intellect. But don't worry, even though you were involved in the murders of Fang Wenjie and Qin Xuejin, the child is innocent. At the latest, by the day after tomorrow, he will be brought back. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. As for whether you can see him, whether you can live with him, all of that depends on you. When Xiu looked incredulous, staring long at Su Daiyuan. Sighing, Su Daiyuan made a phone call. Have you picked up the person? Then, turn on the speakerphone. Someone over here wants to talk to him. As he spoke, Su Daiyuan also turned on the speakerphone and handed the cell phone to Wen Xiu. Her hands were trembling as she took the phone and softly said hello. Hello, yes, I am Mum. Are you okay? Mum. Yes, miss. Mum knows, we will see each other very soon. You must be well behaved. After hanging up the phone, Wen Xiu bowed her head as her shoulders shook continuously. Lu Yufei approached at that moment, handing over some papers. After wiping her tears, Wen Xiu looked up again, having regained control of her emotions, and focused on Su Daiyuan. I know that Hua country doesn't have a concept of dirty witnesses, and am not trying to make demands. I just hope that when the child comes back, I can see him, just a glance. He's unable to take care of himself. I have to at least arrange for his care, okay? Su Daiyuan nodded. That's fine, go ahead. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 257 to 254. Who is the person behind _1 Chapter 257. Chapter 254. Who is the person behind _1? When Xiu let out a long sigh and fixed her gaze on the door of the interrogation room. She narrowed her eyes slightly and began to recount her story. At 18, I used my cousin Yulemi's identity to arrange my studies abroad without my family knowing. After all, they wanted me to marry Rentao, and since we were not even distant relatives by blood, I didn't want my life to be determined in such a way, so I ran away. During my studies in Sapporo, I fell in love with Tianzong's and had my son Wen Xiaozhen. I spent 5 happy years, but then the Ren family found me. Tianzong's was killed by the Liang family, whose influence is considerable. After that, my son was taken away and controlled by the Liang family. Such a shock affected his intellect. I was handed over to the Ren family. With my son in their hands, I had to obey. Just like you said, I started getting close to Zhang Yonggui with a purpose. In fact, he had been drugged long ago. He knew it, and so did I. I told him the truth, and he asked me to take good care of Zhang Pingan. That's why I moved the household registration ahead of time. Engaging in illegal profiteering and expanding influence, I knew trouble was bound to come sooner or later. 6 months after the marriage, Zhang Yonggui died. Before his death, Zhang Yonggui had a long talk with Zhang Pingan, which I know was him making his last arrangements. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. Then I sent Zhang Pingan away. He didn't go abroad for school, but was instead sent to an inconspicuous school to avoid being controlled. Subsequently, the company was taken over by Beishan Group and that patent was sold to Ing City. Before Beishan Group got into trouble, I was removed from my corporate legal position. I took Zhang Pingan and quickly returned to Lishigo. In April 2009, the Ren family found me and asked me to get close to Fang Wenjie and Qin Xuejin. They hoped I would use my nanny identity to gain their trust and to find something hidden in their home. When I asked what it was, they said it was the accounts. But for over 2 years, until Qin Xuejin came out, I didn't find anything. I knew Fang Wenjie and Qin Xuejin were gathering evidence about the cause of Zhang Yinan's death. I didn't tell the Ren family about this. Then, on New Year's Day this year, the Ren family found me and threatened me with my son's life, asking me to bring an assassin to meet Fang Wenjie. I thought they would press for questioning. I didn't expect murder. I had never seen that assassin before. He only said 2 sentences to me. One was, "Is that person Fang Wenjie?" And the other was to discard the object and take care of the car. As for the night of January 28th, it was also me who drove him to Qin Zijin's house. The dagger he threw into the sewer well, I picked it up. I knew I couldn't keep it hidden. Su Dayuan nodded. Were you present during the murder? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. When Xiao lifted her eyes slightly and nodded subtly. When Qin Xuejin was killed, I was in the kitchen. He asked me to watch the entrance on the ground floor, to be aware of anyone approaching. He pulled the south side curtain twice and it didn't budge. I didn't tell him the command for the electric curtains, and he didn't dwell on it. However, when killing Fang Wenjie, I was right beneath the second-floor ruins. I was scared stiff, hearing Fang Wenjie shouts. I really wanted to rush up there, but I couldn't. I could die, but not my son. When Xiao closed her eyes, and tears streamed down her face. Having interacted with Fang Wenjie for more than 2 years, even if it was pretending to care, it was impossible not to feel something given the length of time. Especially since Fang Wenjie was very kind to her and even left her a sum of money, which showed the nature of their relationship. I want to know, why did Fang Wenjie take off his clothes himself? When Xiao wiped the tears off her jaw with her shoulder, her eyes filled with anger as she clenched her teeth. That man said, "You must die today. If you want me to spare Qin Xuejin, then strip yourself naked. Otherwise, I will make his death more miserable than Zhang Yinan's. I'll break his bones inch by inch and torture him until I get tired before I kill him." Even though Fang Wenjie and Qin Xuejin were divorced, that was for Fang Wenjie's sake, so he wouldn't be implicated or subject to revenge. Their feelings were deep. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. Hearing what that man said, Fang Wenjie had no choice but to strip. Then the screams came from upstairs. As for Qin Xuejin, the assassin did the same thing. After all, Qin Xuejin didn't know Fang Wenjie was dead, and I couldn't tell him. My phone on me was bugged. If I said anything, it would harm not just them but also my son. All I could do was leave behind evidence. Su Dayuan stood up, found 2 photos, a surveillance snapshot of Wang Guanli and an image taken before the autopsy of Wang Guanli's body, and handed them to Wen Xiao. She glanced at them and her eyes widened instantly. Take a look. Is this person the assassin you're talking about? Yes, he is the assassin, with a scar on his eyelid, and his gaze was as fierce as a wolf's. He's dead? Su Dayuan nodded. He's dead. It seems the Rin family hasn't contacted you after January 31st, so who is it that contacted you before? Do you know the name? When Xiao nodded and, grinding her teeth with resentment, said, "Of course I know. The person who has been contacting me for the past 2.5 years is Ren Guangxi's son, Ren Jingmin. My son is also hidden by Ren Jingmin. Can you find my son?" This name surprised Zhou Ning somewhat. After all, in the previous investigations, Ren Jingmin wasn't depicted as anything more than a playboy image. As Ren Guangxi's son, the vice president of Guanghai Pharmaceutical Group, everyone thought he wasn't capable and was only good at picking up girls. It turned out that wasn't the case at all. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. This person might be more capable than his father. From the death of Zhang Yinan to the plot to kill Fang Wenjie and Qin Xuejin, it might all have been his doing, and his father was just the one pushed out to take the bullet. Thinking of this, Zhou Ning shivered. What kind of creatures had the Ren family been raising? In the interrogation room, when Xiao had already signed her statement, Lu Yufei took her out, and Su Deyuan promised Wen Xiao to help her find her son, signaling Mr. Bai to bring Ren Guangxi in. Soon after, a man was brought in, his condition very bad. He appeared completely deflated compared to his buoyant demeanor during the Spring Festival, with genuine panic written across his face. Su Deyuan couldn't be bothered with any preliminaries and simply lit a cigarette, tilting his chin toward Ren Guangxi. "So, tell me, when did you give the order to transfer all the assets and command Wang Guanli to kill Zhang Yinan, Fang Wenjie, and Qin Xuejin? I can tell you that both Wen Xiao and Ren Jingmin have already confessed. Everything was under your directive." Ren Guangxi panicked, shaking his head incessantly. "Impossible, wrong, they definitely wouldn't say that." Su Deyuan laughed, picking up Wen Xiao's statement and waving it around. "My mistake for not making it clear. Wen Xiao's son has already been found by us, hidden by Ren Jingmin, right? And even though it seemed like your actions were flawless, they have all been thoroughly investigated by the ministry. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Even though Wang Guanli is dead, his death doesn't imply that all this was merely his own doing. We now control the details of Guanghai Pharmaceutical Group's asset transfer to Beishan Group. We've sifted through all sorts of accounts, bills, and receipts. Moreover, when Xiao has confessed it was your order. As for your son, with a father like you to take the fall, he even admitted that Wu Chuanjiu was just a puppet propped up by you, completely uninvolved in the group's management and always controlled by drugs, his life hanging by a thread of medication. Do you have anything else to say?" Ren Guangxi dumbfoundedly looked at Su Deyuan. Such claims might be doubted by others, but he was no longer capable of thought. After a long silence, Ren Guangxi's face went through multiple expressions. Seeing that Su Deyuan was only looking at the tablet and had no intention to say more, Ren Guangxi grew anxious. "I didn't know the details, I was just following orders. The Liang family told me to move the assets, so we could only follow through. Although I held the title of vice president, it was always my son who arranged what I was to be informed about, and the rest was coordinated by Ren Fangliang." Hearing this name, Hu Guangjian was startled. He shifted his sitting position since, after all, Ren Fangliang was the city bureau chief with decades of service at the Qingdao City Bureau. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Whether these were just false accusations or the truth, it was impossible to determine, but the revelation from Ren Guangxi's mouth was nonetheless shocking. Su Deyuan remained calm and switched the image on the tablet to Wang Guanli, handing it to Ren Guangxi. "What about him? You took him to many places. Who is he?" Ren Guangxi kept waving his hands. "To outsiders, he was my bodyguard and was said to be just that. But this man wasn't really a bodyguard, he was sent by the Liang family. It is said he was arranged by someone from the embassy. I don't know the specifics. I only know this man was ruthless. Take Zhang Yinan's case. When my son found out she was stealing company secrets, he sent this Mr. Gao Qiao to deal with her and threw her off the building right away. I was terrified, but my son told me not to worry about it, insisting that her death came because the gossipers had driven her to suicide. but I knew it was their plotted deed. Su Dayuan retrieved the pictures of Qin Xuejin and Fang Wenjie and handed them to Ren Guangji. His fingers trembled as he pointed to Fang Wenjie and said, "She was our chief financial officer. In 2009, after my son came back from his studies in Sapporo, he had been watching her closely. Her staff was replaced by my son's confidants. Although we knew she was investigating Zhang Yinan's death, there was no substantial evidence. But at the end of last year, my son found a pretext to pin the blame for altering the company's books on her. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. She didn't say much at the time, agreed to be fired, and even signed a confidentiality agreement. As for the details of the conversation, I knew nothing about it. I don't recognize this man. You don't know Qin Xuejin? Ren Guangji looked again carefully before shaking his head vehemently. Officer, I'll just tell the truth. I'm just a figurehead, devoid of any real power. My son controlled the group after returning from Sapporo for 8 years, including controlling Wu Chuanju and liaising with Ran Fangliang. Therefore, all the critical decisions were made by him. Whatever he told me to do, I did. I had no real authority and was placed in this position. I knew my role was just to enjoy life. As for facilitating relations with higher-ups, Mr. Gaucho accompanied me. No need to say or do anything, just to get familiar with the circles. Su Dayuan took a glance at the one-way mirror, as if inadvertently continuing to ask, I understand that on the second day of the Chinese New Year, you visited Xiaoshu Chong, the head of the hospital. Why go there? What did you do? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 258 to 255 climb and byte _1 chapter 258. Chapter 255 climb and byte _1 Ren Guangji looked up, seemingly surprised by the statement, and immediately said, my son mentioned that President Xiaoshu Chong could possibly become the new deputy mayor, so he asked me to visit. Given that I had served as the president of the Qidong Pharmaceutical Industry Association since Qin University held the EMBA program, it was just to show my face. I brought some hand-picked and roasted tea, and after sitting for 20 minutes, I left. My abilities are limited. I can manage a toast, but am not good at hanging around with intellectuals, so I left quickly. Zhou Ning narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists. He was particularly keen to verify the truth of this statement because he had visited Xiaoshu Chong during his second year and had even brought Wang Guanli with him. The special investigation team would surely look into this. He hoped to seize the power behind Wang Guanli and also wanted to clear up his parents' past, yet he still didn't want Xiaoshu Chong to be implicated. For no other reason than not wanting Xia Momo to go through such an ordeal. And Ren Guangzi's statement had given Zhou Ning hope. Hu Guangjian stood up, patted Zhou Ning's shoulder. His movement just now did not escape Hu Guangjian's notice. Zhou Xiaozhou, don't worry. If Xiaoshu Chong were involved, his name would have already appeared on the list. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. As for the recent transfer, I can't say much. It involves some reform directions within the city, with the hope of changing Qindao's development and introducing capable individuals from various industries. I've heard from Mr. Su about your affair with Mr. Xia. I don't want this case to cause a rift between you. Rest assured, I can still vouch for you. Are you relieved now? Zhou Ning nodded vigorously. Thank you, leader, for your concern. Hu Guangjian waved his hand with a smile on his face. By now, Ren Guangji had been taken away, and Ren Jing'an was brought into the interrogation room. Don't be so formal with me, I've figured you out. You're worrying too much. If you have difficulties, you come to the leaders, understand? Don't keep it bottled up inside. Once this case is over, I'm going to have a deep talk with you. Now, watch the interrogation. I think Ren Jing'an is the real person in power at Guanghai Pharmaceutical Group. The cooperation with Sapporo and a series of collaborations are all under his control. As for Wang Guanli, I'm afraid he is also Ren Jing'an's doing. Zhou Ning paused, considering Mr. Hu's words, and turned his gaze toward the interrogation room. Ren Jing'an was already seated above the interrogation, wearing a suit and shirt without a tie, the top button of his shirt undone, dressed in black from inside out, with a pair of black-framed glasses. /P break time equals 300 ms. / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P concealing his inquisitive gaze. He did not show his father's nervousness and hesitation, but stared inquisitively at Su Dayuan. This man was, by far, better looking than Ren Guangji, to use Mr. Zhao's words to describe him, a total gentlemanly scoundrel. No wonder everyone at Guanghai Pharmaceutical called him Mr. Ren, handsome and wealthy, with a brain to boot, not an easy adversary. Su Dayuan had just put out his cigarette, waving the transcript in his hand, showing off the signatures of Wen Xue and Ren Guangji to Ren Jingyan, then found a photo of Wang Guanli and handed it to him. Actually, based on the information we currently hold, whether you confess or not is not important anymore. After all, your father and Wen Xue have made it clear that all directives were given by you, whether it's murder, detaining those incapable of conduct, or transferring large sums of funds. However, I still have a few questions I'd like to ask you. Of course, you can choose not to answer. This won't affect the final verdict. How did you come to know this person? Are you aware of his real identity? Ren Jingmin's ear twitched, and Su Daiwan's unorthodox approach left him puzzled. He glanced at the photo. Mr. Gao Qiao, I only know that his identity is that of a military attaché at the Sapporo embassy. As for where he's from, which country, what identity, I don't care. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. As for how I know him, you have investigated. He is not my assistant, just someone introduced by the cooperating company in Sapporo, he said. Introduced by the Liang family? Ren Jingyan nodded, not saying much more, which did not count as a denial, but a nod wasn't an admission either. Su Daiwan's mouth twisted into a smile, which caused Ren Jingmin to frown slightly. He lowered his gaze as if pondering why Su Dayuan was smiling, but after a long moment without understanding, he looked up. By this time, Su Dayuan had found another picture to show Ren Jingmin and began to flip through them, introducing each in turn. Let me introduce you. His Chinese name is Wang Guanli, a death row inmate, originally sentenced to death by the Qingdao City Intermediate People's Court on November 20th, 1994. However, he didn't die. Have you heard about the Huangshanlei criminal gang? After 1990, they were involved in 33 cases of organized crime in Heian County, now known as Heian City, killing 4 victims. Huangshanlei and Wang Guanli were sentenced to immediate execution. Surprising, isn't it? As Su Dayuan narrated, one by one, pictures and DNA comparison results presented themselves before Ren Jingmin, who was evidently unaware and lost control of his expression, staring intently at the screen. Su Dayuan glanced at Ren Jingmin, the smile on his face intact, as a reaction was better than none. Without one, the case couldn't be tried. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. Frankly, if it weren't for Wang Guanli's appearance, we wouldn't have turned our attention to you so quickly. After all, it was just rumors that the Beishan Group was related to the Guanghai Pharmaceutical Group, but there was no evidence. According to our investigation, although you've moved funds and made various dispositions, the sum of money is continually decreasing. You want to break free from the Liang family's control, even hoping to sell parts of your subsidiary and branch companies and change hands outright while processing immigration papers. But ultimately, it was a step too late. Ren Jingmin stared into Su Daiwan's eyes, his gaze slipping momentarily towards the one-way glass, aware that someone must be watching him and familiar with the procedures within. He chuckled with his head slightly lowered and said disdainfully, "Such a big fuss, and you spent all this effort to investigate so much information. What do you expect me to say? Do you want me to confess to the Liang family's affairs? To cut off my last route of escape? You're really dreaming. Even if you have some evidence in your hands, all it can prove is the illegal transfer of funds by the corporation. Those were documents signed by the president and the vice president. What have they got to do with me? As for those people who died, they have even less to do with me. It was Gao Qiao who killed them. First, I didn't instruct him, and second, I didn't hire a killer, so are you going to put all the blame on me? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. As for the testimonies given by my father and Wen Xiua, they're not trustworthy. Su Daoyuan pulled out a chair and sat down. He knew that Ren Jingmin was not easy to deal with. With such evasions, completely clearing himself from involvement was impossible, not something that could be done with just a few words. Su Daoyuan, however, was well prepared. After all, Zhou Ning was busy investigating the vehicles and physical evidence, and he had stayed awake all night, keeping an eye on these people, observing their behavior at all times. If he wasn't prepared, how could he fight back? Turning back around, he gestured to Lu Yufei. Lu Yufei opened up her laptop, and a video began to play. Zhou Ning leaned over, unable to see the screen clearly from this angle. Hu Guangjian smiled and gestured to Zhou Ning to not be impatient. We didn't interrogate them last night because it was too late. They weren't sent to the detention center but were directly left in the holding cell. It was a large dormitory room with 6 people, but one of them was ours. The room also had monitoring cameras and microphones installed. Zhou Ning realized that it was all prepared in advance. Was it arranged by Suda? Hu Guangjian nodded his head, his face filled with satisfaction. Su Daoyuan filed the report, and I approved it. I also reported this to the special investigation team, and they agreed to this approach. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. They set a standard for us to resolve the case quickly and decisively, ensuring all evidence is substantiated firmly, clamping down on the case to prevent them from turning it around. Well, then hand it over to the prosecution authorities, proceeding with the fastest process to trial, dealing with it swiftly and harshly. This case will also be publicly broadcast live, drawing the attention of overseas viewers. What the special investigation team needs to do is to recover the losses. Zhou Ning realized why Su Daoyuan kept emphasizing the need to solidify the evidence. But the evidence from Wang Guanli was indeed very solid. Witness testimonies, physical evidence, forensic comparisons, and video materials were all complete. If Ren Jingmin could confess or prove that he had said certain things, then this case would definitely attract the attention of the media abroad, especially with Wang Guanli's identity as Gao Qiaoxing, leading all suspicions towards them. In the earpiece, there came a sound of snoring. Lu Yufei seemed to have adjusted the direction of the laptop screen, and now Zhou Ning could see it too. The time displayed on the screen was February 3, 2012 at 2:02 a.m. The surroundings were pitch dark. Only by the door one could see a faint light, and on the bunk, the silhouettes of several people were visible. The person furthest inside got up and crouched down, moving to the iron-barred door, squatting there for quite a while. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Ning shielded his eyes from the light and looked towards the screen. When that person turned his head, the reflection in his glasses was visible. It turned out to be Ren Jingmin sitting in the interrogation chair. In the video, Ren Jingmin waited for a long time before retreating to his sleeping spot. He poked the person next to him and then covered that person's mouth. After a struggle, Ren Guangji sat up and seemed to realize that it was his son covering his mouth, so he gestured dismissively. "What do you want?" The voice wasn't loud, but it was clear enough to hear, probably because the microphone was placed near their sleeping spot. Ren Jingmin glanced at the other people and then lowered his voice again. "The formal interrogation starts tomorrow. Don't panic about anything. Just say you don't know anything they ask and refuse to admit to anything. Don't implicate anyone. You can speak openly about Ren Fangliang's issues since he's already a scapegoat. As for the deaths of Zhang, Li, and Qin, push everything onto Gao Qiao. If they ask about him, just say you don't know, that he was from a cooperating company sent over to assist, and his actions have nothing to do with us. Don't bother with any other brain-racking issues, and especially do not involve the Liang family. I feel, if they wanted to investigate the murder case, they wouldn't bring us all in for questioning just for that. This is just a smokescreen. Perhaps they've gotten their hands on something Fang Haqin left behind. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p tell me the truth. What exactly have they got control over? Ran Guangji became anxious, his voice growing louder. I don't know shit. The past issues weren't for me to handle. But can we withstand this? If we don't implicate the Liang family, doesn't it mean we're done for? Ran Jing'an scoffed disdainfully and said, if you want to implicate others, be my guest, but it will only hasten your demise. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 259 to 256 you are not qualified to negotiate terms _1 chapter 259. Chapter 256 you are not qualified to negotiate terms _1 if you want to bite. Fine, you'll just die faster. Such a gloomy sentence was full of threats. Lu Yufei raised her voice, even glancing in Zhou Ning's direction. Obviously, she feared they wouldn't hear clearly, prompting Zhou Ning to press the earpiece close to his ear. After that statement, silence lingered for a long while. All they could hear were heavy breaths and the snores surrounding them. Ran Guangji offered no rebuttal, nor did he think his son's words were excessive. It seemed he was already very familiar with and adapted to Ren Jingmin taking charge of everything. He dared not rebel. Ren Jingmin's head was slightly lowered, not looking at Su Daiyuan as if he were listening to someone else's problems. If Ren Guangji had been the one sitting there, he probably would have wet himself by now. After a moment, Ren Guangzi's trembling voice came through. Son, what should we do then? Guanjian, denying everything won't get us through this. They're already able to arrest us, which clearly indicates they've investigated and found something. I'm just afraid they'll find the set of books from Fang Wenjia, and then I'll never be able to clear my name. What's there to fear? The mess was made by Qin Xuejin. When he turned his back on us, he bailed on Beishan Group fast enough, looking to pin the blame on those below him, even without leaving a signature. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He used ink that could be erased. If he had any evidence, why wouldn't he produce it when he was wrongfully imprisoned? Also, Zhang Yinan's death, he knew I had Gao Chao do it, but still held back, personally telling the police it was a suicide, right? The fact that he could divorce Fang Wenjia was not due to lack of affection, but an effort to protect her. He managed that, but even when Qin Xuejin was stripped of all power and under threat, he still didn't bring forth anything. What does that tell us? It tells us he's bluffing. With several key individuals facing life or death, he didn't surrender any evidence. I'm convinced he holds nothing of the sort, neither copies of the accounts nor any evidence of crime. So don't panic. Hold firm under pressure. Swinging public opinion takes time, as does coordination with the Liang family. If they're making moves and you confess here, no one can save you. Insist you know nothing at all. And regard Gao Qiaoxing, you're even less aware. Got it? Ran Guangji seemed to nod, and Ren Jing'an poked him, his voice dropping an octave colder. Remember the words I said to you earlier, as if you were my dad, and this too. Gao Qiaoxing is dead. He was just a tool, the kind that can be replaced at any moment. I can always find more Gaoqios, Yamaguchis, Kimuras. I've already had Gao Chao kill 3, including you, and that young beauty wouldn't make a difference. If the police really corner us, then take the initiative and take everything upon yourself. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Otherwise, I'll find 50 men to have their way with her, and as for that child, I'll have someone roast her and send her to you in prison to eat. Don't you worry, you know what kind of person I am. I'm definitely one to do as I say. Zhou Ning felt his hackles rise. Wang Guanli was a madman, but he never expected Ren Jing'an to be another. However, such threats were meaningless to his father, Ren Guangji. After all, before Ren Jing'an entered the room, Ren Guangji had explained everything clearly, dumping all responsibility on Ren Jing'an. Zhou Ning was initially confused by his father's odd behavior, but now he understood. Lu Yufei clicked the recorder off with a snap. Ren Jingyin continued sitting in the same posture unmoved, as Su Dayuan approached him and tapped the table in front of him. Well-planned and meticulously arranged, but there's always one oversight. Didn't you consider what kind of person your father is? Right before you came in, he already confessed all orders and decisions were made by you. Do you find this display of filial piety particularly touching? Ren Jingyin raised his eyes, a smile in his gaze, utterly indifferent. Pointing to his temple, he gestured. Think before you speak. I know very well what kind of man Ren Guangji is. His word alone isn't decisive evidence. As for this recording, first, I suspect it's been fabricated since it doesn't sync with the surveillance. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Lastly, am not currently a citizen of Hua country, so you have no right to arrest me. I have diplomatic immunity. You need to transfer me to the Sapporo country embassy. Ren Jingyin tilted his chin up, while Su Dayuan scratched his head, glancing at Liu Yufei, who began searching rapidly. When she found information on the household registration, she too was stunned. After all, everyone within Guanghai Pharmaceutical Group called Ren Jingyin Mr. Ren and knew he had returned from studying abroad to work, but no one expected he would suddenly change his citizenship to become a foreigner of Chinese descent. Zhou Ning quickly drafted a message and sent it straight to Su Dayuan. Upon hearing his phone's alert, Su Dayuan pulled out his phone, appearing calm as he glanced at it before tossing it on the table as if he hadn't noticed any new information display. Perhaps as a foreign resident of Chinese descent, you're ignorant of the law, so let me educate you. Who gave you the audacity to think that holding a foreign passport makes you superior, granting diplomatic immunity, huh? Diplomatic immunity applies to foreign diplomats and embassy personnel in Hua country, granting them certain rights. Simply being a foreign resident of Chinese descent, or even just a foreigner, sorry, but there's no such thing as diplomatic immunity for you. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. As for foreigners or foreign residents of Chinese descent committing crimes within Hua country, barring special provisions, they are subject to Hua country's laws, and upon a court ruling, following the main sentence, additional penalties like deportation may be imposed. However, rest assured you won't live to see the day of deportation. In the video just now, you said that Qin Xuejin definitely had no evidence. Otherwise, when Zhang Yinan got into trouble, when Qin Xuejin went to prison, when Qin Xuejin was tortured and killed, he would have certainly brought it out. On this point, you are quite mistaken. Let me show you where the deceased, Qin Xuejin, hid the item. See this photo? The victim wrapped a storage card in cling film, cut open his skin, and hid it inside his forearm. I don't think Qin Xuejin did not want to hand over these things. He wanted to, but he also knew that you're a person who seeks revenge for the smallest grievance. These methods were all tests. Handing over these things would have meant death for both Qin Xuejin and Fang Wenjie. He just didn't expect that you would really have Wang Guanli kill Fang Wenjie. Ren Jingmin laughed. He shifted his gaze away from beside Su Dayuan, as if such direct eye contact made him very uncomfortable. Su Dayuan brought the laptop over to Ren Jingyin, opened the files the two financial crime experts had produced earlier, not looking for textual materials, but rather some accounts. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. After all, as someone who isn't in finance, looking at this was torture. He found a receipt that clearly stated the time, place, and handler, which was to be remitted to a certain company. Of course, there were many such receipts below it, and the name signed for approval was conspicuously Ren Jingmin's. When these items emerged, Ren Jingmin froze, losing his previous calm and abruptly grabbing the small table to stand up. However, his hands were cuffed to the chair, and he couldn't struggle much, only causing the handcuffs and the small table to make a sharp sound. Ren Jingmin's cheeks twitched, completely losing control of his expression, and he glared at Su Dayuan viciously. Keep in mind that what they were most certain of was that Qin Xuejin had no account details. Previous threats and bribes notwithstanding, the other party never handed over information. Even after sending people to investigate around them for 2 years, no hidden items were found. In Ren Jingmin's view, perhaps Qin Xuejin was just bluffing. Although he had used an indelible pen for his name on the receipts, no evidence was left behind. After all, if this stuff got out, it would be damaging to both parties, and Qin Xuejin couldn't escape responsibility. Moreover, he would never be able to work in this field again in his life, essentially ruining everything. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How can you have these things? They must be fake. You are trying to trick me. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than a loss of control. He shouted loudly, but interrogation is not about who yells the loudest to determine who is right. Su Dayuan laughed indifferently, folded his arms, and slowly shook his head. I haven't finished speaking. We found another more detailed storage card in the flower pot at Qin Zijin's home, with data from Beishan Group's tax evasion to the later mass transfer of funds abroad. Qin Xuejin had first-hand information. It also notes the relationship between the Ran family and the Liang family. Would you like to take a look? I think you should. After all 3 years, what you have been most concerned about is this. It's not that Wang Guanli didn't search carefully, nor that Wen Xiaoa didn't follow your orders, but rather that Qin Xuejin already knew that revealing these things was just a death knell. As he spoke, Su Dayuan turned the laptop around to face Ren Jingmin. Inside a decompressed folder were various accounts, receipts, and the routes of money transfers, and even some videos. Ren Jingmin sat stunned in the chair. From Zhou Ning's perspective, Ren Jingmin's body had started to slide down. He knew he was finished. He seemed like a foolish clown, even conspiring with his father, but all of this, in the eyes of the police, was in vain. It was a while before Ren Jingmin finally lifted his head. I can divulge the Liang family secrets, but I demand my freedom in exchange. Su Dayuan shook his head. You're not in a position to negotiate. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. I'm patiently telling you all this just to give you a blow. Don't think you're the smartest one, and arranging for Ren Guangji to do whatever. Have you forgotten how many of the Ren family went in when Beishan Group was investigated? And after Beishan Group was investigated, did you really cover your tracks flawlessly? Don't be foolish. Although Guanghai Pharmaceutical Group is in Qingdao, the relationship with Beishan Group has long been controlled by the special investigation team established by the department. They were just lacking evidence. Now sign the document. Ren Jingmin clenched his molars and gripped the small table. I can sign, and I can admit to instigating murder, but I want to meet the special investigation team. I think they're not just hoping to investigate Beishan Group and our group, right? What they want to do is to dismantle this interest group so it won't continue to suck the blood of Hua country and use it to feed their own, right? Su Dayuan paused, as this wasn't something he could decide. He gestured to Lu Yufei behind him. Lu Yufei had already organized the transcript and brought it to Ren Jingmin. This time, he signed obediently, well aware that not cooperating was a dead end. Hu Guangjian's phone rang, and he had just received a message. He had already reported the situation here, and he stood up to dial Su Daiwan's phone. Approval from the top has come through. Hand over Ren Jingmin to the special investigation team. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 260 to 257. The eve of the wedding _1 Chapter 260, Chapter 257. The eve of the wedding _1 Hu Guangjian hung up the phone. Su Dayuan glanced at the one-way mirror subconsciously. He knew Zhou Ning was watching, but now, the interrogation of Ren Jingmin was hardly likely to yield any further breakthroughs. It had reached a bottleneck. He had already admitted to instructing Wang Guanli to commit murder, but as for the subsequent issues, which were too extensive, it wasn't within their capacity to investigate. However, Zhou Ning, grasping his cell phone tightly, Su Dayuan took a quick look at the one-way mirror and saw that Ren Jingmin had finished signing and was eagerly waiting for his response. Only then did Su Dayuan give a slight nod. Wait a moment, the people from the Special Investigation Unit will come to take you away soon. Lu Yufei, Go prepare the relevant documents. Liu Yufei knew their boss was suppressing his anger and hastily stood up to prepare everything. Su Dayuan quickly walked out the door to the observation room next door and, upon seeing Hu Guangjian, hurried over. Mr. Hu, our side is supposed to follow procedures. If we hand him over, how are we supposed to proceed? Hu Guangjian gave him an indifferent look and said, "What's the rush? The procedures will be followed as they must be. The Special Investigation Unit has many matters to investigate and needs to unearth the extent of this group's influence on Ludong. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. The people on the list need further investigation and verification. There's a lot to do. What you need to do now is to stabilize everything. I'm going to report to the Special Investigation Unit later. I've also arranged for those few from your first team to be returned to you. How to talk to them, that's your business. After all, you can't remain the captain of the first team forever. You don't need me to teach you how to handle this, do you?" Su Dayuan was stunned. Though he had been on the front lines all this time, he was no fool. He certainly understood what this meant, but right now, he was not in the mood to think about it, casting a glance at Zhou Ning. According to Ren Jing'an, this Wang Guanli was a capable man sent over by the Liang family, but how did a death row convict become switched out and then transformed into someone from the Sapporo embassy? Who got him out? It's not entirely without a trace. After all, the initial case was judged by the Qidong Intermediate Court, and it was an immediate execution. Public security, prosecution, and the courts had to verify the identity on the spot before taking him to the execution ground. According to the sentencing footage, the man in the court was Wang Guanli himself, but at which step did the mistake occur? There are records of all this. Are we not going to check them? He's just a death row convict with limited skills, merely convenient for some people. What this involves, I think you know, /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. I'm laying it out straight. I don't care about getting promoted, but am determined to pursue this matter to the end, regardless of who is controlling from behind, whether they currently hold an important position, have already retired, or are long dead. I will get to the bottom of this. Hu Guangjian glared, and Su Dayuan subconsciously shrank his neck, but did not budge an inch. Seeing Su Daiwan's determination, Hu Guangjian could not quite identify his feelings. After all, the man was too much like him, identical to how he had been when he was young, so persistent and perhaps a bit obstinate. That's a matter for later. Right now, do you not know what needs to be done? Why are you being stubborn with me? Get the materials ready quickly. I want every detail of this case ironed out. With so many eyes on us, we will later have to hold a press conference. Not a single timestamp can be erroneous, understand? Su Dayuan nodded. Mr. Hu walked away briskly. Zhou Ning glanced at Su Dayuan, knowing why he had just said those words. He was grateful, but like Mr. Hu had said, now was not the time to discuss this. Looks like you're about to take over as detachment leader, but wait, our tradition is that a deputy bureau chief also acts as detachment leader. You're about to replace Mr. Hu's position, huh? Congratulations. I'll head back to prepare the materials. Without going into detail, we need to refine the relationships among the three individuals and the motives for the murders. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. We need to enrich the details of the autopsy reports, as well as sort out the weapons and various items found in Fang Wenjie's car. No matter how late, make sure to deliver it today. Su Dayuan patted Zhou Ning's shoulder hard. After holding back for a long time, he managed to say just one word, good. When he returned to the technology department's third-floor office, the two financial investigation experts had long since left. Lu Yongxin and Mr. Zhao quickly gathered around. After all, hours had passed with no news at all, and each one looked at Zhou Ning with concern. How's the apprentice? Zhou Xiao, speak up. Was the interrogation not going well? Zhu Xingxing also squeezed over and slapped Mr. Zhao's mouth, causing his eyes to round in shock, ready to burst into anger when Zhu Xingxing viciously glared at him. baring his canine teeth as she said, "Shut your jinx mouth." If the interrogation wasn't going well, it wouldn't have ended so quickly. "Chief, please, satisfy our curiosity." Zhou Ning smiled at them. Since Mr. Zhao and Lu Yongxin were very worried about him, he didn't conceal anything and quickly recounted the interrogation process. When they heard that Ren Jingmin would be taken away by the Special Investigation Unit, Mr. Zhao's eyes popped open. Lu Yongxin grabbed him, shaking his head at him continuously. "Quiet down. Didn't you hear what my apprentice said? Right now, the most important thing is to enrich the content of all the previous autopsy reports. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p don't idle about. Summarize all our findings from the past few days. Then, in each report, create a table of contents for them, the clear at-a-glance kind. Compile the photos, autopsy videos, comparison pictures, and previously retrieved files into folders. Prepare an electronic document within each file. I want to see who'll be able to pick faults." Mr. Zhao put away his usual joking demeanor and nodded earnestly. "You're right, uncle. After this case, there will be a press conference, and not a single word or punctuation mark can be wrong, or else would be handing others an opportunity to discredit us. I'll work with Mr. Yang to prepare the video and photo materials quickly. Mr. Chu, send me the files you copied. Sun Gaodai, follow Zhu Xingxing and take another look at the autopsy reports. It's past 1 o'clock, and Mrs. Cui has delivered quite a few reports. Make sure to organize them well, don't mix them up. Uncle, you'll be in charge of oversight. Zhou Xiao, take a rest." As he spoke, everyone got to work. Zhou Ning stared at the whiteboard, which still displayed the analysis of the relationships among several people, the first crime scene, and close-up photographs of the body. Of course, there were also many analyses about the murderer on the side. At the very top was Wang Guanli's photograph, who had fallen face-up from the 20th floor. His head had completely deformed. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Ning wasn't surprised that he had chosen to jump off the building. Had this man surrendered, it would have been the true shocker. If he had managed to escape from here and obtain a new identity, why did he come back to Qidong City? Was he so confident that no one remembered the past affairs and that no one would pursue them? Just as Su Daiyuan had said today, Wang Guanli's escape from a firing squad years ago wasn't because of his own abilities, but because he was useful to certain people. Zhou Ning closed his eyes and attempted to clear the clutter from his mind. He had to finish up the loose ends of this case now. Thinking this, he quickly walked over to Zhu Xingxing to go over the thorough autopsy report and various materials one last time. February 24, 2012, in the office of Team 302 in the Technical Division, everyone's eyes were glued to the television. The news conference was being broadcast live on TV. In the background, there were two photographs, one of Wang Guanli at the time of his arrest in prison and another from surveillance footage. The host calmly set down the cards in his hand and nodded slightly to the audience. "Thank you for attending the press conference held by the Qidong City Intermediate Court, where we also announced the verdict of the Guanghai Criminal Group. We appreciate the attention from the foreign media. This concludes the question and answer session of the press conference. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. If any members of the press have objections to the case or the content of the judgment, please pay attention to the case details and the publicly available evidence on the internet. This conference is now over." Everyone let out a sigh of relief subconsciously. Lu Yongxin patted his chest and gulped down half a glass of water, visibly excited. "I took a few quick-acting heart relief pills beforehand because I was so nervous. However, the process of this judgment really opened my eyes. Just like Zhou Xiao said, Ren Jingmin is clever. Without a complete chain of evidence, he would have been tough to deal with. This case is too big, it involves numerous people. To pronounce judgment within such a short time and to host a live broadcasted press conference, it's definitely a deterrent to all parties. Ren Fengliang was sentenced to 10 years in prison for multiple crimes and fined for illegal gains. I don't think that's too severe. However, I heard from the Economic Investigation Department that they found over 40 million in cash in his old family house. As for Rin Jingmin and his father, the death penalty with a 2-year suspension, I believe, is to buy time for the special investigation team to hold on to the suspect and recover the funds and chase the portions transferred out earlier. The fact that Cui Haibin was expelled from public office and sentenced to 3 years seems unsurprising to me. Zhou Ning nodded. He wasn't particularly moved by the results. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. The sentence for the crime of aiding in the destruction and falsification of evidence isn't severe, especially since the false test results and autopsies only disclosed part of the content and omitted mention of the victim's neck vertebrae dislocation. All of this was done deliberately. Mr. Zhao came over, grinning from ear to ear, and slung his arm around Zhou Ning's shoulder, looking at Su Dayuan. Uncle, now that the official business is over and since it's still Friday, Su Da, or we should say Director Su, out of the blue, am still getting used to saying that, said we have a holiday. Although he said he doesn't need our help, we can't just show up tomorrow for the wedding, right? Zhu Xingxing and Sun Gaodai also joined in, and Mr. Yang followed suit. Zhu Xingxing raised his hand. I want to go over earlier, too. I don't feel like getting up early tomorrow and hustling. Is there a place to stay? Zhou Ning smiled. The timing of this press conference was indeed very considerate. Xiao Yu and Mr. He were getting married tomorrow, and being able to wrap things up today felt like a relief. After several days of adjustment, his condition had also improved significantly. Since he couldn't change anything, he could only adapt. Moreover, Su Dayuan had promised him to thoroughly investigate the matter, at least to find out how Wang Guanli had managed to change his identity and be taken out of prison years ago. After all, it was his release that had led to the murder of Zhou Ning's parents. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. According to Wang Guanli, Mr. He seemed to have been key to his arrest at that time, which was also a revelation. Putting aside these emotions, Zhou Ning smiled at the others. My uncle booked a hotel. There's definitely enough room. Let's all go together. Lu Yongxin was overjoyed, waving his hand at the younger people. Why the days? Let's get moving. Mr. He is also considered a special consultant, and Dr. Liu and the others won't be able to make it until tonight. By the way, Mr. Xia is back, and I guess she'll be going over tomorrow. Zhou Ning was slightly taken aback, and Mr. Zhao also paused before laughing and leaning in. Looks like the Huaining province got a quick handle on the software. It's great that Mr. Xia is back. Xiao Yu must be thrilled. Zhou Xiao, you should ask Mr. Xia right away. If she's already back, why wait for tomorrow? It'd be much better to go together and have a lively gathering. Zhou Ning pondered for a moment and took out his phone to call Xia Momo. After Xia Momo was suddenly transferred out of the lab, she had not called Zhou Ning, and he knew with her intelligence, she must have sensed his estrangement, particularly with the seismic changes in Qidong these days. Hello? Dr. Zhou, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. Chapter 261 to 258. Great fortune ahead _1 Chapter 261. Chapter 258. Great fortune ahead _1 Zhou Ning paused briefly. It had been almost a month since they last made contact, and such a time point had come. She went to Huaining province, and it seemed she already knew the reason the laboratory had asked her to leave on a business trip. After all, this case had caused a major shock in Qingdao City. Many officials were implicated, and Xia Shouchang held such a position. It was impossible for him to be unaware of the relationships involved. Especially since Wang Guanli's photo had been posted, no one was a fool. With a bit of thought, everyone could figure out what was involved. Seeing Xia Momo's reaction, Zhou Ning wasn't surprised. He quickly said, Mr. Xia, tomorrow He Shansuan and Xiao Yu are getting married. We've just finished up here and are preparing to head back to Qidong today. I wanted to ask if you would like to come back with us. The person on the other line was silent for a moment. I need to change my clothes. I'll drive myself back later. I know where my second uncle's house is. I'll go find Xiaoyu directly. You guys go ahead. Zhou Ning gave an O in response, hung up the call, and Mr. Zhao, who was beside him and had heard everything clearly, quickly gestured to everyone. Let's go, let's go. We'll head out first. Mr. Xia needs to get ready. Girls take longer. Mr. Ya's call got an immediate response from everyone. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhu Xingxing frowned slightly and glanced at her own clothes up and down. I should go home and change too. Sister Xiaoyu is getting married. I want to dress up for the occasion. Mr. Zhao gave her a dismissive look. Go on, why join in the hustle? It's only natural for Mr. Xia to freshen up after returning from a business trip. No matter how much you dress up, you'll look the same. Just go like this. I think it's quite good. Zhu Xingxing pursed her lips tightly. Even though she was somewhat dissatisfied, she refrained from pointless chatter. With laughter, they all descended the stairs, with Lu Yongxin riding in Zhou Ning's car and Mr. Zhao driving an Iveco because they had quite a few people to transport. Young Xuedong drove Zhao's car, carrying everyone towards Qidong. Once in the car, Lu Yongxin looked at Zhou Ning and couldn't help but speak up. Look here, lad, don't let this matter cause a rift with Mr. Xia. She's a good girl. As for her father's choices, that's not something she can influence. You need to separate the two, understand? Zhou Ning nodded. In fact, the investigation team hadn't touched Xia Shouchong, and Zhou Ning had already breathed a sigh of relief. However, the matter between him and Xia Momo wasn't something that could be resolved with a word or two. Don't worry, master. I'll figure it out. Lu Yongxin hummed in response and then sighed. Mr. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P, who is currently acting as the head of the bureau, and Su Dayuan has also taken a big step to become the captain of the criminal police brigade. According to the Bureau's usual promotions, he's destined to be a deputy director, as all were deputy directors who simultaneously served as captains. However, there doesn't seem to be any movement in the technical department. I don't know what Mr. Hu is planning. Zhou Ning smiled, knowing that Lu Yongxin felt he had put in a lot of effort and everyone else had been promoted while his own situation remained without news. Lu was worried that Zhou Ning wouldn't be satisfied. Actually, Zhou Ning hadn't thought too much about it. It had been over a year, and to go from working in Qidong to working in the city bureau as a team leader was already a rapid pace for an ordinary person. As for becoming a leader, he really wasn't ready and knew his own capacity. Master, I'm still a newcomer. Right now, our second group takes on major criminal cases, and even the combined caseloads of Group 4 and 5, led by Zhu Zhuozhang and Feng Jijian, aren't as heavy as mine. I'm not concerned about promotion. Instead, I hope the 6th phase of the software gets completed quickly. That's what I truly value. Lu Yongxin stared at Zhou Ning, and seeing his sincere words and genuine lack of resentment, he finally felt a bit relieved. My disciple is truly like me in that regard, he said. They both laughed. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P on their way, Lu Yongxin constantly groused about his son while the pair chatted merrily. Upon reaching Qidong, they first dropped Lu Yongxin off at his home as he too needed to get ready. I'll pick you and mistress up tonight, Zhou Ning said. Lu Yongxin quickly waved his hand in refusal. No need for that, we're close enough. We'll go straight to your second uncle's place. I also want to have a talk with your grandfather. You go on with your work. I expect He Chunyang and the others will also head there early. Zhou Ning didn't say much and quickly went back to his second uncle's house. The place was filled with people, many of whom Zhou Ning recognized, and Zhou Xiaojun was bustling about. Seeing Zhou Ning return, Zhou Xiaojun excitedly rushed over. Bro, you're finally back. Grandpa was just talking about you. Go inside and see him. Zhou Ning greeted the guests and then made his way to his grandfather's room. The old man was sitting on the sofa with a somewhat solemn expression, which alarmed Zhou Ning as he quickly approached. Grandfather, are you feeling all right? The old man waved his hand and looked Zhou Ning up and down before gesturing to another sofa nearby. Sit down. Tell me about the case the news mentioned this morning. The one your team is working on, the one with several deaths in a big group and the press conference? Zhou Ning nodded slightly, his gaze shifting back and forth on the old man's face. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p logically, his grandfather hadn't met Wang Guanli and wouldn't know his parents' deaths were related to him. So, why all of a sudden such concern about this matter? The city bureau established a secret investigation group in collaboration with the ministry's task force. What about it, grandfather? The old man stared into Zhou Ning's eyes, sighed deeply after a long while, and said, on this joyful day, I won't say much else, but Zhou Ning, you must be careful about your safety. As an ordinary citizen, of course I hope that all these criminals and those who bully people are punished. But as a family member, I still hope you don't take unnecessary risks. When you were in Qidong, although you were involved in many cases, I never felt so anxious and worried. These past few weeks, for some reason, I've been feeling especially anxious, always dreaming that something has happened to you. Grandpa is old and can't bear the pain of losing any of you. Grandpa hopes you can stay safe and sound. Can you promise me that? Zhou Ning held the old man's hand. It might have been a kind of intuition, as he tried to control his emotions and gave the old man a smile. Grandpa worries too much. Actually, in this case, we were only responsible for investigating the murder process of the 3 victims. As for the economic and other issues that this case involves, those were already under covert investigation by the department. We were just assisting, no charging into battle, so don't worry about me so much. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p otherwise, come live with me, and you can see me every day. The old man patted Zhou Ning's head and sighed deeply. Good child, it's a relief that you're all right. There are too many people at home and it's noisy. I'll stay at your place for a while. I can bring a few old fellows there to play chess, and when it's time to eat, have Xiao Jun come and call us. Zhou Ning naturally had no objections. However, since he had been away since the 2nd day of the new year, the place had not been cleaned. Zhou Ning quickly got up to leave. Don't worry, Grandpa, let me tidy up a bit first. I haven't lived here for a month, and there's probably dust everywhere. The old man stopped Zhou Ning and started laughing. You scoundrel, your second aunt cleaned it up a long time ago. Go call everyone. We old folks will go there. That way, you all can chat more comfortably. Zhou Ning helped the old man out and, together with Zhou Xiaojun, sent these grandfathers to Zhou Ning's house. Just as they got back downstairs to his second uncle's house, they heard shouting from behind. Turning around, Zhou Ning saw Mr. Zhao and Xia Momo coming over. After not seeing her for over half a month, Xia Momo had lost a lot of weight and her complexion wasn't great. Zhou Ning hurried over. You've lost so much weight. Aren't you used to the food in Huining province? Xia Momo looked at Zhou Ning with worried and anxious eyes. It seemed like any previous misgivings had vanished completely. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The food in Huining is too spicy, and it's mostly meat dishes. Even when there's fish, it's river fish, which I'm not used to. Zhou Ning nodded. You prefer bland food and like to eat shellfish. Next time, I'll ask the R&Amp Winking and Laughing Center to cultivate a few more male operators who can be dispatched. After all, it's not just one trip to Huining province that will end it. There are many provinces and cities that will want to order software and equipment later on. Xia Momo smiled and nodded at Zhou Ning. I rushed here so I could enjoy the feast. Now I can have a good meal. Mr. Zhao came closer, looking discontentedly at Zhou Ning. How come I didn't know Mr. Xia likes shellfish? I say, Zhou Xiao, do you know what I like to eat? Zhou Ning pushed away the chubby face and gave Mr. Zhao a disdainful look. You, lad, apart from leafy greens, wouldn't refuse anything else. You never have the words dietary restrictions in your menu. Without exception, you'd welcome fish, eggs, meat, milk. There's no favorite for you, just I'll have it all. With that comment, Xia Momo laughed and covered her mouth. Mr. Zhao pushed Zhou Ning, and then Zhu Xingxing came over, seeing everyone's expressions and brimming with curiosity. Mr. Xia, don't laugh. Come on, tell me, what's going on? Through snickers and pauses, Xia Momo finally managed to explain how Mr. Zhao had just been mocked. Zhu Xingxing laughed so hard she punched Mr. Zhao. You really don't have any dietary restrictions. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. When you came to my house as a kid, my mom bought roast duck, and by the time the dishes were on the table, all that was left were 2 duck skeletons. We were all dumbfounded. There you were, your mouth greasy, looking so innocent, but with a bloated belly, hurrying your mom to leave early, claiming your stomach felt uncomfortable. Mr. Zhao coughed and tugged at Zhu Xingxing's sleeve. Let's stop bringing up old things. You came to my house, hugged fortune comes with blooming flowers and nibbled on it. You destroyed a perfectly good half-pig's head. Is that not why I call you Zhu Jing? Zhu Xingxing got worked up, grabbing the soft flesh under Zhao Xinla's arm, and Mr. Zhao winced in pain, continuously making faces at Zhou Ning. Zhou Xiao, save me quick. Zhou Ning shook his head and pulled Xia Momo to one side, heading inside through the building entrance while looking back and saying, You guys keep flirting here, it'll take Mr. Xia to see Xiaoyu. Tonight, I'm planning to have a meal with everyone from Qidong, since this is the most complete gathering we've had. Dr. Liu and the others will be arriving later. As soon as Mr. Zhao heard this, he hurriedly dragged Zhu Xingxing along, breaking free from her grip and clasping his hands in appeal. Truce, okay? You've bullied me all day, but let's not mess around today. Accompany Mr. Xia to check on Xiaoyu. I'm not sure if she's finalized her bridesmaids yet or if she needs some help. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. This feels like my own little sister is getting married, even though he's a family friend too. Suddenly, it's like someone has run off with my sister. Zhou Xiao, do you feel the same way? Zhou Ning shook his head with a look of emotion. I should think Mr. He. At least now his family fortune is in Xiaoyu's pocket. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 262 to 259. Forensic Department 2_1 Chapter 262, Chapter 259. Forensic Department 2_1 In the midst of the clamor, He Shanxuan and Zhou Xiaoyu's wedding came to an end. Many from the 8 institutes and No. 1 middle school attended, and virtually everyone from the sub-bureau went too, partly due to Zhou Ning's second uncle and partly because of Zhou Ning himself. Mr. Sun, taking the initiative, served as the marriage officiant. During the wedding, Zhou Xiaoyu remained composed, but He Shanxuan cried his eyes out. Mr. Zhao and the others teased him quite a bit, but everyone understood. After all, He Shanxuan had no parents, and his relationships with relatives were very indifferent. When he faced difficulties, no one offered help. Not even now did they come to join the excitement. Mr. Sun chatted with Dr. Liu and Zhou Ning for a long time, and only after Dr. Liu declared that the sub-bureau would be the initial test subject, agreeing to let them use the software from Phase 1 to 3 for free, did Mr. Sun leave contentedly. Lu Yongxin was quite dissatisfied, but since his apprentice didn't object, he didn't say much more. After all, the sub-bureau had indeed been among the first to collaborate with Dr. Liu. February 29, 2012. As soon as he got to work, Zhou Ning was called to the office by Mr. Hu had moved his office to 501. Inside sat Su Daiyuan, Mr. Peng, and Mr. Peng. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Seeing these people, Zhou Ning realized what was happening and quickly took a seat next to Su Daiyuan, finding an empty spot. Mr. Peng glanced at Zhou Ning and, seeing him sitting next to Su Daiyuan with a sweet smile towards Mr. Hu, said, Team leader Zhou is here, so you make the announcement. Hu Guangjian nodded, glanced at Zhou Ning, and said directly, Su Daiwan's appointment has been finalized. He will serve as the Deputy Director of Qidong City Public Security Bureau and concurrently as the Chief of the Criminal Investigation Brigade. As for the technical department, the existing forensic department will be split into two. The first forensic department will mainly handle traffic cases, expanding the current two teams dealing with traffic accidents to 4. After Team 1 and Chao Zuanming's Team 3 move over, the other two team leaders will be appointed by Mr. Ping. If there are any issues, Mr. Ping is the person to talk to. The second forensic department will focus on handling criminal investigation cases. Zhou Ning, Zhu Zhuozhang, and Zijian's Team 3 will be moved there. As for the head of the second department, Zhou Ning will act as the interim head. As for the original second team, which has fewer people, I don't have new staff for you at this time. The two forensic departments must collaborate closely. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The traffic accident case from Jinko district that you worked on together was well executed, managing to identify problems within the accident and actively cooperating without shifting blame, which is what I hope to see. Keep up the good work because, according to the instructions from the provincial department, we will start clearing backlogged cases from March, and the relevant documents have already been sent to all sub-bureaus. Director Zhou will be under a lot of pressure, and I hope you coordinate the work content well. Divide time to join the working group and assist with Daiwan's work. Additionally, the laboratory staff stationed in Qidong are appointed as special advisors, which will also facilitate participation in subsequent work, and Qidong Software Development Department has agreed to this. Although this is a tough nut to crack, it is also a good opportunity to re-establish the image of Qidong's public security. We should take it seriously. That's it for the appointments. The rest of the details you few discuss amongst yourselves. If you're short on manpower, solve it on your own. Mr. Peng had a troubled expression and hurriedly stood up. Mr. Hu, I agree with splitting it into two forensic departments, and I approve with both hands. But right now, that's all the staff we have. Including the newcomers, there are only 12 forensic doctors. How are we supposed to distribute them? Hu Guangjian smiled, fully aware of the dilemma, and shook his head at Mr. Ping. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Don't rush. With the phoenix tree planted, we won't worry about attracting the phoenix. The collaboration with Qin University has already spread throughout the system, so you can look forward to screening candidates this year. Moreover, from among these interns, you can select some with excellent abilities for priority consideration, right? Hang in there. It won't be many months before new people come. Mr. Ping's face contorted as if he was constipated, but he also knew that Mr. Hu had given him considerable respect. Thinking back to the way things were during Huaining Province's inspection, Mr. Peng only sighed. Zhou Ning didn't say much either. He nodded to Mr. Hu and Su Daiyuan, then followed Mr. Peng and Mr. Peng out of the office and quickly returned to the technical department, heading to Mr. Peng's office together. Mr. Peng gestured for the two to sit, and Mr. Peng looked official, sighing as he looked at Zhou Ning. Let's not talk about difficulties on my part. No matter how many issues we face, none can surpass the challenges Zhou Ning must tackle. Most of the backlog cleanup will still be led by Zhou Ning, but I really can't spare any personnel from my side. Seeing Mr. Peng's defensive look, Zhou Ning almost laughed. In fact, he didn't feel much strain. Ever since his arrival in Qidong, it had been non-stop busy, one case flowing into another with no break in sight, leaving him no position to make demands. Instead, he had grown accustomed to the pace. As for Zhu Zhuozhang and Mr. P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Liang's team Jijian. Though they had not interacted much, they were experienced forensic doctors who had shown no problems in their work thus far. Nevertheless, as an acting director, albeit elated, he still felt slightly insecure. Mr. Peng, it would be better on my end to have newcomers. For now, without them, well managed as we are. Although my team is small, we've been able to keep up, especially with the assistance of the laboratory. If we are to assist Deputy Director Su in clearing backlogged cases, I plan to take the original members of my team and follow for a while. But I will still need Mr. Peng and Mr. Liang to keep an eye on things for me. After all, I'm just an ordinary forensic doctor with no management skills. But don't worry, even if I take people from the laboratory to join the task force, I will arrange for another group from Qin University to stay in the laboratory and support our technical department's work, as well also have visitors coming over at any time. Hearing Zhou Ning's declaration, the two visibly relaxed. Zhou Ning paused for a moment, realizing his haste. The two had clearly been waiting for his statement. However, this had already been agreed upon with Dr. Liu in advance. They couldn't just have the software salesperson, leaving Xia Momo and Mr. Chu to demonstrate or assist in operation directly. Then there would be no need to continue research after the fourth phase. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. As for personnel, all were selected outstanding graduate students from the university, majors in relevant fields. They were all eager to participate in such an esteemed laboratory. However, in the short term, Xia Momo would still need to lead the newcomers and couldn't join them in the working group. Mr. Liang, with a smile on his face, rose from his seat, rummaged through a cabinet behind him, and pulled out 2 red boxes, which he then handed over to the two of them. My wife went back to Luan and got some tea that was freshly roasted by her folks back home. It's not some branded tea, but it's definitely hand-picked and hand-roasted with good quality. Here, I'm parting with these, a gift for each of you. I only have one request: complete cooperation. During the period when Qin University is collaborating with us on the software, I want our Qingdao Technical Division and the Forensic Department to be so outstanding that our counterparts in other provinces will give us a thumbs up when they speak of us. Zhou Ning laughed. I'll follow the arrangements of Mr. Peng and Mr. Peng. Mr. Peng chuckled and patted Zhou Ning on the shoulder, looking towards Mr. Peng. Mr. Peng, we're lucky to have Zhou Ning in our technical division. Mr. Peng nodded. I am indeed a fortunate person. With that, all 3 of them laughed. After chatting with the leaders for a while, which was actually to put them at ease, Zhou Ning quickly returned to office 302. The moment he walked in, Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhao zeroed in on him, his small eyes round and scanning Zhou Ning up and down. Lu Yongxin pushed Mr. Zhao away and shooed the crowd that had gathered around. What's all this crowding for? Zhou Ning was taken aback. Why are you all looking at me like this? I've heard that there are going to be 2 forensic rooms now, one specifically handling traffic accident cases, still under Mr. Peng's charge, and the other focusing on criminal cases, which you'll be in charge of. Isn't that right, Director Zhou? Zhou Ning nodded. He was actually quite indifferent about this. His work remained the same as before, with the addition of some managerial responsibilities, which he was not particularly good at. Acting director, you can just call me Zhou Xiaozhou. It feels a bit uncomfortable to be called that way. I always feel like you're up to no good. Mr. Zhao nudged Zhou Ning, and the group burst into laughter. Zhu Xingxing came over with keen interest. Calling you Director Zhou feels weird to me too. I'll do like Mrs. Liu and the others and call you boss. But are we still divided into first, second, and third teams? Zhou Ning nodded. In the future, the office will be rebranded. Criminal Investigation Team 1, 2, 3. There are no newcomers yet, but Zhu Xingxing, I hope you'll take the opportunity to clear the backlog of cases to train yourself well. After all, there are no shortcuts in this profession. You need to do more, practice more, and see more. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. As for Sun Gaodai, you're facing your post-graduation assignments. This year there's a new policy. The city bureau is expanding, so you can apply early. I hope you can stay here, but just like Zhu Xingxing, you need to train your courage and overall abilities. I hope you both can stand on your own. Zhu Xingxing and Sun Gaodai were both very excited. They knew exactly what Zhou Ning meant, and none of them were fools. Lu Yongxin stood behind, smiling, more pleased with his apprentice's promotion than his own. Mr. Hu's arrangement didn't surprise him, considering that over the past year, Zhou Ning had been involved in solving several major cases at the City Bureau, and his capabilities were indisputable, especially now that he was also Li Qingbin's prized pupil. All right, enough ruckus. Get your current work sorted. The new director Su, who is taking over, is well known to you for his urgency and everything. We need to keep up with his pace. No sooner had the words left his lips than the door burst open, and Su Dayuan strode in. He glanced at Lu Yongxin rubbing his nose, and the urge to retort someone instantly evaporated. Zhou Xiao, hold the fort here for now. It's likely you won't be getting a separate office just yet. Starting tomorrow, the working group will be formally established. You'll follow them to a meeting to select cases. Zhou Ning paused, not expecting the materials to be ready so quickly right after they had just discussed it. That fast? Su Dayuan hummed in agreement. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Actually, the City Bureau keeps records of all the backlogged cases from the various districts. A lot of the older ones are difficult to investigate due to missing evidence, and some are even unsolved mysteries, so we're meeting to filter through them. Su Dayuan paused, then looked at Lu Yongxin. Mr. Lu, now you're a special consultant. You've been stuck in Qidong due to your professional title issues, but this time you should come along as well, sort of to keep an eye on things for Zhou Xiaozhou. How about that? Lu Yongxin waved his hand dismissively. Such a tall hat you're putting on me. Becoming a deputy director really changes things. Can I even refuse? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 263 to 260. 5.11 Ulake drowning case _1 Chapter 263. Chapter 260. 5.11 Ulake drowning case _1 March 1st. 2012 in the small conference room of the City Bureau. Hu Guangjian and Su Dayuan sat in the middle, with Zhou Ning and Mr. Ping on their left, accompanied by their team members and laboratory personnel. On the right were Tao Zhinshan, Lu Yufei, Zheng Liang, and Bai Ruixin, with a few others that Zhou Ning recognized but couldn't name. Zhou Ning glanced at Hu Guangjian and Su Dayuan, noting the major shakeup at the City Bureau. Of the original team members, Ren Fangliang had been sentenced, others had been transferred or had taken early retirement. The newcomers, all personally selected by Hu Guangjian, were skilled in their field. Liang Honggang from Qidong Sub-Bureau had also been transferred to the City Bureau. Although he wasn't appointed as deputy director, had become the head of the Public Security Brigade, clearly at the suggestion of Su Dayuan. Hu Guangjian made sweeping reforms, helping to quell some rumors. However, changing the Bureau's culture wasn't going to happen overnight. The current task of clearing up the backlog of cases provided an excellent opportunity. Consequently, which cases to select and whether they could be solved quickly was a key point as the work team began. The opening remarks were straightforward, getting right to the point with more than a dozen files laid out before them. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Su Dayuan picked up a file and, looking around, introduced it. These are over a dozen cases, all of which need investigating without cherry-picking. Having looked at them with Mr. Hu these past few days, I think we should start with this one. It happened last May, making it one of the more recent cases. Pass the file around for a look while I give a brief overview. This incident took place in Rudong City. The person who reported it was an old man out for his morning exercise. At around 6 a.m. on May 11, 2011, under the east side bridge of Ulake Park in Rudong City, he discovered a floating body and called the police. The victim was a 20-something female with no visible external injuries and no missing belongings, though no items like a phone that could confirm her identity were found. An autopsy determined that the victim had drowned, but whether it was an accidental drowning or due to some other cause was unclear. On the afternoon of May 11th, a man named Zhang Wei reported his wife, Xia Lernan, missing to the police. She hadn't returned since cycling out the night before, and despite his search, he couldn't find her and was seeking police help. After Zhang Wei's identification and further DNA testing, It was confirmed that the female body found under Yu Lake Bridge was indeed Zhang Wei's wife, Xia Lernan, to whom he had been married for only 6 months. The police record indicated that a few days earlier, Zhang Wei bought Xia Lernan a new electric scooter, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. On the evening of May 10th, Xia Lernan told Zhang Wei she wanted to go out to practice riding it, but she never returned. He searched for her all night in his van but found nothing. On May 13th, police began dredging Yu Lake, and by May 15th found the electric scooter Xia Lernan had been riding. After checking surveillance from the community and the roads around Yu Lake, they confirmed that Xia Lernan did ride all the way there, although Yu Lake was 16 kilometers from her home. According to Zhang Wei's statement, the new electric scooter he bought for Xia Lernan was hard to control, and he suspected that she might have accidentally fallen into the lake and drowned. During the investigation, Zhang Wei also cried bitterly and expressed great guilt. Surveillance around his home showed that he indeed went out multiple times that night in his car. However, the Qidong Criminal Police Brigade couldn't confirm if the drowning was an accident. There were many doubts in the case, and they proceeded with the investigation. Firstly, Yu Lake was undergoing construction, so some street lights weren't functioning. The area around the bridge where the body was found was full of steps, making it difficult to ride a scooter there. Moreover, the water was about 1.4 meters deep, while the victim was 1.60 meters tall and wearing high heels, which would make it hard for her to drown. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. During follow-up interviews, it was discovered that a friend and former co-worker of Xia Lernan reported that on the day of the incident at around 7:40 p.m., Xia Lernan received a call before leaving the hair salon. The number that called Xia Lernan was registered under her sister's ID. There were several calls between this number and Xia Lernan that night. After confirming with Xia Lernan's sister, this number was supposed to be used after Xia Lernan's marriage, but she didn't know to whom it was given. Following Xia Lernan's incident, the phone associated with this number never turned on again, and Xia Lernan's phone was also never found, leading the investigation into a deadlock. As Zhou Ning listened to Su Daiwan's summary, she had already browsed the autopsy report, which was comprehensive, going from external inspection to internal organ analysis and associated tests. The handwriting was neat, indicating it was performed by an experienced forensic doctor. Members of the task force began discussing, with Lu Yufei asking directly, "Leader, part of Yu Lake was under construction, which means there was no surveillance there, right? What about the surrounding roads? I presume, as a park in the center of the city, the roads leading into the park should have some surveillance, right?" Su Dayuan nodded, lifting a hard drive. During the time of the incident at Yu Lake, the surveillance wasn't in operation because the cables were being laid. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. However, the footage from the 4 entrances to the park has been copied, and Mr. Chu can process it. Tao Jinshan was silent for a moment before looking at Su Dayuan. Now the head of the 1st Brigade of the Criminal Investigation Team, taking over Su Daiwan's work, Su Dayuan had had a drink with him privately, explaining why he had been avoided at the time, which cleared the air. Impressed by Su Dayuan and Hu Guangjian after previous cases, Tao Jinshan readily volunteered to join the task force. Glancing at the file, his brows furrowed. The key issue now is to whom this phone card of the victim's sister was given. I think Xia Lernan went to Yu Lake late at night to meet someone. We should start by investigating her friends and acquaintances to find the user of this phone card. Once we do, this case will start to unravel. Su Dayuan nodded emphatically, fully agreeing with Tao Zenshin's assessment. I agree with Mr. Tao. Xia Lernan left the hair salon late at night, rode her new scooter to Yu Lake 16 kilometers away. I think there's a romantic entanglement involved. Therefore, the investigation into her husband Zhang Wei must continue, and we cannot rule out the possibility of a crime of passion. At this point, Su Dayuan glanced at Zhou Ning, who had been focused on the autopsy report and had yet to offer her opinion. After a couple of coughs and seeing Zhou Ning look up, Su Dayuan asked, Director Zhou, how do you see this case? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhou Ning, surprised at being suddenly called upon, paused for a moment before raising the autopsy report and saying, Is the body of the deceased still preserved? Su Dayuan nodded. The victim's husband, Zhang Wei, has visited many times, hoping to take his wife's body back for cremation and burial, since the parents of the deceased have approached him several times, putting considerable pressure on him. However, the Qidong Criminal Police Brigade hasn't agreed, so this case is also submitted on this occasion. Zhou Ning realized, it's not to say that the Qidong Criminal Investigation Team can't withstand pressure. The examination was sent to the Municipal Bureau's Forensic Department. Zhou Ning had no objection to that. But the body couldn't be clarified by just having a meeting. It was something he must see for himself. I've seen the test results. The liquid extracted from the victim's lungs was compared with the water samples from Yu Lake. The diatom test showed that the victim did indeed drown in Yu Lake. However, there's not much description of the details on the body. Although there are photos, I didn't find any video records. I want to do a second autopsy. It's the most direct. Su Dayuan smiled, exchanging a glance with Hu Guangjian. Clearly, both of them were not surprised by Zhou Ning's reaction. Then it's settled. First stop Qidong. Aside from this 5.11 Yu Lake drowning case, there's another from Qidong City. We will investigate them together afterward. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Is it okay if we go to Qidong City tonight and inform them to defrost the body when we arrive? Zhou Ning was somewhat surprised. Good lord, even while selecting cases in the meeting, Su Dayuan had already thought about the autopsy for tomorrow. Sure enough, his impulsive nature prevailed. Considering the autopsy, Zhou Ning nodded slightly. Defrosting tonight, an autopsy first thing tomorrow morning would be suitable. However, I request to bring the laboratory equipment along. Not to mention anything else, the spiral scanner is a must. Hu Guangjian smiled, propping his elbow on the table, leaning forward slightly. Director Zhou, no need to rush. You haven't had a discussion with Dr. Liu, but the City Bureau has already decided to equip all sub-bureau and county-level city forensic rooms with the relevant equipment according to the standards you set. The installation began in full force today. Zhou Ning was stunned, looking towards Liu Yongxin and Xia Momo to his side, seeing them nodding evidently. This was true. He thought about it, and indeed, he had been busy with Zhou Xiaoyu's wedding recently, and even more so, he had been engaged in a battle of wits with Mr. Peng and Mr. Pang, not paying much attention to the Qin University side. He wondered how Qidong would handle it and what would happen with the donation from Qin University, but these were afterthoughts that Zhou Ning dared not ask. That's good then. I have no other requests. Mr. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Who looked around the room, speaking earnestly. They say a new official makes 3 fires upon taking office, but am not looking to make a show for anybody. I just hope to improve the public safety environment in Qingdao. Clearing these backlogged cases is the best opportunity for that. I hope that all present here will make me proud, so that when I visit the provincial office, I can stand tall and firm. Can we do this? Yes. 1722 Qidong City Forensic Autopsy Room. The technician who installed the machinery wiped the sweat from his brow, checked the machine again, and smiled at Liu Yongxin. Teacher, the machine installation is complete and the adjustment is done. We're going to withdraw. Liu Yongxin waved his hand. Thanks for the hard work. Just then, the door to the autopsy room opened, and Su Dayuan walked in with 2 people. They had greeted each other when they arrived earlier. One was the forensic doctor from Qidong City Criminal Investigation Brigade, Su Guanhai, and the other was the captain of the brigade, Zhang Sanyan. Zhang Sanyan's face was all smiles, constantly engaging Su Dayuan. Obviously, the two were familiar with each other, while Su Guanhai shook hands with Liu Yongxin, giving off the impression that Su Guanhai was close to retirement age too. Lu Yongxin pulled Zhou Ning aside to introduce him to Su Guanhai. There were a lot of people earlier, so I didn't have the chance to introduce properly. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. This is my disciple Zhou Ning, currently the director of the 2nd Forensic Department at the Municipal Bureau. They're in charge of all the autopsies for this task force. I'm just here to help out. Su Guanhai grasped Zhou Ning's hand firmly, his face showing some excitement as he patted Zhou Ning's arm and said, "I can't believe it. You're Lu Yongxin's disciple. I've known about Director Zhou's cases for a while now. Those cases you handled were really sensational. I was wondering at the time where such an expert had come from, someone even better than your master." Lu Yongxin coughed and nudged Su Guanhai aside a little. "Why compliment one and put down another? I'm happiest to see my disciple make progress. Although he's now Li Qingbin's student, he was still brought into the field by me, and you all can't envy that. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 264 to 261. Bruises behind _1 Chapter 264. Chapter 261. Bruises behind _1 the following day. Xia Lernan's body had been thawed out and was ready, placed on the table in the autopsy room. Su Guanhai followed beside Lu Yongxin. Mr. Chu was not present, and neither were Su Dayuan and his team. Usually, in such autopsies, Su Dayuan would at least make an appearance, but this morning, he seemed to be nowhere in sight. Zhou Ning thought about it and guessed that perhaps Su Dayuan had taken Mr. Chu and the others with him to check related surveillance footage, as those materials still needed to be processed. Moreover, the person who used Xia Lernan's sister's phone card had not been found. Zhou Ning put his thoughts aside and walked up to the autopsy table, where Zhu Xingxing and Sun Gaotai stood on either side, and young Xuedong held a camera. As for Mr. Zhao, he had already set up the recording device and was waiting for Zhou Ning's command. He didn't rush Mr. Zhao to start recording. Circling the autopsy table, he carefully observed the bodice surface. Of course, the deceased's clothes, pants, and shoes worn in life were laid out on the adjacent table. They were wet and then dried, each stubbornly maintaining their own posture like dried fish. The deceased had shoulder-length curly hair, a popular pear blossom haircut, dyed a reddish-brown, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. There were a few very long eyelashes, clustered and glued at the base of the lashes, a technique Momo had explained to him before, a new method of eyelash extension that was more expensive and more realistic than simply applying a strip. The deceased was not particularly striking in appearance, the kind of girl with delicate features. There was no swelling on her face or hair, no strangulation marks on her neck, but there was a transverse bruise on her arm, 3.2 centimeters in length and 1.7 centimeters in width. The fingernails were very clean. Zhou Ning scraped one and lifted it up to look before raising his eyes towards Su Guanhai. "Dr. Su, had the deceased's fingernails already been sampled?" Su Guanhai nodded with a smile. "They have been sampled. There were only sand and algae, no blood or skin cells, which I found strange. After all, it's difficult for an adult to drown in water that's 1.4 meters deep unless someone deliberately pushed her head down." Zhou Ning nodded slightly and continued the examination. There was a barb-like wound under the dead woman's left armpit, which appeared, based on the tissue response, to be a post-mortem injury. He looked up and examined the deceased's clothes. Sure enough, he found a similar cut in both the trench coat and the shirt under the left armpit. Su Guanhai leaned in and hurriedly explained, "When the body was delivered here, we found a fish hook and a piece of fishing line attached here. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I think it was the fish hook that caught the victim, causing her to flip over and even float to the surface, which led to her being discovered by the person who reported it." Zhou Ning kept nodding, finding this analysis quite acceptable. He then returned to the autopsy table. With no other marks on the body, he moved back to the head of the deceased. The deceased's skull had not been cracked open. Seeing Zhu Xingxing hand over a razor, Zhou Ning shook his head slightly. Let's work together, flip the body over. Several people gathered and flipped the body over. On the first thoracic vertebra on the right side of the first rib, there was an egg-sized bruise that was swollen. Yang Xuedong hurried over to take a photo. Zhou Ning waved at Mr. Zhao, who passed over a ruler. Upon measuring, he found that the bruise was perfectly round, with a diameter of 3.1 centimeters. Zhou Ning squinted his eyes and glanced at Mr. Zhao, who quickly said, "To me, it looks like it was caused by the handle of an electric scooter. This bruise appears solid, with clear boundaries." I remember photos of the deceased's electric scooter when it was recovered had relevant data. The handle of that scooter is thicker than usual. However, the very edge is solid, which matches this diameter. Su Guanhai put on his reading glasses, came over for a look, and then began to review the previous autopsy report and a copy of the case file. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. He had marked this bruise in the autopsy report, but at the time he hadn't figured out what had caused the injury, speculating that it was due to the deceased hitting something while struggling, causing the bruise. Mr. Zhao is impressive. I hadn't noticed these two measurements were the same. You've taught this old man something new, Su Guanhai said. Lu Yongxin waved his hand, his face calm. Don't praise him too much, it makes him arrogant. Zhou Ning glanced at Lu Yongxin. His master loved to show off at every opportunity. He shook his head slightly and turned his attention back to the body. If the deceased had fallen into the lake while riding her scooter, even if she flipped over and the scooter pinned her feet so she couldn't move, there wouldn't be a bruise on her back. I think it's more likely that she was at the bottom and the scooter on top, and the forceful collision caused the bruise. Su Guanhai paused for a moment, then remained silent, seemingly not agreeing with the assessment. Zhou Ning didn't bother with idle talk. A second autopsy was really about checking for omissions. The deceased's toxicology tests had already been performed, and the organs had already been observed in slices. There was no need for a second dissection. He gestured to Mr. Zhao to scan the skeleton. Mr. Zhao quickly operated the new device to perform a spiral scan. On an adjacent laptop, images began to appear. Yang Xuedong moved the laptop over. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. The small screen wasn't enough, so Zhou Ning focused intently on the image, enlarging it and moving to the first thoracic vertebra on the right side. A crack in the first rib was clearly visible. Zhou Ning rotated the image of the skeleton, noting that the bone fracture was severe. If it hadn't been the first rib, which was shorter and more robust, any other bone would have likely snapped completely. It seemed that the impact of the electric scooter was much greater than anticipated. Given the extent of the bone fracture, could it be that someone lifted the electric scooter and smashed it down at the drowning victim? Zhou Ning didn't voice this thought. While Mr. Zhao started the recording device, Zhou Ning methodically described each discovery from the examination and autopsy. The victim's hair had been shaved off, and upon peeling back the scalp, they found a mild subcutaneous hematoma on the top of the skull. The autopsy had ended, and the recording device was switched off. Yang Xuedong came over and took lots of photos. Su Guanhai's face betrayed some embarrassment, while Lu Yongxin patted him on the shoulder. What's the matter? You're feeling awkward about this? Finding a clue is a good thing. We're all grown-ups here. It's great to see capable young people. I'm telling you, you definitely owe us a meal. Su Guanhai chuckled and let out a small sigh, giving Zhou Ning a thumbs up. Your mentor has such a good attitude. I've been narrow-minded. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. However, this finding indicates that someone pulled the victim's hair, pressing her head down into the water. It's a shame we didn't find anything under her fingernails. Zhou Ning pondered for a moment. Mr. Zhao, check the weather. Mr. Zhao fiddled with his smartphone, and soon after, he lifted his head and showed his phone, saying, on May 11, 2011, Rudong City had northeast winds at level 4 to 5. with temperatures ranging from 22 to 11 degrees Celsius. It was mostly cloudy during the day and clear at night. Zhou Ning glanced at the clothes next to the autopsy table. The victim was dressed in a light sky blue short trench coat, a slim-fit white blouse, jeans, and low-heel court shoes, stylish clothing that suited her petite figure and made her appear taller. Upon further examination, Zhou Ning noticed a set of red lingerie beneath the trench coat, which was a transparent lace design with barely any sponge padding, and the back was just a thin elastic band. The lower garment was merely a small triangular piece of semi-transparent fabric, connected by a few thin straps, giving off the impression of a novelty sex garment. To wear such an outfit for cycling practice 16 kilometers away at Lake, such a claim clearly didn't add up. Su Guanhai coughed, looking somewhat embarrassed. It is said that the victim was newly married. My assistant mentioned that young people today are into this kind of thing, so I didn't think much of it. Could there be a problem with it? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p clearly. Su Guanhai's attitude had changed significantly, and Zhou Ning looked at him seriously and nodded. Perhaps there are couples who enjoy the style, but that would be limited to wearing at home. According to the husband's statement, she went out to practice riding. I think the victim deliberately dressed this way because she had received that mysterious phone call before heading to Lake. I'm not sure if the scene where the victim was found at Lake is still preserved, but I would like to take a look. Su Guanhai naturally had no objections. With someone from the city bureau so eager and proactive to visit the site, he was more than willing to agree. I'll contact Zhang De right now to have someone accompany you. The scene is cordoned off, and the construction has been redirected away from that spot for now. Lake Park Management has been in touch with us many times, and Zhang De believes we should keep the primary scene closed until the case is solved. Zhou Ning breathed a sigh of relief. For a case from last May to still have its primary scene preserved, Rudong City was doing quite well. Both Zhang Sanyan and Su Guanhai were effective workers. Dr. Su, there's no need for them to come pick us up. It's too much of a fuss. We can just drive there directly. If we need someone's guidance to get through, we can arrange to meet them there. That way, we won't cause any delays, right? Su Guanhai smiled and showed a look of envy toward Liu Yongxin. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. You have a great student. Not just good-looking, but also talented. The modesty alone is refreshing to see. All right then, I'll take advantage of my seniority today. Let's go directly, and I'll update Zhang De on the way. 20 minutes later. The car stopped on the east side of Lake Park, an area inaccessible to vehicles. Checking the map and surveying the scene, Zhou Ning completely understood the frustration of the Lake Park management staff. Most of the park was nearly complete except for the northeast side of the bridge. Even though it was early spring, the park was not lacking in evergreen plants. Still, the water level in the lake was low, and it was apparent that an excavator was being used to clear the silt along the edges. The southeast bank was already finished, and an excavator sat idle on the east bank. Upon seeing so many people in police uniforms, several foremen and a man who looked to be in charge quickly approached. Officers, are you here about that case? That's great. Please hurry with the investigation. We only have this section left in the construction. If it's finished, we can get paid sooner. An elderly man spoke frankly, and a foreman briskly drove away the others, while Zhou Ning nudged Mr. Zhao, who quickly reassured the workers with a nod. Don't worry, everyone. We're from the City Bureau, and we will investigate as quickly as possible. However, we might need to use the excavator shortly, so we'll need your assistance. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The foreman laughed and nodded in agreement. Providing the excavator, or even just manpower, wasn't an issue for him since the delay in construction meant delayed payment and unhappy workers. Juggling tasks between two homes was not easy. Never mind using the excavator. I'd even be willing to dive down and help you search if needed. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, Prosody, p. Chapter 265 to 262 Scratches of paint on the bridge _1 Chapter 265. Chapter 262 Scratches of paint on the bridge _1 Mr. Zhao finally managed to disperse the enthusiastic workers, and Su Guanhai then led Zhou Ning and the others to the bridgehead at the northeast corner. It could be seen that the stone bridge must have been replaced not many years ago, and it was probably a preserved part of the maintenance work done on Lake this time. However, at the northwest corner, a new railing had been constructed around the bridge, made of bluish-white stone with carvings, which was very beautiful. But at their feet, this was a stone embankment with no protection. One could easily jump into the lake with a lift of the leg. Director Zhou, look, we've analyzed that this is where the victim fell into the water. We found the tire tracks of the victim's electric scooter on the ground. However, when the person who reported it found the body, it was floating under the bridge pier on the far northeast side. It seems it was the fishers who, tugging on their fishing lines, pulled the body up. When we inspected the site, we found the heel plug from the victim's shoe caught in this crack. This is the picture we took at the time. The plug has also been sent for examination and has been confirmed as the part that came off the victim's heel. Zhou Ning glanced at the picture on Su Guanhai's phone. Although the phone wasn't any fancy model, the picture was still clear. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. After comparing the location, Zhou Ning squatted down, checking the gap between the stones, and pressed on the stone next to it. With some shaking, the stepping stones under his feet indeed moved, and the gap was large enough to insert the heel of the victim's shoe. Zhou Ning looked at the distance from the edge of the lake and the distance from the bridge pier before patting his hands and standing up. From this spot to where the tire tracks disappear is about 5 meters. That is to say, the victim walked from here, since the heel plug caught in the picture is from the right foot, yet most people stepping off an electric scooter would use their left foot. If the victim had fallen into water where the tire tracks were, according to the residue of the waterline, during the flood season, the water level would be about 70 centimeters above the stone edge of the lake shore. But at this height, it would be impossible to hold onto the victim's hair and push the victim into the water. Su Guanhai was taken aback for a moment before sneaking a glance at Zhou Ning. Considering what Zhou Ning had said, he thought carefully. Last May was rather dry, not the flood season, so the water level was even lower. The water depth we measured back then was at the base of the bridge pier where the body was found, where the water is deeper. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Lu Yongxin narrowed his eyes, moved closer to Zhou Ning, looked at Su Guanhai, and in a voice only the three of them could hear, said, "Apprentice, do you suspect that the victim was pushed off the bridge, and the person who pushed her into the water fell in as well? All this talk about grabbing hair and pressing someone underwater, that all happened in the water. And the contusions on the victim's back also required a certain height to cause the fractures, so was the electric scooter thrown off the bridge?" This analysis overturned the initial judgment direction of the criminal police team. Su Guanhai saw that Zhou Ning did not argue but instead nodded on the side. Subconsciously, he wanted to doubt this analysis, but opening his mouth, he didn't know what to say for a while. Zhou Ning clearly saw Su Guanhai's feelings, which he understood very well. "Dr. Su, I noticed that both sides of the bridge have been blocked off with barriers, but it's still possible to pass beneath the bridge. So there should be some traces retained on the bridge and the pathway stones on the bank. Let's go take a look. No matter how reasonable the analysis, it all depends on the evidence." With that, Zhou Ning silenced Su Guanhai. Su Guanhai nodded vigorously as Zhou Ning gestured, and Mr. Zhao and young Xuedong, already poised to move, rushed forward upon seeing Zhou Ning's gesture. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The material of the bridge and the stepping stones was similar, making an antiqued patchwork, with railings on both sides and columns at intervals. The tops of the columns were toads, each with a different posture. Zhou Ning took an extra look at the intricately crafted stone bridge in a park. Both of them inspected inch by inch. Su Guanhai nudged Lu Yongxin's elbow, his face showing impatience. Come on, you're not worried at all, are you? I checked the top dozens of times. No blood, mud, footprints, fingerprints, nothing. Now, nearly a year has passed, there can't possibly be anything left. Lu Yongxin smiled at Su Guanhai, who was anxious. Don't worry, just wait and see. I think we will definitely find something. By the way, where is the victim's electric scooter? It's parked in the bureau's garage. Xia Lernan's husband, Zhang Wei, came to ask for it once. We told him that it's evidence, and we will return the scooter to him once the investigation is over. He hasn't come to bother us since. What's the husband like? I mean his appearance and financial status and all that? Su Guanhai thought carefully, seeming to have a faint impression of the man. You've got me there. I don't have much impression of Zhang Wei. He looks good, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and he's tall, slightly shorter than your apprentice, but definitely not as handsome as your apprentice. Lu Yongxin raised his hand. I mean, could you use someone else as a reference? Why bring up my apprentice all the time? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Speaking of looks, my apprentice could hold his own even in the entertainment industry. But we're getting off topic. Continue. Do you know anything else about this guy? Su Guanhai shook his head. The investigation into Xia Lernan's social relations was conducted by Zhang De and his team. I wasn't involved. But just married for half a year, right in the middle of their honeymoon period, the mother-in-law coming over several times certainly gave Zhang Wei a hard time. Lu Yongxin nodded. Indeed, that was the case. Just half a year into the marriage, the girl died under mysterious circumstances, and the Public Security Bureau had yet to give a clear statement, keeping it hanging. Any mother-in-law would have a hard time accepting it. At that moment, Mr. Zhao raised his hand, his face alight with excitement. Dr. Su, may I ask if the victim's electric scooter is white? No, I mean, it has a gray section at the bottom, right? Su Guanhai was startled and nodded before hurriedly rushing over. He didn't know what Mr. Zhao had found, but being able to describe the original color of the scooter so suddenly got him excited. While running, he had already found a picture of the scooter on his phone. This is the victim's electric scooter. The upper part is white, and the lower half is gray. What did you all find? By then, Zhou Ning and Lu Yongxin had also arrived on the bridge, with Yang Xuedong holding the camera, while Mr. Zhao, grinning, lifted a bag containing several swabs. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. On the outer edge of the railing, we found 2 scrape marks. I think it's paint. After all, it's not very easy for someone to touch this spot intentionally. Zhou Ning glanced at the photo on Su Guanhai's cell phone, then looked at the paint markings on the stones. They were mere scratches, about the size of 2 mung beans, and finding them really showed Mr. Zhao's meticulousness. The discovery of these scratches further confirmed Zhou Ning's earlier judgment that the electric bicycle had been thrown off the bridge. One reason was to destroy evidence, and the other was to ensure that Xia Lernan was beyond the possibility of survival. But who was the person who threw the electric bicycle off the bridge? Is it the same person who made the appointment with Xia Lernan? Zhou Ning took a deep breath and looked towards Su Guanhai. Dr. Su, would like to take a look at the electric bicycle. It's stored at the Qidong Municipal Public Security Bureau, right? Approaching noon. The group returned to the Qidong Municipal Public Security Bureau courtyard. The electric bicycle was stored in the garage, covered with a rainproof cloth which, when removed, emitted a pungent stench. Without wasting any words, Mr. Zhao and Yang Xuedong began to search and found 2 areas where the paint had chipped off on the side of the front wheel housing and the edge of the footrest, resembling 2 scratch marks. Albeit only superficial layers of paint were peeled off. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The bike had been running in the water for 2 days before it was salvaged, and its marks had not attracted attention, making Su Guanhai's brow furrow. Lu Yongxin patted his shoulder, with a comforting smile on his face. That's enough. What's it with you? Do I really need to coax you now? We're here to solve the case, aren't we? Not to provide psychological counseling. Stop acting like an inexperienced kid. You're nearly at retirement age, so don't pull that face with my apprentice. Su Guanhai couldn't help but laugh at Liu Yongxin's blunt words. Although a bit harsh, what he said made sense. They had asked for assistance from the city bureau to solve the case, so why get all complicated over finding a clue? Shaking his head, he also moved over to join the group. Have it sent to the city bureau for testing. If the paint scrapings collected from the scene are consistent with the bicycle, then we can conclude that the bike was thrown from the bridge. Mr. Zhao quickly marked the spots and placed the samples into a box. Before Yang Xuedong could take it, Su Guanhai had already walked over. I'll arrange for someone to send it for testing. However, Director Zhou, still speak with the city bureau to expedite the testing process. Zhou Ning nodded. Su Guanhai would arrange things and naturally the call would be made by Mr. Zhao, who volunteered. Mr. Yang, ask Director Su if they've found anything on their side. Yang Xuedong dialed Su Daiwan's phone, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The ringtone seemed to sound not far away, and following the direction of the sound, Zhou Ning turned his head and saw Su Daiyuan and his group quickly approaching. Yang Xuedong didn't dare to say anything and hung up the call. Leaders, have you made any progress? Su Daiyuan nodded, his eyes briefly scanning Zhou Ning's face before he looked somewhat displeased. It seems you've made some finds on this end? Zhou Ning smiled. Seeing Su Daiwan's expression, he suddenly felt the morning's hard work wasn't in vain. Frustrating the leader can be satisfying. Shall we have lunch first, then discuss it at the meeting after? Su Daiyuan gestured dismissively. I think that's a good idea. Let's hurry up. Everyone go have lunch, and after that, we can hold a case meeting to consolidate the findings from all our investigations. Mr. Xing was overjoyed. Forensic Doctor Zhou. No, I mean Director Zhou. We're all starving. Zhang Sanyan came up from behind, looking apologetic. I'm so sorry. Let's head to the cafeteria. I've already arranged everything. Hey, where's Dr. Su? Liu Yongxin nodded towards the direction of the main gate, just as Su Guanhai was hurrying back. Seeing Zhang Sanyan, a smile broke out on his face and Zhang Sanyan immediately brightened. It seems you've made a discovery. Tell me, what have you found? Liu Yongxin poked Zhang Sanyan's arm and pointed at Su Daiyuan and the others before slowly saying, Zhang Da, if you want a horse to run, you first have to feed it. Stomachs are empty here. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhang Sanyan smiled awkwardly. Let's go, let's eat first. I was just so excited. You guys don't know, this case has been tormenting me to the point where I can't eat or sleep. The family of the deceased comes making a scene every few days. It's driving me crazy. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 266 to 263. The first love brother appears _1 Chapter 266. Chapter 263. The first love brother appears _1 1430. The group arrived at the Rudong Municipal Public Security Bureau conference room and took their seats respectively. At that moment, it was noticed that Tao Zhinshan had hurried back from outside. It was likely that the special case meeting was waiting for him. Otherwise, with Su Daiwan's impatience, the meeting would have started right after lunch. Su Daiyuan didn't stand on ceremony, letting Zhou Ning start by sharing the findings of the autopsy. Zhou Ning was succinct, presenting the bruises on the victim's back, the fractured first rib as revealed by the spiral X-ray tomography, their suspicions, as well as the final discoveries at the scene. Of course, the remaining questions would have to wait for the final examination results. Based on the foregoing, I believe that the victim was pushed into the water from the bridge over Yu Lake, completely unguarded, and the perpetrator fell into the water at the same time, grabbing the victim's hair and holding her head underwater, causing the victim to drown and lose consciousness. The perpetrator was very familiar with the victim, so she was not on her guard. After the victim showed no response, the perpetrator climbed ashore. However, not sure whether Xia Lerman was dead, he smashed the electric bike from the bridge onto the victim's head and neck. The weight pressed the victim into the water, drowning her. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. The next day, someone fishing hooked the victim under her arm, which brought her to the surface. Su Dayuan kept nodding. He had complete confidence in Zhou Ning's abilities. Very good. The second autopsy and the inspection of the scene have given us more basis. Zhang Da, now you describe the victim's social relationships, said Su Dayuan. Zhang Sanyan unfolded his notebook and explained in detail. The victim, Xia Lerman, was 23 years old at the time of her death. She had an elder sister. Their father passed away when she was 18, and their mother remarried. Her sister was very good to her. Xia Lerman had a modest education, just finishing high school. She worked in a supermarket originally, but stopped working after marrying Zheng Wei. According to her elder sister, Xia Lihua, Xia Lerman was not an easy person to deal with, always causing trouble since she was young and, after graduating from high school, worked in bars and clubs for a long time, knowing quite a few unsavory characters. Her elder sister used to worry a lot and spend much money on her. At first, their mother tried to manage her, but eventually, she grew tired of doing so. However, at the beginning of 2010, she seemed to change and took a job at the supermarket, cutting ties with her former troublesome friends. By the end of 2010, around late November, Xia Lerman met Zheng Wei. They got to know each other for just over 10 days before directly getting a marriage certificate. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. What surprised Xia Lihua was that Xia Lerman also quit her job at the supermarket. But after observing for a few months, Lihua found that Zheng Wei treated Xia Lerman very well, never restricting her spending and often preparing gifts and surprises for her, meeting any of her requests. Thus, Xia Lihua also accepted this brother-in-law. However, she had not expected that, half a year later, Xia Lerman suddenly drowned, and it happened at the lake construction site. After multiple interactions with us, Xia Lihua revealed her reason for opposing their marriage back then. Because Xia Lerman had a boyfriend in high school, with whom she had an on-and-off relationship for many years. Xia Lihua was afraid that her sister was being impulsive, as marriage is not a trifling matter. However, what concerned Xia Lihua was after the Spring Festival, she unexpectedly saw Xia Lerman meeting with that first love. At that time, Xia Lihua scolded her sister and gave her a lecture. Her sister's death was sudden, and fearing that Zheng Wei might not be able to cope, she did not tell the police about this first love. This morning, Director Su led us to conduct separate investigations. According to Xia Lerman's friends, she had indeed been in contact with her first love all along. This person's name is Chang Yuzhong, 1 year older than Xia Lerman, 25 years old this year, working at an insurance company, and had kept an improper relationship with Xia Lerman. Zhou Ning raised an eyebrow. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. Qidong Municipal Public Security Bureau had investigated for so long without any findings in this area. What had Su Dayuan and his team done to make Xia Lerman's sister and friends speak up? Seeing Zhou Ning raising an eyebrow with interest, Su Daiwan's lips twitched, and he glanced at Liu Yufei. Zhou Ning instantly understood. It seemed that Mrs. Liu had made her move. Indeed, a woman understands another woman better. Su Dayuan pointed to Tao Zhinshan. Zhinshan, tell us about Chang Yuzhang's situation. What have you found out? He said. Tao Zhinshan cleared his throat and spoke directly without looking at his notebook. During Qidong Municipal Public Security Bureau's previous investigation, Chang Yuzhang was questioned. On the evening of May 11, 2011, he went home directly after having dinner with a client and didn't go out again. An old lady living on the ground floor of his building testified for him. Su Dayuan raised his eyes, looking at Tao Zhinshan. He wasn't interested in what Qidong Municipal Public Security Bureau had done, but rather the results of their own investigation, as Tao Zhinshan and his team had arrived earlier and should have already made contact. What time did he go back? Tao Zhinshan knew his boss was dissatisfied and quickly said with a smile. The old lady didn't look at the time, but said she saw him when she was returning from her walk, which is usually after the news broadcast and lasts for an hour. So she would return around 8/p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. However, the old lady mentioned something new, saying that Chang Yuzhong looked like he was caught in the rain, with his hair all wet. Zhang Sanyan startled. They focused on Zhang Wei at the time and indeed didn't pay much attention to Xia Lerman's friends. Anyone with an alibi had not been further investigated. Tao Zhinshan continued, after hearing the old lattice testimonial, we went to the insurance company where Chang Yuzhong works and checked their timekeeping records. Chang Yuzhong clocked out at 1934 on the evening of May 11, 2011. This time period, according to what he had said in his previous statement about going to treat someone to a meal and returning home after 8 o'clock, seemed impossible to accomplish. After all, treating someone to a meal could not finish in less than an hour. Upon discovering this, we checked all the hotels in Qidong City and found numerous check-in records of Chang Yuzhong and Xia Lerman, including 52 times at the Jiahe Express Hotel located by Lake within the recorded 3 years. Between December 2010 and May 2011, after Xia Lerman married Zhang Wei, they checked in 34 times, meeting almost once a week. Moreover, the front desk was very familiar with them. Presenting their photos, the staff immediately recognized them and could accurately say their names. Everyone present was somewhat excited. This suddenly appeared first love brother had brought such a big surprise. Mr/P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chu was very attentive and projected a map onto the big screen, which marked Lake's Lake Heart Bridge, Chang Yuzhang's office, Chang Yuzhang's home, Jiahe Express Hotel, and the distances from the victims and Zhang Wei's homes. By comparison, it was very clear that Chang Yuzhang's office was 7 or 8 kilometers away from Lake, while his home was located on the north side of Lake, not even a kilometer away in a straight line. The hotel was just outside his residential complex. In contrast, the victim's home was 16 kilometers away from Lake. However, to Su Daiwan's surprise, the two chose not to meet at Chang Yuzhang's home. After all, it was just at the entrance to the residential area. Weren't they afraid of being seen? Bring Chang Yuzhong in for questioning. According to Zhou Ning's findings, Xia Lerman was pushed into the water by an acquaintance. And since Chang Yuzhong has been maintaining an improper relationship with the victim all along, he's a major suspect. Tao Zhinshan stood up and left with several local detectives. Su Daiyuan looked towards Mr. Chu. Mr. Chu, please talk about what was discovered in the surveillance footage from the 4 intersections around Lake and the area near Zhang Wei's home. Mr. Chu stood up, bowed his back, and typed furiously on the keyboard. Then, using the remote control, he scrolled through the videos on the big screen, enlarging a frame from the northern side of Lake/P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. Just now, when you mentioned Chang Yuzhong, I searched for this person's information. He owns an orange 2010 mg 6. On May 11, 2011 at 1950, the car was parked on the north side of this intersection. I checked the map, and this location is a free parking lot diagonally across from Chang Yuzhang's house. Looking at this frame, after the software's analysis, this man in the dark gray suit is Chang Yuzhong. At 1952, he walked over from the opposite intersection, heading towards the north gate of Lake Park, and then disappeared from the surveillance. At this point, Mr. Chu used the software to zoom in on the still frame from the surveillance. Then a green light scanned the man's face in the frame and compared it with Chang Yuzhang's residential registration photo. The comparison box flashed, and a 100% match appeared below. Clearly, this person was Chang Yuzhong. The screen switched to another surveillance frame from the residential complex, then played in full screen as he continued. At 2022, half an hour after Chang Yuzhong left, he came out from the north side of the park. However, looking at this position, the spots he stepped on left shadowy traces. I think these are water stains. Look here. He skirted a large circle along the edge of the surveillance range and then returned to the parking lot. He stayed in the car for 5 minutes. Upon getting out, he had changed his suit and trousers. Look at this frame. As Mr.P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chu showed the screenshot. Everyone noticed that Chang Yuzhong hadn't driven away. Carrying a bag, he wrapped himself up tightly and quickly walked towards the north, occasionally looking back. Mr. Chu immediately took a screenshot and performed the comparison again. As expected, the screenshot of Chang Yuzhong still showed a 100% match. Zhang Sanyan took a cold breath and whispered to the person next to him. When the tech department sent people to learn the software, we should have enrolled more, and we must learn it well. Whatever the cost, put in a request, and I'll ask the leadership for funds. Zhang Sanyan's voice wasn't low, and Su Deyuan raised an eyebrow, pretending not to hear. However, buying the software was good news, although the intention was for the City Bureau to provide the software to each branch and county-level public security bureau. The thing was, it still required compatible equipment and a significant investment. If they're willing to spend the money and actively ask for installation, that saved the City Bureau some funds. It's good you preserved the surveillance records, or else it wouldn't have been easy to make the comparison. Zhang Sanyan smiled sheepishly, seeming to think of something, and continued. The case has been unsolved for a while. The victim's husband, Zhang Wei, came several times asking for a death certificate and urging the progress of the case's investigation. Yet, he hasn't come by recently. Su Deyuan wasn't surprised by this reaction. /P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhang Sanyan continued speaking. Their marriage lasted only over half a year, and it was a whirlwind romance. This reaction is somewhat normal. I know a friend whose wife, a teacher from the tax bureau, passed away from breast cancer. He was inconsolable at the funeral and would have become a widower if not for his child. However, 8 months later, he remarried and even had his daughter play the bridesmaid at the wedding, proclaiming he found his true love. Zhou Ning was taken aback and couldn't help but retort, "Brother, what heartbreak have you suffered?" You're going off topic here. /P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chapter 267 to 264. Been in bed _1 Chapter 267. Chapter 264. Been in bed _1 Su Deyuan cleared his throat. And Zhang Sanyan realized he had gotten a bit carried away. He quickly smiled and gestured with his hand. Just reflections, let's talk business. After the incident, we checked the surveillance around the victim's home. On the night of May 11th, at about 2100 hours, Zhang Wei drove out in his own van, circled the area a few times, and also called the victim's sister, Xia Liwa. Perhaps not wanting to worry Xia Liwa, he did not mention that Xia Lernan hadn't come home yet. He just casually asked a few questions and then hung up. Later, at around 2300 hours, he went out again, but this time he didn't stay out long. If needed, we have retained this surveillance footage and can provide it. Su Deyuan shook his head. This surveillance was not significant. Did you check Zhang Wei's mobile phone? Zhang Sanyan nodded. Upon discovering the victim, we immediately considered Zhang Wei a suspect and investigated him. However, Zhang Wei's reaction was always one of immense grief, and his emotions were very unstable. He consistently denied that the corpse was Xia Lernan until Xia Liwa did a DNA comparison with Xia Lernan, at which point he finally accepted the result. Su Deyuan twirled the pen in his hand and drew a circle around Zhang Wei's name. Indeed, in typical cases like this, the spouse is always the first suspect, and in fact, it is usually the case. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. According to United Nations statistics from 2011, in female homicide cases, 58% of the perpetrators are family members, 34% of which are husbands or boyfriends, including exes and currents. Perhaps reality is cruel, but this is reality. The ones closest to you may be your greatest threat to life. Do you have Zhang Weiss information here? His work and life details before and after marriage, and his behavior after the incident occurred. Was there any investigation on these aspects? Zhang Sanian's face seemed somewhat embarrassed as he hurriedly flipped open his notebook and said, "The files didn't have this added information, but some can be found in the household registration. We had already conducted related investigations before, but after ruling out the possibilities, the content was excluded." Zhang Wei, born February 12, 1980, currently 32 years old, was married once before marrying Xia Lernan, with 2 children from that marriage, aged 5 and 3, who are in the custody of his ex-wife. He gave the house and savings to his ex-wife during the divorce, which was finalized on September 29, 2010. He registered his marriage with the victim, Xia Lernan, on December 3, 2010, without having a wedding ceremony. Xia Lihua did not object to this. Given her sister's personality, she thought it was better not to have a wedding, easier to handle in case of a separation later on. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. Regarding his work, Zhang Wei previously worked in a law firm but lost his job and had his attorney's license revoked due to guaranteeing a colleague, Li Xian, and allegedly disrupting the normal conduct of legal and arbitration proceedings, which led to him incurring a large debt. However, he still owned commercial property and started an internet cafe, which is still operating, though not particularly profitably. Xia Lihua mentioned that Zhang Wei treated Xia Lernan very well, buying her whatever she wanted, including the best mobile phones, cosmetics, and clothes. Seeing that Zhang Sanian had stopped, Su Dayuan understood that their investigation was limited to Zhang Weiss' entire history before Xia Lernan's death, but according to this report, it seemed that Zhang Wei treated Xia Lernan very well. Zhang Wei doesn't know about Chang Yushang's existence, does he? There was a moment of silence. After all, the investigation on Chang Yuzhang was something Tao Zhinshan had been tasked with just that morning, and Zhang Sanian's team had not paid much attention to Chang Yuzhang. Su Dayuan gestured. "All right, let's conclude this initial task force meeting here. Mr. Zhang, I want you to investigate all of Zhang Weiss' information, useful or not. I need to know everything about him, including whether he knows Chang Yuzhang and if he's aware of the relationship between Xia Lernan and Chang Yuzhang." Zhang Sanian stood up, his face bearing an embarrassed expression, yet his gaze was firm. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. It seemed that Su Daiwan's words had given him a direction, unlike before, where he was aimlessly bumping around like a headless fly. "Director Su, I will go investigate right now and report back as soon as I have any news." After Zhang Sanian and his team left, Su Dayuan motioned for Mr. Zhang and Lu Yufei to follow them. Without any fuss, they set off. After all, they were here to solve the case. Furthermore, there was another case that had yet to be discussed, one that even Su Dayuan had not let them touch the file of. Su Dayuan gestured towards Mr. Bai with a nod of his chin. "Make a call to Mr. Tao. Has he not brought the person back yet after all this time?" Bai Ruixin quickly made a call to Tao Zhinshan and turned on the speakerphone. As soon as the other party answered, before Mr. Bai could speak, Tao Zhinshan interrupted. "Tell the boss not to rush us. We're already at the gate. You guys come down to the interrogation room." "I brought the person from the insurance company who was in the middle of signing contracts. I kindly waited for him 3 minutes." Lu Yongxin bowed his head slightly, covering his nose to suppress a laugh, as Su Dayuan had been pushing them hard. Answering the phone, they knew it was Su Daiwan's instructions. Now it was quite direct. "Don't bother asking, I'll report directly, all right." Su Dayuan stood up, with Lu Yongxin nudging Zhou Ning's arm. Zhou Ning sighed. Was there a need to ask what this meant? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p clutching his notebook. Su Dayuan quickly walked over to Zhou Ning and clapped him on the shoulder, then glanced at Mr. Chu. Don't dally, we're all part of the task force. Director Zhou, come with me to observe the interrogation. Mr. Chu, install a temporary surveillance in the interrogation room. Use that new Phase 4 feature we've been testing. Zhou Ning hesitated for a moment. When did Phase 4 come out, and how was he not aware? Seeing Zhou Ning's expression, Su Daiwan's mood lightened immediately. Oh, Zhou Xiao, you really don't pay enough attention to Dr. Liu. Phase 4 was your idea, and now it's already been implemented. How can you not know that they've started collecting data and conducting trials? Zhou Ning scratched his head. Boss, I don't think you need me to stand by in the observation room. This isn't the city bureau after all. It might not even have an observation room. Su Dayuan raised a hand to stop the rest of Zhou Ning's words. Rest assured, there has to be. The group didn't say much more and quickly headed downstairs. The accompanying detectives hurriedly swiped their cards, and everyone followed into the room next to the interrogation room. Indeed, there was an observation room, and the conditions were no worse than those at the City Bureau headquarters. Su Dayuan clicked his tongue in approval. You can tell this place has just been remodeled. The walls are soft, and there are cameras in all 4 corners. Is everything set up, Mr. Chu? Mr./p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Chu was tapping away at the computer. When Su Dayuan asked, he stopped with his final action. An observation camera was pointed directly at the interrogation chair, positioned next to the one-way mirror. Mr. Zhao leaned in for a closer look, but didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. This thing, it can integrate with the Phase 4 application, but I don't see how it's any different from a regular surveillance camera. Mr. Chu waved his hand in disdain. What do you know? There's no one sitting there at the moment, and besides, for this state, speak, prosody, p. The color scheme nearly choked Zhou Ning with its boldness, but indeed, the contrast of red and green was striking. Su Dayuan nodded in satisfaction and quickly moved to the next room. Tao Zhinshan had already brought the person in. Cheng Yuzhong was handcuffed to the chair, losing the calmness he had shown before. Although he had been to the police station in the past, it was only for a statement, but now locked in this confined room, with blue soft padded walls, a chair connected to handcuffs, and the intimidating gazes of 3 police officers, his eyes darted nervously. Clearly, the young man was panicking. Su Dayuan tapped the desk with a pen, and Cheng Yuzhong hurriedly focused his eyes on him. Do you know where you are? The Public Security Bureau. Su Dayuan shook his head. Not accurate. This place is the Rudong City Criminal Investigation Brigade, and we are the police from Qidong City Criminal Police Brigade. Since we brought you here, I think you know what this is about. You're also somewhat familiar with the procedures. Come on, introduce yourself, starting from your name, gender, age, all the way to your home address and place of employment. One by one. Cheng Yuzhong nodded and swallowed nervously, trying to steady himself before he slowly said, My name is Cheng Yuzhong, male, 25 years old in virtual age, from Rudong City. My home is at number 12 Yuehu North Road, Changle Garden, Building 12, Unit 3, Room 302/P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. My employer is Guotai Insurance Company Rudong Branch. Su Dayuan raised an eyebrow. Do you know Xia Lernan? I know her. There was a loud snap. Startled by the sudden noise, Cheng Yuzhong shuddered involuntarily and tried to raise his hands, but the handcuffs prevented him. Let me make this clear. I have a bad temper and little patience. We are clearing backlogged cases and are very busy. Whatever you know, just say it. Don't just nod or answer simply with a yes or no. Understand? Like when I ask if you know Xia Lernan, reply directly and speak for yourself about how you know her, what your relationship was, be proactive with your answers. Got it? Cheng Yuzhong nodded vigorously, realized maybe the gesture wasn't enough for Su Dayuan, so he quickly waved his hands and said, "Yes, we know each other. We were high school classmates. I'm younger by virtual age, and I started school a year later. We used to be boyfriend and girlfriend, that's it." As these words left his mouth, a red dialog box popped up on Mr. Chu and Su Daiwan's computer screens, underlining the last part of the statement with a green wavy line, flashing incessantly. With the brightness of the alert, it was like a strobe light in a nightclub. Su Daiwan's eyelids twitched, and he pressed the screen down. Mr. Zhao couldn't help but laugh, punching Mr. Chu on the shoulder as he struggled to stand from laughing so hard. "Mr. Chu, don't tell me you designed this alert. It's blinding my 24K eyes. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than a simple prompt would have been enough. Why go for this nightclub-style chase light, huh? Ha ha." Mr. Chu gave him a look but did not argue. Indeed, he also felt it was a bit ostentatious and hastily looked towards Chang Yushang's screen. He stood up and walked to Chang Yushang's side. "Former boyfriend and girlfriend?" Chang Yushang nodded. Did you ever sleep together? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 268 to 265. Why does he want to kill her? _1 chapter 268, chapter 265. Why does he want to kill her? _1 Su Dayuan stared into Chang Yushang's eyes without blinking. Did he ask about a past boyfriend/girlfriend? Yet the answer Chang Yushang gave was that they had slept together. To the looks of it, he answered Su Daiwan's question, but this answer implied that he was denying that there was a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship between them. At least, Chang Yushang did not feel that way unilaterally. It seemed more like they were friends with benefits. After all, the frequent meetings at Jiaha Hotel indeed fit this answer upon further thought. On May 11, 2011, what time did you get off work? What time did you get home? I don't remember. It was a bit late after work. I had dinner with a client and then went home. The marquee lights behind Su Dayuan began to flash wildly. Zhou Ning held his forehead, raising his hand to block the direction of Mr. Chu. After all, in the darkness, Mr. Chu's computer was even more dazzling, and the ambience went through the roof. Su Dayuan wasn't in a rush. Folding his arms, he continued to ask, "Let's change the subject. Did Xia Lernan give you a phone card, and was this card used exclusively for one-way contact between you two? Is there such a thing?" Chang Yushang nodded, this time not saying yes out loud, but Su Dayuan didn't dwell on it and promptly pressed on. "That day, did you actually see Xia Lernan or not?" "No /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p." Chang Yushang shook his head without a moment's hesitation. Su Dayuan stretched out his hand towards Mr. Bai, and Bai Ruixin quickly approached with a laptop, having thoughtfully found the surveillance footage processed by Mr. Chu. Of course, it had been cropped. When he saw the surveillance, especially the moment he turned his head on the footage where his face was enlarged, with a comparison image in the background, Chang Yushang stared blankly at Su Dayuan. Obviously, he was a bit overwhelmed by this turn of events. Su Dayuan, however, was patient. He turned the laptop towards Chang Yushang, patiently explaining, "Don't rush. Let me introduce you to this. It's a software developed by our city bureau and Qidong University. It can process blurred videos and make them clear, and it can also collect facial features from the footage and then perform comparisons. See the annotations below? 100% match rate. Now take a look at the time." Following Su Daiwan's direction, Chang Yushang saw the time displayed on the surveillance. As the surveillance finished playing, the car make, license plate numbers, and associated vehicle registration information were displayed next to it. Chang Yushang stared at the screen for a full 5 minutes. Zhou Ning knew that he was thinking of a defense strategy. However, with the facts right in front of him, there was no good excuse left to make. After what felt like an eternity of silence, Chang Yushang closed his eyes and began to speak. "I did see her. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody Speak. Speak, prosody, p. The night Xia Lernan died, I saw her. I didn't want to be entangled with her like this anymore. She was already married, and her husband treated her well, but she just kept clinging to me and threatened me. Xia Lernan said if I played missing or broke up with her, she would post a video of us together onto our company's website. At the Rizhao branch company, someone was falsely accused of wrecking a family, and then a video was posted on our company's website. Even though it was a lie, that person eventually was forced to resign, with the leadership saying it damaged the company's image. I was just starting to do well, and some contracts were already signed. I didn't want her to interfere at this time, so I arranged to meet her to talk things over. I had also prepared 20,000 yuan, which was the maximum compensation I could afford since I had no money. The house I live in is rented, and my car is all I have to my name. I didn't want to waste my feelings on her after turning 30. However, Xia Lernan wouldn't listen at all. She started by trying to threaten me with the video. I panicked, grabbed her phone, and threw it into the lake. Then we started arguing and ended up falling off the bridge together in the scuffle. I was terrified, and the water was filthy. I struggled to get up, shouted a couple of times, but didn't see Xia Lernan. I managed to climb ashore. I wanted to call the police, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I can't swim, and I struggled in the water for a long time, not knowing how deep it was, and my phone had water damage too. I wanted to find someone or borrow a phone, but at that time in Lake Park, there was no one around. I got into my car, put on a dry cloth, and headed home. My ears felt like they were blocked and uncomfortable. I washed my face at home and then lost consciousness, feeling groggy. I later found out I had a fever, maybe because the water was dirty. I didn't wake up until the next night, and it was only then that I saw the news about Xia Lernan drowning in Lake Park. I was even more afraid to speak up, but I didn't kill anyone. Lu Yongxin stood behind Zhou Ning, clicking his tongue. This kind of statement was like it had been custom-made by a lawyer, avoiding responsibility points entirely, and at worst, it was a matter of moral condemnation. To Lu Yongxin's surprise, the dialogue box didn't flash. Who knows why the software was acting up? Did it mean that what Chang Yuzhong had said was not a lie? Were there no signs of lying in his micro-expressions? Stunned by this discovery, both Zhou Ning and Lu Yongxin were taken aback, glancing at each other with Lu Yongxin's eyebrows furrowed tightly. Two people arguing, accidentally falling into the water, with one survivor who can't swim. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Wanted to call the police, but the phone was water damaged, no one around. Came home to fall into a high fever and lost consciousness, waking up to find the other person drowned, and it was seen on the news. This excuse is too perfect. Forget murder. Even the crime of inaction is difficult to charge. Now we know the mysterious phone was being used by Chang Yuzhong, and he was also Xia Lernan's lover. Both of them fell into the water together. Can it prove that Chang Yuzhong grabbed Xia Lernan's hair and drowned her? Zhou Ning nodded, then continued, and the most important point, the deceased's back was bruised and had bone fractures from being struck by the electric scooter's handlebar. Even without preparing bone scrapings, we can determine these were ante-mortem injuries. But who threw down the electric scooter? It was because of this electric scooter that Xia Lernan couldn't struggle and ultimately drowned. Everyone fell silent. Whether it was the autopsy or the crime scene investigation, the biggest problem right now was the lack of crucial information that could definitively pin down the killer. For instance, if there were skin fragments in the victim's nails, DNA could be tested, and if during the comparison, the suspect had scratches on their body, even traces completely matching the skin fragments, that would be conclusive evidence. But this case was originally disguised as an accident. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhang Sanian and Su Guanhai investigated for nearly a year. If there were such clear evidence, the case wouldn't have become a cold case. Zhou Ning looked back at Mr. Zhao and young Xuedong, who had been unusually quiet since entering today, standing aside and observing. This was not in their characters. Mr. Zhao, you're acting odd today? Mr. Zhao shrank his neck and wrapped his police coat a little tighter around himself. The observation room was indeed a bit cold. He sighed, resignedly saying, "Whenever you call me, it's never for anything good. Zhou Xiao, just tell me what you need me to do. Anyway, everyone is here. Whatever tasks you have, just say the word." Zhou Ning was touched and patted Mr. Zhao's shoulder. Even though the electric scooter was submerged in water for 2 days, since someone grabbed it, there must be traces left behind. But since we don't know where on the scooter the culprit grabbed, why don't we dismantle the scooter into individual parts and check each for fingerprints and DNA? Mr. Zhao's mouth fell open as he stared at Zhou Ning for a long time, closing his eyes as if to regulate his heartbeat for a while before finally looking at Zhou Ning again. "Zhou Xiao, I don't mind putting in the effort, but if you want me to wipe down the entire electric scooter with a swab and then send it to Mrs. Cui for analysis, do you think Mrs. Cui won't blow her top?" Zhou Ning shrank his neck as if he could hear Mrs. Cuis roaring in his ears. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Give a heads up in advance. Should we send the electric scooter over, or should we send samples? Without further ado, Mr. Zhao quickly went to make a phone call. Meanwhile, in the neighboring interrogation room, questioning had already concluded. Su Dayuan looked at the computer, seemingly very dissatisfied with the performance of the software. He straightened up and waved at Liu Yufei. "Step out for a moment. Let Director Zhou send someone to take Chang Yuzhang's fingerprints and blood sample, then check his body." Liu Yufei rolled her eyes. She understood what needed to be examined, but found it pointless how she was always asked to leave. Without pausing a beat, Liu Yufei left the room, and Mr. Zhao and Gao Tai entered briskly to examine Chang Yuzhang and collected his blood and fingerprints. Mr. Zhao did the surface examination and found no scratch scars on his body. Chang Yuzhang was directly taken away. As the figure receded into the distance, Su Dayuan approached Zhou Ning and Liu Yongxin. "Aren't you curious why I let him go?" Liu Yongxin was too lazy to comment, simply eyeing the direction Chang Yuzhang had left in. The man hadn't looked back, as if turning his head would prevent his escape. Zhou Ning shook his head. Su Dayuan had been working in criminal investigation for many years, and he was certainly sharp-minded. Although according to Chang Yuzhang's statement, he had been cleared of suspicion, but that was just one side of the story. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Keeping him detained here could only last 24 hours at most, which wouldn't solve any problems. If released, there might still be a chance for him to slip up. Zhang Sannian rushed over urgently, the anxiety on his face hard to conceal, but seeing the calmness of the other three, he blinked and seemed to catch a hint of their plan. After a moment of thought, a light bulb went off. "Director Su, are you saying we should keep an eye on Chang Yuzhang and see what he does next?" Finally, receiving a response, Su Dayuan relaxed and sighed as he looked at the calm master and apprentice duo. "Of course, we must monitor him, tap his phone, see who he contacts, even who he meets. After all, without professional coaching in his story, he couldn't possibly avoid becoming a suspect." Zhou Ning's brow furrowed, an idea flitted through his mind, but he did not grasp it. Once again, he looked down the corridor with determination. Chang Yuzhang's departure was conclusive, more precisely an escape. At present, Chang Yuzhang appeared to be the prime suspect. However, as an ordinary employee of an insurance company and Xia Lerman's first love, who had been in an on-and-off relationship for so many years, even maintaining the relationship after Xia Lerman's marriage, why would he kill her? Su Dayuan glanced at the time, then looked at Zhang Sannian. "It's getting late. The investigation on Zheng Wei must be expedited. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He owns an internet cafe. Let's go there and subtly inquire with the employees about his behavior after Xia Lerman's death. Also, his ex-wife and children. Their hasty divorce followed by a shotgun wedding with Xia Lerman. Could his ex-wife be a factor behind all this? Moreover, did the divorce happen before or after his mishap back then? And I want a complete profile on Zhang Wei's assets. Oh, and Chang Yushang's financial records too, from the time Xia Lerman got married up until now. Have the bank pull all of it. Zhang Sanyan stood with his mouth slightly open, struggling to keep up with Su Daiwan's train of thought. Wait a minute, Director Su, in the end, are you suspecting Chang Yuzhang or Zhang Wei / P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P chapter 269 to 266, huge insurance policy _1 chapter 269, chapter 266, huge insurance policy _1 March 3, 2012. 1522 Zhou Ning sat in the forensic doctor's office, continuously twirling a whiteboard marker in his hands as he stared at the whiteboard in front of him. On the whiteboard were various pieces of autopsy information, along with a variety of details and timelines related to Xia Lernan, Chang Yuzhang, and Zhang Wei, and a few blank spaces waiting for test results. Last night, Mr. Zhao and Yang Xuedong had been busy until early morning, ensuring every touchable part of the electric scooter had been sampled. They sent the samples back to the city bureau overnight, and although Mrs. Cui scolded Mr. Zhao, the on-duty staff was more than sufficient. Zhou Ning reviewed everything again, took off his glasses, and rubbed his sore nose bridge. He always felt as if something were missing. According to the description given by Xia Lerman's sister, Xia Lerman was a fun-loving and thrill-seeking person with a high standard of living. She didn't like to be bound or controlled. She wasn't very cultured and had done various jobs, meeting plenty of men. Such a woman, able to keep Zhang Wei wrapped around her finger and maintain a relationship with Chang Yuzhang, showed she wasn't witless. Although Chang Yushang's statement was in his favor, it was only his word. If they couldn't find evidence, then Chang Yuzhang truly had nothing to fear. Zhou Ning wasn't sure about it. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Even though the paint from the electric scooter had been found on the stone bridge, that only proved the scooter was dumped there, but it didn't prove who did it. As he pondered, Mr. Zhao received a phone call. Hello, Mrs. Cui. Are the tests done? Mr. Zhao stepped closer to Zhou Ning, the phone's speaker on, and Cui Lily's shouting voice came through. Tell Zhou Xiaozhou, if he sends this many tests again, I'm not doing them. He even gave me a deadline. Do you have any idea how massive the workload is? Mr. Zhao, with a smile plastered on his face, glanced at Zhou Ning with no good intentions and hurriedly reassured her. I know it's too much, but Director Su is pressing us hard, and we couldn't help it. I'll scold him for you in a bit. Don't be angry, big sister. I did a batch test followed by individual tests and found a residual DNA. Reports in the email. Let me know if there's as much work today so I can organize my schedule. That's it for today. Even if there is testing to be done, it won't be as much as yesterday. You can arrange for people to rest, big sister, and welcome apologize in person later. Cui Lily hummed twice and hung up the phone. Zhu Xingxing had already opened the email and printed the report, handing it over to Zhou Ning. Zhou Ning's gaze moved from the whiteboard to the last page of the report, which read that the electric scooter sample, test number 247, matched suspect Chang Yushang's DNA with a 100% match rate, /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhou Ning exhaled deeply. This was solid evidence, but why did Chang Yuzhang kill someone? Zhou Ning couldn't figure it out. The couple had been on and off for years. Could it really be as Chang Yuzhang said, that he was being blackmailed by Xia Lerman? If there truly was a blackmail video, Chang Yuzhang would definitely keep the victim's phone, as it would be the most favorable evidence to clear suspicion. But the victim's phone had vanished without a trace. Whether it hadn't been retrieved or someone else had picked it up was unknown. After adding the DNA test result to the whiteboard, Zhu Xingxing spoke up. This Zhang Wei is really foolish. Doesn't he know his wife cheated on him multiple times? He was even a lawyer. No wonder he got swindled and ended up in debt. However, he treated his ex-wife well, both with the last of his property and the house. Zhou Ning abruptly looked up, startling Zhu Xingxing, who quickly covered her mouth as Zhou Ning walked straight towards the whiteboard. "What's up, boss?" After staring at Zheng Weiss' information for a while, Zhou Ning circled Zheng Weiss' occupation. A lawyer. He used to be a lawyer, very familiar with the law. So, could he have colluded with Cheng Yuzheng? In case the police questioned him, how would he clear himself of suspicion? According to what Zheng De found before, Zheng Wei had divorced his wife, given the cash and house to his ex-wife and children. I think there must be a reason for this. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. If this happened before he was disbarred, then it was about protecting his assets to the greatest extent. As for pursuing Xia Lerman and the quick marriage, further cooperation with Cheng Yuzheng. Zhou Ning stared at the two photos on the whiteboard, his eyes finally resting on Cheng Yuzheng's place of work. Just then, the door was pushed open, and Su Dayuan walked in with Zhang Sanyan, wearing an excited expression that indicated they had made a major discovery in their investigation. Su Dayuan tilted his head towards Zhou Ning and said with an intrigued look, "Keep talking, Zhou Xiaozhou. I just heard your analysis." Zhang Sanyan also joined in on the excitement, showing more interest than Su Dayuan. He walked over to stand beside Zhou Ning, looking at the whiteboard as well. But above, there were just those few known pieces of information. "Having just heard your analysis, I almost believed you were clairvoyant, or that you had planted a bug on us. Director Zhou, hurry up and continue with your analysis." Zhou Ning's face turned a bit dark. These two were really shameless. However, looking at the stack of papers Su Dayuan carried on his back, which seemed to be photocopies of bank statements, Zhou Ning frowned slightly and after thinking, he continued, "I suspect Zheng Wei knew Cheng Yuzheng. One used to be a lawyer and the other is still working for an insurance company. It can't help but make one wonder. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. If Cheng Yuzheng, like Zheng Wei, had a massive amount of debt, then I suspect the two of them conspired to kill Xia Lernan and defraud a large sum of insurance money." Mr. Zhao's mouth fell open, and his small eyes widened too. He looked from Zhou Ning to the whiteboard, and finally his gaze settled on Su Dayuan's face. Seeing that Su Dayuan hadn't objected, and was even looking at Zhang Sanyan with a smug expression, Mr. Zhao knew Zhou Ning had guessed correctly. No, his analysis was entirely correct. Zhang Sanyan let out a sigh and looked at Zhou Ning with eyes full of resentment. "It's no fun. The evidence hasn't even been presented, and you've already guessed it. This really takes away the sense of achievement." Su Dayuan glared. "Sense of achievement, my ass. Go arrest them now." Zhang Sanyan smiled and led people away. Of course, Mr. Xing and Lu Yufei followed them. After all, Mr. Tao had been keeping an eye on them all along. In an instant, the office became a lot emptier. Su Dayuan handed over various photocopies to Zhou Ning. "Your analysis was spot on. If you weren't unmatched in forensic capability, I'd want to transfer you to the second squad to be the captain. Your brain really works wonders." Lu Yongxin coughed with a faint smile on his face and a touch of pride. "Cut it out and tell me, what exactly did you find? An insurance policy? But doesn't this require a death certificate?" Su Dayuan nodded. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. There's no call record between Zheng Wei and Cheng Yuzheng, which makes me think they might have used a dedicated number to communicate. We found in the insurance company where Cheng Yuzheng works the policy Zheng Wei bought for Xia Lernan. Normally, there shouldn't be any issue claiming insurance since the person is gone. But considering the marriage, it becomes highly suspicious. The policy was signed the day after they got their marriage license, and the coverage amount was extremely high, with a compensation sum of 4.5 million. Zhou Ning was startled. He had guessed the amount was large, but he didn't expect it to be this much. 4.5 million indeed could easily breed malicious thoughts. And this amount of money was definitely not something Zheng Wei could swallow alone. After all, Cheng Yuzheng risked killing someone and even losing his job. He wouldn't settle for less. Did you find anything suspicious with Chang Yushang's bank statements? Or does he also have debt issues? Su Dayuan nodded and flipped to the last 2 pages of those photocopies. One page showed the insurance company's deposit records. On June 28, 2011, $4.5 million was transferred to Zhang Wei's account. However, he withdrew $2 million in cash the next day. On the other page, Chang Yushang's account record showed a deposit of $1.5 million in cash, but the account was cleared with 2 transactions shortly after. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody /speak. Speak, prosody P1 for a payment to Qidong Huadong Real Estate Company for $1.1 million and the other transfer of $100,000 to an account under the name Lu Hui. Zhou Ning flipped back. After Zhang Wei withdrew $2 million in cash, he transferred $847,700 to someone named Li Xin the next day, an uneven amount, perhaps related to the previous debt. Then he transferred $300,000 to Yuxiuli. That name seemed familiar to Zhou Ning. Su Dayuan quickly said, Yuxiuli is Zhang Wei's ex-wife. As for Li Xin, he's the guarantor from Zhang Wei's previous law firm, and I've already asked Mr. Tao to look into Li Xin. It seems they were only asked to pay compensation due to the guarantee issue. I think there's more to this than what meets the eye, and it might not be related to this case. Knowing that he was about to be in trouble, he hurriedly divorced and moved assets, with that shop ending up in the name of Zhang Wei's mother, subsequently marrying Xia Lernan and quickly processing a large insurance policy. All of this was planned in advance. I asked the insurance company, and they said that normal insurance has a cooling-off period depending on the product terms, usually for disease, annuity, property insurance, etc. It is effective from midnight the next day after the premium payment is successful. However, for accidental injury insurance, it usually takes effect the next day. If a death claim is made within 3 months of the policy start, the insurance company will conduct a strict review. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody /speak. Speak, prosody P. If it's over 6 months and a forensic doctor's certificate is provided, they'll typically make a direct compensation payout. Zhang Sanyan rubbed his hair with a very awkward expression. Zhang Wei came to me several times, always saying that the Xia family wanted an explanation, at least a death certificate, so the household registration could be cancelled. After he was cleared of suspicion, I didn't stop the matter and let Dr. Su issue an autopsy report. I never thought it was because of this. This man is too horrifying. Su Dayuan hummed in acknowledgement. Although they didn't have the suspect's confession yet, the sequence of events in the case seemed to have been sorted out, which relieved a lot of pressure from him. He grinned at Zhou Ning. Let's go, Zhou Xiao. Zhang Wei and Chang Yuzhang have been brought in. How about you come with me to listen to the interrogation? Before Zhou Ning could say anything, Mr. Chu raised his hand on the side. There's something I need to mention. Just now, using Zhang Wei's mobile number, I found a disposable QQ account and cracked its password. It only had one friend, and the two started chatting on November 29, 2010. The most discussed name inside is Xia. Don't you want to see it? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody /speak. Speak, prosody P chapter 270 to 267. Calm down. What is this? _1 chapter 270. Chapter 267. Calm down. What is this? _1 Hearing Mr. Chu's words, there was nothing left unclear, and several people crowded around. Mr. Chu simply printed out all the chat records. After reviewing them, everyone shivered with trepidation. Su Daiwan's face turned solemn as he looked towards Mr. Chu. The other number? You can track down the registration phone number, right? Mr. Chu nodded. While you were looking at these, I already found out that this registration phone number belongs to Chang Yuzhang. However, this person deleted everything very cleanly. I suspect Chang Yuzhang changed his phone, unlike Zhang Wei. He deleted the chat records, but the system can automatically back up. He had this setting on and didn't even know it. At this point, Mr. Chu paused and blinked, looking at Su Dayuan. Su Dayuan appeared to understand. It seemed that Mr. Chu's operation was somewhat irregular. However, this case was severely lacking in evidence, especially since the murder was carried out by Chang Yuzhong alone. If Zhang Wei were to stonewall and vehemently deny everything, it would be tough to close the case. Even if it were submitted to the prosecutor's office, it could easily be sent back. Later, I will give you the two suspects' phones. Can you retrieve the previous backup data on their phones? That's possible. Receiving a positive answer, Su Dayuan waved his hand. Let's go. Let's all listen in. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p this time, Zhang Sanyan, you come with me. We'll take it one by one, starting with Zhang Wei. Mr. Chu, work quickly. I need ironclad evidence. Lu Yongxin, uncharacteristically not singing a different tune, eagerly followed Zhou Ning to the observation room. The group watched as Zhang Wei already sat in the interrogation chair, his expression rather calm. He probably knew about Chang Yuzhong being brought in for questioning yesterday and understood that since the case wasn't closed, they would bring him in for questioning. Such a calm attitude indicated he had extraordinary mental strength, befitting his previous career as a lawyer. Just as he was thinking this, Mr. Bai brought over a phone encased in an evidence bag. Zhou Ning took it and handed it directly to Mr. Chu. Mr. Chu, clearly excited, plugged in a data cable and began to rapidly type on the keyboard. Mr. Zhao felt a twitch in his cheek as he watched Mr. Chu's fingers. With that speed, he couldn't even see the fingers' movements. The afterimages were already appearing on the keyboard. Hey, Mr. Chu, did you rent those fingers of yours? Are you in a rush to return them? Director Su asked you to be quick, but goodness me. People would think you've learned some kind of magic technique the way the keyboard is about to smoke. And isn't there a silent model of this thing? The clattering noise is killing me. Lu Yongxin slapped Mr. Zhao away with the palm of his hand. Although Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p Zhao was dissatisfied. He didn't dare to talk back to Lu Yongxin. Why are you hitting people, uncle? Stop your nonsense. Mr. Chu likes to hear that sound. The clattering makes him feel comfortable and work faster. If you think you can do better, go ahead. Mr. Chu chuckled. In fact, compared to the R&Amp Winking and Laughing Center at Qin University, he really enjoyed the atmosphere in the lab. Although the pressure was great, working there truly felt comfortable. It's done. I've printed it out. Who will take it in? Looking at the contents printed by the printer, Lu Yongxin quickly snatched them up and stuffed them into Zhao Xinli's arms. Zhao Xinli pursed his lips, unable to come up with a retort, and hurriedly delivered the documents to the next-door interrogation room. Su Dayuan took the printed materials and Zhang Wei's phone, nodding at Mr. Zhao. From the moment he entered the interrogation room, he just stared at Zhang Wei. Not a word was asked, and the two stared at each other for several minutes. While Zhang Wei was unaware of what sort of cop he was facing, Su Dayuan was simply biding his time. Su Dayuan placed the materials on the table, lit a cigarette, and instead of sitting, he stood directly in front of Zhang Wei. He preferred this angle, looking down at the suspect. It seemed insignificant, but from the suspect's perspective, it felt very oppressive. With hands handcuffed and forced to look up at Su Dayuan, the suspect's momentum was effectively diminished. Zhang Wei, right? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p we've already done the interrogation, and I don't want to waste time. Let's get straight to the point. Tell me, why did you get divorced from your ex-wife, Yi Xiuli? Zhang Wei was somewhat surprised, his ears twitched. Then he slightly lowered his head and did not make Su Dayuan wait long. After a moment of contemplation, he looked up at Su Dayuan and said, I signed as a guarantor for someone, and that person was unable to repay the debt, so I ended up shouldering the debt. I didn't want to drag my wife and children into this, so as soon as I got the news, I quickly went through with the divorce proceedings. It was a way to preserve some of the assets, I suppose. He spoke without giving anything away, and Su Dayuan raised an eyebrow before continuing. Carrying the debt to avoid burdening your ex-wife and children seems like a sound reason. However, looking at your records, you divorced on September 29, 2010, and married the deceased, Xiao Lerman, on December 3, 2010. That doesn't quite match what you're saying. To remarry just over 60 days after a divorce, did you find true love, or were you seeking someone to share the burden of debt with? Which one was it? I was laid off at that time, and it was my lowest point. But I still had a storefront under my mother's name, so I wasn't left with nothing. Meeting Xiao Lerman was unexpected. I never thought I'd remarry. She was special, and although my capabilities were limited, I still wanted to give her the best. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Su Dayuan nodded, not dwelling on the issue, but instead, he picked up a paper cup and flicked his cigarette ash into it. Do you know Chang Yuzhong? Zhang Wei slightly tilted his head, his face bearing a puzzled expression. Officer, please explain carefully, I didn't quite catch that name. Su Dayuan lifted a photocopied ID card, holding it directly in front of Zhang Wei. Chang Yuzhong and Xiao Lerman were high school classmates, insurance agents, and also her first boyfriend. According to the results of our investigation, after your marriage, the frequency of them checking into motels was at least once a week. You're saying you don't know this person? Zhang Wei shook his head blankly. He looks somewhat familiar, but I can't recall right now. I probably saw him at a gathering over the New Year, but I don't remember clearly. Officer, Xiao Lerman is dead. If she did anything wrong, I can forgive her, but please, don't bring it up like this. I don't want anyone disturbing her spirit. After all, the dead are gone. Zhang Wei hung his head slightly. Mr. Zhao let out a sigh. Fuck, if it weren't for the chat logs, who would know someone could be this cold? Just look at that expression. Even top-tier actors can't reach this level. Mr. Chu, this software of yours isn't cutting it in its 4th version. The marquee isn't showing anything at all. Mr. Chu looked resentfully at Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao, can we not call it the marquee? You've led me astray. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Last night when I chatted with Dr. Liu, I blurted out the marquee, and Dr. Liu gave me an earful. Mr. Zhao couldn't stop laughing, patting Mr. Chu on the shoulder. Buddy, my bad. Mr. Chu glanced at the interrogation room and then back at the comparison frame on his computer. I'm still confident in version 4, but this kind of thing depends on whom it's used on. Don't forget, Zhang Wei was once a lawyer. These people have exceptionally good psychological quality. If we could read a person's mind just from their expression, we wouldn't need to work in this field. Lu Yongxin nodded in agreement. I support Mr. Chu this time. Zhang Wei's composure is not just because he was a lawyer. I think he has already simulated all possible questions we could ask many times at home, like exam prep. He was thoroughly prepared. Inside the interrogation room, Zhang Wei bowed his head as if the mention of Xiao Lerman was still difficult for him to accept, his shoulders trembling slightly. Watching his performance, Su Dayuan became interested. He approached Zhang Sanyan, found the photocopy of the insurance policy, and handed it directly to Zhang Wei, signaling him to take a look. You must be familiar with this. Look at the name signed on it, especially the agent's name. It clearly states the agent is named Chang Yuzhong. You're telling me he looks familiar, but you don't recognize him? How much is your insurance premium? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Why did you buy such a large personal accident insurance policy for a stay-at-home wife? And the signature on this policy, is it really signed by Xiao Lerman herself? Zhang Wei's eyes widened. He tried to push up his glasses, but the handcuffs limited his movement, veins bulging on his forehead. Can't I buy insurance for my wife? Which law prohibits it? Besides, I also bought insurance for my ex-wife and children. Just because Xiao Lerman died, does this insurance policy make me a suspect? Zhang Wei's chest heaved visibly, like a trapped beast. Unable to break free from his restraints, he continued, as for Xiao Lerman being a homemaker, it was because she was falsely accused while working as a cashier, and I couldn't comfort her, so I asked her to resign. Although I have debts, I have always worked hard to earn money to give her a better life. As long as she liked something, I would fulfill her wishes without fail. May I ask, since when has treating my wife well become an original sin? As for the signature you mentioned, I support handwriting experts to verify whether it is indeed written by Xia Lerman. As for the agent you're talking about, I never paid attention to the names or faces. The insurance was arranged by Xia Lerman herself. I just suggested raising the coverage. I always thought, if you're going to buy it, buy the best and most expensive one. There can't be any mistake in that. Huh. I never thought that would be under suspicion. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p, you're incompetent and can't find the real murderer, so you're trying to pin the blame on me. Preposterous. Su Dayuan laughed, his smile filled with delight, even clapping a few times. Zhang Sanyan, who was sitting next to the recorder, was familiar to Zhang Wei. However, he had never seen this very tall police officer, but the silver olive branches and a flower on his shoulder were striking. He didn't know who this person was, but their rank was undoubtedly not ordinary. He recognized the insignia. It was a third-class police supervisor. Qidong is a sub-provincial city, and there were only a few with such a rank, so it was certain that this person wasn't the chief of the Rudong Municipal Public Security Bureau. Su Daiwan's laughter made Zhang Wei increasingly uneasy. His gaze continuously scanned Su Dayuan, trying to figure out what he could have said to excite him so much. Excitement, indeed. Suddenly, Su Dayuan stopped smiling and threw a stack of papers in front of Zhang Wei. Did you buy insurance policies with a maximum death compensation of 4.5 million for everyone? Since you say you don't know Cheng Yuzhang, then what is this? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p chapter 271 to 268. How heavy is 2 million in cash? _1 chapter 271, chapter 268. How heavy is 2 million in cash? _1 Su Dayuan walked up to Zhang Wei, turned the printed chat logs around, and let Zhang Wei see them. Jolted by what he saw, Zhang Wei's complexion shifted instantly, but he quickly adjusted his expression. I have no idea what this is. This isn't my QQ number, he said. With a gesture from Su Dayuan, Zhang Sanyan had already risen and placed Zhang Wei's mobile phone on the small desk. Irritated by the intensity of this man's acting in front of him, Zhang Sanyan's annoyance grew even stronger. Don't tell me you don't know. The chat logs were downloaded from the QQ on your phone. You thought that by deleting friends and changing to a new phone, you could erase all traces, didn't you? Our technicians have already found your backup files, Su Dayuan rebuked. Having finished, Zhang Sanyan returned to his seat. He couldn't say another word. Fearful he might lose control and smash the phone against Zhang Wei's face, he was just too good at acting. All the various episodes of his so-called grief over his lost wife were clear in his mind, as were the times when he begged to have the case solved and to receive a death certificate. Su Dayuan stared at Zhang Wei, who was now teetering on the brink of collapse. Seeing this, Su Dayuan flipped the photocopies to the back pages, laying a few bank statements in front of Zhang Wei. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p, the records of his money transfers, cash withdrawals, and the deposit records of Cheng Yuzhang were all highlighted, matching perfectly with the dates in the chat logs. I've heard a forensic doctor say this once. Every contact leaves a trace, and evidence isn't something you can just erase if you wish to, Su Dayuan said solemnly. Your marriage to Xia Lernan was nothing but insurance fraud, aimed ultimately at escaping debt. On the first workday after registering your marriage, you purchased a large accidental injury insurance. Don't tell me you bought insurance for all your loved ones. Their annual premiums cost at most 3,000 yuan per person, but Xia Lernan's 5 million yuan personal accident insurance required a premium of 69,210 yuan. After all, to buy this, you had to add additional coverage for disease, hospitalization, and accidents involving aviation, cars, and ships. Moreover, you had the help of a professional insurance agent strategizing for you. If an accidental death occurred within 3 months of the insurance purchase, the payout would be less than 40% and under rigorous investigation. Between 4 to 6 months, the payout percentage doesn't increase by much, but after 6 months, the payout rate reaches 90%, and as long as there's a death certificate from the public security authorities, the payment is made immediately. /p. Break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. You didn't rush to make Xia Lernan have an accident within 3 months after the marriage, not because you were kind-hearted, but because you were waiting to reach 6 months to get a larger payout and a simpler process. You married on December 3, 2010, bought insurance on December 6, 2010, and she died on May 11, 2011. You couldn't wait another day, could you? Su Dayuan accused. Zhang Wei stared at the photocopies on the small desk. The chat logs specifically showed his orders urging Cheng Yuzhong to act, as well as his threats questioning whether Cheng Yuzhong still wanted the money. Below, the details of how to divvy up the money and how to respond if the police got involved were laid out, word for word. Listening to Su Daiwan's interrogation, Zhang Wei closed his eyes, unable to explain. The damning evidence was right before him, and he knew everything was over. Su Dayuan slapped the desk, causing everything on it to tremble, and only then did Zhang Wei open his eyes. Look at me and answer my question, Su Dayuan demanded. How did you meet Cheng Yuzhong, or shall I say, did you meet Cheng Yuzhong before you met Xia Lernan? Su Dayuan stared intensely into his eyes. After a long silence and a sigh, Zhang Wei said, at the end of September 2010, I can't remember the exact date, Li Xian came to me, the person I became a guarantor for. He gave me 300,000 yuan and told me to get my family affairs in order, transfer assets, because he hadn't paid a wholesaler for the goods. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. The man was seriously ill, just waiting for the money to revitalize his business and pay for treatment. Li Xin's plan was to drag it out, let the court pass judgment, file for bankruptcy, and then slowly repay part of the debt. The man wouldn't last half a year. After that, paying back 30% under personal liability would suffice. He hoped I could help him. I owed him a favor once. Someone had lost it, and he took a knife for me, so I had no choice but to agree. However, during the meal, a friend of his, who was Cheng Yuzhong, mentioned casually, "You're all having it rough. Why not just solve the problem with insurance fraud?" Li Xian laughed and cursed him, saying he was 20 million in debt. How many wives would he have to kill to collect enough from insurance? Cheng Yuzhong mentioned that one case of 5 million wouldn't be a problem. At that time, I took note of him and went back to research the subject, finding it feasible. After that, I hurried to get divorced, giving the money Li Xian had provided to my ex-wife and child. As for the property in my name, the house went to my ex-wife, and the shop fell into my mother's name. As soon as I had finished these arrangements, Li Xian absconded, and on the day of the court summons, I was dismissed by the law firm. I knew Li Xian planned to stay hidden for a while before reappearing. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. At that moment, jobless and bound by the court's judgment to pay a large sum monthly due to joint and several liability, I scraped around to borrow money to plug the gap, but without a job, even borrowing money became a pipe dream. In my desperation, I suddenly remembered what Cheng Yuzhong had said. Without my ex-wife holding me back, this seemed like a way out. So I began to pay attention to the people around me. During a trip to the supermarket, I met Xia Lerman, who had been scolded by her manager for accepting a counterfeit 100 yuan bill. Seeing her cry, I gave her 100 yuan and took the counterfeit bill. When I returned to the supermarket, she proactively stopped me, and that's how we got acquainted. My pursuit of Xia Lerman began and, to my surprise, she knew Cheng Yuzhong, and it seemed they were more than just acquaintances. On November 29, 2010, I met Cheng Yuzhong alone, and he told me he knew what I was up to from the first glance. He advised me not to harm Xia Lerman. They were classmates. I said, no matter how much I get, I'm willing to give you 2 million to cooperate with me. Are you in? He hesitated, and I immediately applied for a QQ burner account. He didn't speak, but he also applied for one. That way, we kept in touch only through QQ, since neither of us wanted to leave any evidence. After that, he began to help me select the type of insurance. After all, we were both broke. I went to my mother and borrowed 200,000 from her, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak, prosody, p. After getting the marriage certificate with Zhou Ning, I rented an apartment and treated her meticulously well, not to mention I didn't interfere with her affair with Chang Yuzhong. Regarding what happened after that, you all know. Chang Yuzhong lured her to lake and then pushed Zhou Ning into the water. Not feeling assured, he smashed her with the electric scooter. As for Zhou Ning's phone, it was never tossed into the water, but rather smashed and discarded by Chang Yuzhong, since obviously, if someone got hold of it, they could see the text messages between them. We then coordinated our alibis. He even found an old woman to corroborate his story. I began to drive around in the middle of the night and then reported the incident. The death certificate was issued on June 24, 2011, and the insurance payout was deposited on June 29, 2011. I gave Chang Yuzhong 2 million. Having said the last word, Zhang Wei seemed to be drained of all his strength and closed his eyes, leaning back in his chair. Su Deyuan gestured to the recorder, who printed out the transcript. Zhang Wei signed it, and then he was taken away. Mr. Zhao blinked and nudged Zhou Ning with his elbow. So Zhang Wei's the mastermind. What does that make Chang Yuzhong, who actually did the killing? Zhou Ning shook his head. Zhou Ning might not have been loyal in her marriage, but she was a human being, treated like a sheep to be slaughtered at will, just to defraud an insurance company. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak, prosody, p. The criminal nature of these two was too heinous. Lu Yongxin brushed off Mr. Zhao's hand. Stop babbling nonsense. With such a case, the sentence is usually swift and severe. Zhang Wei didn't do the actual killing, but he planned the whole thing and paid Chang Yuzhong 2 million, which amounts to soliciting murder. It's a case of intentional homicide, no doubt about it. Chang Yuzhong is no different. He was involved in the planning, making him an accomplice. He took the money and took part in the act of killing. His DNA was found on the electric scooter, which counts as conclusive evidence. It's also intentional homicide for him. It's unlikely they'll receive the death penalty, but a suspended death sentence is inescapable. Besides, they both have joint financial responsibility. The defrauded 4.5 million must at least be recovered, and there ought to be financial compensation to Zhou Ning's family. Not to mention, the 2 sets of 300,000 he transferred to his ex-wife and the 2 properties are all considered malicious asset transfers. The others in the room also discussed the case, each with their own opinion. Plainly, they all felt some dissatisfaction with the suspended death sentence. Mr. Zhao gaped, glancing at the interrogation room. So you're saying these two did all this work for nothing? They got themselves imprisoned for life, and the assets they had hoped to hide are now going to be revealed and will have to be paid to the victim's family. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak, prosody, p. Lu Yongxin nodded. Just watch the interrogation. I'm not the judge. All this is just based on experience. But the trial for this case will be very fast and made public. If you want to know the outcome, just pay attention to it when the time comes. Watch the interrogation. Chang Yuzhong is coming in. Upon hearing what Zhou Ning said, everyone stopped the discussion as Chang Yuzhong took a seat in the interrogation chair, visibly indignant and ranting nonstop. Enough is enough. Do you police think that by keeping me here day after day, because I don't confess, I'll be detained indefinitely? My company's leaders have already spoken to me, asking if I can handle this situation. If not, they suggested I quit my job and resolve this before returning to work. I'm about to lose my job, and the police can't just bully people like this. We both fell into the water, and I can't swim. Wouldn't anyone have the same reaction in that situation? Just because I didn't save her, does that mean I've committed a crime? Show me the law that says that. Let me have a look. No wonder society is deteriorating. It's all because of you law enforcers, abusing your power, disheartening most people. Let me out of here quickly. Chang Yuzhang's face turned red and his neck bulged as he shouted, causing the small desk to constantly vibrate. However, neither Su Dayuan nor Zhang Sanyan and the clerks seated behind showed any sign of anger or any other emotion. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. They looked at him as if he were a fool, waiting for his performance to end. Chang Yuzhang paused, letting go of his grip, his gaze wandering around the room. He noticed that there were more stacks of papers on the interrogation table than before, which made him visibly tense. Su Dayuan raised an eyebrow and approached Chang Yuzhang. Are you done shouting? Or shall I give you another 10 minutes to vent? Chang Yuzhang remained silent, staring into Su Dayuan's eyes, full of doubt but not daring to ask. If you're done, then take a look at this bank statement. Tell me, how heavy is 2 million in cash? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 272 to 269. The skeleton in the attic _1. Chapter 272. Chapter 269. The skeleton in the attic _1. Chang Yuzhang clamped his mouth shut, his gaze shifting away from Su Dayuan. Su Dayuan grabbed a calculator from the table and started tapping on it furiously as he spoke. We looked into some relevant data and found that the weight of a 100 face value of the new Hua currency is about 1.12 grams. Old money is slightly heavier, but let's not worry about that for now. 2 million would then be equivalent to around 23 kilograms, 46 pounds, which is more or less the weight of an 8 or 9-year-old child. Am I right? By this point, Chang Yuzhang was subconsciously clenching his fists, his lips pressed into a tight line. He didn't know how much the cop in front of him had uncovered, but the pressure this man exerted triggered waves of palpitations in Chang Yuzhang. Su Dayuan didn't wait for Chang Yuzhang's response, but stood up and lit a cigarette. The guy sitting in your spot earlier was Zhang Wei. We found uploaded QQ chat logs on his cell phone. When you guys added each other as friends, the insurance scheme you chose, the duration you planned the fraud for, even his urging you to do the deed, along with pictures of the money transfers, I'll show them to you. As he spoke, Su Dayuan placed the chat logs in front of Chang Yuzhang. Chang gritted his teeth so hard that Zhou Ning and the others could see his jaw move from their angle. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Su Dayuan squatted slightly and blew a breath of smoke toward Chang Yuzhang, who coughed twice. You're probably cursing in your heart. Zhang Wei is an idiot. Why didn't he delete such things, even made backups, unlike you who deleted all information, even canceled your number and switched phones? But don't forget, even though he gave you 2 million, he was afraid you'd deny it. If you used that to threaten him, he couldn't clear his name, so naturally, had keep evidence of your crime. How about it, feel like talking now? If you don't want to talk, I won't make it hard for you. Your refusal to confess is the best outcome for me. After all, we found your DNA on the electric scooter, which is conclusive evidence beyond dispute. This way, you could even receive a heavier sentence, which I do welcome. Chang Yuzhang hugged his head and buried it on the small table, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Mr. Zhao nudged Zhou Ning. What's wrong with him? Zhou Ning glanced at Mr. Zhao. He didn't want to explain, but seeing Mr. Zhao's clueless expression, clearly a bit confused, he swallowed back the snarl he had ready. He's crying. Maybe he's feeling remorse. Of course, it's mainly because the police found evidence, so he regrets doing all this. If he could do it all over again, he thinks he'd do it better and more perfectly. Mr. Zhao's mouth hung open, unable to retort. Zhou Ning was right. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. If Chang Yuzhang was remorseful, he wouldn't have immediately befriended Zhang Wei the first chance he got, since he knew right away that Zhang Wei was targeting someone, and this man had no one but himself to blame for the judgment. Chang Yuzhang didn't know how long he had been face down, but when he raised his head, his eyes were bloodshot. Then he also confessed. Just as Zhou Ning said, when Zhang Wei had approached him, he knew exactly whom Zhang Wei had in mind for this murder and insurance fraud scheme. On the night of May 11, 2011, when Chang Yuzhong lured Xia Lernan to Lake Park, he hesitated. It was impossible not to have any feelings for someone he slept with on a weekly basis. But as he hesitated, Xia Lernan berated him and even compared him to Zhang Wei, saying he had never given her anything worth over 100, and that she fancied a purse and wanted Chang Yuzhong to gift it to her for Children's Day. Amidst Xia Lernan's ceaseless nagging, Chang Yuzhong, gripping her hair, jumped off the bridge with her. After hitting the water, Xia Lernan struggled violently, but Chang Yuzhong stood up and kept her head submerged. It wasn't long before Xia Lernan stopped moving. Feeling a bone-chilling cold, Chang Yuzhong pushed her body under the second bridge pier and then quickly climbed ashore. He smashed Xia Lernan's phone with a stone and after some thought, pushed the electric scooter off the bridge onto her neck. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Although the impact was slightly off target, her body eventually sank. Chang Yuzhong wiped the water stains on the bridge with a bag and checked around before fleeing Lake Park quickly. As for the bag and the broken phone, he threw them into the dry toilet pit at the north gate. How to talk to the police and deal with the subsequent insurance claims was all taught to him by Zhang Wei, who, as a lawyer, was best at evading legal responsibility. After uttering the last word, Chang Yuzhong closed his eyes. Will I be sentenced to death? Su Dayuan didn't answer, glanced at the signed statement, and waved at Zhang Sanyan. Zhang Sanyan stood up and ordered someone to take Chang Yuzhong away. Zhang Sanyan let out a long sigh and a smile appeared on his face. That wasn't easy. I never expected this case to involve so much. It's not just a crime of passion. Zhang Wei calculated every step until the end, plotting with Chang Yuzhong like this. Anyone with a shred of conscience would have stopped, but they didn't. They only started thinking about whether they would be sentenced to death after we found the evidence. I don't even know what to say. Su Dayuan took a sip of water from his thermos and stretched his sore, swollen neck. Enough with the emotions, Sanyan. We need to transfer this case as soon as possible. It's a lot of work. Later, you'll have Director Zhou and the others assist you. Get the second autopsy report and related test reports completed. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Then you can discuss the other case with us. We're not here on vacation. There are plenty of others waiting in line. Zhang Sanyan sighed, handed the transcript to the clerk, who swiftly got ready to prepare the files. Actually, the materials were very complete. They just had to enrich the few transcripts and add the relevant evidence to write a report. After giving instructions, Zhang Sanyan and Su Dayuan went back to the small meeting room. Zhou Ning and the others also entered one after another. Seeing everyone assembled, Zhang Sanyan quickly said, I won't say much in thanks, but the 5.11 drowning case has been a hassle for almost a year. Although the outcome was unexpected, we finally cracked it. I'm very grateful for the support from the leaders at the City Bureau. Just now, Director Su said to talk about the other case, so I'll get straight to the point. Actually, this is not exactly a backlog case, but it is extremely peculiar. Our ability to identify skeletal remains is limited. On February 29 this year, I applied for forensic support from the City Bureau. Mr. Ping told me not to rush. The city was organizing a group to assist in cold cases, and the first stop was our Rudong city. He instructed me to prepare the materials so we could look at it together. Zhou Ning slightly lifted his head and glanced at Su Dayuan, finding his expression similar to his own. Clearly, Zhang Sanyan's contact with Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Peng was unknown, and he was only aware that besides the number 1 cold case, there was another problematic case requiring cooperation in the investigation. However, they had received the notice on March 1st. How did Mr. Peng come to know of this in advance? Zhou Ning saw Lu Yongxin open his eyes and point towards the ceiling. Zhou Ning had an epiphany. Mr. Peng was no simple character. During the previous case involving the Guanghai Pharmaceutical Group, when Ren Fangliang and a bunch of city bureau leaders were implicated, he managed to stay clear of troubles and did not join the investigation team. This indicated that he had the ability to judge the situation, at least understanding which way the wind blew and what to get involved in and what not to touch. Zhang Sanyan flipped open a notebook, and at that moment, an officer stood up, turned on the computer, and opened an app. The large screen displayed a photo. All that could be seen were white bones, apparently in a basket covered in dust. Around the bones were some tattered cloths, seemingly old garments upon closer inspection. At the bottom, a wooden handle was hidden beneath the remains, and it seemed there was a rusty blade edge. An axe? What caught Zhou Ning's attention was not the soil underneath the basket, but an unpainted and not-so-smooth wooden floor, akin to that of a simple wooden hut. Were the bones actually inside a room? Zhang Sanyan cleared his throat and began to describe the situation. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Let me briefly describe the situation. On February 28, 2012, at 11:44, we received a report from Sun Ho Town's Renjiazwang village. Someone reported that while cleaning the attic, they found a basket of bones. We went to take a look. These are videos and photos taken at the scene. We do not have a forensic examiner here, so the site survey was carried out by Dr. Su alone with several detectives assisting in recording and photographing. The attic was very cluttered, filled with miscellaneous items. As Zhang Sanyan narrated, a video was played. The camera shook violently, a small wooden door stood ajar, and as the lens turned, an attic was revealed with only a small ventilation window in the middle, dimly lit, with the basket by the window edge. However, next to the basket was a torn quilt with imprinted marks, turned to a dark brown color, clearly indicating it was stained with aged blood. Dr. Su approached and lifted the woven bag atop the basket to reveal a skull with a missing face, bones scattered below, several with chop wounds and shattered in parts. At the bottom, as it was turned over, Zhou Ning indeed saw an axe, nothing of a special shape. After the video ended, the image transitioned to a photo showing a skeleton laid out on an autopsy table. Zhang Sanyan continued, "The family's surname is Su. In Renjiazwang village, they're considered indigenous. The couple in the house has a son and a daughter, both married with children. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Su is the only doctor in the village clinic, and his wife is a retired teacher from Sun Ho Town Middle School in the west of the village, quite gentle and well-regarded in the community. Their son, Su Qing, is also a middle school teacher, but teaches at Rudong No. 1 Middle School. Their daughter, Su Dan, works at the tax bureau. Both children have their own happy families and children." On February 28th, Mr. Z's wife took a notion to clean up the north room, which used to be occupied by the elderly of the house. The old man hadn't passed away long ago, and she thought to tidy up as the old man liked hoarding junk, making the house dirty. After cleaning the 2 floors of the north room, she intended to tidy the attic too, but there was a rusty lock above. Mr. Su couldn't resist her, so he opened the lock and went up with a flashlight to check around, only to find it unbearably stenchy. The two started to search and discovered this basket, and then called the police. Su Dayuan nodded repeatedly. Seeing that Zhang Sanyan had stopped talking, he looked up at Zhang Sanyan with a puzzled face. "Is that it?" "That's it." After the site survey, the skeletal remains were brought back. The clothes on the body didn't have any distinctive markings, and there was no identification. However, Dr. Su submitted them for testing and obtained DNA information. But it didn't match any of the missing persons in our records. I asked for support, and then you all showed up. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chapter 273 to 270 acquaintance as the perpetrator _1 Chapter 273. Chapter 270 acquaintance as the perpetrator _1 Su Dayuan rubbed his forehead and Seeing the worried expression on Zhang Sanian's face, could not bring himself to say anything else. He thought about it and realized that his situation back in Qidong had been similar, lacking both personnel and equipment. Thankfully, Liu Yongxin had been quite supportive. Otherwise, he truly would have been unable to accomplish anything. Glimpsing at Liu Yongxin, Su Dayuan then said, "Since there is no missing person in Rudong that matches our case, let's broaden our comparison range to see if there is any relevant DNA information among the missing persons within the province or even the whole country. Do we have an estimate of the victim's age and height?" Su Guanhai sighed. "To be frank, Director Su, skeletal identification is not my forte. The victim was dismembered and placed in woven bags, then wrapped in blankets, with the clothes put at the very bottom before being placed into a basket. I've assembled the skeleton that Director Zhou has also seen. It looks odd. I know something is not right in many places, but I truly can't manage this. Furthermore, there are bone defects in the damaged areas of the victim's face. I presume the victim's face was smashed and then gnawed on by rats, so I'm not sure whether the skull can be restored using your method. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. Su Dayuan looked towards Zhou Ning, confident in the software's reconstructive capabilities, but that assumed the availability of a complete skull. With such a large piece missing from the face, how would they piece it together? Zhou Ning glanced at Mr. Chu, who shook his head. Clearly, he was unable to accomplish it, and the software couldn't recognize the extent of the missing part either, a design issue indeed. No need to rush this part. Later on, I'll invite Mr. Xia over, and we'll try to reconstruct it using the most primitive methods. I believe our current priority should be to inspect the scene. It's possible that the rats gnawed on the victim's shattered face, but they probably couldn't have carried the bones away. I've seen the video of the attic scene. There's only a small ventilating window that's a certain height above the ground. With the door below locked, the scattered bones may have ended up in the corners of the attic. Su Dayuan nodded, looking at the photo that the criminal police had found. Indeed, the window was about 20 centimeters from the ground, not a difficult climb for the rats. Zhou Ning paused, then asked with a puzzled expression, "I have a question. Based on the observations from the scene photos, the victim's dismembered body was hidden in the attic and has completely skeletonized, with even the clothing partially decomposed. By the looks of it, it has been there for at least 7 or 8 years. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. Moreover, given how tightly it was wrapped, the decomposition of the body would have been slowed. But the smell of a decaying body is incredibly pungent and lingers for a long time. Did the nearby residents not notice anything?" Su Guanhai nodded repeatedly, enlarging a picture and pointing at the big screen as he said, "Let me be honest, I had the same question when I inspected the scene. Director Zhou, look, this is the location of the Su family, situated in the southeast corner of Renjiazwang village, not far from a pig farm. Upon inquiry, the locals did indeed complain about a foul stench from the south of the village, which has lessened in the past 2 years. In previous summers, it was impossible to open the windows at home. Initially assuming it to be the pig farm's drainage ditch, the village invested in digging a new ditch, yet the odor persisted without further management. The pig farm is collectively funded by the village, and it pays the villagers annually. Complaining would cut their own source of income, so despite the stench, everyone tolerated it, choosing to simply keep the windows closed during summer. The pig farm has also become more hygienic over the years, so no one really considered this aspect." Zhou Ning had a realization. That explained a lot. Although the stench of decay had been diminishing year by year, how could the people dwelling in the remote Su family home not sense it? After all, this was the source. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. But then, considering the satellite image seen earlier, this north room was separated from the front yard. Zhang Sanyan also mentioned that the back house was originally inhabited by an elderly person who decided to tidy it up after passing away. It seemed that the elder who previously lived there was a very inarticulate and obstinate person. Su Dayuan glanced at the time. It was nearing 5 o'clock. He then looked at the location of Renjiazwang village and gestured, "San Yan, you guys start organizing the report for the 5.11 drowning case. As for the second inspection of the 2.28 skeleton case, we'll go first thing tomorrow morning. It has been sealed off, right?" Zhang Sanyan nodded. The Su couple were horrified to discover the bones. Mrs. Zu's blood pressure shot up to 220, and she's now hospitalized at Rudong People's Hospital. Mr. Su is taking care of his wife, and with that, their home has been locked up directly. Our people are staying at the village committee to watch the scene. Zhou Ning stood up. Director Su, Zhang De, I'd like to first have a look at the skeleton, to see if it can be reassembled to provide some information about the victim, and also to study the victim's skull. Su Dayuan knew Zhou Ning didn't want to delay the work group's time. They needed to gather relevant characteristics to proceed with the investigation. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P after all. A forensic examination of skeletal remains demands even more time, just like the Xiaolong Mountain archaeological dismemberment case, where, fortunately, the skull was intact. Yet, this case presented a difficulty much greater than that one. All right, San Yan, arrange it. Have someone send something to eat for Zhou Ning and the others in a bit, and don't disturb them. Zhang Sanyan felt a bit embarrassed and quickly nodded. Don't worry, I'll have someone prepare a special meal just for Director Zhou and the team, guaranteed to be nutritious and tasty. Mr. Zhao flashed a grin. I've been here all day, and that's the line I love to hear the most. Su Dayuan waved his hand. All right, you guys go ahead and get busy. We will stay and discuss in more detail the findings at the scene and the situation with the Su family. Mr. Chu, follow Director Zhou and the others. Granted clemency, Mr. Chu hugged his computer and hurriedly caught up with Zhou Ning and the rest. They arrived at the room next to the autopsy room, which was quite spacious. In the middle was a large table with all the bones laid out. Zhou Ning glanced over and saw that Su Guanhai had already numbered each bone. His attention to detail was even greater than Zhou Ning's own. The lights in the room were on, but the brightness was not very high. Sun Gaodai dashed out and soon returned with the LED magnifying lamp that was exclusively used by Zhou Ning. Zhou Ning almost laughed out loud. This guy understood him quite well. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P OK. Mr. Sun was involved in the Xiaolong Mountain archaeological dismemberment case on February 21st. Think about how I categorized them back then. You remember, right? Now you and Zhu Xingxing put all the bones back in place and piece them together, and do it quickly. Having said that, Zhou Ning grabbed the LED light and went a look at the skull, no longer paying attention to the two of them while Mr. Zhao and young Xuedong kept taking photos, which saved a lot of effort due to the numbered bones. Su Guanhai was somewhat at a loss, but the name Xiaolong Mountain sounded familiar to him. He didn't know where he had heard it before, so he quickly dragged Lu Yongxin to the side for a detailed inquiry. After hearing Lu Yongxin's introduction, Su Guanhai looked at Zhou Ning with admiration. It was no longer just envy for Lu Yongxin having such a good disciple, but astonishment at Zhou Ning's capabilities. After holding back for a while, Su Guanhai whispered into Lu Yongxin's ear, I say, you're really lucky. His skills were honed following Li Chongbin. From now on, don't just talk about your disciple, okay? Lu Yongxin grinned and slapped Su Guanhai's arm. Cut it out. My disciple became Li Chongbin's doctoral student just this last September. When this case was cracked, he had just gone to the city bureau. This was cleaning up Cui Haibin's mess, you know. My disciple's ability to self-teach is incomparable to ordinary people. Don't be sour just because you can't eat the grapes. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Su Guanhai shut his mouth, feeling even more gloomy. The two did not chat anymore but joined Zhou Ning, watching him observe the bones. However, soon Su Guanhai was distracted by the actions of Sun Gaotai and Zhu Xingxing. The two of them moved the bone fragments around like they were playing a jigsaw puzzle. In less than 10 minutes, they checked everything and raised their hands to Zhou Ning. Boss, we've finished piecing it together, but there's a piece missing from the left femur, a 3 by 2 centimeter irregular triangular piece. Su Guanhai jumped up and rushed toward the organizing box, startling Liu Yongxin. Old Su, what are you doing? You scared me. Su Guanhai didn't speak, but frantically searched, quickly coming back with a small bag. The missing piece is here. I found this when I was up in the attic. I thought it must be part of the skeleton, but I forgot about it when piecing them together. Zhu Xingxing took it and placed the fragment where the piece was missing and clapped his hands. Perfect, it's just a pity that we didn't find the facial bones that were missing from the body. Zhou Ning put down the skull and glanced over, nodding at them. Not bad, but be quicker next time. Zhu Xingxing is too slow. After you go back, pay close attention to the characteristics of the shin bone. You made a mistake just now, and it was Sun Gaodai who spotted it. Zhu Xingxing's face turned red with embarrassment, but he nodded vigorously nonetheless. Don't worry, boss. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. I'll get right to practicing this when I get back. Su Guanhai smacked his lips, feeling somewhat out of sorts. Here an intern and a newly appointed forensic doctor showed more familiarity with bones than he did. Alas. Zhou Ning walked around the skeleton, constantly instructing Sun Gaodai to measure and asking Yang Xuedong to take photos. He even picked up the pubic symphysis for a glance. Ultimately, Zhou Ning returned to the position of the skull and lifted it up to look at it again. The victim was a male, aged between 18 and 20. His height was between 176 and 178 centimeters, and he had a slender build. Based on Dr. Zhu's weighing, I estimate that the victim's weight was between 120 and 130 pounds. The fatal injury was on the neck, and the weapon was an axe. However, the force used by the murderer was not strong. There were 3 actions of chopping on the neck, with 2 of the blows only leaving scratches on the 3rd and 4th cervical vertebrae. Only 1 blow cut into the space between the 3rd and 4th vertebrae. As you can see, there is a lesion on the edge of the 4th cervical vertebra. It seems the axe got stuck, and the murderer broke it by shaking and twisting it multiple times. The murderer was not skilled in using an axe and did not know how to cut along the joint surfaces for dismemberment. The tool was also not fit for the task, hence the victim's limbs were chopped off while there was no chopping injury on the torso. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. As for the injuries on the victim's face, I believe they were caused by the other side of the axe, as 2 places showed square-shaped trauma, and there is an embedded bone on the brow bone. The murderer probably knew the victim, a crime committed by an acquaintance, so he wanted to destroy the face. Zhou Ning spoke slowly, and Zhu Xingxing continuously recorded on the side. After Zhou Ning finished speaking, Zhu Xingxing also completed his notes. Boss, why was the victim hidden in the Su family's home? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 274 to 271 request for help _1 Chapter 274. Chapter 271 request for help _1 Zhou Ning shook his head. He couldn't make sense of it either. According to the information provided by Zhang Sanyan, regarding the 2 children of the Su family, taking into account the time of the incident 7 years ago, that would be the year 2005. The eldest son, Su Qing, was 25 at the time and was working at Rudong No. 1 Middle School. Although he didn't own a house, he lived in the dormitory and was seldom at home. The younger daughter, Su Dan, was 21 and studying at Shandong Province Finance and Economics University. She was a junior in college, and the school was in the provincial capital, so she only returned home once every half semester. As for Mr. Su Xiangnian, he was a doctor in the village clinic, diligently serving for over 30 years, and Mrs. Su, Zhang Shan, had a good reputation as a high school teacher. Could such a family harbor grudges against others or even dismember and hide a corpse in the attic of their house? Zhou Ning couldn't figure it out and couldn't provide Zhu Xingxing with an answer. Speculation at this point is pointless. Let's proceed with the autopsy of the skeleton. Zhu Xingxing closed his mouth, while Sun Gaodai took the initiative to register all the skeletal remains. Zhao Xinli and Yang Xuedong continuously took photographs, and Zhou Ning, using a magnifying glass with an LED light, observed meticulously from all angles. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. After examining the skeleton, he went over to the adjacent table to inspect the pieces of rotten fabric. The garment appeared to be a suit. Zhou Ning immediately searched for the label inside the collar, fumbling for a long time before finding that the label on the interior of the collar had fallen off. Su Guanhai approached and used tweezers to find the label inside a pocket. "Director Zhou, are you looking for this?" "I found it inside the pocket. It was stuffed in there." Zhou Ning examined it and saw that the label originally had a silver backing with a black logo embroidered on top that looked like a horse with a flowing mane, accompanied by a row of letters Younger, with no Chinese identification. Younger? Yes, it seems like Younger. However, this brand doesn't seem as famous these past 2 years. Su Guanhai nodded continuously. Zhou Ning pinched the fabric, rubbing it slightly. The material was very dense, seemingly dark gray, with a grainy texture inside. When sending it for analysis, did you check the fabric material of the clothing? Yes, they said it's 90% wool. The material is quite good quality woolen fabric. However, nowadays suits are rarely made with such material. I feel this fabric is not cheap. Zhou Ning hummed in acknowledgement, then stepped back a bit. The clothing, despite being severely tattered and missing pieces, was indeed expensive, as Su Guanhai mentioned. Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. Yang, measure the waist of the trousers, as well as the lengths of the legs, shoulders, sleeves, the size of the shirt collar, and the size of the shoes. We need to compare these with the estimated weight of the deceased to see if there are any discrepancies. Be careful not to tear it. The fabric, already weakened by age and stained with blood, is damaged. Yang Xuedong hurried to take the measurements, and Su Guanhai stepped in to help. The two of them finished measuring after a short time. Meanwhile, Zhou Ning also examined the torn areas of the clothing. These matched precisely with the chop wounds on the skeleton, indicating that the victim was attacked while fully clothed. The victim, based on previous analyses, was aged between 18 and 20, between 176 and 178 centimeters tall, with a slightly lower weight, a slim build. At that age, one's explosive power and reflex speeds are at their peak, yet none of the victim's phalangeal, ulnar, radial, or humeral bones showed defensive wounds. This shouldn't be the case. Zhou Ning closed his eyes slightly, visualizing the black figures of the murderer and the victim. Based on the chop wounds on the victim's body, an animated sequence played out in his mind. The victim was chopped 3 times in the neck, with 2 of the blows being non-fatal. He could have dodged, defended, or reacted, but he did not. It was as if he was lying there calmly, waiting for the attacker's blows. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. Moreover, the critical point was that the murderer wasn't very strong. The tibia and fibula showed signs of being hit multiple times, as did the bones of the ankle and face. The arms were severed only at the shoulder joints. Zhou Ning opened his eyes and turned suddenly towards Su Guanhai beside him, startling him and causing the older man's glasses to drop. "What's the matter, Director Zhou?" "Dr. Su, when you sent the clothing pieces for analysis, you were looking for DNA, right? Since DNA was extractable, were any toxicological tests conducted?" Su Guanhai shook his head. The DNA was indeed troublesome. It took the police department's forensic science team 3 or 4 attempts to extract it. Zhou Ning nodded slightly. At this moment, Yang Xuedong approached, handing Zhou Ning the results of the measurements. After a glance at the data, Zhou Ning squinted his eyes. "It seems the deceased's weight was a little higher than my calculations. He was of the very lean type, weighing between 130 and 140 pounds. Zhou Ning paused, then took out his phone to call Chui Lily. "Director Zhou, do you have another task for me?" Zhou Ning felt somewhat embarrassed since it was already 5:10 p.m., which was technically after working hours. Mrs. Cui, I have a question for you. On February 29th, a blood-stained piece of cloth was sent from Qidong City for DNA extraction. Dr. Su mentioned that it took you 3 or 4 attempts to extract DNA/P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody P. I'm wondering, is it possible to test these old bloodstains for toxic substances? From the other end, the sound of a computer keyboard tapping could be heard as Cui Lily searched for the record. It wasn't long before she replied, found it. The sample sent was a single piece of cloth measuring 5 by 5 centimeters. There was too little blood collected to perform an analysis. If there were a larger quantity, we might attempt a toxicological analysis, but do you have any leads? If you have a specific direction, the process might be quicker. I'm looking for a poison or drug that can cause rapid loss of consciousness in a short time, something easy to purchase and obtain in society. Your range is too broad. Zhou Ning smiled. In fact, he could think of several leads, but that could easily influence the direction of the analysis. Mrs. Cui, I'll have someone send over more blood-stained fabrics soon. Please arrange for someone to work overtime and process them. All right. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Ning looked at the pieces of clothing on the table. Mr. Zhao, pack up the 2 pant legs and have Director Su send people to hurry the items to the technical department's examination lab. We need to be quick. Mr. Zhao hurriedly packed the items, labeling the bag with the relevant contents while walking. Su Guanhai seemed a bit excited. These clothes are already so tattered and seem quite old. Can we still extract any poison from inside them? Zhou Ning nodded. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody P. The examination lab has some new equipment, but this is based on having a sufficient sample volume. Trying multiple times might lead us to some trace residues. It's a matter of luck now. Everyone fell silent. Indeed, that was the case. The deceased had been reduced to bones, and the only things that might remain were these tiny bloodstains on the clothes. Moreover, none of the personal belongings contained any information about the deceased. With no identity to follow, any other discussions were fruitless. Zhou Ning returned to the table holding the victim's skeletal remains and bent down slightly in front of the damaged skull. The facial area of the skull had suffered severe damage. The damage started from the left eye socket to the left lower jaw, with missing teeth as well. Zhou Ning rotated the skull to observe it carefully, then looked up to find Mr. Chu, but didn't see him after looking around. Where's Mr. Chu? Sun Gaodai pointed outside. Mr. Chu has been on the phone outside. He hasn't come in yet. Should I go call him? Zhou Ning didn't respond but walked out himself, and Mr. Chu, seeing Zhou Ning, quickly ended the call and hurried over. Were you looking for me? Zhou Ning nodded. The victim's skull is incomplete. Can the software analyze the remaining parts? Mr. Chu shook his head. I was just discussing this issue with Dr. Liu. Previously, the software's analysis and scanning were based on the skull's integrity being around 90%, which allowed it to carry out a fuzzy search. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody P. With insufficient data points, the restoration results wouldn't be ideal, so we abandoned the fuzzy search feature. I negotiated with Dr. Liu to adjust the software tomorrow to attempt partial restoration and enable the fuzzy search feature. However, this will take time. It's not something that can be finished in a day or two. Zhou Ning nodded his understanding. Mr. Chu and his team were researchers who liked to speak with data and experimental results. However, Zhou Ning's work wasn't experimental. He needed to extract useful information from the many clues left behind. I understand. I'll call Mr. Xia. Zhou Ning walked to a corner of the corridor and dialed Xia Momo's cell phone. Just before the ring ended, Xia Momo answered, with faint panting sounds coming from the other end. Zhou Ning paused. Hello, Mr. Xia? What is it, Director Zhou? If it's inconvenient for you, I can call you back a bit later. Go ahead, I was moving things, but I've put them down now. Zhou Ning realized that Xia Momo had not been around during the Xia family's move to Huining province and might have returned to tidy up their old home before moving to the new one. With this in mind, Zhou Ning didn't dwell on it and quickly said, "Hey, race the situation. The two students you're supervising, can you have Dr. Liu or his team find someone else to take over for now? I have a severely damaged victim's skull here, with the entire left side of the face missing. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. We can't find the fragments, so I intend to manually reconstruct it using the previous method. If possible, I can have someone pick you up." Xia Momo thought for a moment. "Have someone come to get me from Qin University's residential area in half an hour. I need to prepare some things and make a trip to the lab, as I don't have materials at home. Is the skull you mentioned a replica or the actual bone?" Zhou Ning slapped his forehead, just remembering this detail. "Only the real skull. I haven't found a place here that can do 3D printing. Can your lab at Qin University handle it? I'll have Mr. Chu collect the data later and send it to you." Xia Momo chuckled. "It seems that Director Su has influenced you, and you're becoming just as impatient. Don't send someone for me just yet. Let Mr. Chu send over the data later. I'll arrange for someone to prepare and then do the printing. It might take some time. Once it's done, it'll come over immediately." After hanging up the phone, Mr. Chu had already dashed in to prepare the scanning of various data. After all, 3D printing technology was still experimental, and the data had to be extremely accurate, otherwise, errors were inevitable. Previously, Zhou Ning had used cast replicas of skulls, but this method was unsuitable for the current victim whose skull was very fragile and could fall apart with any excessive handling. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 275 to 272. Mr. Xia is here. _1 Chapter 275, Chapter 272. Mr. Xia is here. _1 March 4, 2012. 9:22. Mr. Zhao, who was crouching at the window, kept waving his hand back. "Here he comes, here he comes. Mr. Xia is here." Zhou Ning also quickly walked to the window and looked down, where Xia Momo was getting out of the car, holding a huge box. Mr. Bai reached out to take it, but Xia Momo dodged him. Zhou Ning couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Bai was always restless, truly someone Xia Momo wouldn't trust with her items. Zhou Ning turned and went downstairs. By the time he reached the first floor, Xia Momo had already walked in. Seeing Xia Momo's somewhat pale face and the faint dark circles under her eyes, Zhou Ning felt even more embarrassed. "You must have stayed up all night. Let me take that for you." Xia Momo shook her head without speaking, but handed the box to Zhou Ning. They went upstairs with Mr. Bai scratching his head continuously, looking puzzled behind them. "I offered to take the box, but why did Mr. Xia ignore me and even told me not to touch it?" Lu Yufei poked Mr. Bai and rolled her eyes at him. "Stop being so weird. You're fidgety. She was afraid you'd drop it. Stop staring at Mr. Xia. She doesn't like younger brothers. Hurry up and follow me to check the details. It seems you're not tired yet." When Zhou Ning and Xia Momo reached the office, Xia Momo took off her coat. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Zhou Ning carefully placed the box on the desk and then introduced, "This is Xia Momo from the Special Laboratory of Qin University, one of the main developers of the software. And this is Dr. Su, the Forensic Doctor of the Rudong City Criminal Investigation Brigade's Forensic Office, as well as a friend of my master." Xia Momo quickly nodded towards Su Guanhai, who smiled and rubbed his hands together. "I didn't expect such youth and achievement. Nice to meet you, Mr. Xia." Lu Yongxin gave Su Guanhai a nudge and motioned to Xia Momo. "All right, enough with the pleasantries. Just a sentence or two will do. We're all technical people, no need for the fluff. Mr. Xia, do you need a separate office? One where you won't be disturbed?" Xia Momo smiled and shook her head, taking a glance inside the office. "No need for a separate office. Just somewhere closer to the skeleton will do. It's more convenient for us this way." Zhou Ning nodded and waved Mr. Zhao and the others to move aside, then looked toward Lu Yongxin. Master, would you mind running an errand? This restoration is urgent, but the crime scene also needs a thorough examination. I'm worried about oversights with Mr. Zhao and the others. I'd be more at ease with you there. Lu Yongxin patted Zhou Ning on the shoulder. You and Mr. Xia focus on reconstructing the skull here. I'll take them to the scene. Director Su and the others are going to screen the area around Renjiazwang village anyway, so we'll just join them. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, I'll talk to the locals, and they'll deliver lunch early for you, leaving it at the door to avoid disturbing your work. Zhou Ning nodded. His master understood him best. Like herding ducks, Lu Yongxin ushered the others to leave quickly. Xia Momo had already taken off her coat, put on a white lab coat, tied up her hair, and then opened the box. Zhou Ning leaned over and helped Xia Momo take out the 3D printed skull from inside the box and placed it next to the victim's skull for comparison. Zhou Ning thought it was perfect. This technology is really amazing, the data is accurate, and the copy is extremely perfect. Xia Momo seemed unsatisfied, frowning slightly. She took a scalpel and started to clean some excess material off the edges. After some time, she nodded in satisfaction. There, now it's even more perfect. Shall we start the restoration now? Yes. Give me the data then. Do you know the details like height, weight, hair color, pupil color, skin tone, etc.? Zhou Ning shook his head. The victim was found skeletal. There's little known information. The only things known are age, height, and weight. Even those are estimated and not very accurate. As for hair color, there were some short strands stuck in the burlap bag. They seem to be close to pure black. Xia Momo smiled at Zhou Ning. Don't worry, the victim still has half of the face relatively intact. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, we can use proportional methods to repair the missing parts of the skull on the opposite side, and then start sculpting to fill it in. We won't know if it works until we try, right? Zhou Ning also smiled, feeling his tensed nerves relax at Xia Momo's words. Indeed, as Xia Momo said, he was too concerned about the outcome, unlike when he was investigating the 12.10 case under the bed, where he didn't care about the outcome as much. It wasn't necessary to be so concerned. Finding a method to break the case was key. With this thought, Zhou Ning felt somewhat relieved. All right, then let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, well, just start over. Xia Momo also smiled. Don't worry, I've had people continue 3D printing skulls. If we ruin this one, we'll get another delivered. The laboratory is very keen on this matter. Last night, when they heard we'd be using this technology, not a single person took leave. They all went. Zhou Ning nodded and helped Xia Momo mix the plaster. Then, they began to compare and restore the victim's right facial bone structure. Time passed swiftly, and with reference to the position of the intact skeleton on the other side, the two repaired the missing parts. Xia Momo scanned it and used software to reconstruct the deceased's appearance, but neither of them was satisfied with how the person looked. They then decided to start over, performing a sculptural muscle repair, and by the time they finished, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, after washing their hands and reviewing the results of their repair, Xia Momo was quite satisfied. I think it's very good. It looks more like a young person, she said. Zhou Ning smiled. The facial features are fine, but I still feel something is not quite satisfying, yet I can't put my finger on what it is. I'll go see if they've brought us boxed lunches. Probably I'm so hungry that my brain cells aren't working, Xia Momo said, quickly standing up. Now that you mention it, I realize I'm really hungry too. Zhou Ning said, already at the door. When she opened it, there was a bag outside, a large one with 2 brand new towels inside. Wrapped around 4 boxes, it was quite thoughtful. Carrying the boxes inside, they quickly ate, and continual coughing sounds came from the computer. Zhou Ning rinsed her mouth, about to open her email when her phone rang. It was Mrs. Cui calling, and Zhou Ning excitedly pressed the answer button. Big sister. I just sent you an email, but thought I'd better call you about it. We've got the results of the deceased's blood analysis. There were many components found, though none in large amounts. We found lidocaine and trace amounts of the benzodiazepine diazepam, taken from a soaked 5 by 5 centimeter cloth sample. I did a test, and a cloth of this size needs to soak up at least 7 milliliters of blood for full saturation, so you can figure out the ratio. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Also, another substance was found, carbamide, which I don't think is from the blood, but you can judge for yourself, Mrs. Cui added. Zhou Ning clenched her fists, too excited to express herself. Thank you so much, Mrs. Cui. I know how difficult it must have been to extract old residual cloth. It must have taken many attempts to collect it. Thank you, Zhou Ning said. Humph, that's enough flattery. Don't start sounding like Mr. Zhao. You get back to work, I've got other things to do. Because of your analysis, everything else is on hold, Mrs. Cui retorted. Before Zhou Ning could say anything else, Mrs. Cui had already hung up. Xia Momo came over. Is everything okay? She asked. Zhou Ning shook her head. Mrs. Cui is direct, but absolutely serious about her work. And the extraction test was very difficult. I wonder what method she used. Oh, and I just figured out what is wrong with our reconstruction sculpture of the deceased. What is it? Xia Momo inquired. The hairstyle. The one you chose reflects what young people like nowadays, but given that the deceased died 7 or 8 years ago, or maybe even longer, that hairstyle doesn't seem right. Also, there are usually specific rules about hair length for students. Xia Momo had a realization and quickly changed the scanned image's hairstyle to a parted one, slightly shortening the hair length. With this adjustment, the reconstruction of the deceased now had a bit more of a youthful appearance. Zhou Ning nodded constantly. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Xia Momo got to work and quickly changed the sculpted hairstyle too. Having printed the lab report, Zhou Ning stared at the report's concentrations with a solemn expression. Diazepam, commonly known as Valium, detected in the blood, indicates more than simple oral consumption of Valium tablets. Oral intake requires at least 30 minutes to 2 hours for the drug concentration in the blood to reach a level where it would take effect. 7 or 8 years ago, anesthetics like lidocaine were very common in small dental clinics, not like LT, which requires special channels. Diazepam or Valium pills were easily available then, as there wasn't such strict regulation. Was it possible that the killer calculated the peak period of the blood drug concentration accurately, making the victim take Valium and then, once they lost consciousness, injected lidocaine? Unless it was a doctor, this would be difficult to pull off, but if it was a doctor, there would be no need to go through such trouble. After all, there are many ways to make someone lose consciousness without being detected, and this method is not very reliable. As for carbamide, that's just urea, which probably relates to the bag. Zhou Ning shook her head and turned back to the deceased's clothes, next to which were many plastic-woven bags. The bags had puncture marks, were crumpled into balls, and had no ties or binding materials. When Zhou Ning spread out the bag, something fluttering at the mouth of the bag caught his attention. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. It appeared to be a paper tag, slightly sticking out of the bag, sewn into the mouth of the bag with thread, but it was stained with blood. Zhou Ning quickly grabbed an LED light to take a closer look. It turned out to be a certification tag, with a diamond-shaped stamp between 2 ink-printed dates, one marked January 10, 2002, and the other January 9, 2005. The bag brand was a type of fertilizer featuring the prominent word urea. Zhou Ning was familiar with this since his grandfather also grew just enough crops back home to provide seasonal vegetables for the family, not to sell grain. Urea can be used multiple times from March to October. Zhou Ning spread out the bag fully on the stainless steel cart and realized that the bag had not been stained by blood in several places and was quite clean. In the countryside, families keep these bags mostly to store things. They are never this clean. It looked as if it was used to hold a body right after fertilizing was done. This thought startled Zhou Ning. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 276 to 273 half a blood fingerprint _1 chapter 276. Chapter 273 half a blood fingerprint _1 Zhou Ning rubbed his chin, forcing himself to calm down. If we follow this line of thought, the bag was used up and immediately put away. The murderer found the bag and used it to hold the body. Does this mean the victim's time of death was very close to the production date of this eerie and not about 7 years ago as I originally analyzed? The production date on the bag is January 10, 2002. Such items are rarely stockpiled in large quantities only to be sold over the course of 1 or 2 years. They are typically sold as needed, with at most a half-year's supply in stock. That's already the limit. So the time of death must have been after January 10, 2002. The victim was dressed in a dark gray Jaguar wool suit with a white shirt underneath. Zhou Ning flipped over the victim's shoes, which were black leather Oxfords tied with laces. Even though there were bloodstains, there were no sweat stains from long-term wear on the insoles. They were 90% new. With such an outfit, there was something reminiscent of a groom. However, the victim's age didn't match the attire, and Zhou Ning sighed deeply. The mismatch between the outfit and age was puzzling. Just then, the door opened, and Mr. Zhao and the others rushed in, each setting down their things, some reaching for water, others heading to the restroom. Lu Yongxin plopped into a chair, looking extremely tired. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Ning hurried over and poured Lu Yongxin a cup of warm tea. Are you tired, master? Lu Yongxin waved his hand. Not very tired, it's just that the attic's low ceiling limits movement. The basket was placed near the window, but the shortest spot there is only 1.4 meters high, so you can't stand up, and squatting down is difficult too. You have to kneel. Zhou Ning felt somewhat embarrassed for having Lu Yongxin follow him to the scene, not expecting him to actually climb up there as well. He lifted Lu Yongxin's pant leg, and Lu Yongxin gave a start, hitting Zhou Ning several times. He knew his disciple was concerned for him and kept waving his hand, saying, "Look how worried you are. I'm wearing thermal leggings and knee pads. It doesn't chafe at all." Mr. Zhao and Mr. Yang really suffered though. By the way, we owe a lot to Dr. Zhu this time. That girl can really endure hardship. Zhou Ning nodded. Since working with him on the Guanghai Pharmaceuticals case, Zhu Xingxing had changed significantly. She was no longer petulant, willing to learn whatever she was asked and able to focus. She always gave Zhou Ning some pleasant surprises, and her proficiency in autopsies kept improving. Dr. Zhu has made progress. Did you find anything at the scene? At this question, Mr. Zhao, who had just washed his face, came running over, drying his face while speaking pridefully. We have pretty much cleaned out the attic for the Su family. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. There were years of accumulated stuff up there, and we even found a box of grain and cloth coupons, which might be worth something. Seeing that Zhou Ning's face remained unamused, Mr. Zhao quickly restrained his casual demeanor, stood up straight, picked up a camera, and began to explain. It's very similar to your analysis. We found some bone fragments and short hairs near the window gap. We also found some fragments scattered around in the corners of the attic. I don't know if they can be pieced together, as the fragments are already crushed to dust. Zhu Xingxing had already come over, opening the investigation box to reveal a dozen evidence bags. There were quite a few bone fragments, but as Mr. Zhao had said, they were shattered to bits, making assembly not an easy task. Mr. Chu also came over, glanced at it, covered his mouth, and couldn't help but retch several times. This is even more brutal than when Mr. Xia treated Fang Wenjia's smashed face last time. After we scan it, let's see if the software can help. Zhou Ning did not reply, while Xia Momo nodded in agreement on the side. At that moment, Mr. Zhao noticed the reconstructed head sculpture placed nearby and rushed over, his mouth agape in shock. My God, have you managed to reconstruct it? Zhou Ning hummed in affirmation. Mr. Xia suggested using the axis symmetry method for the skeletal repair, as the victim's right facial bones were the least damaged. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. We repaired the skeleton on the 3D printed replica skull. Then, based on age and physique, we filled in the facial muscles. Mr. Xia has already scanned the sculpture. The complexion, hair color, and eye color have been newly filled in. As for the hairstyle, we also took inspiration from Popular Styles Post 2000. I wonder if with such an image, someone could recognize who the victim is. Lu Yongxin glanced at the plaster face. It was a significantly more detailed rendition than what Zhou Ning's team had done before, evidently depicting a young man with an adolescent's lingering boyishness on his face. His eyes weren't large and his features could only be described as ordinary. However, his prominent brow bones, squared face, and jaw, coupled with a straight nose bridge, caught Lu Yongxin's attention, dispelling his prior fatigue as he stood up. Has the system found this person's information based on the photo? Zhou Ning and Xia Momo both shook their heads, a slight frown between their brows. As if Lu Yongxin hadn't noticed Zhou Ning's confusion, he walked around the statue before speaking. The layout of the victim's facial features seems indicative of Ludong people's characteristics, especially the protruding brow ridge, the receding hairline, the flat forehead, the brow ridge higher than the cheekbones, and the pronounced yet narrow nose bridge. These are unique facial traits of people from the peninsula region of Ludong province. I think you shouldn't be discouraged. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. If the registry information doesn't match, it doesn't necessarily mean your search is wrong. Zhou Ning's face was filled with confusion, not quite understanding what Lu Yongxin meant. Master, are you suggesting? Lu Yongxin waved his hand and sat down on a chair with a plop, sipping tea as he said, You see, nowadays many people go out to work or live elsewhere. Those who do will often return home in their finery, letting their family share their joy. Those who do okay also come back for holidays and festivals, at least to spend time with family. Then there are those who do poorly or extremely poorly, with identities that make it inconvenient to return, or even some who have been caught and are serving time in various places, and those missing persons not listed as missing. Xia Momo somewhat disagreed and glanced at the software. But even for such special people, their household registration should still exist, right? We've conducted several population censuses. Could there still be oversights? Their identity information shouldn't be a problem, should it? Lu Yongxin shook his head. Girl, you're thinking too simply. The stories written in books all make sense, but in reality, there are far more incomprehensible yet genuine occurrences. There are cases where people die and their household isn't cancelled, and they even keep the body at home. I've encountered this several times. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, Xia Momo shivered, and Zhou Ning reached out to support her, holding back a smile as he looked at Lu Yongxin. His master was clearly trying to spook Xia Momo, but what he said made a lot of sense. Let's wait for Director Su to come back and show him this restored portrait. Conduct a comprehensive search in Rudong City for those who have been away for many years, born between 1980 and 1982. Before anyone else could react, Lu Yongxin was clearly taken aback. Eh? Did your analysis of the victim's age change? Zhou Ning nodded and pointed at the stainless steel cart beside him with a woven bag on it. I just found the most intact woven bag. In addition to bloodstains, I discovered a certification label. Aside from the contaminated parts, the bag appears quite new. I think we can narrow the gap between the victim's time of death and the fertilizer's production date to around 2002. That's 3 years earlier than our previous estimation, making the time of death approximately 10 years ago. Su Guanhai came over and unfolded the previous investigation information. In that case, we need to re-examine everyone in the Su family for the year 2002 to see if anything happened. Was there anyone who visited the Su family and then never left? And where was each person in 2002, and do they have an alibi for the time of the crime? Zhou Ning nodded. After all, this work was very complicated and had to wait for Su Dayuan to return and take a close look. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Just then, the office door was pushed open, and Su Dayuan and his team came in, their gaze immediately landing on the sculpted portrait, their faces beaming. I heard you mentioning me outside the door. Tell me, what have you discovered? Mr. Zhao, quick to speak, recited their findings from the scene investigation and all of Zhou Ning's analyses. Su Dayuan opened his notebook, recording continuously, and then waved to Mr. Tao and others standing nearby. You all heard that. Let's not disturb Director Zhou here. Let's go to the meeting room, have a meeting, and then distribute the work tasks. As for tomorrow's canvassing, Director Zhou, can your people also be dispersed amongst the various teams? Zhou Ning had no objections. After all, he was here to work on the case. Waiting for news here was less helpful than going along. As for the Su family, he was indeed eager to visit the scene himself. Fine, Director Su, you arrange it. I really need to go see the Su family scene. Su Dayuan, satisfied, led the way out and Zhou Ning exhaled deeply, looking at the axe stained with blood. The handle of the axe was full of dark brown bloodstains, but despite repeated checks, there were no fingerprints or glove markings on it. What surprises me most is that no fingerprints or glove patterns were left on the weapon. This is quite unusual. Su Guanhai smiled as he came closer, his face slightly embarrassed. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Director Zhou, I didn't mention before, but when we found the axe, it was tied up with a woven bag. I took off the bag to see the full view of the axe before taking pictures. This is the bag. Following the direction of Su Guanhai's pointing, Zhou Ning looked over to see Su Guanhai grabbing an evidence bag and pulling out a folded woven bag from inside. It was covered with bloodstains, with a leather buckle next to it. However, the leather had aged and was broken into several pieces, sticking to the surface and retaining some of its original shape. Lu Yongxin's face darkened as he glanced at Su Guanhai. Old Su, weren't you all wearing body cameras throughout? Su Guanhai shook his head. We were only filming a part of it with the cameras held up when we entered the scene. I didn't wear it during the actual investigation. After all, it's not convenient with the isolation suit on. Zhang De hurried over to smooth things over, laughing as he wrapped his arm around Lu Yongxin's shoulder. Uncle, we understand there are few hands here. I see that Zhang De over there also rarely dispatches people to help out. Lu Yongxin didn't speak further. He understood that as a retired person now considered part of the lab team, he had no stance to be enraged. After all, it was still up to Zhou Ning to make decisions. But Zhou Ning couldn't say anything since Su Guanhai was his friend. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Ning had already put on gloves and picked up the bag, near the edge of the aging leather buckle on the outside. It seemed there was half a blood fingerprint. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 277 to 274. Crescent pattern _1 Chapter 277. Chapter 274. Crescent pattern _1 Zhou Ning quickly lifted the bag and walked under the LED light to take a close look, discovering that the blood fingerprints pattern was unclear, resembling a droplet of blood. No wonder Su Guanhai didn't mention this blood print. He probably thought that a fingerprint without a discernible pattern wasn't worth collecting. However, upon closer examination, the entire lower part of the fingerprint was horizontal with no vertical lines rising and falling, a discovery that brightened Zhou Ning's eyes. Although the upper part was not visible, this was enough to prove that the owner of the fingerprint was very likely to have a bow-shaped pattern. I suspect that the killer has a bow-shaped pattern, he said. Those around him all drew in a sharp breath and hurried over to look. Xia Momo and Mr. Chu glanced at each other, looking somewhat bewildered. Xia Momo turned to Zhou Ning and asked, "Are people with bow-shaped patterns very unusual?" Zhou Ning nodded. The majority of people have either whorl or loop fingerprints, which is what we refer to as fighting and winnow-in baskets. Only about 5% of people worldwide have bow-shaped patterns. These fingerprints are characterized by the gradual decrease in the arc radius of the lines from the fingertip to the knuckle, running parallel to the flexion creases of the knuckle near the joint. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. If you draw a straight line connecting the most protruding points formed by the majority of the arches as a central axis, depending on their inclination, you can divide them into left-leaning, right-leaning, and non-leaning bow-shaped patterns. Based on the height of the central bow-shaped line, they can be categorized into low, medium, and high bow-shaped patterns. Lu Yongxin waved his hand dismissively. You're making it too complicated. To put it simply, bow-shaped patterns are fingerprints with only slight curves to their lines. It's very rare to see such fingerprints in everyday life, and while there's a genetic factor, it doesn't mean everyone in the family will have them. Xia Momo and Mr. Chu instinctively looked down at their fingers, as if they had never seen such fingerprints before. Zhou Ning narrowed his eyes, looking at Mr. Zhao and then outside at the sky. Have Mr. Zhao call Director Su. During tomorrow's investigation, we'll need to collect fingerprints from everyone we question in search of someone with the bow-shaped pattern. Xia Momo stretched her neck. She had stayed up all night and rushed to Rudong City first thing in the morning, spending the day with Zhou Ning sculpting the restoration of the victim's head. Her neck was sore and swollen, but the sight of such a unique fingerprint piqued her interest. I've never seen such a fingerprint. Maybe we could run a quick search in the database. Mr. Chu shook his head as he approached and turned the computer around. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He soon realized that he was even more impatient, having already scanned the blood print and now looking to find a match in the system. However, the display showed that the fingerprint features were insufficiently captured, questioning if the search should continue despite the vagueness. At these words, Xia Momo also sighed. Zhou Ning raised an eyebrow. Speak plainly, what do you mean? Mr. Chu knew that although Zhou Ning had contributed to the design software, his input was directional and revolved around the combination of various collections and applications. Zhou Ning was not aware of these operational details. Here's the thing. If a fingerprint has fewer than 4 characteristic points and the integrity of the fingerprint is less than 30%, then the results from a fuzzy search will be a very large data set. It's almost like not searching at all. For instance, if we suspect the person has a bow-shaped pattern, the result might be everyone in Ludong province, or even the entire country with a bow-shaped pattern. The data you see below represents the results of the fuzzy search. Although bow-shaped patterns are rare, accounting for about 5% of the world's population, identifying all individuals with bow-shaped patterns is still an astronomical number, making such a screening meaningless. Zhou Ning realized this as he looked at the number pointed out by Mr. Chu, knowing that even if the killer was amongst them, it would be impossible to investigate each one individually. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Does anyone in the Su family have a bow-shaped pattern? Mr. Chu tapped on the keyboard, bringing up the fingerprints of the 4 Su family members. The parents and the older brother, Su Qing, had normal fingerprints, but Su Dan file showed only the fingerprints of the left hand and the thumb and index finger of the right hand. A note below mentioned that Su Dan had a fracture in his right hand. The remaining 3 fingers were incomplete, and their prints could not be recorded, hence the special note. Mr. Chu hastily showed Zhou Ning, who didn't say much, since such incidents occasionally occurred, although they're generally updated later unless the 3 fingers are incapable of leaving usable fingerprints. Okay then, let's not search anymore for today. Hurry up and have Zhu Xingxing arrange a place for Mr. Xia to rest. Tomorrow, He'll join the work team and be assigned to the screening process with all groups. The next morning, everyone was assigned and dispatched, with only Lu Yongxin and Mr. Zhou accompanying Zhou Ning as they drove toward Renjiazhuang village. It took over half an hour to cover a dozen kilometers. Turning off Provincial Highway 213, they saw Sanho Town Middle School to the west. Shortly after heading east and turning at the intersection, they arrived in front of the Su family's home. Zhou Ning got out of the car but didn't hurry inside. Instead, he walked a circle around the Su family's home. The standalone house didn't share walls with any neighbors. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. There were small paths on either side of the courtyard and a ditch to the north. The nearby pig farm could be heard from here. Lu Yongxin and Mr. Zhou followed Zhou Ning without speaking or introducing themselves, walking together toward the main entrance of the Su family home. On the left was a clinic with a sign that read Renjiazhuang Clinic, but the clinic was locked. Inside, several beds could be seen, as well as a pharmacy and a consultation room. Peering through the window, one could see the pharmacy was filled with all sorts of medications, small but complete in every detail. The courtyard in front of the Su family's residence seemed to have been renovated. In place of the original dilapidated main house, a small two-story building had been added to the front, leaving a passageway underneath that looked like a doorway, effectively creating an additional yard behind. Such an architectural style was quite different from the typical structures in Qidong, giving off the impression of a compound with two courtyards. On one side was a garage, and on the other were the kitchen and dining room. The dining room was very spacious, suggesting that family gatherings were mostly held there. As for the attic, it was located on the second floor of the old main house in the back. Passing through the corridor, they arrived at the rear courtyard. As they approached this area, a faint foul smell became noticeable, mingled with the scent of sandalwood. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Ning turned his head and noticed behind the renovated second story a huge incense burner filled with a dense array of spent incense sticks, with thick layers of ash, indicating the Su family had been lighting a lot of sandalwood every day to remove the stench. The effect was quite good. Since the case was reported on February 28th, many days had passed, and there was still such a strong scent of sandalwood in the backyard. It must have been heavily fumigated. Mr. Zhou came up beside Zhou Ning and pointed at the main house's door. You can go through this door to access the first and second floors. To get to the attic, you have to go around the side where there is a separate wooden staircase. Following Mr. Zhou, they climbed the wooden staircase. The higher they went, the stronger the odor became. Mr. Zhou held up the flashlight on his phone, illuminating the area before flipping a switch, and the dim attic was instantly brightened. The clutter inside had been cleared out, with some circles and squares marked on the ground. Mr. Zhou gave a brief explanation, and Zhou Ning nodded continuously, following him to a window. The wooden floor here was dark purple, with maggot shells around it. Surrounding the circled area on the floor, the maggot shells were arranged in a ring. Mr. Zhou squatted down closer and turned on the light to explain. There is an enormous quantity of maggot shells. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I think it's because the body was wrapped in a bag, cushioned below by clothing, so the space for flies to get in was somewhat limited. The flies produced a large amount of decomposing liquid while feeding on the decay, which also prolonged the decomposition time. If it were summer, it would have taken at least more than 20 days to clean off the flesh, but in spring or autumn, it would likely be between 30 to 40 days. Zhou Ning glanced at the marks on the floor and said with slightly widened eyes, I feel it was either late spring or early summer, or possibly late summer or early autumn when the deceased died. It must have just cooled down that day. The suit on the body is made of wool, but I always feel that the clothes weren't his. After all, for someone of his age, wearing such an outfit seems a bit too old-fashioned. I think it was to appear formal. Mr. Zhou was taken aback. Zhou Xiao, When you were in the office, why didn't you share so many judgments? Do you already have some direction in mind? Zhou Ning nodded. There were many people in the office. Besides, Dr. Su is getting on in years, and there's a lot I find inappropriate to say outright. Lu Yongxin understood that his apprentice was showing him respect. Although Su Guanhai worked hard, his abilities were average, and he was always living off past glories. He was not like Lu Yongxin, who could bear the weight of all matters in Qidong on his own. Don't worry about face. Speak your mind next time. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. You suspect someone from the Su family, right? Zhou Ning nodded again. Although this house originally belonged to the patriarch of the Su family, I always feel that this matter has something to do with their family. I just don't understand why. After killing the person, why didn't they dispose of the body? Could it be that they don't mind the stench? Zhao Xinli became anxious and stomped his feet as he approached Zhou Ning. Don't skip ahead. I haven't figured out what you're talking about, and you're already moving on to the next step with my uncle. By doing this in front of just the three of us, aren't you excluding me? That's too much. Zhou Ning laughed. Mr. Zhao always had a way of making sure he wasn't overlooked, and he managed to do so without being off-putting. Last night, Mr. Chu found that there were 3 fingerprints on Su Dan that couldn't be entered into the system. I find it too coincidental, especially since the body was found in the Su family home. Everyone from the Su family is a suspect. If not criminal suspects, then at least this could be the primary crime scene. That's why I decided to come over and have a closer look. A realization dawned on Mr. Zhao. I didn't pay attention at that time. Didn't the report say she broke her right hand and couldn't collect the fingerprints? Didn't they get them later? Zhou Ning shook his head. Not in a hurry. Let's inspect the scene first. After all, Director Su has sent someone to take Su Dan fingerprints. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. What's urgent now is to find the primary crime scene. Although the attic was used to hide the body, the victim might not have been killed here. There were components of diazepam and lidocaine in his system. For an adult male, even if he wasn't heavy, it wouldn't be easy to carry a fully grown man in an unconscious state to the attic. The primary crime scene might be right here in the Su family home. Lu Yongxin nodded in agreement and gestured to Mr. Zhao. Since we cannot determine the identity of the deceased, we can only start from here. Go quickly and ask the people at the village committee downstairs when the front portion of the Su family house was built. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 278 to 275 Blood pool under the floor _1 Chapter 278. Chapter 275 Blood pool under the floor _1. Mr. Zhao didn't say much and quickly went downstairs, while Zhou Ning helped Lu Yongxin crawl down from inside the attic. Once downstairs, Mr. Zhao had already run back, gasping for breath. I asked. The small 2-story building in front of the Su family's house was built in 2000. The couple lived downstairs, and the daughter and son's rooms were upstairs. The 3 of them went up to the 2nd floor. There were 2 rooms upstairs, with the one in the middle obviously being a guest room. Zhou Ning walked into the western room where a large photo hung on the wall showing a family of 3 looking very happy. The child was around 2 or 3 years old, sturdy and strong. At a glance, Zhou Ning recognized that this woman was Su Dan. He looked around at the room's furnishings, a wardrobe, dressing table, bed, desk, and bookcase. All these pieces of furniture were made of pine wood, their color having turned to a light brown. Such furniture turning this particular color indicated it had been around for quite a while. As for the floor, it was the old-fashioned type made of pine wood, with some areas having large gaps, appearing as if they had cracked after drying. Zhou Ning opened the investigation box, found the luminol reagent, and began to carefully spray it onto the cracks in the floor. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Of course, he didn't overlook the corners and the baseboards, and he sprayed almost everywhere except under the furniture. Then, Zhou Ning got up and drew the curtains, darkening the room. A glow was particularly noticeable from within the gaps of the floorboards near the bed. Zhou Ning was delighted and shouted outside the door, "Come here." Lu Yongxin and Zhao Xinli quickly ran to the doorway and, seeing the blue-green glow on the ground, they turned their intense gaze towards Zhou Ning. "Did you find blood traces?" Zhou Ning nodded. Around the year 2000, pinewood floors were popular due to their low cost and being eco-friendly. However, the drawback is that they can have significant gaps when they dry out. No matter how clean the surface is, blood traces can remain in the gaps, and I guess there will be even more underneath the boards. "Help me move the bed out." Mr. Zhao walked happily to the window, pulled open the curtains, opened the window, and shouted below, "Bring a few people up here to move some stuff." Shortly after, the movers shifted the bed out and directly placed it in the neighboring guest room. Under the bed, Mr. Zhao had already sprayed the luminol reagent, and indeed, the reaction was even stronger there. Mr. Zhao was excited. "Does this mean we can ask Director Su to arrest Su Dan now?" "Tell the fingerprint collection team to stop." Zhou Ning shook his head and moved to the bed that had been shifted out from Su Dan room next door. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He lifted the bedsheets and saw a bloodstain on the mattress underneath. He had noticed it when they were moving the bed. Using a blade, he cut it out and stuffed it into an evidence bag for Mr. Zhao, then said, "Let's discuss it when the evidence is conclusive. However, call Director Su and tell him to ask the neighbors if Su Dan had any close friends or classmates who might have run away from home 10 years ago." "Run away from home?" Lu Yongxin gave Mr. Zhao a kick and glared at him. "Haven't you been talking too much nonsense lately? Just do what you're told. If there's no matching DNA in the missing persons database, then it means the family doesn't think the person is dead. Analyzing this way, doesn't it leave us with running away from home as the only option? Of course, there's also the possibility of eloping, but that's rare at this age." Realizing this, Mr. Zhao hurriedly dialed Su Daiwan's phone and carefully relayed all the findings here, as well as Zhou Ning's words, to Su Daiyuan. After hanging up and returning to the room, Mr. Zhao walked over to Zhou Ning's side with his hands on his hips. "Director Su said since we suspect there may be more blood traces underneath, we should tear up the floorboards." Zhou Ning stood up. Indeed, even though they had detected the fluorescent reaction here, actual extraction would be tricky. The best option was to remove the floorboards. "Let's call the village committee people up here to serve as witnesses, then you take photos. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Have someone find a hammer and start prying up from where my foot is right now." Mr. Zhao hurried to make arrangements, while Lu Yongxin glanced at the spot on the floor where the fluorescent traces had been found. If the murderer is Su Dan, how could she, alone, have killed and dismembered someone and hidden the body in that attic? How old was Su Dan 10 years ago? Zhou Ning looked at Su Dan's age in his notebook. If it was 10 years ago, Su Dan would have been 18. He paused for a moment. 10 years ago, Su Dan was 18 years old. She took the college entrance examination that year. The victim was also 18 to 20 years old. Could it have been her classmate? Lu Yongxin also came over, finding the analysis increasingly plausible. "Let me think. When I came over yesterday, I was smoking downstairs, and I heard some villagers chatting. It seems like both Su Qing and Su Dan were promising. Both went to Rudong No. 1 middle school. One got a high score and got into Hua Normal University, and the other got into Lu Finance and Economics University. However, when Su Dan was in school, she seemed to be a bit of a concern. The teacher had called in her parents, apparently for early romance. I didn't hear the specific name clearly, but it seemed they mentioned the third of the Chen family from Chenyi village." Before he had finished speaking, a few police officers and people from the village committee walked in. "Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhao took people to dismantle the floorboards, while Zhou Ning and Lu Yongxin dragged a person from the village committee to the doorway of the adjacent room. "I need to consult with you about something." The year Demonaire from the Su family took the college entrance exam. Was she in a relationship? Did her family know? Two people from the village committee arrived. One man clearly looked like the village head, while the woman seemed to hold a position like the head of the women's league. They glanced at each other, and after a moment of silence, the woman lifted her head and said, "After Demonaire from the Su family finished her exams, there was a banquet at their house, and I remember a few young people came over, saying they were her classmates. One of the parents even came along, and someone recognized him. Later on, I heard people say that he was the village head from Chenti village, surnamed Qin, called Qin Zhonghe. His third son, Qin Ningyu, and Su Dan were classmates." Zhou Ning looked at Mr. Zhao, who understood that Zhou Ning wanted him to call Director Su. He turned and quickly dialed the number. Shortly after, Mr. Zhao returned and nodded toward Zhou Ning. "Director Su will be over shortly." Zhou Ning didn't say anything more and packed up the police terminal he was holding. He had just searched for Qin Ninjia's identity information, and indeed there was such a person. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. However, his ID card was an older version, and the photo was too blurry to see clearly. One could only make out that he had a crew cut and regular features. The details were too vague to compare. He turned to go upstairs, and Mr. Zhao said a few words to the people from the village committee before hurrying upstairs. By that time, part of the upstairs floor had already been lifted, revealing two bloodstains about 10 centimeters in diameter. Mr. Zhao leaned over to take a closer look. "Bloodstains have already been found. I'll take samples first, and then I'll look for tools to lift up the whole floorboard." The people also nodded in agreement, brought crowbars and forthrightly lifted all the floorboards under the bed, cleared the broken pieces on the ground, and the bloodstains below were completely exposed. A large expanse of bloodstain traces had already fully permeated the cement floor. Mr. Zhao approached and directly dug out a piece of cement soaked with bloodstains. He also took many samples from the surrounding area and then stood up with a piece of floorboard in his arms. He wiped away the sawdust from the top and handed it to Zhou Ning for inspection. "Here is a mark that looks like it was left by an axe. The murderer must have killed and dismembered the victim right here. They probably put something on the ground to catch the blood, but this one axe cut still left a mark on the floorboard. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. At that moment, a flurry of rapid footsteps came from downstairs, and Zhou Ning and Mr. Zhao hurriedly turned around. Sure enough, Su Doyuan had arrived. Seeing the disarrayed room and the bloodstains on the ground, his eyes lit up. He stepped forward to enter, but was stopped by Lu Yongxin, with Zhang Sanyan also craning his neck to look over. "Don't come in here, let's go to the next room to talk." Only the 3 bedrooms on the second floor of the Su family are covered with pine wood flooring. This type of flooring is not very hard and has a high moisture content, which makes it prone to crack easily. The blood likely flowed into the cracks and seeped down. Otherwise, it truly wouldn't be easy to leave traces. Zhang Sanyan came over, his face full of excitement. "I'll have someone bring back the brother and sister from the Su family for questioning by the criminal police brigade right away." Su Doyuan waved his hand. It was clear that Zhou Ning had called him over for another discovery, especially since on the phone, they also mentioned a village head from Chenti village. "Hold on, let's get Zhou Xiaozhou to come out and discuss the situation first." Mr. Zhao proceeded to clean up the scene and take photographs, while Zhou Ning had already come out. He knew Su Doyuan was eager, especially after finding some clues. He was impatient. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. Even before entering the next room, on the corridor, Su Doyuan already asked, "Zhou Xiaozhou, hurry up and tell us about the results of your investigation here." Zhou Ning shared the findings from the attic and the scene, not leaving out the fact that Su Dan was missing 3 fingerprints, making comparisons impossible. "That's the situation. The room belongs to Su Dan, and there are photos of Su Dan family of 3 on the wall. Moreover, according to the village committee members, Su Dan did very well on her college entrance exams in 2002 and had a scholars' banquet at home. Qin Ningyu from Qiandi village might have been romantically involved with Su Dan. I think Su Dan could have been keeping an eye on our movements here. Even if we question Su Dan now, we don't have much evidence. We can first investigate this Qin Ningyu of the Qin family. Additionally, I need someone to send the murder weapon and the woven bag that wrapped it for examination. If a young woman is the murderer, she might have been injured during the process of dismembering the body. We need to take a chance on luck, because at this scene, we simply can't find incontrovertible traces left by the murderer. Even if Su Dan is the murderer, we can't prove it. Su Dayuan nodded. He absolutely trusted Zhou Ning's judgment. I'll have Lu Yufei keep an eye on Su Dan and stay out of sight for now, but she can be taken into custody at any moment. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P Tao. Stay back to handle the follow-up work and find someone to send the evidence for examination. You mentioned that Su Dan was missing the entry of 3 fingerprints. This could be related. Zhou Xiao and Mr. Liu, come with me to Qiandi village. Collect the samples that need collecting. If the DNA match is successful, we can confirm the identity of the deceased. However, how could the family not know to look for their child who's been missing for so many years? Zhou Ning didn't respond, as he also couldn't explain it. After all, these were all speculations, and things had to be confirmed after meeting the Qin family. A few minutes later, the group arrived at Qiandi village with guidance from the members of the Renjiazhuang village committee. The police cars drove directly to the Qiandi village committee. As they disembarked, many villagers gathered around, as the arrival of so many police cars piqued their curiosity, though no one dared to approach and inquire. Mr. Bai was quick to act. He entered and shortly afterward brought out an elderly man with gray hair. The old man held reading glasses in one hand, his face full of confusion and fear. Zhou Ning squinted his eyes, focusing on the elder. That's right, it was fear. His lips were slightly trembling. In theory, Mr. Bai had only inquired about who the village head was, without revealing the purpose of their visit. Why such a reaction from the elder? Could it be /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak? Speak, prosody, P. Su Dayuan stepped forward to shake hands, and the old man extended his hand with a smile. May I ask who you are? You're the village head Qin, right? I'm Su Dayuan from the Qingdao Criminal Police Brigade. I'd like to discuss a matter with you. Are you available right now? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chapter 279 to 276 running away from home _1 Chapter 279. Chapter 276 running away from home _1 Sure, come in and have a seat, he said. Following Qin Zhonghe, the group entered an office and the others left. Su Dayuan took out his police ID and said, "We're here today to ask Director Qin some questions. We heard that your third son, Qin Ningyu, was classmates with Su Dan from Renjiazhuang village. Do you know where he's studying or working now? We checked in the police service system and found that he hasn't updated to the new version of the ID card, so we couldn't find detailed information. That's why we came to verify with you." Qin Zhonghe gripped the armrest of the chair tightly and stared intently at Su Daiwan's face, saying excitedly, "Officer, is there news about my third son? Have you found him? Or did he commit some kind of crime?" This reaction from Qin Zhonghe caught Zhou Ning off guard. It seemed that his guess was correct. This third son of the Qin family, Qin Ningyu, might well be the person who ran away from home. Don't be agitated. We just came to understand the situation. Sit down and tell us slowly about Qin Ningyu. Was he Su Dan's classmate? Has he really not contacted home all these years? Qin Zhonghe nodded his head. Qin Ningyu and Su Dan were classmates. They even dated for a while in high school. We felt they were too young back then, and the family didn't approve. I wasn't too opposed to it though. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. But after my son's poor performance in the college entrance exam in 2002, nowhere as successful as Sudan, he was determined to retake the year. I couldn't persuade him otherwise and arranged for a school, but at the end of August, he suddenly left. He left a note to Sudan, saying he couldn't take the pressure and would return after making something of himself. Occasionally over the years, had sent a text message from Jiangxia province or Qidong province just to let us know he was safe, but calling him would just result in the call being hung up or his phone being turned off. My other two sons went looking a few times but never found him, and in the past 2 years, there have been no more messages. Zhang Sanyan was the first to speak. When was the last time you saw Chen Ningyu? Chen Zhonghe stood up but didn't rush to answer. He walked over to a desk and, with a key from his waist, opened a drawer and took out a notebook, handing it directly to Su Dayuan. These are all times I've recorded. I was afraid I would forget because of my age, so I wrote everything in this notebook. On August 12, 2002, he hadn't come home by evening and we were very worried. Around 9 o'clock, Su Dan arrived looking panic-stricken, saying Chen Ningyu had been over to her place that morning with a large bag, speaking a lot of sentimental words that sounded like a farewell. Then he left an envelope for her to deliver to my family the next day, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Feeling that something was off, Sudan opened the envelope and read it. It said he was extremely disappointed with himself and wanted to try his luck in the South. Fearing that if he retook the exams, he might do even worse than that year, he didn't want to struggle anymore. He also wrote that we should not look for him and that if he settled down, he would call, but if we went looking for him, he would kill himself or he might become a monk, and we should think of him as if he had never been born. When I saw that, I panicked. My wife passed out and was taken to the hospital where they found she had a brain hemorrhage. She died not long after. After dealing with my wife's death, I and my two sons thought about looking for him, but I was so angry, I said as if we never had such a disobedient son. However, during the Spring Festival, my eldest son received a text message from Chen Ningyu with a Jiangxia province number. It was a simple message saying he was managing all right in Jiangxia, could make ends meet, and asked my eldest son to pass on his regards. In the span of a year, we'd receive 1 or 2 messages like that. We had the police station check the number, but it was unregistered. My sons went searching a few times, never found him, and eventually, we let it go. Chen Ningyu also changed numbers a couple of times, but from 2010 until now, we haven't received any messages, and those phone numbers are all out of service. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. By the end, Chen Zhonghe looked utterly fatigued and helpless. Su Dayuan glanced at Zhou Ning, who nodded slightly. Leaning forward, Zhou Ning took out a rent composite image based on the sculpture and handed it to Chen Zhonghe. Director Chen, take a look at this image. Does this person look familiar to you? Chen Zhonghe took the phone and instantly his face displayed shock. He stood up shakily, took out his wallet, and from it, he pulled a photo that was clearly old and worn, as if it had been handled frequently. The face in the photo was almost identical to the reconstructed image Zhou Ning was holding, with only the hairstyle being different. This is Ningyu, but as he looked when he was 18. Could it be that he's done something wrong? Su Dayuan patted Chen Zhonghe's shoulder, signaling him to sit down. It's not that Chen Ningyu did something wrong. We found skeletal remains, and the forensic doctor reconstructed the skull. However, due to severe damage to the skull, we can't make matches in the system, and we haven't found a match in the missing person's DNA either. We wanted to come to ask you for recognition. Your family hasn't reported a missing person, right? Chen Zhonghe nodded dumbly. Su Daiwan's words were too much for him to grasp at once. Zhou Ning had already opened the investigation box and taken out a syringe. Director Chen, I'll need to draw some blood from you for comparison to determine the identity of the deceased. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Of course, if your son comes in to provide a sample too, the comparison will be quicker. Chen Zhonghe took out his phone and dialed a number. He couldn't explain clearly, so Zhou Ning took over the call and explained the situation. After waiting for about 15 minutes, two men barged in, looking stunned to see so many police officers. What happened? Did you find the third brother? Zhang Sannian got up, took the man who appeared to be the eldest aside, and explained the situation. The man returned with reddened eyes and went straight to Zhou Ning, extending his arm. Zhou Ning drew blood from the two men. Mr. Chen immediately asked, "Officer, I want to ask, where were my younger brother's skeletal remains found?" Zhang Sannian looked towards Su Daiyuan, who slowly said, "On February 28th, Dr. Zhu's daughter-in-law filed a report in Renjiazwang village that she had found some bones in the attic of the old house. When we came to investigate an old open case, we took the opportunity to look into it. I want to ask you, did Chen Ningyu have a set of dark gray wool jogger suits?" The silent second elder brother of the Chen family stepped forward and said, "The suit belongs to me. We thought that the third brother had taken my clothes. It was the suit I had prepared for my wedding." Mr. Chen looked towards Su Daiyuan, feeling that he was the leader, given his distinctively different shoulder insignia. "Officer, I want to know, is the murderer a member of the Su family?" "Young man, don't rush. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The case is under investigation. First, we must determine if the deceased is Chen Ningyu. This requires sending for testing at the City Bureau, and we will know the results tomorrow. Give me your contact information, and we will need you to come in to make a statement later. But for now, what's urgent is that you recall the details before and after Chen Ningyi's disappearance." Zhou Ning stood up and gestured to Su Daiyuan with the 3 test tubes in hand, indicating they needed to be sent for testing. Su Daiyuan nodded. Zhou Ning quickly went out and handed the test tubes to Mr. Bai, solemnly saying, "These must be delivered to Mrs. Cui as quickly as possible. You should personally take them. I don't trust anyone else with this. Ask Mrs. Cui to compare the DNA with the deceased's and email me the results as soon as possible." Bai Ruixin packed the test tubes and hurriedly drove off. Zhou Ning glanced at the crowd outside the village committee building, a throng of people, many officers maintaining order. Yet, even as they urged everyone to leave, no one did. Zhou Ning shook his head. It was the same everywhere. The curious onlookers were impossible to disperse. Turning back into the room, he saw that Su Daiyuan's questioning was almost over. "Let's go over this again. See if there's anything missing," said Su Daiyuan as Zhou Ning took photos of Director Chen's notebook, making sure to capture all the timestamps. On August 12th, Chen Ningyu went to the Su family early in the morning. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. When Chen Ningyu didn't return in the evening, Su Dan visited your home, bringing with you a handwritten letter from Chen Ningyu. Half a year later, Mr. Chen received a text from Chen Ningyu saying he was in Jiangxia province. After that, you occasionally received messages from him, and his phone number kept changing, is that correct? Chen Zhonghe and his 2 sons all nodded. Su Daiyuan reviewed the notes once more, then continued, and Chen Ningyi's mother passed away 3 days after he left home. Now think back after Chen Ningyu left. Did you ever go through his personal belongings? Are any of Su Dan mentioned backpack or Chen Ningyi's clothes missing? Chen Zhonghe shook his head. I usually don't meddle with my child's stuff, and I have no idea if any of his clothes are missing. However, there was a philosophy book clasped on his desk. He always wanted to study philosophy and become a teacher in that field. Mr. Chen pondered for a moment, glanced at his second brother, then slowly said, "Officer, to be honest, my second brother and I were most puzzled by this. Chen Ningyu just used a trolley case when staying at school, one that I had discarded. Besides that, he absolutely didn't have any large backpack. As for things at home, and the money, there were no signs of them being touched. However, his identity card and wallet were not at home. As for a mobile phone, he didn't have one, so my second brother and I have always suspected that something happened to Chen Ningyu. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Yet, Su Dan asserted so confidently, and the note produced was indeed in Qin Ninjia's handwriting, which convinced us of everything. Besides, the text messages kept coming and the tone was just like Qin Ningyu, always stubborn and obstinate, with a tendency to dwell on issues. Zhou Ning interrupted Su Dayuan, who was about to speak, and turned to Qin Zhonghe. Director Qin, do you still have the letter that Qin Ningyu left behind? Qin Zhonghe smacked his thigh and quickly stood up, finding an archive bag in the back drawer. He then took out an envelope. Zhou Ning, seeing him about to touch it, quickly stopped his motion. He put on gloves and took the envelope from him. It was a regular craft paper envelope, with the edges flared out, slightly darkened in color and a faint crease in the middle. It was apparent that Qin Zhonghe had preserved this envelope quite well, unlike a photograph often taken out for viewing. After all, reading the farewell words from his son upon leaving home would only add to his sadness. Moreover, because of Qin Ninjia's running away from home and his mother's death, he dared not look at this letter. You haven't been opening this letter frequently, have you? Su Dayuan understood Zhou Ning's implication and quickly took over the questioning. Qin Zhonghe nodded. After Su Dan delivered the letter, the eldest and I read it. Then with my wife's passing, the letter was stored in my desk drawer. Honestly, I blame the third for this. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. If not for this letter, my daughter-in-law would not have. At this point, Qin Zhonghe covered his face and began to cry. Zhou Ning rummaged through his bag, took out a bottle of quick-acting heart relief pills, and passed them to Mr. Chen. He nodded gratefully, promptly helping his father take them. Su Dayuan and Zhang Sanyan stood up. Wait for the news. We should know the results by tomorrow. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 280 to 277. Turn off the engine. Get out of the car. _1 Chapter 280. Chapter 277. Turn off the engine. Get out of the car. _1 March 6, 2012. 7:10 a.m. Zhou Ning gripped his cell phone and quickly walked into the office. A tuft of Mr. Yao's hair stood on end at the back of his head, untended, as he hurriedly followed Zhou Ning's pace, carrying 2 bags of breakfast. What's wrong, Zhou Xiao? What's the rush? Mrs. Cui sent over the lab report. She didn't say what it was about, told me to see for myself. Mr. Zhao chuckled suddenly, patting Zhou Ning on the shoulder. Mrs. Cui was just thinking, now that she's joined the work group, why hasn't her workload decreased? Instead, it's torture every day. You could at least try to appease her properly. Zhou Ning smiled, turned on the computer, logged into his email, and saw several unread messages. He opened them, downloaded, and printed. Getting the report, he flipped through it page by page. Upon reaching the end, Zhou Ning pushed up his glasses, his expression growing more solemn. Mr. Zhao, still smiling, saw Zhou Ning's face and couldn't smile anymore. What's the matter? Spit it out. Is it that you couldn't find Su Dan DNA? Don't worry so quickly, we prepared ourselves for this when we sent in the samples. This is all just a matter of probability. Zhou Ning shook his head. Quite the opposite. We found Su Dan DNA on the axe and there were traces in 2 places, including in the blood fingerprint on the plastic woven bag. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. There's Su Dan DNA too. As for the identity of the victim, that's confirmed too. It is indeed Qin Ningyu. The bloodstains on the floor of Su Dan room, on the cement, on all these pieces of evidence, it's all Qin Ningyu's blood. Call Director Su, it's time for the roundup. Outside the Rudong City Tax Bureau, in a black Santana, Lu Yufei was sitting in the passenger seat, repeatedly lifting binoculars and looking towards the nearby area, with Mr. Zheng sitting at the wheel. Sister Lu, do you think Zhou Xiao will have the results out today? Are we just going to keep watching like fools, doing nothing? With a crack, Mr. Zheng covered the back of his head with his hand, looking at Lu Yufei with an aggrieved expression. Why are you hitting people, Sister Lu? Lightly hitting you is already mercy. Why are you so full of nonsense? If you don't want to be in my car, go to Mr. Tao's car and sit there. Once Tao's engine search is over in the next 2 days, Su Dan will be our prime suspect. We're just waiting for the lab results before we can round up. And stop calling her Zhou Xiao. She's now the head of the forensic division. Can you show a little respect? Before Mr. Xing could retort, Lu Yufei's phone rang. Seeing Su Daiwan's number, her eyes lit up. Boss. Yeah, okay. Commence the roundup immediately. We don't need to worry about the impact, right? We're directly arresting her at the tax bureau. All right, I'll wait for her at the door. After hanging up, Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. Zhang also perked up. So, is Su Dan confirmed as the murderer? Yeah. Mr. Bai will bring the arrest warrant over soon. We just need to keep an eye on Su Dan and make sure she doesn't leave the tax bureau. No sooner had the words fallen than Su Dan, carrying her coat, hurried out of the building, making phone calls as she walked and constantly glancing around her before getting into her car. Sister Lu, it looks like she's trying to run. Lu Yufei immediately bolted out of the car, holding the walkie-talkie, and bellowed to Tao Zhinshan. Mr. Tao, Director Su has ordered a roundup. Mr. Bai will soon deliver the arrest warrant. Let's subdue her now. Tao Zhinshan, who was outside the gate, immediately agreed upon hearing Lu Yufei's words. As one group after another prepared to surround Su Dan floored the accelerator, aiming straight for the gate. The barrier hadn't even been raised when she rammed into it. The gatekeeper ran out, his face a picture of astonishment. After all, Su Dan was from their unit. Her rash and uncontrolled behavior was shocking. At that moment, Lu Yufei had already reached the car door, raised her gun, and used its butt to smash against the car window once, twice. On the fourth strike, glass shattered and Lu Yufei's gun was pointed at Su Dan's head. Turn off the engine, get out of the car, and stop resisting. Su Dan glared fiercely at Lu Yufei and practically roared, You've got the guts, then shoot. What's a cop worth? Kill me, /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. Lu Yufei knew Su Dan was now in a frenzied state, and it seemed she was about to shift into reverse gear. But on the ground behind the car, there lay a police officer who had been knocked down. Lu Yufei put away her gun. She thrust her hand through the shattered glass, pulled the car door open, and with one hand strangled Su Dan's neck with the seat belt while forcibly pulling the car keys out with the other, then threw the keys to the ground. Ripping off the seat belt, she threw Su Dan over her shoulder and onto the ground, pounced on top of her, twisted Su Dan's arms behind her back, and handcuffed her. At this moment, Tao Zhinshan also got out of the car, his forehead bleeding profusely, a testament to the violence of the impact. Mr. Xing rushed over too, helping Lu Yufei lift Su Dan up. Several policemen stepped forward, grabbing Su Dan's wrists. With such manhandling, Su Dan no longer had the strength to resist, although her mouth continued to curse nonstop. Just then, a police car arrived. Mr. Bai got out of the car, saw the scene in front of the tax bureau, and was somewhat stupefied, holding an arrest warrant, not knowing whom to give it to. Tao Zhinshan, clutching his head, quickly approached Mr. Bai, snatched the arrest warrant, and yelled at him, Stop staring like an idiot. Hurry up and help, escort the person back, then instruct someone to stay behind from the local criminal police. Find a tow truck to take our car for repairs, /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. As for Su Dan's vehicle, send it directly to the Criminal Investigation Brigade, right, and pick up the keys. At this point, a man walked out of the tax bureau. He seemed to be in his 40s, possibly a leader. Seeing Su Dan being handcuffed and escorted onto the car, he then approached Tao Zhinshan. Officer, I'd like to ask, what did Su Dan do? Why are you arresting her? After all, she was taken from her workplace. If her family comes looking, I need to at least give them an answer. Mr. Bai was about to explode with anger, as Tao Zhenchun's face was covered in blood, and he wished he could take Tao Zhenchun away right then and there. However, after getting a glare from Tao Zhenchun, Mr. Bai quickly went to follow Tao Zhenchun's instructions. Tao Zhenchun raised the arrest warrant in his hand, showing it to the man. "You can take a picture. We're investigating a murder and dismemberment case, and Su Dan is an important suspect. We have evidence to suggest she might be the murderer. As for the details, the case is still under investigation, and I can't disclose too much. You can watch the news broadcast about the case later." The man was clearly stunned, hurriedly took out his phone, and photographed the arrest warrant in Tao Zhenchun's hand, his face full of apology. "I'm sorry, just doing my duty. You should hurry to the hospital. It looks like you're seriously injured." Tao Zhenchun waved his hand, got directly into a police car, and the car roared away with a long blast of its siren. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Mr. Bai looked back at the leader. "Our captain said that there will be a tow truck coming later to take Su Dan car and our police car away. The entrance will be blocked for a while. Please bear with us." The man quickly waved his hand. "No problem at all." Having said that, he almost fled toward the tax bureau hall, and those behind him scattered as well. They had all heard what Tao Zhenchun said. A woman who had worked with them day and night had suddenly become a murder suspect, and the violent clash with the police was still too surreal for them to believe. In front of the Qidong City Criminal Investigation Brigade. As soon as the car stopped, Liu Yufei jumped out, grabbed Su Dan's arm from the open car door, yanked her out with force, and Su Dan cried out in pain as she was dragged off the back seat. By now, Su Dan was utterly exhausted, her eyes viciously fixed on Liu Yufei. Liu Yufei glanced at her, dragged her handcuffed hands upwards forcefully, causing Su Dan's arms to twist into an awkward position, and her body involuntarily bent over. Let go. Can the police retaliate against me like this? I want to report you. Even if you caught me, I can still report you for abuse of power and breaking the law while enforcing it." Liu Yufei slammed the car door shut with a thud, dragged Su Dan with big strides into the offices of the Criminal Investigation Brigade and straight to the interrogation room at the back. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. She then cuffed Su Dan to the interrogation chair and stepped out. Seeing Mr. Zhang still following her, Liu Yufei's temper flared, and as she turned around, Mr. Zhang nearly collided with her. With a stern face, she turned and entered the observation room next door. Her sudden motion made Zhou Ning and the others turn to look. Seeing the two squared off against each other, no one dared to speak. Liu Yufei turned around, stepped on an old wooden chair, and looked at Mr. Zhang. "Zhang Liang, which eye of yours saw that I was about to lose my temper, about to lay hands on her? I'm a Sanho fighter, I'm a champion. In your eyes, am I reduced to a simple-minded person who only knows how to get physical?" As she spoke, Liu Yufei smashed her fist onto the wooden chair below her. With a sharp crack, the plank of the chair immediately broke. The chair wobbled for a moment, and then completely fell apart. Pointing her index finger at Mr. Zhang, Liu Yufei sternly warned, "Understand this. That's what it means to take action. If that was your arm, I could have broken it. So don't always try to stop me during missions, or say that I can't control my anger. Got it?" Now like a quail, Mr. Zhang stood before Liu Yufei, shaking his head incessantly. After being debriefed by Liu Yufei, he felt he had been unfair and had always stereotyped her as a brute force freak. Zhou Ning cleared his throat. "Well, shall we watch the interrogation together? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chapter 281 to 278. What exactly do you want to ask? _1 Chapter 281. Chapter 278. What exactly do you want to ask? _1 In the interrogation room. Su Dan was still struggling incessantly, as if trying to break free from the handcuffs. Watching her enraged state, Su Dayuan furrowed his brows slightly without speaking and turned to leave the interrogation room. His actions left Zhang Sanyan stunned. Accompanied by the sound of the door opening, Su Dayuan had already entered the adjacent observation room and walked straight toward Zhou Ning. Su Dan doesn't look quite right. In the related examinations, does this person have a mental illness or is she on drugs? Why does she seem so agitated? Zhou Ning had also noticed this and stared into the interrogation room for a moment. This wasn't something he could assess. I suggest we give Su Dan a physical and a mental evaluation. If she's pretending to be mentally unstable, it's obviously to evade criminal responsibility. 10 years of normalcy after murder, but once the police find evidence, she becomes mentally unstable. Such precise timing? While he was speaking, Su Dan rolled her eyes back, her whole body shuddered, her back arched, and her body contorted, while her arms straightened out, grasping tightly. She looked as if she was having an epileptic seizure. Su Dayuan hurried back to the interrogation room and had people remove Su Dan from the interrogation chair. However, the handcuffs remained on. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhang Sanyan had already dialed the emergency number 120. Zhou Ning dialed He Shankun's cell phone. What's up? An urgent matter. A criminal suspect we've arrested is very manic. I don't know if it's real or an act. Now her bodice arched, her eyes are rolled back, and she has full body convulsions. Is this an epileptic seizure? Can't determine from the description, but sending her to the hospital is in your interest. Have a psychiatric consultation. An electroencephalogram usually reveals it. Also, record a video of the seizure. I'll find someone to take a look. After hanging up, Mr. Zhao had heard and began recording a video. He even turned on the law enforcement recorder, then sent the video to He Shansuan. The sound of the approaching ambulance could already be heard outside. Criminal investigators brought the emergency medical team inside, and Su Dan was loaded onto the vehicle and taken away. Su Daiwan's face was ashen as he approached Zhou Ning's side. If Su Dan has a mental illness, she'll escape punishment. Zhou Ning patted Su Daiwan's arm, giving him a comforting smile. Don't worry, leader. I just spoke with Mr. Su. While she's sent to the hospital, let's have a psychiatric consultation to see if it's real or fake by getting an electroencephalogram. In addition, Su Dan parents can be brought in to understand the situation better. After all, according to the Qin family, Qin Ningyu might have been victimized on August 12, 2002, /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P drugging, killing, dismembering, hiding the body, and cleaning the crime scene are a series of actions that, for an 18-year-old, physically frail Su Dan, would require at least 5 to 6 hours. Was there no one at Su Dan home? Although Su Qing was studying elsewhere and was on summer break, the father worked as a village doctor, a profession that's virtually never off duty throughout the year. Wasn't he home? And what about Su Dan mother? August is the peak of summer break. Wasn't she at home either? Of course, there were also the elderly members of the Su family. We can start by investigating them, right? Su Dayuan nodded and exhaled, his arm around Zhou Ning's shoulder. His anxious mood eased somewhat. I was too impatient. My thoughts were completely scrambled by Su Dan's seizure. Have Zhu Xingxing and Lu Yufei follow to the hospital and keep an eye on the situation there. You and I will look at Su Dan parents. Zhou Ning nodded. Since arriving in Rudong City, every day had been filled with intense work that was physically and mentally draining. He fully understood Su Daiwan's impatience. All right, I'll listen with you, but Mr. Tao is injured, so he should go to the hospital with Lu Yufei and stitch up. Su Dayuan quickly went to make some arrangements. Mr. Zhang and Mr. Bai led people from Rudong City to bring Su Dan parents over, while Tao Zhinshan went to the hospital with Lu Yufei and Zhu Xingxing. Zhou Ning saw Mr. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P Chu at the door, looking on with interest, and waved at him. What's up, Director Zhou? Check something for me. When Su Dan entered the tax bureau, was it through a public service exam or was she assigned there after graduation? I need all the information on her annual medical reports, especially her past medical history, as well as her physical examination report when entering public service. Look for any history of mental illness, epilepsy, somnambulism, or hysteria. Mr. Chu nodded, entered the observation room quickly, and began to tap away at his computer. Shortly, investigative results were displayed on the screen, which he promptly turned around for Zhou Ning to see. Zhou Dan joined the tax system in 2006 and passed all medical examinations. Looking at the details of her public service physical, none of the various mental illnesses you mentioned were there. There was no family history of such ailments either. The only unqualified item was sandy gallstones. Relieved by this information, Zhou Ning still couldn't ignore Zhou Dan's recent behavior, which was too similar to an epileptic seizure. Perhaps she had seen a real epileptic seizure before, otherwise, she wouldn't know these details. Mr. Zhao, clutching a law enforcement recorder, was adjusting the speed and watching intently. Zhou Ning glanced and saw nothing unusual. Just as he was about to speak, Mr. Zhao's eyes widened and his mouth gaped open. Wow, is Zhou Dan really that fierce? Zhou Ning paused. What happened? Mr./P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhao quickly handed the recorder to Mr. Chu, signaling him to export the video inside and play it on the computer. As it began to play, Mr. Zhao pointed out the spot they needed to watch, then said, "This is Mr. Zing's law enforcement recorder. It just snapped at the back clip and he swapped it with me. I accidentally saw the footage of Zhou Dan being arrested." She left the tax bureau's lobby while continuously on the phone, then got into a car and started to violently assault the police officers. Look at this. When she rushed towards the gate at the end, Mr. Tao's car hit and stopped her. She didn't get out of the car and Mrs. Liu smashed the glass, but she still tried to reverse and hit someone. This is simply the behavior of a lunatic. Zhou Ning stared at the video, his brows tightly furrowed. Mr. Chu, check who called Zhou Dan just now. Clearly, Zhou Dan knew the police were outside waiting to capture her, so she drove away frantically. No, it wasn't a frantic escape. This was creating a history of mental illness in order to evade legal punishment. The person who called to tip her off might be an insider. Mr. Zhao blinked, understanding the implication in Zhou Ning's words. Zhou Xiao, you mean that someone tipped off Zhou Dan, telling her we were going to arrest her so she should leave quickly or act like she has a mental illness in public? That way, he would be confident in manipulating the diagnostic outcome. /P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. With that diagnosis, she would be deemed incapable of conducting her own affairs. Zhou Ning nodded, and just then Mr. Chu had already found some information. Seeing the number, Mr. Chu hurriedly ran a search. This is a landline. I checked and this number belongs to Qidong Municipal Public Security Bureau. Wait, let me see which office it's from. Mr. Zhao waved his hand. No need to search further, I'll call Mr. Zhang. I think he should know, and even if we find out, we still need to check who exactly made the call from this side. Zhou Ning nodded and Mr. Zhao rushed out, almost stumbling as he went. Zhou Ning pulled out his police terminal and looked up Zhou Dan information. Her husband's name was Li Kellen and for his workplace, it was listed as the Water Resources Bureau. This discovery left Zhou Ning somewhat puzzled. Based on his speculation, the person closest to Zhou Dan, her husband, would either have to be working in the Public Security Bureau or a hospital to know the police's actions and manipulate the diagnostic outcome, yet he was with neither. Lost in thought, Zhou Ning didn't have to ponder for long, as Zhang Sanyan and Su Daiyuan approached swiftly. Zhou Ning shared his recent findings with them, showed them the number, conveyed his judgment, and even presented the results he had searched for in the police terminal for them to see. /P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhang Sanyan's expression grew even more awkward as he typed the number into his phone, displaying the remark for the Immigration Management section. Do you need me to check the surveillance? Mr. Chu asked softly. Other than the interrogation room, lobby, and hallways, There's no surveillance in the other offices of the Public Security Bureau. Director Su, I'll go to the Immigration Management section now. Su Dayuan nodded, and with people in tow, Mr. Zhang left. Mr. Zhao looked puzzled. Why do I feel like Mr. Zhang doesn't look good? Did he find something out? Su Dayuan didn't speak. Zhou Ning narrowed his eyes slightly. The Immigration Management section of a county-level city generally has a small staff, maybe 2 or 3 people, and someone has to be at the window to handle business. So, the real number of people in the office would be small. Perhaps Mr. Zhang knows them? Su Dayuan nodded. He also felt uncomfortable about this. After all, in his many years of policing, there were times when people he knew crossed the line, tipping off criminal suspects or engaging in corruption. Before the silence lasted long, Mr. Xing and Mr. Bai arrived quickly, followed by an elderly couple. The couple was dressed simply and neatly, looking tense. Su Dayuan gestured to Mr. Xing and Mr. Bai to take the parents to the nearby conversation room. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The only difference between this room and the interrogation room was that it didn't have an interrogation chair, but instead a table with several chairs. However, next door was still an observation room. Su Dayuan glanced at Zhou Ning, who quickly nodded, understanding the signal to watch from the observation room. Su Dayuan entered the conversation room with Mr. Xing and Mr. Bai. With so many police officers around, the elderly couple looked extremely nervous, gripping each other's arms. At Su Daiwan's gesture, they sat across from him at the table. Su Xiangnian and Zhang Shan, right? Let's introduce ourselves, don't be nervous. We just want to talk and understand the situation. We'll take a statement from both of you. Just say what you know, and if you're worried about your heart, we have medication here you can take beforehand. The elderly couple nodded. Seeing that the police were so polite, they immediately felt less tense. Su Xiangnian spoke first. My name is Su Xiangnian, born in 1955, 58 years of age this year by the traditional count. I graduated from Jiangxia Province Health School in 1973 with a focus on clinical medicine, then returned to our village's brigade to work as a health worker. After the reforms, I opened this clinic and acquired a physician's license, along with other relevant permits. Su Dayuan nodded and turned to Zhang Shan, Su Xiangnian's wife. My name is Zhang Shan, born in 1956, a year younger than him. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I passed the college entrance exam in 77 and graduated from Ludong Teachers University. That year I had our eldest, Su Qing, and got assigned directly to Sun Ho Town Middle School. I just retired last year. Did the elderly pass away at the end of last year? Su Xiangnian made an affirming noise. My father passed away at the end of last year, just after his 92nd birthday. The old man was quite stubborn, but being the youngest son, I could only take good care of him. What exactly do you want to ask? Su Dayuan looked at the two, fixing his gaze on their eyes as he asked, I want to know if you were at home on August 12, 2002, which is the year Su Dan took the college entrance exam. Who else was at home? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 282 to 279 I'm a criminal policeman, not a judge _1 chapter 282, chapter 279 I'm a criminal policeman. Not a judge _1 Su Xiangnian was momentarily stunned before he realized the implication of Su Daiwan's words, and his face showed a shocked expression. Are you suspecting that the deceased in our attic was killed by someone in our family? Impossible. How could that be possible? I am a village doctor, and although my medical skills are mediocre, I have saved many people. She is a teacher who has diligently educated students. She even tutored students without charging any fees, my son. Su Dayuan raised his hand, interrupting Su Xiangnian's words. Just answer the questions I ask. Making judgments is our business. Now, think back to my previous question. Who was at home on August 12, 2002? Su Xiangnian displayed some resistance, bracing himself against the table and leaning back. Who would remember something that happened 10 years ago? Just as he finished speaking, Auntie Zhang tugged at Su Xiangnian's sleeve, and Su Doyuan looked directly at her. Say whatever comes to mind, whatever you think of, just speak up. After hesitating for a moment, Auntie Zhang finally said, the year Su Qing took the college entrance exam. We got the results on July 25th. The following days were very busy for us. We hosted a celebration on August 4th, and I remember it was a Sunday. That night, Su Qing started vomiting and having diarrhea. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody P. Su gave him an intravenous infusion, but 2 days passed, and he was still not better and had a high fever. So, we took Su Qing to Qidong People's Hospital. After an examination, he was diagnosed with acute appendicitis and peritonitis. It was quite serious. At first, I thought about conservative treatment, but Mr. Su felt the situation was urgent and insisted on following the doctor's advice to have surgery. On the 3rd day of the hospital stay, which was the morning of the 8th, the surgery took place. Mr. Su and I tended to Su Qing in the hospital. Su Qing's grandfather was taken away by our elder uncle for a month. After all, he also couldn't find the time to care for him. As for Su Dan, she came with me 2 days before the surgery, but with Su Qing having surgery, it wasn't convenient for her to stay, so I had her go back home on her own. I asked Auntie Zhang next door to prepare some food for her. Su Qing was discharged and returned home on the 14th. Su Doyuan took some notes, glanced at the time, and compared it against a calendar, finding that Auntie Zhang remembered the dates very clearly. He wrote a note and passed it to Mr. Xing, who quickly left, as Mr. Zhao had been waiting at the door for a while already. Director Zhou, Director Su wants you to arrange for someone to retrieve Su Qing's medical records to check if the dates match up. Zhou Ning nodded, raised the police device, typed in Su Qing's ID number, and Mr./P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody P. Zhao, without needing any instruction, grabbed the note and his jacket, giving the paper a shake. Don't worry, I'll be back quickly. The body camera will keep recording, and I'll call you with any news immediately. Zhou Ning remained silent, and Mr. Zhao left at a brisk pace. Actually, when Auntie Zhang mentioned these dates, Zhou Ning felt that they were probably correct, as a mother is always extremely attentive to everything about her child, especially matters such as surgeries and hospitalizations, which can leave an indelible memory. After about 15 minutes, Zhou Ning's phone beeped once, receiving a photo. It was Su Qing's admission record, and sure enough, as Auntie Zhang said, the surgery was on the 8th, and discharge was on the 14th. Zhou Ning forwarded the picture to Su Doyuan, who glanced at the photo and took a deep breath. During Su Qing's hospitalization, were you two always there taking care of him? Nobody went home to rest? Su Xiangnian nodded. The first night of the hospital stay, she went back to get some clothes for the child and me. The next morning, she went to the hospital. Back then, traveling from our village to Qidong People's Hospital wasn't so easy. The provincial road in the front wasn't open yet, and you needed to find someone with a motorcycle for a ride. Otherwise, it was difficult to leave the village. Su Doyuan unfolded his notebook and found a passport-sized photo of Qin Ningyu, handing it to the couple. Do you recognize this person?/P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody P. Su Xiangnian shook his head slightly, and Auntie Zhang leaned in to look closely at it. I have an impression of him. He was probably Su Dan's classmate, the 3rd son of the Qin family from Chenyi village. I can't remember his exact name, but after Su Qing was discharged from the hospital, towards the end of August, just before school was starting, they came looking for Su Dan. Both of the young men were wearing mourning armbands on their right arms. I was quite reluctant to let them in at the time because our custom forbids visiting others during the 49 days of mourning. But seeing their urgency, I didn't say much. As soon as they entered, they asked Su Dan about the whereabouts of their 3rd son, who supposedly had left home to avoid repeating the grade. Su Doyuan stared into the eyes of Su Xiangnian and Auntie Zhang, carefully observing. Were you present when the Qin family came to visit? Su Xiangyan shook his head. I am usually at the clinic, extremely busy during the day. I see many people and, honestly, don't know that they came to our house. If it was during the summer vacation, usually only my wife would be at home. Auntie Zhang bit her lip, unsure if she had said something she shouldn't have. She looked worried. Chen family's third son pursued our Su Dan. During a parent-teacher meeting, the teacher discussed it with me, saying Su Dan seemed to have declined, and asked me to keep an eye on it. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody /speak. Speak, prosody, p. However, since Su Dan grades always were good, and there were no particular signs of anything, I didn't take it seriously. When they came to my house, they asserted that Su Dan was in a relationship with their son. I asked them to leave. Su Dan calmed me down and asked me to go outside. I don't know what they discussed after that, but the visitors didn't stay long. Su Dayuan watched Auntie Zhang closely. When she spoke just now, she hadn't looked up, a subtle action. Even without using Mr. Chu's software, Su Dayuan could guess a thing or two. She lied. What the school teacher had said was definitely not that simple. We went to Renjiazwang village to investigate, and the neighbors all said that they clearly knew Chen Ningyu, the third son of the Chen family, had dated Su Dan. Do you know what lying means? Zhang Shan pursed her lips tightly while Su Xiangnian looked at her, puzzled. After all, they had been married for many years, and he knew his wife very well. He then turned his head towards Su Dayuan with anger in his eyes. I say, officer, we are not criminals. Why do you keep interrogating us endlessly? What does it matter if children in their teens have dated? My daughter is already married with kids, living a happy life. Do you really have to dredge up every trivial past affair and lay it all out so clearly? /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody /speak. Speak, prosody, p. Su Dayuan stared coldly at Su Xiangnian, pointing to the 2-inch photo as he spoke. The white bones discovered in your family's attic have been subject to DNA testing, and we can confirm that this person is Chen Ningyu, who left home 10 years ago, and he disappeared on August 12th. On top of that, Su Dan blood and half a fingerprint were found on the murder weapon. The police have thoroughly searched your house, lifting the floorboards of Su Dan room to reveal a large pool of blood on the concrete beneath. Do you still think Su Dan has nothing to do with Chen Ninjia's death? With Su Daiwan's words, Ze's parents were instantly stunned, their faces a picture of disbelief. At this moment, Su Dayuan had no time to waste on them. He flipped to the last page of his notebook and looked at them as he asked one final question. One last issue. Does your family have any hereditary diseases such as mental illness or epilepsy? This time, both parents denied it quickly, shaking their heads. Su Dayuan stood up, signaling the clerk to get the parents' signatures on the record. After they signed and fingerprinted the document, Su Dayuan walked straight to the door. Su Xiangnian panicked. Officer, will Su Dan be sentenced? Su Dayuan shook his head. We are criminal police, not judges. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody /speak. Speak, prosody, p. However, this case involves a heinous act of murder, dismemberment, and concealing the corpse. Plus, the suspect hit a police officer with a car, which constitutes resisting arrest and assaulting an officer. With these factors, I think the judgment will more likely be severe and expedited. Su Xiangnian's legs went weak, and Zhang Shan hastily reached out to support him. Don't scare me, Mr. Su. The couple broke down emotionally and were led out of the interrogation room by the police, just as Su Dayuan was approaching the observation room next door. At that moment, Zhou Ning's phone rang. It was He Shansuan calling, a surprise to Zhou Ning. What's up with Mr. He? You're asking me what's up? Wasn't it you who sent that person's video and had me consult with someone to see if this person had a mental illness? I just contacted a top neurologist and even connected with the Rudong People's Hospital to review the EEG, CT, and other examinations synchronously. Based on assessments from psychiatry and neurology, this patient named Su Dan is mentally sound, with no abnormal discharges on the EEG, nor any signs of a tumor or other abnormalities that might affect her temperament. If she's exhibiting aggressive or erratic behavior, it's very likely an act. I'll send you the consultation report shortly. With that, he hung up with a click. Zhou Ning looked helplessly at his phone. Su Dayuan came up from behind, patting Zhou Ning on the shoulder. Mister, he is a good man, but his sharp tongue spares no one. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p, tolerate it for the sake of our work. As for his attitude, it's actually easy to resolve. No matter the age difference, you're the older brother-in-law, even by a day. Just get Xiaoyu to deal with him. Whether it's kneeling on a washboard or being under the thumb with bottle caps, it's all effortlessly within your grasp. Zhou Ning gave Su Dayuan a sideways glance. Such talk left Zhou Ning somewhat speechless, but he was also too tired to bicker with him. The case seemed close to being cracked, relieving some of his psychological pressure, and he looked considerably more relaxed. At some point, Mr. Zhao appeared in front of them, regarding Su Dayuan with a mischievous smile. Wow, boss, what secrets of wisdom are you imparting? It looks like you have quite some experience. Have you been getting scolded by your older brother-in-law for years, or did you accumulate wisdom while kneeling on washboards and bottle caps? With a wave of his hand, Su Dayuan saw Mr. Zhao swiftly move behind Zhou Ning, perfectly avoiding the gesture. Keep joking around. Are the medical records copied? Mr. Zhao raised the copies in his hand, carefully handing them over to Su Dayuan. Admission, surgery, discharge, all the dates match up. Actually, with the evidence chain now complete, Su Dan faking illness or madness shouldn't affect anything, right? Zhou Ning nodded. Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He just had a consultation, and it's confirmed that Su Dan doesn't have any mental or tumor-related diseases that could affect her temperament. She's faking epileptic seizures, and as for interrogation, that's Director Zhu's business. We can take a break now. Su Dayuan nodded and checked the time. Since she's pretending to be sick, let her keep up the act for the night. We haven't discovered who tipped off Su Dan yet. I think Zhang Sanyan might find something. We should wait a bit. Mr. He's intervention prevented the hospital from making a diagnosis, but the person from the Immigration Bureau was so certain there must be a connection. Let's head back to the office. Mr. Zhao clicked his tongue. TSK, the darkest place is right under the candlestick. Tough to investigate. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 283 to 280. You're asking for a beating. _1 Chapter 283. Chapter 280. You're asking for a beating. _1 Several people had just arrived at the office when Zhang Sanyan came over with a lean, small, old man in a police uniform, who was clearly a leader from Rudong City, holding Su Daiwan's hand firmly in his grasp. Zhang Sanyan introduced him. Director Su, this is Deputy Director Wang Gang from our Rudong City Bureau, who is in charge of criminal investigation. Director Su, hello, I just got back from a trip. I heard that you came to deal with backlog cases, and I also heard from Sanyan about the leak in our bureau. Rest assured, we will definitely investigate thoroughly and explain the situation to the city bureau. Su Dayuan nodded lightly. He had been here many days, and aside from Zhang Sanyan, no other Rudong City Bureau leaders had shown up. Their attitude said it all. The moment someone from inside the Rudong City Bureau was implicated, they became restless. Su Dayuan didn't care for such obsequious behavior and understood that the implicated individual might have powerful connections, perhaps even ones these people were wary of. How to deal with it, how to investigate, that's Rudong City Bureau's job. However, whether the Rudong People's Hospital found any information related to that person. He came up with such a tactic to try to get the suspect off the hook. Surely he would have arranged for what's next. You didn't fail to find out about this, did you? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhang Sanyan glanced at Deputy Director Wang Gang, but didn't hide anything and directly said, the head of the exit entry administration is called Sun Lijian, who's the cousin of Mr. Sunday. He admitted he made the call. He and Su Dan were high school classmates. Back then, Sun Lijian even pursued Su Dan. After the Su family agreed, Sun Lijian's family didn't consent, feeling that it wasn't an equal match. On the first day the working group investigated this case, one of our detectives had drinks with Sun Lijian and mentioned the matter of Zu's mother reporting the case. Upon hearing this, Sun Lijian called Su Dan that same night, saying that Su Dan had asked him to keep her updated on the case's progress. Once the arrest warrant was issued, the detective told Sun Lijian, who then called Su Dan, telling her to quickly find a crowded place, cause some trouble, and appear to be either mentally disturbed or in the midst of a medical episode. As for the People's Hospital, Sun Lijian's older brother is the psychiatry department's director. He thought that since the People's Hospital is the only third-grade A hospital in Rudong City, we would definitely go there for the appraisal. However, when Sun Lijian called his brother, he found out that the person had been sent there, but the consultation was done remotely by experts from Qidong Central Hospital. We arrived while he was hanging up on his brother's call. I then notified Director Wang, and that's the situation. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P greater than I think I still need to report it to Director Su. Director Wang gave Zhang Sanyan a cold look, and Su Dayuan was well aware of what that meant. Since the working group is investigating this case and Sun Lijian is also suspected of helping the suspect escape charges, then do what needs to be done. Although Su Dan has not been interrogated yet, the facts are clear and the chain of evidence is complete. What he did was help a criminal evade punishment. When transferring the files, it'll make sure the details are written clearly. As for Sun Lijian's brother, if he was not involved and just heard about this from Sun Lijian, then it's not something we need to deal with. Director Wang looked embarrassed. He showed up here to persuade Su Dayuan to let the matter slide. After all, Zhang Sanyan made it very clear that Sun Lijian was Mr. Sun's cousin. But Su Dayuan didn't bite and went as far as to directly address helping criminals evade punishment, which set the tone. Su Dayuan glanced at Director Wang and gestured to Zhang Sanyan. Director Wang, do you have anything else? If not, we will continue the working group's tasks. Zhang Sanyan, the hospital examination is done. The report on the psychiatric evaluation and consultation will be sent shortly. Quarantine Su Dan in an isolated ward for now. I'll assign someone to assist with the surveillance, as it's already late and everything will be dealt with tomorrow. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. After speaking, Su Dayuan didn't wait for Director Wang to respond and left quickly with Zhou Ning and the others, pulling Zhang Sanyan along with them. They left the office area and headed to the parking lot, where Zhang Sanyan breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Director Su. Su Dayuan patted Zhang Sanyan on the shoulder. He really understood Sanyan's position. After all, Su Dayuan himself was lucky. Previously in Qidong, he had Mr. Sun's support. At the city bureau, Mr. who had shouldered the pressure, taking on the risk for cases that alarmed the ministry. Most people below, however, are like Zhang Sanyan, hamstrung by certain relationships, unable to work with peace of mind, and gradually losing their original intentions while being swayed by some in the government. You've done well. Always remember, your actions must be worthy of this uniform. Now go arrange for someone to watch over the ward. I will have the technical staff monitor the surveillance in front of the hospital room to see if anyone else is trying to take a chance. Zhang Sanyan had a realization. He hadn't understood why Su Dayuan didn't interrogate Su Dan immediately, not realizing that Su Dayuan was waiting here. He nodded emphatically, saluted Su Dayuan, and then left. Su Dayuan waved to Mr. Zhang and Mr. Bai to follow Zhang Sanyan. After all, he couldn't just wash his hands of the situation. He then looked toward Mr. Chu. Mr. Chu smiled at Su Dayuan. Don't worry, leader. I've been watching. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Su Dan body type and facial features have all been entered into the system. Even if she leaves in disguise, an alert will be issued immediately. Su Dayuan gave a thumbs up, finally showing a smile on his face. Good job. Having you around is like having a tech division with us. I'll discuss with Mr. Hu about providing more allowance to technical advisors like you, who join the working group on the field. Lu Yongxin laughed upon hearing this. Mr. Xia is training newcomers and was called over by my apprentice with a phone call. He missed a meal and toiled all day on reconstructing the skull and facial restoration. Without this foundation, identifying the deceased would have been impossible. Su Dayuan nodded towards Xia Momo. Thanks to Mr. Xia, I will report to Mr. Hu after dinner. Everyone laughed, but Mr. Chu's face was filled with conflict. Forget about eating out, just bring back a takeout box for me. I need to contact Dr. Lu about a few important modifications to the software. This fuzzy search function and the simulation repair feature need plugins added. Mr. Lu Yongxin slapped Mr. Chu on the back reassuringly. Don't be too narrow-minded. The reason we let the lab team work with the investigation team is to improve the practical application of the software. The problems we find are beneficial for research. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p later, when we send the update package to all the places that bought the software, and those who haven't bought it see that our technology can still be upgraded, won't they be scrambling over each other to place orders? Mr. Chu had an epiphany, and a smile appeared on his face. The older the ginger, the spicier it gets. No wonder Director Zhou always thinks of his master. His perspectives on issues and judgments on various matters are always unique. Dr. Lu is truly impressive. Mr. Lu Yongxin squinted his eyes and looked at the silly Mr. Chu. You lack emotional intelligence, but why do I feel like that wasn't a compliment? Mr. Zhao grinned as he leaned in. Translated, that means Mr. Lu is very crafty. Smart Alec, you're asking for it. March 7, 2012, 8:40 Zhou Ning looked towards the next interrogation room. Su Dayuan and Zhang Sanyan both appeared full of energy. It seemed that after Su Daiwan's praise yesterday, Zhang Sanyan had also regained his form. The clerk rolled up his sleeves, ready for a serious battle, having previously interrogated Su Dayuan. He knew Su Daiwan's rhythm and kept his eyes fixed on Su Daiwan's mouth. Across from them sat Su Dan, dressed in patient attire and shackled to the interrogation chair. Gone was her wild, maniacal presence from the day before. After all, the psychiatric diagnosis was out. There was no point in pretending anymore. Her pale face, coupled with the dark circles under her eyes, showed her condition. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Su Dayuan held up a document. This was the paper-based appraisal report sent over by Mr. He last night. Take a look, Su Dan. This is an appraisal report from the specialists at Qidong Central Hospital after consulting on your case. You are in good health without any mental illness or any tumors that could affect your disposition. So there's no need to pretend to frenzy or faint. That act is boring if used more than once. Let's talk about why you killed Qin Ningyu. Drugging Qin Ningyu, murdering, dismembering, hiding the corpse, cleaning the scene. How exactly did these processes happen? Su Dan sneered, tilting her head to the side, avoiding Su Daiwan's gaze. Clearly, she did not want to speak. Su Dayuan was not in a hurry. He walked beside her and grabbed her right hand where there were terrifying scars on the last 3 fingers. Seeing this, Su Dayuan nodded, and Su Dan jerked her hand away. Do you think destroying your fingerprints will allow you to escape responsibility? Rest assured, the technology we have now is beyond your imagination, and besides, your bloodstains were found on the murder weapon. That is the most favorable evidence. Saying that, Su Dayuan dialed Zhou Ning's number. Director Zhou, come over and collect the suspect's fingerprints. Then, talk about the characteristics of her fingerprints and the issue with the scars. Zhou Ning hung up the phone, took Mr. Chu and Mr. Zhao to the interrogation room where Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhao, with ink and collection papers in hand, grabbed Su Dan's right hand to take her fingerprints. Mr. Chu hurriedly scanned them, then matched the scars' positions and compared them with the blood fingerprints collected from the bag. The results perfectly matched. Although the fingerprints weren't complete, the location of the scars was not in the lower half of the fingerprints, so it didn't affect much. Zhou Ning turned the computer screen towards Su Dan and explained earnestly, "You probably know that your fingerprints are not like the average person's. They are what's known as loop patterns, which only about 5% of people in the world have. You might encounter them even less in reality. They may look like wavy lines, but this type of fingerprint has significant individual differences. Even if the fingerprint is incomplete, it is still identifiable as yours. Even if you cut your fingers and destroyed the upper part, it can still be recovered by software, as fingerprints are unchangeable for life. Furthermore, this blood fingerprint was found on a woven bag wrapping the axe. According to DNA testing, it contains mixed bloodstains from you and Qidong Ning. Of course, your DNA was also found elsewhere." After saying this, Zhou Ning gestured for Mr. Chu and Mr. Zhao to leave. Mr. Zhao swaggered out, putting on airs in front of Mr. Liu. "Uncle, did I look cool just now?" Mr. Liu Yongxin pushed away his chubby face. "Not as cool as my apprentice. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p last night. Su Dan probably recalled past events. She can't handle much pressure. Pay close attention to the interrogation. She'll confess soon." As soon as he said that, Su Dan in the interrogation room closed her eyes. In fact, everyone knew that she was at the end of her rope, and confessing was just a matter of time. "I was wondering, does this count as turning herself in? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 284 to 281. She's so shameless _1 chapter 284. Chapter 281, she's so shameless _1. Mr. Zhao nearly fell over when he heard this, his face a picture of shock as he turned towards Zhou Ning. "Zhou Xiao, she's shameless." Zhou Ning patted Mr. Zhao on the shoulder. A person who had managed to escape responsibility for 10 years had been constantly psyching herself up. Even now, she was thinking about how to best benefit herself. At this moment, Su Dayuan walked up to Su Dan, shaking his head at her. In the span of 10 years, any day you had come forward to confess would have been considered voluntary surrender. Even if it was your mother who discovered the skeleton, if you had admitted to it, it would have counted as a surrender. Now that our chain of evidence is complete, you can only be considered as giving a confession. However, the silver lining for you is that admitting it now, as opposed to during a court trial, won't exacerbate your culpability. Su Dan pursed her lips tightly and after a long silence finally spoke. "I didn't mean to kill him, but Qidong Ning kept hounding me, even told me to not go to Lu Finance and Economics University, asking me to retake the year with him. I didn't agree. The day after the feast at my house, he came to me saying if I didn't agree, he would tell everyone we had slept together. I knew if I didn't come up with a solution, I couldn't get rid of him. Even if I did, he would ruin everything for me, something I couldn't tolerate. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I was the only one who knew how hard I worked for the college entrance exam. I didn't want to start all over again. It just so happened that my brother was hospitalized, and my great-uncle took my grandfather away. I knew my chance had arrived. I called the convenience store next to his house and told him to come to my place early on August 12th, so we could discuss things carefully. He came excitedly, even wearing a suit, looking like a groom. I stole a few syringes of medication from my dad's clinic. I made him a cup of tea with diazepam in it, which I de-added ahead of time. He didn't taste anything unusual because the tea leaves were plentiful. Then I gave him a piece of paper. I had written a letter beforehand, pretending it was from me, saying I wanted to leave home and be with Qidong Ning, that I was giving up on university to try my luck in the South, and we'd come back when we made something of ourselves. I threatened that if they tried to find me, I would commit suicide. I told Qidong Ning my parents and brother were against our relationship and that they would break my legs if it meant retaking the year, so we should run away together for a while and come back in September for the retakes. That way no one would object. He happily agreed. He then wrote a letter too and, at my suggestion, didn't mention me in his letter because, after all, he didn't want my family causing trouble at his home. After writing the letter and drinking the tea, we drummed about our future. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. It wasn't long before he fell asleep. I put the letters away, then injected him with a box of lidocaine. I was afraid he might wake up in pain. After that, I spread out a plastic sheet and a cutting board on the floor. I chopped his limbs and head off with an axe and put them into the fertilizer bags my grandfather stored, carrying the parts to the attic in a basket in multiple trips. Up in the attic, looking at Qin Ninja's face, I felt fury. After all, this person wanted to destroy me. So I smashed his face with the axe. However, while cleaning the plastic sheet and cutting board, I realized the sheet was torn. I hurriedly cleaned the room, washing it many times over. I burned both the cutting board and the plastic sheet, and left the axe in the basket without paying further attention to it, as I dared not go back to the attic. That night, I changed clothes and went to the Qin family, handing them the letter. I didn't expect his mother to faint. Later, I heard he had died, and when the Qin family came to me asking what Qin Ningyu had said, and if he had a destination in mind, I was very afraid. I told them he might have gone to Jiangxia province. Afterwards, I went to university, got acquainted with my classmates, and borrowed a card from one of them. Apparently, it was an unregistered phone card their parents had gotten for them. I used that card to message Mr. Qin, as I didn't want them to know Qin Ningyu was dead. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. After that, every 6 months or a year, I'd switch numbers and message Mr. Qin impersonating Qin Ningyu, even threatening that if they searched for me, I would break contact. So these past years, they've been rather behaved. Only after I had kids, I stopped messaging these last 2 years. Su Dayuan extinguished the cigarette in his hand. The details of her statement were very thorough. However, whether Qin Ningyu was truly as extreme back then was now impossible to investigate. Yet according to the Qin family, they had come to terms with Qin Ninja's lack of excellence. Why would they pressure their child? So perhaps Su Dan lied about the motive, but it did not impact the processing of the case. Now that you've finished your statement, sign here, he said. Su Dan signed, clutching the record without letting go. Will I be sentenced to death? My child is only 2.5. If I'm sentenced to death, what will become of her? Can you bring the Qin family here to plead for me? If we come to an understanding, can that exempt me from my sentence? Su Dayuan looked at the self-talking Su Dan, momentarily at a loss for words. First, before the trial, you can't possibly meet the Qin family or your own family, except for your lawyer and the case officers. Second, even if the Qin family forgives you and pleads for you, the law is the law. And it's not something that personal sentiment can influence. Take Su Dan away. Mr. Bai and Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zheng briskly entered, along with 2 local policewomen, escorting Su Dan out together. Su Dayuan glanced at the record, nodding towards the stenographer. Well recorded, that's some speed you've got there. The stenographer's face flushed with a shy, embarrassed smile. Director Su is joking. You all spoke so fast, I almost couldn't keep up. My fingers are cramping up now. Zhang Sanyan also laughed. After all, the case was solved. Such a major case in Rudong City caused a public sensation, especially since it was uncovered after 10 years. To solve it in such a short period, without the task force, would have been unthinkable. All the case files have been organized, Zhou Ning said. With this record added, everything will be in order. How about I buy lunch for everyone at noon? You've been working day and night since you arrived, and even the forensic department has been busy helping us. I really feel bad for it. Su Dayuan waved his hand dismissively. As long as the case is handled, that's enough for us. We'll be leaving soon, so there's no need for lunch. It's not a personal matter. If it were, I'd definitely take them out to eat at your expense, but regarding the handling of Sun Lijian, keep me updated. I reported to Mr. Hu last night, and we will keep an eye on it. Zhang Sanyan nodded vigorously. Director Su, rest assured, I've made up my mind. Love whoever, those who make mistakes need to be responsible for their actions. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p otherwise, I wouldn't be true to my original intention of becoming a police officer. Besides, I've included Sun Lijian's record and call logs in the file, which will be transferred to the Procuratorate along with the rest of the documents. I haven't reported this to Director Wang. Su Dayuan pursed his lips tightly and patted Zhang Sanyan's shoulder twice, both approvingly and with concern. Still, he didn't say much else. All right, our task force is leaving now. Take care. Zhang Sanyan escorted Su Dayuan and his team to their car. Su Guanhai was visibly reluctant to leave, chatting with Lu Yongxin for quite a while before Lu was the last to get into the vehicle. With a wave, the car drove away from the Rudong City Police Station. Lu Yongxin sighed and looked at Su Dayuan. Don't you worry at all, leader, about whether the case will be able to take down Sun Lijian, he asked. Su Dayuan shook his head. 10 minutes before we left, the files had already been transferred to the prosecutorial authorities. Zhang Sanyan told me he included Sun Lijian's record and call logs. Now that the matter is out of Rudong City's hands, they can't do anything even if they wanted to. As for the subsequent restructuring efforts, Mr. Hu will be concerned about that. It's not our business to worry about. Lu Yongxin had an epiphany. I didn't expect Zhang Sanyan to be so tough. It's impressive work indeed. So, where do we head next? He inquired. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Su Dayuan opened his work notebook, glanced at the records, and rubbed the bridge of his nose, feeling the fatigue only now catching up to him. Let's find a place to eat first. Then we'll head straight to Heian City. Mr. Hu's intention is to start with 2 county-level cities that have a backlog of cases so that later, no one in the 7 districts of the city will dare to cause any trouble. Zhou Ning looked out of the window. Mr. Hu's intention was very clear. Upon taking office, he wanted to tell everyone that he was not Ren Fangliang and not to engage in any crooked schemes with him. If you're a police officer, do what you're supposed to do. If you can handle it, work well. If not, make room quickly, so he can place someone capable in charge. Moreover, all of this would not be done by issuing documents or negotiating with local governments. It would be direct and decisive, sweeping and bold, striking a blow to each district and city under the guise of clearing backlogged cases. And Su Dayuan was that sharp sword, not just a slogan bearer. Real action was being taken, elite forces mobilized on short notice, conducting a cleanup operation just as the provincial hall released the news, with the sword already drawn. Zhou Ning closed his eyes. Despite Mr. Hu's appearance as cheerful and harmless, calling out Mr. Zhao and Mr. Bai /amiably, it was clear that when it came to taking action, he was ruthlessly decisive. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Only someone tough on themselves, daring to tackle the internal issues, could get big things done, and the climate in Qidong would change drastically as well. Zhou Ning was lost in these thoughts when Mr. Zhao poked his arm, rousing him. He opened his eyes to see Mr. Zhao's grinning face, driving without it affecting his eagerness to be involved. Don't sleep, Zhou Xiaodou. Director Su just mentioned finding a place to eat. Let me know what you'd like to eat so I can pick a place, Mr. Zhao said. Zhou Ning shook his head. At just past 11, he really had no particular cravings for food. No objections here, something simple will do. No need for a feast lest Director Su goes bankrupt, Zhou Ning said. Su Dayuan gritted his teeth with feigned annoyance. Quit making snide remarks about me, I get what you're saying. A married man handing over his salary is a virtue, nothing to be ashamed of. Besides, Mr. Hu did provide us with funds. As long as it's not too expensive, it's acceptable. The place is Mr. Zhao's choice, and what we eat is up to him. I share the same sentiment as Zhou Xiao. Simple and quick is fine, Su Dayuan said. After some thought, Mr. Zhao took a turn and even flicked on the hazard lights. The cars behind him closely followed his lane change and headed towards a destination. Mr. Chu glanced at everyone and leaned in to speak with Xia Momo and Zhu Xingxing. Dr. Zhu, Mr. Xia, do you know where they're going for lunch? Mr. Chu asked. Xia Momo shook her head. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. As long as Zhao Xinli is around, you don't need to worry about food. He'll find some out-of-the-way dives that are clean and delicious, and the prices are reasonable too. Just relax, she reassured. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 285 to 282. Fatty with a story _1 Chapter 285. Chapter 282, Fatty with a story _1 Zhao Xinli heard and grinned, tilting his chin toward Zhou Ning. Mr. Xia really gets me. Their car sped on, and soon they were about to leave the center of Rudong City, but no one asked any further questions. After a few turns, they arrived in front of a modest storefront. Hanging high above the entrance was an embroidered flag prominently featuring the character for Noodle. Beneath it hung a black plaque that read Fatty's Noodle House. It wasn't extravagant, but had an antique charm, and the interior looked very clean with tables and chairs all in a natural wood color. Mr. Zhao parked the car and was the first to dart out. As soon as he entered, he called out, "Is Fatty here?" A fat old man with a head full of silver hair swayed his belly as he came out from behind a curtain, and upon seeing Mr. Zhao, he broke into a smile like a Maitreya Buddha. "Kid, what brings you here?" Zhao Xinli turned around and pointed at the group behind him, saying, "We're handling some matters in Rudong and just happen to be hungry. Fatty, please take care of us. We've got a lot of people, so I'd like to have something quick. Just noodles will do." "Oh, and how about a pot of dumplings with stuffing?" "Sure, come on in and sit." The fat old man laughed and, patting Mr. Zhao's back, hurried them all to come in and take a seat. With roughly a dozen people, they filled up half of the noodle house, occupying exactly 4 tables. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Mr. Zhao went off to chat with the fat old man, and not long after, a young man came out with a large square tray full of small dishes containing various appetizers. Although simple in presentation, they were quite rich in content. Seasoned seaweed, spicy cabbage, cold shredded potato, kelp shreds, spicy and oily tofu skin, smashed cucumber, boiled peanuts, hot and sour bean sprouts. You'd find 8 different dishes per table, which took up a large part of the tabletop. Just as everyone was trying to figure out what was going on, Mr. Zhao and the fat old man came out pushing a cart. On it were more than a dozen noodle bowls. You could tell it was plain boiled noodles, but the noodles were definitely handmade, thinner at the edges and slightly thicker toward the center, resembling a household basin in size. Most eye-catching was a bowl of thinly sliced beef next to it. It was as thin as a cicada's wing. Beside it was a soup bucket. The light yellow, thick soup in the bucket contained huge bones. When stirred, the savory aroma of beef bone soup wafted through the air, causing everyone, regardless of gender, to salivate uncontrollably. The fat old man grabbed a noodle bowl, put on a clear glove, and smiled at Su Daiwan's table. "Anyone who doesn't eat green onion, coriander, or chili?" Su Dayuan and the others all shook their heads. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The fat old man's hands moved quickly. He grabbed the beef slices and tossed them into the bowls, covering the noodles so that they looked like they were topped entirely with beef. Then he added green onion, coriander, chili, and Szechuan pepper salt directly to the bowl. With the beef bone soup poured over everything, the rich aroma climbed to a new level. The fat old man smiled and signaled them to help themselves. He then pushed the cart quickly towards the next table. In just a few minutes, everyone at the 4 tables got their noodles. Zhou Ning stirred the soup, tasted a sip, swallowed the hearty, meaty, and hot brew, and instantly felt warmth spreading through his stomach, awakening his taste buds. Mr. Zhao, seated opposite, saw Zhou Ning's reaction and burst into laughter. There's actually a lot more ways to eat this. You can add tofu shreds and kelp shreds to the noodles, a dash of sesame oil, and some vinegar. Only the old lighthouse vinegar from Qidong will do. It tastes incredibly delicious. The others, upon hearing, didn't hesitate, reaching for the dishes with their chopsticks. Zhou Ning tried a bit of everything, and sure enough, the flavors were even more delightful. It's not for no reason that you're not thin, you just love to eat too much. This beef looks paper thin, but it has a great texture in the mouth, and the noodles are especially chewy and springy. Mr. Zhao grinned triumphantly and glanced at the other 3 tables. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P rolling his eyes. He saw everyone already wolfing down their food, their dishes wiped clean. No need to adjust any flavors when the plates are bare. Some called out for another bowl, but Mr. Zhao shook his head. Take your time eating. The noodles are boiled a bit al dente so that when the soup cools down, they'll be just right to eat. It's easy to overeat if you gobble them down while they're still hot. Let's wait a bit. We still have pot stickers to come. Fatty used to be an executive chef at the Qidong Grand Hotel, right opposite our compound. His skills are unquestionable. Su Dayuan suddenly realized why the food tasted so good. Before he could dwell on it, Fatty had already brought out the pot stickers. A huge plate, 50 centimeters in diameter, was filled with neatly arranged pot stickers, their crispy, golden backs looking like finely carved openwork. They were almost too beautiful to break open with a chopstick. Mr. Zhao stood up. Fatty, give me a plate of pork and 3 delicacies pot stickers. I've been craving them for a year. The fat old man smiled even more joyously and promptly handed him a plate. The remaining plates were divided among the 3 tables. Zhou Ning picked up a pot sticker and bit into it, and instantly the broth burst in his mouth. He paused for a moment, and Xia Momo and Zhu Xingxing both looked at him. What's wrong? Doesn't it taste good? Zhou Ning shook his head. It's not just tasty, it's bursting with juices. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P, you bite into it, and there's a big shrimp, and the chives are still so vibrant green. The skill involved is truly unbeatable. Upon hearing this, everyone hurried to try the pot stickers, with Su Dayuan nodding repeatedly. The flavors are amazing, but why open a small shop in such a place? If you found a good spot in Qidong, you'd be overflowing with customers. Mr. Zhao glanced toward the kitchen, his smile fading as he quietly shook his head and said in a low voice, Fatty has come a long way now. His son opened a big hotel in Qidong 10 years ago, and the business was booming. But it also caught someone's attention. In 2004, his whole family was kidnapped, and a ransom of 8 million was demanded. Back then, 8 million was a huge sum. Fatty delivered the money as asked, but the kidnappers had already broken their promise. After so many years, the city center reminds him of his sorrow, having lost both his family and fortune. So, he moved to Qidong to live. Of the 8 million in ransom, part of it was borrowed. He continues running his shop to pay off the debt sooner. That way, he'll have no lingering worries. Su Dayuan squinted, his face showing a shocked expression. I remember this case. I have an impression of it. At the end of April 2004, a case was reported, the 4.14 major kidnapping and murder case. The victims were the owner of the Jiangning clubhouse in Qidong and his wife and daughter. The person who reported the case was named Zhu Yantao, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. He went to the police carrying a bag, inside of which were 3 fingers. Upon identification, the fingers were confirmed to belong to his son Zhu Guotai, his daughter-in-law Fang Yu, and granddaughter Julie. Fang Yu is an actress, which I guess you all recognize. He reported the case, and the police set up a 4.14 task force to investigate. However, word spread quickly. Reporters got wind of it, began to follow the story, and reported it unscrupulously, causing the criminals to panic. They sent tours next, as well as several photographs of Feng Yu. Jiantao was frantic and begged the police to back off. Once the money was ready, it was delivered to a street outside of the Sea World as the kidnappers directed. But the kidnappers called off the deal, saying over the phone that Jiantao had broken the agreement and to prepare to collect the bodies of the three. Jiantao was stunned and drove alone to a new location, as per the kidnappers' demand. After being led on multiple times, Jiantao arrived at a cliff's edge where he threw down the bags of 8 million in cash. But even that didn't evade the followers who were photographing. The investigation became passive, and when they reached the cliff, the bags holding the money had disappeared without a trace. From that point, there was no word from the kidnappers. But as the story fermented further, every gory detail was circulated. 7 days later, someone reported finding 3 bodies by the sea. /p break time equals 300 ms// prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. An examination by the forensic doctor revealed that these 3 bodies were the kidnapped family. The estimated time of death was the day the ransom was given. If it hadn't been for the interference and the intense media coverage, Su Dayuan didn't continue. Everyone knew there were no what-ifs. The people were already dead. At this point, Zhou Ning recalled, he seemed to have seen these reports at the time. Back then, he had felt the headlines were too eye-catching, but he was in college then and unaware the case had happened in Qidong. Mr. Zhao sighed, his usually smiling face now rarely showing a hint of anger. If there hadn't been a leak from inside, it wouldn't have gotten to this uncontrollable stage. Yet everyone fails to blame the police officer who leaked the information or those who published it. Instead, they point the finger at Fatty, blaming him for alerting the police, as if he had forced his own son's family to their deaths. Under such pressure, Fatty couldn't cope and liquidated his assets. But he still had a lot of debts. His son's hotel landlord kicked Fatty out, saying it was too unlucky. Helpless, Fatty came to Rudong City, where he has been hiding his identity and running a shop, finally settling his debts last year. The grief of losing a child in one's old age is unimaginable to most, especially since his granddaughter was only 2 years old and died terribly. It's said her belly was slit open and her mouth torn. /p break time equals 300 ms// prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. All 3 were tortured to death, and the kidnapper is still at large. The police chief in 2004 was disciplined the next year for taking bribes and protecting criminal organizations. If there had been no inside leak, coupled with ruthless media reporting and less public attention, perhaps there would have been hope for the 3 to survive. Everyone fell silent, heads hanging down as they continued to eat the pot stickers. Unnoticed, the old fatty approached Mr. Zhao. "Young man, have you been dieting lately? You've eaten too little." Zhao Xinli felt a bit embarrassed and spoke in a lower voice. "Actually, I had breakfast at 10, but I crave your noodles every time I pass by here. Even when I'm not hungry, I can still eat a bowl of noodles and a large plate of pot stickers." The 2 of them laughed. Mr. Tao had already gone to pay the bill. After exchanging a few pleasantries, everyone got into the car, and Fatty saw them off, continuously waving at the car. Mr. Zhao honked twice, following the other police cars onto the road. The atmosphere in the car was heavy, and Mr. Zhao glanced at Su Dayuan through the rearview mirror. "What's wrong, boss? Did this case depress you?" Su Dayuan looked up, his gaze on Zhao Xinli revealing a hint of understanding. "Don't play coy with me. There's no way you'd bring us here for a meal without a reason. Tell me, what are you thinking?" Among the cold cases reported from the other districts and cities, this case wasn't mentioned. /p break time equals 300 ms// prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. Do you want our task force to handle this case? You should know that Mr. Who wants quick results. Kidnapping cases inherently lack evidence, and the fact that it hasn't come up suggests there's very little physical evidence, making it hard to solve in the short term. Mr. Zhao smiled, his face showing a guileless expression. "Nothing much. The task force's work is the priority. But after we're done, can we pay some attention to this case? Su Doyuan sighed softly, fully aware of Mr. Zhao's concerns. Alright, I promise you, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 286 to 282 fatty with a story _1 chapter 286. Chapter 282 fatty with a story _1 Zhao Xinli heard this, grinned, and tilted his chin up at Zhou Ning. Mr. Xia knows me best. The car was moving at a good speed, and soon they were about to leave the center of Rudong City. But no one asked any questions. After taking a few turns, they arrived in front of a small storefront. At the highest point of the storefront hung an embroidered banner with a large, conspicuous character for noodle. Underneath hung a black plaque with the words Fatty's Noodle House carved into it. Though not lavish, it had an ancient and classical charm. Inside, it was very clean, with furniture all in the original wood color. Mr. Zhao parked the car and was the first to leap out. As soon as he entered, he shouted, "Is Fatty here?" A fat old man with a head full of silver hair, wobbling his belly, lifted the curtain from inside and walked out. Seeing Mr. Zhao, he immediately broke into a laugh, resembling the Maitreya Buddha. "What brings you here, kid?" Zhao Xinli turned around, pointed at the group of people behind him, and said, "We're here in Rudong on business, and we're just in time for a meal. Fatty, please arrange something for us. We've got a big group and don't want anything time-consuming, just noodles for us. And how about a pot of dumplings with one kind of filling?" "Sure, come on in and take a seat." The portly old man laughed, patting Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p out on the back and urging everyone to come in and sit down quickly. About 10 people filled up half of the noodle house, exactly occupying 4 tables. Mr. Zhao went off to chat idly with the fat old man, and before long, a young man came out with a huge square tray loaded with various small dishes the size of a palm, abundant in variety. Seaweed salad, spicy kimchi, potato julienne in vinegar, sliced kelp, spicy tofu skin, crushed cucumber, boiled peanuts, hot and sour bean sprouts. 8 dishes were placed on each table, taking up most of the space in the center. While everyone was still trying to figure things out, Mr. Zhao and the old man reappeared. Pushing a cart, they arranged more than a dozen noodle bowls on it. It was evident that the noodles were plain boiled, but definitely handmade, thin at the edges and slightly thicker in the middle, each bowl nearly the size of a small basin used at home. Most eye-catching was the plate of beef slices next to it, thin as cicada wings, and a large pot of soup. Inside the pot was a thick, pale yellow broth, from which one could see huge bones. When stirred, the aroma of the beef and bone soup filled the air instantly, causing everyone, men and women alike, to salivate uncontrollably. The chubby old man picked up a bowl, slipped on a transparent glove, and with a smile, looked towards Su Daiwan's table. "Anyone who doesn't eat green onions, cilantro, or chili peppers?" Su Doyuan and Zhou Ning shook their heads, one after another. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The old man's hands moved quickly, grabbing the beef slices and dropping them briskly into several bowls, instantly covering the noodles, making it seem as if the whole bowl was full of beef. Then green onions, cilantro, chili peppers, and Sichuan pepper salt were also dumped into the bowl, and as the beef and bone soup was poured over them, the savory aroma reached a new level of richness. The old man smiled and gestured for them to hold their bowls. Then he hurried off to the next table with his cart. In just a few minutes, everyone at all 4 tables had their noodles. Zhou Ning stirred the soup and took a gentle sip. The hot, rich broth warmed his stomach, and his taste buds were tantalized. Seeing Zhou Ning reacting like this, Mr. Zhao across the table broke into laughter. "Actually, there are many ways to enjoy this. You can add shredded tofu and kelp into the noodles, with a bit of sesame oil and vinegar. It has to be old lighthouse vinegar from Qidong. That taste is incredibly delicious. Upon hearing this, the others didn't hesitate. They reached for the small dishes with their chopsticks, Zhou Ning adding a bit of each to his bowl. He took another taste. The flavor was indeed more delicious. You're not fat for no reason. You truly know how to eat. This beef may look as thin as cicada wings, but the texture as it melts in the mouth is amazing, and the noodles are exceptionally firm and chewy. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhao was grinning happily, but when he glanced over at the other 3 tables, he rolled his eyes. Everyone had already devoured their bowls, and the small dishes on the table had been swiftly emptied as well. There was no need for further seasoning, it was a clean sweep. Some pleaded for another bowl, but Mr. Zhao shook his head. Take your time eating. The noodles are boiled a bit firm on purpose, so by the time the soup cools down to the right temperature, it'll be perfect. Eating it while it's super hot can easily cause discomfort. We should wait, there's still pot stickers coming. Back in the day, Fatty was the executive chef over at Qidong Grand Hotel, just across from our compound. His skills are unquestionable. With a dawning realization, Su Dayuan figured out why the flavor was so good. Before Mr. Zhao had finished speaking, Fatty himself had already arrived with the pot stickers, a giant platter with a diameter of about 50 centimeters, filled with neatly inverted dumplings. The crispy golden crust looked like intricate openwork carvings, so beautiful one would hesitate to break it with their chopsticks. Mr. Zhao stood up. Fatty, give me a plate of the pork 3 delights. I've been craving this for a year now. The fat old man's smile grew even wider, and he quickly handed over a plate. The remaining plates were then divided among the other tables. Zhou Ning picked up one and bit into it. Instantly, a burst of savory juice filled his mouth. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. He paused for a moment as Xia Momo and Zhu Xingxing looked at him. Is it not delicious? Zhou Ning shook his head. It's not just tasty, it's bursting with juice. One bite into the pot sticker and you hit a prawn, the chives still so vividly green. The technique is truly unbeatable. As soon as the others heard this, they hurriedly reached for the pot stickers, with Su Dayuan nodding continuously. The flavor is absolutely incredible, but why open such a small shop in this location? If this were in Qidong, in a better spot, people would be fighting to get in. Mr. Zhao glanced towards the direction of the kitchen and, reining in his smile, shook his head slightly as he spoke in a low voice. Fatty has moved on from the past. 10 years ago, his son opened a grand hotel in Qidong, which was quite successful. But it also attracted some unwanted attention. In 2004, his whole family was kidnapped and a ransom of 8 million was demanded. Back then, 8 million was a genuine fortune. Fatty paid as instructed, but the kidnappers had already gone back on their word. After so many years, that part of the city reminds him too much of his sorrows. After all, he lost both his family and his fortune. He moved to Qidong to live, and part of the 8 million he paid was borrowed. He continues to run a shop to pay off the debt sooner so he can be free of worries. Su Dayuan squinted his eyes, his face reflecting shock. I remember now, this case, it rings a bell. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. At the end of April 2004, there was a report of a case, the 4.14 major kidnapping and murder case. The victims were the owner of the Jiangning clubhouse in Qidong and his wife and daughter. The person who reported the crime was Zhu Yantao. He went to the police with a bag containing 3 fingers, which were identified as belonging to his son Zhu Guotai, daughter-in-law Fang Yu, and granddaughter Julie. Fang Yu is an actress, and I reckon you all recognize her. He filed a police report, and the authorities set up a 4.14 special investigation team. However, the news spread like wildfire, and when reporters caught wind of it, they began to follow the story and reported on it with no scruples. The kidnappers panicked and sent 2 ears along with several photos of Fang Yu. Zhu Yantao was distraught, begging the police to pull out, and, once the money was ready, He delivered it to the periphery of the street designated by the kidnappers outside the Sea World. The kidnappers called off the exchange, claiming Zhu Yantao had broken the agreement on the phone, telling him to wait for the bodies of the three to be recovered. Zhu Yantao was stunned. He drove alone to the location demanded by the kidnappers, who had changed their agreed meeting place. After being misled several times, Zhu Yantao came to a cliff's edge and threw the bags containing 8 million in cash down below. Even so, he couldn't escape the surveillance and filming, and the investigation became passive. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. By the time police reached the cliff's edge and went down to look, the bags that had held the money had disappeared without a trace. Since then, there's been no word from the kidnappers, but the incident gained further attention, and every sordid detail was widely circulated. 7 days later, someone reported finding 3 bodies by the sea. A forensic doctor examined the bodies and found that they were indeed the kidnapped family of 3. The time of death was estimated to be on the day the ransom was paid. If it weren't for the interference of those people, or if the case hadn't attracted such high levels of public attention. Su Dayuan didn't continue. Everyone understood that there was no if to discuss. The victims were already dead. Zhou Ning recalled the details of the case. He had seen some coverage at the time, and though he felt the headlines were incredibly sensational, he was still in college and unaware that the crime had occurred in Qidong. Mr. Zhao sighed. His usually smiling face seldom displayed a mood so aggravated. If there hadn't been an insider leak, the situation wouldn't have gotten so out of hand. The key issue is that rather than blaming the police who leaked the information or those who published the news, people turned on Fatty, accusing him of why he had reported the crime in the first place, as if he forced his son and his family into death. /P. Break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. After that ordeal, Fatty couldn't bear the pressure anymore, liquidated his assets, but still owed a considerable debt. The landlord of his son's hotel drove Fatty out, saying he brought bad luck. Helplessly, Fatty came to Rudong City and opened a store incognito, only clearing his debts last year. To lose a child at an old age is a grief unimaginable to most, especially when that little granddaughter had just turned 2. The way they died was extremely brutal. Apparently, the granddaughter's belly was cut open, her mouth torn at the corners. All 3 were tortured to death, and yet the kidnapper is still at large. The chief of the Public Security Bureau in 2004 was placed under investigation the following year, accused of receiving bribes and serving as an umbrella for evil forces. Without that insider leak coupled with the unscrupulous journalistic reporting and the resulting high profile, perhaps there might have been a chance for the 3 victims. There was silence. The group hung their heads, quietly eating their pot stickers. Unnoticed, the old man had approached Mr. Zhao. "Young man, have you been dieting recently? You've barely eaten anything." Zhao Xinli spoke in a voice tinged with embarrassment. "Well, actually, I had breakfast at 10, but when I passed by here, I just couldn't resist your noodles. I'm not even hungry, but I could eat a whole bowl of noodles and a big plate of pot stickers." Both men laughed, and Mr. Tao had already gone to pay the bill. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. After exchanging a few words, the group got into the car and the old man came out to see them off, waving continuously at the cars. Mr. Zhao honked twice, then followed the other police cars onto the road. The atmosphere inside the car was oppressive, and Mr. Zhao stole a glance at Su Dayuan in the rearview mirror. "What's wrong, boss? Did this matter depress you?" Su Dayuan looked up and met Zhao Xinli's gaze, his eyes revealing a hint of understanding. "Don't beat around the bush with me. You wouldn't have brought us here for no reason. Come on, what are you thinking? This case isn't among the cold cases reported from other districts and cities. Do you want our task force to handle it? Keep in mind that Mr. Who wants quick results. This is a kidnapping case, and there's already little evidence left, not to mention it hasn't been mentioned by anyone, which indicates a lack of physical evidence. It would be tough to solve in the short term." Mr. Zhao smiled a simple, sincere smile. No, nothing. The work of the task force comes first, but after we're done, could we pay some attention to this case? Su Dayuan looked at Mr. Zhao and sighed softly, knowing full well what he was thinking. All right, I promise you, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 287 to 282, fatty with a story _1 chapter 287, chapter 282, fatty with a story _1 Zhao Xinli heard it, grinned and tilted his chin upward at Zhou Ning. It's Mr. Xia who really gets me. The car wasn't slow, and it looked like they were about to leave the center of Rudong City. However, no one asked any further questions. After making several turns, they arrived at a small storefront. At the very top hung an embroidered banner with a huge character for noodle being very eye-catching. Beneath it hung a black signboard that said Fatty's Noodle House. It wasn't fancy but had an ancient charm, and the inside looked very clean, with all the tables and chairs made of natural wood. Mr. Zhao stopped the car, and he was the first to jump out. As he entered, he shouted, "Is Fatty here?" A fat old man with a head full of silver hair waddled out from behind a curtain, his belly swaying. Seeing Mr. Zhao, he broke into a smile that resembled Maitreya Buddha. "Kid, what brings you here?" Zhao Xinli turned and pointed to the group of people behind him, saying, "We're here in Rudong on business and just so happen to be hungry. Fatty, please take care of us. We have a big group and we don't want anything that takes too long to make. Let's just have noodles. Oh, and we'd like to have some pot stickers too. How about we get a pot of mixed filling for everyone?" "Sure, come on in and have a seat." The fat old man laughed, patting Mr. Zhao's back and ushering everyone to hurry inside and sit down. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p the 10 or so people filled up half of the noodle house, taking up 4 tables. Mr. Zhao went off to chat with the fat old man. Soon after, a young man came out holding a large square tray that carried various small dishes of appetizers, though they were in generous variety. Seasoned seaweed, spicy cabbage, shredded potato salad, kelp strips, spicy tofu skin, smashed cucumber, boiled peanuts, and hot and sour bean sprouts. Each table was served 8 different dishes, taking up a large part of the table's center space. While everyone was slightly puzzled, Mr. Zhao and the fat old man came out pushing a cart. On it were over a dozen bowls of noodles, clearly boiled in plain water. But without a doubt, the noodles were hand-rolled and hand-pulled, thin at the edges and slightly thicker in the middle, with each bowl nearly the size of an ordinary household basin. Most conspicuous was a dish of beef slices next to it, thin as cicada wings, and a soup bucket. Inside the bucket was a light yellow, thick broth with large bones visible. Stirring it released the aromatic scent of beef bone soup, prompting both men and women alike to salivate uncontrollably. The fat old man grabbed a bowl of noodles, put on a transparent glove, and looked over at Su Daiwan's table with a smile. "Anyone doesn't eat green onions, cilantro, or chili peppers?" Su Dayuan, Zhou Ning, and the rest all shook their heads. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The fat old man moved quickly, grabbing the beef slices and tossing them into the bowls, instantly covering the noodles underneath as if the bowl was full of beef. Then he added green onions, cilantro, chili peppers, and Sichuan pepper salt directly into the bowl. As the beef bone broth was poured over the top, the rich aroma rose to another level. The fat old man smiled, indicating they should help themselves to carry the bowls. After that, he hurried to the next table with the cart. Within a few minutes, people at all 4 tables had received their bowls of noodles. Zhou Ning stirred the soup a bit, took a sip of the hot, meaty broth and swallowed, feeling an instant warmth in his stomach, and his taste buds were awakened. Sitting opposite, Mr. Zhao saw Zhou Ning's reaction and laughed. "Actually, there are many ways to eat this. You can put shredded tofu and kelp in the noodles, add a bit of sesame oil and vinegar, specifically old lighthouse vinegar from Qidong. It tastes incredibly good." Hearing this, everyone went straight for the dishes without any ado. Zhou Ning added a bit of each to his bowl and tasted. Indeed, the flavor was even more delicious. It's no wonder you're not thin. You really know how to eat. This beef looks as thin as cicada wings, but the texture when it's eaten is really good, and the noodles are particularly chewy and springy. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhao laughed contentedly and glanced over at the other 3 tables where everyone was holding their bowls, already finished with them. The small dishes on the tables were all wiped clean, leaving no need for additional flavor, just clean plates. The group called out for another bowl, to which Mr. Zhao shook his head. Take your time eating. The noodles are cooked a bit al dente so that when the soup cools down a bit, it'll be perfect to eat. Eating it while it's too hot can be too filling. We've also got pot stickers coming up. Fatty used to be an executive chef, right across our compound at the Qidong Grand Hotel. His skills are unquestionable. Su Dayuan suddenly realized the reason for the delicious taste. As soon as Mr. Zhao finished speaking, Fatty came out carrying the pot stickers, with a huge plate at least 50 centimeters in diameter, arranged neatly with pot stickers. Their crispy golden backs looking like carefully carved openwork that almost seemed ashamed to puncture with chopsticks. Mr. Zhao stood up. Fatty, give me a plate of the pork and 3 delicacies. I've been craving it for a year. The fat old man laughed even harder and quickly handed him a plate. Then, the remaining plates were divided among the other 3 tables. Zhou Ning picked up one and took a bite, instantly feeling a burst of soup explode in his mouth. He paused slightly, and Xia Momo and Zhu Xingxing both looked at him. Is it not tasty? Zhou Ning shook his head. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. It's not just tasty, it's bursting with juice. When you bite into it, you get a mouthful of shrimp, and the chives are still incredibly green. The craftsmanship is truly unbeatable. Upon hearing this, everyone hurriedly started to grab the pot stickers, with Su Dayuan nodding continuously. The flavor is incredible, but why open a small place in such a spot? If this was in Qidong, in a better location, people would be fighting to get in. Mr. Zhao glanced towards the kitchen and, with a fade of his smile, shook his head quietly and said, Fatty has moved on now. His son opened a big hotel in Qidong 10 years ago, and the business was doing really well. But others eyed it with envy. In 2004, his whole family was kidnapped. A ransom of 8 million was demanded, which was a huge amount of money at that time. Fatty paid as demanded, but the kidnappers had already killed the hostages. After so many years, the city center is still a heartbreaking place for him since he lost both his family and his wealth. So, he moved here to Qidong to live. Part of the 8 million ransom was borrowed money, and he continues to run the shop in hopes of repaying his debts sooner. That way, he wouldn't have any concerns left. Su Dayuan squinted, his face showing shock. I remember now, this case, I have an impression of it. At the end of April 2004, they reported a case, the 4.14 major kidnapping and murder. The victims were the owner of the Qidong Jiangning clubhouse and his wife and daughter. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. The person who reported the case was Zhu Yantao. At that time, he went to report the crime with a bag that contained 3 fingers. Upon identification, the fingers were said to belong to his son Zhu Guotai, his daughter-in-law Fang Yu, and his granddaughter Julie. Fang Yu was an actress. Probably you all recognize her. After he reported the crime, the police formed a special case group to investigate. However, the news spread fast, and the kidnappers, realizing he had called the police in desperation, sent 2 more ears along with several photos of Fang Yu being tortured. Zhu Yantao panicked, begging the police to withdraw, and when the money was ready, he took it to the outskirts of the ocean world as designated by the kidnappers. The kidnappers canceled the transaction, stating over the phone that Zhu Yantao had broken the agreement and should prepare to collect the corpses of the 3. Zhu Yantao was stunned. He drove alone to the location the kidnappers had demanded and changed the spot. After being led around several times, Jianta threw the bag of 8 million in cash over a cliff. From then on, there was no word from the kidnappers. 7 days later, someone reported to the police that they had found 3 bodies by the sea. The forensic doctor determined that the bodies were indeed the kidnapped family and that the time of death was estimated to be on the day the ransom was paid. Fatty always says that if they hadn't called the police at that time, maybe /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p Su Dayuan didn't continue. Everyone knew that there was no maybe as the people were already dead. At this point, Zhou Ning recalled some information. He seemed to have seen these details online before, but the headlines were too sensational back then. However, he didn't know at the time that the case occurred in Qidong. Mr. Zhao sighed, anger showing on his usually smiling face for once. If there hadn't been a leak from the inside, it wouldn't have come to such an uncontrollable pass. The key is that everyone didn't blame the person who leaked the information but instead directed their anger at Fatty, accusing him of why he called the police, saying it was he who forced his son's family to their deaths. With such turmoil, Fatty couldn't withstand the pressure, sold off his properties, but still had a lot of debts. The landlord of his son's hotel outright evicted Fatty, calling him bad luck. With no choice, Fatty came to Qidong City and opened a shop under a hidden identity. It was only last year that he managed to pay off all the external debts. The grief of losing a child in old age is unimaginable for most people, especially for the little granddaughter who was only 2 years old. Her death was particularly brutal. It's said that her abdomen was slit open, her mouth torn at the corners, and all 3 were tortured to death, with the kidnapper still at large. Everyone fell silent, heads bowed, finishing their pot stickers. Unnoticed, Fatty had walked up next to Mr. Zhao, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p young man, are you on a diet lately? You've eaten too little. Zhao Xinli replied a bit embarrassingly, in a lower voice, actually, I had breakfast at 10 o'clock, but passing by here, I couldn't resist your noodles. Not hungry, yet I could still eat a bowl of noodles and a big plate of pot stickers. Both of them laughed. Mr. Tao had already gone to pay the bill. After exchanging a few pleasantries, everyone got into their cars. Fatty came out to see them off, waving at the cars continuously. Mr. Zhao honked twice and followed the other police cars onto the road. The atmosphere inside the car was oppressing. Mr. Zhao glanced at Su Dayuan through the rearview mirror. What's up, boss? Did this matter get you down? Su Dayuan glanced at Zhao Xinli, his eyes revealing an understanding. Don't beat around the bush with me. You wouldn't have brought us here to eat without a reason. Speak up, what's your angle? In the pending cases reported from each district, this case isn't listed. Do you hope our task force will handle this case? You should know that Mr. Hu wants quick results, and this is a kidnapping case. There's already little evidence left, and it hasn't been mentioned by anyone. This indicates that at least there isn't much physical evidence, making it very hard to solve in the short term. Mr. Zhao smiled, showing a simple and honest expression. Nothing much. The task force's work is the priority, but when we are done, can we pay some attention to this case? Su Dayuan looked at Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p Dao, and sighed lightly. How could he not understand what Mr. Zhao was thinking? All right, I agree. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 288 to 283 The child who drowned in the pickle jar _1 chapter 288. Chapter 283 The child who drowned in the pickle jar _1 An hour later, the car arrived in Heian City. On the way, Su Dayuan had already received several phone calls and reported the details of the 2 cases in Qidong City to Mr. Hu. Of course, at the end of the conversation, Su Dayuan mentioned Fatty's matter. Mr. Hu was silent for a long time, but eventually agreed to Su Dayuan's arrangement, putting this case at the very end of the task force's agenda. As soon as the car stopped, there were already quite a few people standing in front of the car door. Judging by their insignia, They were the leaders of Heian City Bureau. This enthusiastic reception was quite a contrast to Rudong's, a significant difference indeed. The captain of this criminal police brigade was named Zhang Chuanbua, and he seemed to be quite familiar with Su Dayuan. The two chatted briefly before Zhang greeted everyone else. Su Dayuan said a few simple words with the sole purpose of making it clear that their arrival was about clearing up backlog cases. Work came first, and he managed to send everyone away. Zhou Ning and others followed Su Dayuan, and then came to a meeting room, only to find that it was already filled with people. Zhang Chuanbua grinned and said, "Don't be surprised. We've been waiting for you guys for a while now. I had someone stationed at Rudong City Bureau last night. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. I've got first-hand information about your investigation progress. Seeing that things wrapped up there, I figured you'd come today, so I just gathered everyone here. Why don't we analyze the case?" Looking at the enthusiastic Zhang Chuanbua, Su Dayuan also felt a bit helpless. "Why are you so impatient? Oh, can't we rest a bit now that we've arrived?" Zhang Chuanbua waved his hands with a look of indifference. "Rest? Why rest? After finishing the investigation of these few cases, won't it be pleasant to go home and rest? What do you mean? When you went to Rudong, I heard you got to work the same day. So what's lacking here?" Su Dayuan laughed, threw a punch at Zhang Chuanbua, and took a seat in the center. Zhang introduced the names of his team members, and Su Dayuan glanced at the files in front of him, momentarily pausing. "There should only be 2 backlog cases reported by your department. Why are there 3 files here?" Zhang Chuanbua bared his teeth in a smile. "Don't get worked up, boss. Indeed, there are only 2 backlog cases. The other one is a case we are currently investigating where we've been unable to identify the victim. So when we heard Director Zhou was coming, I thought we might as well bring it forward to help us determine a bit about it, giving us a direction for the investigation. After all, if we can ascertain the identity of the victim, the investigation of this case is likely to become clear. So should we start with the older cases first? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Su Dayuan glanced over at Zhou Ning, who remained silent, and then nodded to Zhang Chuanbua. "Introduce the case." Zhang Chuanbua opened his notebook and began speaking eagerly. The first case is the 8.14 massacre in 2011. The incident took place in Jiaowan Village, Baisha River Subdistrict. On the morning of August 14th, the clerk of Jiaowan Village reported that there had been a death in the family of Wang Hongzhan. Our criminal police squad arrived at the scene at 8:22. After an examination by the forensic doctor Bai Hua and her team, they found a victim in the middle of the courtyard, Wang Hongzhan's wife, Ho Dongmei, face down toward the gate with a knife stuck in her back, piercing her heart. After evidence collection and analysis, no DNA other than Ho Dongmei's was found on the knife, and only the prints of fabric gloves were present. The yard was in a closed state, with the gate locked from the inside. The gate had a 10-centimeter hole, used for unlocking and bolting the door. All windows had bars, making it impossible for someone to enter or exit, except for the kitchen window, which had no bars. However, no adult could fit through it. Therefore, we assume the murderer was either a small-sized adult or a tall, thin teenager. In our investigation, we learned that Ho Dongmei was at home with their 2-year-old son, Wang Jiahan. Wang Hongzhan worked in Shin City year-round, coming home for just over 10 days during the Spring Festival. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He rushed back upon hearing of the murder of his wife and child. Our search led to the discovery of Wang Jiahan's body under the eaves of the main house, in a pickle jar pressed down by a stone. The child was stuffed into the jar head down and had drowned. He had died during the same time frame as Ho Dongmei, between 10 p.m. and 11 p.m. on August 14th. The pickle jar was 45 centimeters in diameter and 45 centimeters tall. Neighbors reported it was used for pickling vegetables by the Wang family, but it hadn't been used since the elderly Wangs passed away in a car accident in 2009. Since then, Ho Dongmei and her child, who usually lived in the city, seldom returned. However, last July, they were informed that a land survey required someone to stay at the house, prompting Ho Dongmei to return with her child and even offer free tutoring to village children. From our inquiries, we encountered two theories. One suggested that Wang Hongzhan had offended someone, which was why he left Heian City. Our investigation showed that Wang Hongzhan was skilled in IT and was planning to buy a house in Shin City, intending to relocate his family there. Unfortunately, this tragedy happened. Some elderly villagers expressed that the Wang family parents died so suddenly, they left nothing behind. However, the Wangs used to be the biggest landlords in Jiaotuan village, owning all the land there. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p rumor has it that when policies changed, they weren't given their land back, but were repaid their seized money, apparently in quite a few gold bars. Despite a thorough search of the Wang's old house, we found no hidden gold bars or any substantial clues. We only discovered 2 sets of footprints by the west wall flower bed, front and back, none of which matched any from the villagers. One of the footprints was very clear, with soil underneath. We've taken them back for samples. As for the Wang family's old house, Wang Hongzhan left the keys, and no one has entered in the past year. We've also investigated Wang Hongzhan himself. He had a good relationship with his wife, being classmates since middle school with no signs of infidelity. Were the victim's phone and the last call records or any clues left in the messages found at the scene? Zhang Chuanbo nodded. The phone was there. We verified all call records with colleagues and relatives, but there were no unusual contacts. We've reached out to everyone she had called within a week and checked their alibis for the time of her death, finding no valuable information. Su Daiyuan kept taking notes as the large screen displayed photos taken during the crime scene investigation. They were incredibly detailed. When the photo stopped on a footprint, Mr. Zhao raised his hand and called out for a halt. A middle-aged sister operating the computer looked up at Mr. Zhao. Obviously, she was the local forensic doctor by Hua. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than a female forensic doctor who could shoulder the workload of a county-level city indicated that her capabilities were absolutely not inferior to Su Guanhai of Rudong City. Furthermore, the meticulousness of the crime scene photos truly demonstrated her diligence. Mr. Zhao stood up and gestured with his thumb and index finger. Dr. Bai, can you enlarge the picture to make the soul prints fill the screen? I want to take a closer look at the tread pattern, he requested. Bai Hua nodded her head while enlarging the image and said, We've compared them, and this is a pair of sports shoes with the size being 43. The shoes are from this year's spring collection, and they are quite expensive, costing even after a summer discount, 1,868 yuan. Jiaotuan village isn't exactly affluent, so those who could afford such shoes would likely be fashion-conscious young people. We screened all the young people who entered and left Jiaotuan village on August 13th to 14th, but we haven't found a match yet. Mr. Zhao didn't panic at all, smiling and nodding at Dr. Bai. Dr. Bai, you've been very thorough. Just now, Mr. Zheng mentioned that the piece of mud with the footprint was brought back. May I know where it is kept and if I could take a look at it? He inquired. Mr. Zhao's persistent questioning caught Su Daiwan's attention, who glanced over. Typically, Zhao Xinli was quite modest, unless he had discovered something, and Zhou Ning was still, clearly supporting Mr. Zhao's approach. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p Su Daiyuan followed suit by looking toward Forensic Doctor Bai Hua. She nodded again. Just a moment, I'll fetch it. To prevent it from drying out, it's preserved under a sealed cover to maintain humidity, she explained. Shortly after, Bai Hua returned with a transparent plastic box. She placed it in front of Mr. Zhao. Zhou Ning patted his body while Sun Gaotai stood up and gestured towards the lower floor. Zhou Ning slightly shook his head. He was accustomed to using that LED magnifying glass to observe the details, but since Mr. Zhao wanted to look, he must have made some discovery. Zhou Ning wasn't in a hurry and waited patiently. Everyone watched Mr. Zhao's actions as he continuously wrote calculations on the paper. Then finally, he stopped and said, "Dr. Bai, I'd like to ask if the distance between the two footprints was measured during the crime scene investigation." "Could you tell me the measurement?" Bai Hua flipped through her notes. "The stride length is 97 centimeters, she replied. Mr. Zhao ran some more calculations before ceasing his actions. Based on the depth of the footprints in the mud, the size and shape of the footprints, the distribution of force points, the stride length, and so on, I have estimated the height and weight of the suspect who left the footprints. The suspect weighs around 150 kg and is estimated to be between 175 to 180 centimeters tall. From the footprints, it can be observed that the suspect's feet are slightly larger than the shoes. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody /speak. Speak, prosody, p at the tip of the shoes. The impression made is quite deep, especially around the big toe and the ball of the foot. I believe that the normal size of the murderer's feet is 44, with a hallux valgus of more than 20 degrees. This analysis made Su Dayuan turn his head. He instinctively looked at Zhou Ning, who solemnly nodded in agreement, acknowledging Mr. Zhao's judgment. However, on the other side, Bai Hua slightly furrowed her brows and looked again at the footprint inside the transparent box. She indeed agreed with Mr. Zhao's details, but such analysis was not her forte. "Is there a formula for this?" she asked. Mr. Zhao nodded, handed her the piece of paper he had used for his calculations, and Bai Hua remained with a locked brow after reading it. She obviously was not convinced by this method. Zhou Ning was all too familiar with that kind of look. It was a sign of skepticism, seeing Zhao Xinli as too young, lacking a convincing face, not sporting a receding hairline, nor was he over 40 years old. Zhou Ning didn't care. He knew Mr. Zhao wouldn't mind either. In fact, the case was quite mysterious. The victim had not resided at the old home for years, returning for just over a month and giving daily tuition to the village children, only to be killed overnight. Especially since the child was drowned in a water tank, was it revenge or for money? Mere speculation from villagers cannot be taken as fact. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody /speak. Speak, prosody, p. The victim faced the courtyard door and was stabbed in the heart from the back while in the yard. In the photos, the victim was wearing a cool nightgown with no shoes on her feet or around the body. She was startled awake in the middle of the night and was attempting to flee or cry for help when she was fatally stabbed. The courtyard door was locked from the inside, with no traces of forced entry, which suggested the murderer had not entered through the main entrance. It was probably for this reason that the detectives from Heian believed the perpetrator had entered through the kitchen window. Zhou Ning gathered his thoughts and looked toward Bai Hua, saying with a slight smile, "The mathematical formula for such calculations was taught to me by my teacher Li Chengbin. Dr. Bai, if you're interested, I can have Zhao Xinli transcribe a copy for you later. There are many relevant formulas." Upon hearing the name Li Chengbin, Bai Hua obviously started, sitting down on a chair. Seeing that she had nothing more to say, Zhou Ning then continued, "May I know if the victim's body has been continuously preserved, or has it already been dealt with? /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody /speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 289 to 284. On-site progress _1 Chapter 289. Chapter 284. On-site progress _1. Hearing Zhou Ning's question, Zhang Chuanbua hurriedly said, "The bodies of the two deceased have been kept in the morgue of the People's Hospital all this time. The husband of the deceased wishes to get to the bottom of the case and has been following police arrangements. However, the parents and elder brother of the deceased have come several times. They hope to take the bodies back for a timely cremation and burial, as they can't be kept frozen indefinitely. If it weren't for this clearance of backlog cases, we would have agreed to the family's request." Su Dayuan glanced at Zhou Ning, knowing what he meant. Zhou Ning was suggesting a second autopsy, but that wasn't urgent. Zhou Ning looked at Bai Hua and politely asked, May I ask, Dr. Bai, during the autopsy of Ho Dongmei, did you find any signs of sexual assault on the deceased? For female victims, this is mandatory. I examined the victim's reproductive system and found no traces of sexual invasion. During the examination, no trace of spermatozoa or male DNA was found. There were, however, nail scratches on the inner thigh of the deceased, which I believe were self-inflicted. The scratches are not severe and have already started scabbing over, probably left 7 or 8 days earlier. Zhou Ning nodded, signaling to Su Dayuan that he had no further questions. Su Dayuan then continued to ask, are there surveillance cameras in the village? /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody /speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I remember at the beginning of last year. Qidong required all cities, districts, and towns to install road surveillance. Hasn't that been implemented here? Zhang Chuanhua nodded. The policy is good, but the implementation is not perfect. Surveillance installation in Jiaowan village started later, in May last year. This place has certain peculiarities. After all, it's next to Baisha River and not all houses are terraced together. The roads within the village are also winding and bumpy, so there's surveillance only at the village committee and by the riverbank. It's impossible to capture this area. However, we have kept all the footage from various locations. We haven't found anything out of the ordinary. Su Dayuan sighed. While the policy is commendable, the lack of enforcement creates significant difficulties for case investigations. If there were surveillance at the entry and exit points of the village and along the roads, it would be clear who had approached the victim's house, making the case easier to solve. On the flip side, if it were known that all surveillance cameras were networked, capable of capturing every corner of the village streets, anyone considering committing a crime would have to think twice. It appears that this is an issue to report back to Mr. Hu, but the economic investment in these areas is substantial, which is one of the drawbacks of implementation. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody /speak. Speak, prosody, p. After all, as soon as it's rolled out, there's bound to be mismanagement and wasted expenditures, with little actually going to the intended use. Setting aside these thoughts, Su Dayuan looked at the time in the conference room. Let's get ready then. We'll conduct autopsies on the bodies of the 2 victims tomorrow. Also, since Wang Hongzhan isn't returning to his hometown, shall we take a look at the scene? Zhang Chuanhua glanced at the time and gestured to Su Dayuan. It's already 4:30. The road to the scene is difficult to navigate. There's construction work expanding the greening landscape on both sides of the river, so we have to detour from the outskirts. It takes at least an hour by car and nighttime would hinder observation. I'll arrange for the scene, and we can visit it first thing tomorrow. How about we come back for the second autopsy in the afternoon? Zhou Ning nodded, as he had no objections to the arrangement. Su Dayuan also hummed in approval and gestured to Zhang Chuanhua. Then let's hurry up and get all the reports from your initial autopsies and related examinations, so we can start by studying the existing written information. By the way, Wang Hongzhan hasn't returned to Haining City since then? Bai Hua prepared a stack of documents and handed them over to Zhou Ning and the others. Zhang Chuanhua looked at Su Dayuan, shaking his head with a sigh. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody /speak. Speak, prosody, p. The morning after the incident, on the morning of August 15, 2011, Wang Hongzhan flew back, carrying just a laptop bag. He was obviously in a hurry. Seeing the bodies of his wife and son, he broke down and cried, eventually passing out. We had to send him to the hospital. Upon examination, his blood sugar had dropped to 2.1, probably due to not eating for a long time and significant emotional stress. His condition was very critical. The village committee arranged for someone to take care of him. He recovered on the 4th day and went straight to the team. We didn't even recognize him at first. He looked terrible. At that moment, Zhou Ning was flipping through the autopsy report. The various records of dissection detailed on it were quite comprehensive, just that there was no electronic recording of the autopsy, which the City Bureau had started implementing in May of the previous year. It appeared that Haining was a bit behind. However, when he came to the examination report, Zhou Ning paused, looked up and down at several pages, and then looked up to ask, was Wang Jiahan's DNA only compared with Ho Hongmei and her paternal grandparents? Bai Hua nodded. Wang Hongzhan was in a very bad state. We were in a hurry to perform the tests, so we took Ho Hongmei's DNA as the primary object for comparison. Wang Jiahan is Ho Hongmei's son and also shares a genetic relationship with her parents. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. Later on, we compared the DNA of Ho Hongmei with her parents, so we didn't perform any related tests with Wang Hongzhan. Zhou Ning nodded. That made sense. Still, Wang Hongzhan's reaction clearly touched Zhang Chuanbo. After Bai Hua finished introducing, he couldn't help but shake his head and say, this couple has had a hard life. They've been classmates since middle school, and both their parents disapproved. After all, the Ho family was in a better position and thought Wang Hongzhan was just a kid from the countryside. When applying for college, they secretly changed Ho Dongmei's preferences. The two were separated, one in the south and the other in the north. Wang Hongzhan even visited Ho Hongmei every month. In their second year, Ho Hongmei fell ill with a persistent fever. Wang Hongzhan felt something was wrong, quickly flew over to take care of her, and directly took her to the hospital, where they found out it was Japanese encephalitis, and her symptoms were critical. After taking care of Ho Hongmei, Wang Hongzhan immediately contacted the Ho family. Only then did they realize the two were still in touch. However, after this incident, they thought better of Wang Hongzhan, knowing full well how stubborn Ho Hongmei was. Once the obstacles were removed, their relationship grew stronger, and after graduate school, Wang Hongzhan did not follow the Ho family's arrangement to become a civil servant. Instead, he was hired by an IT company in Shin City and became a corporate elite. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. When the Ho family saw Wang Hongzhan's income, they no longer objected to their marriage. The couple had no children during the first 3 years of their marriage, and Wang Hongzhan's parents died suddenly in a car accident during the Spring Festival of 2009, shocking Ho Dongmei so much that she fainted, only to find out at the hospital that she was already 4 months pregnant. The villagers all said that the Wang family was not destined to have grandchildren, and then this unexpected event happened. These words were so emotive that many people were immersed in the narrative, while Mr. Zhao, counting on his fingers, looked at Zhang Chuanbo with a puzzled face. Mr. Zhang, doesn't Wang Hongzhan only come back for the Spring Festival each year? How did this 4-month pregnancy come to be? Zhang Chuanbo was startled and then burst out laughing. You kid, always with your mouth. Here you are waiting to trip me up. Wang Hongzhan does only take time off for the new year, but Ho Hongmei is a teacher after all. Doesn't she have summer and winter vacations, and then there's the National Day holidays, you silly boy. Everyone laughed, and Mr. Zhao felt a bit embarrassed, while Su Dayuan didn't show any particular expression. All right, we have a general understanding of the case. Let's talk more after we see the scene tomorrow, and as for the body, let's arrange to have the second autopsy done in the afternoon after we inspect the scene. Meeting adjourned. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. With that order, everyone stood up and gradually left the meeting room. The members of the task force didn't move. After all, they were still full from lunch at Fatty's, and none of them felt hungry. Zhang Chuanbo came over and slapped Su Dayuan on the back. Get into plain clothes, I'll have Mr. Chiu take your team to the buffet. How about you and I go for a drink? Su Dayuan gave him a cold look. After 2 bottles of beer, you can't even remember your own name, and you want me to watch you perform your drunk kung fu? Forget it, I'm too tired. I'm going back to the hotel to sleep. We'll talk after the case is over. Zhang Chuanbo felt snubbed, opening and closing his mouth without being able to respond to the retort. March 9, 2012 by 8:30, everyone's vehicles had arrived in Jiaowan village. Lu Yongxin's blood pressure was a bit high, so Zhou Ning didn't let him come. The roads were extremely difficult to travel on, with construction everywhere. It was practically going out from the north side of Heian City, circling around to the southwest corner to come back. No wonder they said it took an hour. They encountered morning rush hour, leaving at 7 and arriving almost 2 hours later. After getting out of the car, Zhu Xingxing was already leaning on the vehicle, dry heaving. Patting her chest, Mr. Zhao handed her a bottle of water. It's lucky Mr. Xia didn't come. She gets car sick relatively easily. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhou Ning glanced sideways. He didn't know before that Xia Momo easily got car sick, as she never showed any particular symptoms when going out. Zhu Xingxing rinsed her mouth, patting her chest again. If I'd known it'd be this bumpy, I would have asked Mr. Xia for a few motion sickness patches. Zhou Ning shot her a glance, put on his mask, and waved toward Mr. Zhao and Mr. Yang. Let Zhu Xingxing and Sun Gaotai stay behind to rest for a bit, and we'll go over and take a look. Zhu Xingxing couldn't help but smile in relief and quickly sat back in the car. The three of them, carrying their investigation kits and fully equipped, walked to the gate of Wang Hongzhan's house. From a distance, the courtyard's gate stood out as unique, an absolutely tall and large gateway, and it was a standalone house, not connected to any others, a standard Ludong-style courtyard. Hardened ground in front of the courtyard, and right inside the gate was a 2-story building with pathways on each side. However, the north wall of the small building was also part of the outer wall of the courtyard. Mr. Zhao walked around and came back to the entrance, shaking his head. The wall is a standard 3/7 wall. They probably did that because no one lived there regularly. The top is lined with glass shards, and the height is about 2.6 meters, making it seemingly impossible to climb over by hand. As for the location where footprints were found, they were under the west wall. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody, P. It's curious why footprints would be left here, because the ground in front of the courtyard is well hardened, and it's only this spot that has some soil. Zhou Ning's gaze followed, and at this time in March, the Qidong area was at its driest. Even foggy days would be considered as adding moisture, so that patch of soil was cracked and dry, likely due to the courtyard being unattended all year round, with the plants here all withered and dead. Before long, Yang Xuedong came out, holding a camera, and handed it to Zhou Ning to see. I tried all the windows in each of the rooms. Those protective bars on the outside may look old, but they are all very sturdy. Indeed, only one ventilation window in the kitchen was open. I measured its size, and when open to the maximum, it measures 47 centimeters by 25 centimeters. Su Dayuan became interested and motioned with his hand, saying, "Let's go, I want to take a look with you guys." Zhou Ning followed by Su Daiwan's side, led by Yang Xuedong, straight to the kitchen on the first floor. Indeed, at about 1.4 meters above the ground, there was a window opened partway from the inside, supported by a metal hook. Zhou Ning compared the size and with his stature, he couldn't fit through. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chapter 290 to 285 list _1 Chapter 290. Chapter 285 list _1 Although Zhou Ning was slender, he was tall with long arms, and even though the height of the window was uncomfortable, it would have been possible for someone to climb in if there was a chair to stand on outside. However, they would probably have to be even thinner than previously analyzed. Su Dayuan looked down below the window. This wasn't a modern building equipped with cabinets or range hoods. In fact, the window served as a vent for smoke. Therefore, the inner and outer frames of the window, as well as the metal hook, were all coated in a thick, black layer of grease, some of which seemed ready to drip at any moment. With his arms folded, Su Dayuan stared at the window, suspicion inevitably rising in his heart. This didn't look like someone had climbed through here, did it? According to your analysis, someone could indeed enter through here, but to squeeze in at this height, their hands and body would definitely be covered in grease. Have you seen any grease around the crime scene, especially on the murder weapon or the victim's body? Or found any residue? Zhang Chunhua and Bai Hua shook their heads. They had been initially skeptical of this analysis too, but after inspecting the site, they found no traces, except for a partial footprint on the muddy ground and a dagger on the victim's body. At that moment, Mr. Zhao crouched down below the window while Mr.P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Yang helped him photograph all of the grease around the window thoroughly. Yang Xuedong even sprayed luminol, but there was not even a hint of fluorescent reaction. Zhou Ning leaned in for a closer look. All the grease, whether appearing ready to drip, showing wave-like traces, or flowing downwards, and even that which had dandelions and various dust stuck to it, showed no signs of being grasped, smeared, or even touched. This wasn't something you could avoid if you wanted to. Zhou Ning gestured for everyone to step back and lifted his hand to brush the back of it against the grease on the left side. His glove picked up a black patch of grease and dust, leaving a noticeable mark on the window. Su Dayuan, with a stern face, turned to Zhang Chunhua and said, "This window isn't the way the murderer came in or out. It seems we've been looking in the wrong direction." Zhang Chunhua and Bai Hua were stunned. This conclusion and judgment were hard for them to accept. After all, they had inspected the courtyard multiple times and thought this window was the most likely point of entry, but now it had been ruled out. The crucial issue was that the evidence presented by the task force left them without the ability to contest it, but if so, how did the murderer get in? Zhou Ning approached and spoke slowly. "Can we borrow a taller ladder? The folding ladder in our vehicle isn't tall enough." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chunba's fighting spirit was reignited. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. He turned and went to arrange for someone to borrow a ladder. In rural areas, almost every household has such ladders since even those living in houses with ridged roofs like to sun-dry things on the side facing the sunrise. And for those with flat roofs, even more so. They would sun-dry various kinds of fish and radishes or even sew quilts while sitting on the rooftop. In no time, 2 ladders were borrowed. Zhou Ning gave some instructions to Mr. Zhao and his group, and in pairs, they began to inspect the perimeter walls, especially the section with the footprint. Mr. Zhao went outside, climbed up the wall, and observed the area right above the footprint. The clicking of his camera lens was continuous. After moving twice, Mr. Zhao gestured to Zhou Ning. Though he didn't shout excitedly, his expression said it all. "Zhou Xiao, there are signs of shattered glass in the wall glass here. It's not just 1 or 2 pieces. Look, for about a meter, there are no sharp glass fragments, and on both the inside and outside of the wall, as well as on top, there's no broken glass." Zhou Ning glanced at the spot. It was about a meter away from the footprint, and the ground below was hardened. But if someone jumped down from such a height, how would they get back? Could it be that the intruder brought 2 ladders to climb the wall? Zhou Ning motioned to Yang Xuedong and Sun Gaodai, gesturing for them to bring over the ladder. "Take the ladder to the courtyard outside for Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhao to see if a single person can place it over the wall by themselves." The 2 carried the ladder quickly out of the yard. The ladder was made of bamboo and about 3.5 meters tall. It wasn't too heavy, but a problem with bamboo is that it creaks. The sound as they carried it was quite noticeable. Zhou Ning stood by the wall inside the courtyard. Mr. Zhao, having heard their conversation, understood what Zhou Ning was trying to do. He hurriedly collected samples from every piece of the broken glass on the wall before tossing his camera and test tubes down to Zhu Xingxing. At that moment, Yang Xuedong and his companion carrying the ladder reached the wall below. Mr. Zhao climbed down a bit, took the ladder, and began to climb up unsteadily. He balanced himself by holding onto the edge of the ladder with one hand and carrying the ladder with the other, making a continuous clatter. When he got to the top of the wall, before he was able to completely place the ladder over, his hand slipped and the ladder fell outside. The noise was so loud that Zhou Ning immediately gestured for him to stop. "Stop there." Even if it were an aluminum ladder, I've looked up that a 4-meter bamboo ladder weighs 9.4 kilograms. To lift it up with one hand and then unfold it, the noise would not be slight. The female victim's sleep wasn't as deep as a male's, and it was summer without air conditioning. The doors and windows would be open, and that noise would be enough to wake her. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhao nodded, climbed down quickly, and everyone returned to the courtyard. They were at a loss for a while. No trace of entry or exit at the small window, and climbing over the wall seems far-fetched. So how did the murderer get in? Mr. Zhao's question was something Zhou Ning couldn't answer as he shook his head slightly. If we can't figure it out, let's not dwell on it for now. Let's conduct a careful search of the house, both upstairs and downstairs. The villagers have reported that the Wang family were originally landlords in Jiaowan village and even compensated with gold bars. Given these rumors, let's check for any signs of disturbance in the victim's house. Call for Dr. Bai. Mr. Zhao nodded his head. He understood what Zhou Ning meant, allowing Dr. Bai to follow so that if any police traces were left behind, they could avoid redundant crime scene investigation and sampling. The four of them scattered, directly calling for Dr. Bai to come upstairs, and Su Dayuan approached. I've called the people from the village committee. You should come and listen, he said. Zhou Ning followed Su Dayuan to the outside of the courtyard. The village committee members kept nodding to Su Dayuan, and none dared to come forward to shake hands actively. After all, Su Dayuan's grim expression seemed somewhat too stern. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. After investigation, we have learned from villagers that following the policy reform, Heian City compensated the Wang family, claiming they returned the gold bars that were confiscated from the Wang family in the past. We want to verify whether this is indeed the case, Su Dayuan said. The village chief nodded. Our previous chief had mentioned that compensation had been provided to Wang Hongzhan's parents. According to the records, a considerable number of gold bars and silver dollars were confiscated from the original Wang family yard, and in the 70s, 7 or 8 gold bars were returned to the Wang family. But as for the exact weight and number, I really don't know. I only know about this matter, he explained. Previously, during their investigation, Zhang Chuanhua and his team did not discover any gold bars. According to this result, the nature of the case can also be shifted toward a financially motivated crime. Zhou Ning came closer and asked, does the village have a list of students that Ho Dongmei gave supplementary lessons to? The village chief glanced at Zhang Chuanhua before nodding. Zhang De had already asked about it, and we compiled a list. Some only attended for a few days, and some had been following the lessons ever since Mr. Ho arrived till the day before the incident. We have made a record of all of them, he stated. Speaking of which, the village chief nudged the man beside him, who hurriedly took out a list and handed it over to Su Dayuan. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Su Dayuan glanced at it, noting the substantial number of names, and passed it directly to Zhou Ning. Zhang Chuanhua continued, at that time, we investigated each person on the list one by one. The majority are children under 10 years old, with only 3 young lads between 12 to 16 years old, who are quite slim and tall, Wang Guangliang, Jiao Tinglong, and Li Jinxue. These 3 individuals, who live not too far from the victim's house, had their footprints and shoe prints carefully examined. Compared with the footprints left at the scene, none matched, and moreover, no neighbors reported seeing them going out at night. Zhou Ning reviewed the list, and indeed, according to the statistics, the largest shoe size was 40, which was significantly different from the crime scene investigation results. Village chief, you must have a list of the permanent residents here, right? I want all the contact information and ID details for the male residents, including the family members of these students receiving the supplementary lessons and the nearby neighbors. Additionally, has anyone gone to work outside the village after August last year? Zhou Ning inquired. Such questions left the village chief stunned. Please wait. I need to go to the village committee to check the records. I do have the names of the villagers on my phone, but it's not complete. Some do not have phone numbers, like those over 55 years old might have landlines or little smartphones, he explained. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. After waiting for a while, a clerk came with a large notebook recording all the villagers' information. Zhou Ning called Mr. Chu over along with a local technical department person since the handwritten content would take time to discern, and they needed help with organizing and sorting through it. Zhou Ning continued with his inquiry. Back to the earlier question, after August last year, has anyone gone out to work? Or perhaps someone who was already working outside but returned last summer. Do you recall anyone like that? The village chief of Jiaotuan village thought for a moment, seemingly less panicked than before, and then slowly spoke. Now that you mention it, there is indeed one person. Da Zhuang originally worked in the south, but at the end of May, beginning of June, he came back with a broken leg to recuperate for 2 months. He was constantly scolded by his wife as a good-for-nothing. In mid-August, he hurriedly left, which, if you calculate it, was 3 days after the incident at the Wang Hongzhan's house. Zhou Ning glanced at Mr. Chu, who hurriedly searched for Jiao Dazhuang's information and checked it against the data found on the police system. Jiao Dazhuang, 33 years old, a junior high school graduate, works in the low-voltage electrical components manufacturing industry in Jiangxia province. He worked at the Zhongtai Electric Appliance Group for 7 years. His wife, Zhu Xiaowei, 34 years old, works in farming. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. His elder son, Jiao Renyu, 10 years old, attends the 3rd grade at Malintown Primary School, and his name is on the list of Ho Dongmei's students, he recited. Is there anyone else? Zhou Ning asked. The village chief shook his head. To tell you the truth, our village of Jiaotuan is densely populated but short on land. Those who have gone out and not returned have mostly settled in cities, just like Wang Hongzhan. Even those without much ability tend to work outside year-round and seldom return in between. There are virtually no male laborers between 20 and 40 years old in the village. Fieldwork is done mostly by the elderly and the women, he explained. Su Dayuan came over and signaled to Zhang Chuanbua. Bring Jiao Dazhuang's wife, Zhu Xiaowei, over for questioning, he instructed. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 291 to 286 safe _1 Chapter 291. Chapter 286 safe _1 Su Dayuan lit a cigarette and asked the director. The Wang family's courtyard and the small 2-story building inside seem quite old. When were they built? You must know that, right? The director pointed to the inside of the courtyard gate, and a few of them followed him there. We have a custom here. When our own house is built, one has to tie red cloth and offer sacrifices when the top beam is lifted, and another is to carve the year the house and courtyard were built on the stone behind the door. Look, right here, their family built this courtyard in 1983, and the house was constructed at that time too. The foundation was laid very deep by a professional construction team from the city, not just any group of bricklayers. Moreover, the courtyard walls are higher than those of ordinary households, a full 3 meters. Zhou Ning didn't listen any further, as this was of no help to the survey. After greeting Su Dayuan, he entered the small 2-story building of Wang Hongzhan's house, only to see Yang Xuedong coming down with a suitcase. Didn't find anything? Yang Xuedong shook his head. There are 4 bedrooms upstairs. The one on the farthest east has traces of previous investigations. I asked the local detectives, and they said it was the room where the deceased Ho Dongmei lived. The blankets and clothes placed inside are all for summer. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. There are 2 trolley cases on the ground filled with diapers, baby formula, and change of clothes. The cabinets were unused. As for the other rooms, whether it's the furniture or the beds, they're all covered with old sheets. It seems they haven't been lived in for years. We looked around, moved all the furniture, and found no hidden safes or places like compartments within the walls. The boxes and cabinets were basically empty. Zhou Ning's brow furrowed tightly. When he took over the case, he felt a sense of familiarity because in one of the books provided by the system previously, there was a similar case. It was also a woman who was killed at home with her child, and the child was drowned in a water tank. When the police found them, the child's little feet were floating on the surface. Even the textual description was shocking. The identity of the woman was the same as Ho Dongmei's, a rural teacher who had gold bars hidden in her home that a student saw during tuition. One night, a child went to steal them, was discovered by the woman, and then the woman was killed, and the child was silenced too. At one point, Zhou Ning was influenced by that case and thought in that direction, but there was a clear difference between the two scenes. Someone entering through the north window of the kitchen would definitely leave traces, given the narrow window and the thick layer of grease. Yet both victims were clean, with no residue on them. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p climbing over the wall was also ruled out. The walls of the courtyard were 3 meters high, impossible to scale barehanded, and if tools were used, traces would have been left on the broken glass on top of the wall, and the noise would have been loud. Now the only remaining way in was the main gate. Zhou Ning then looked at young Qidong and said, "Ask by Hua and Mr. Zhang. When they arrived at the scene, did they break in through the door? Is the lock still preserved? Also, on the key, are there any traces or substances from a key fitting, and have fingerprints and DNA been collected?" Yang Zitong's eyes lit up, and he nodded and ran off quickly. Zhou Ning then headed toward the room on the west side, and upon entering, saw Mr. Zhao kneeling on the ground, butting his butt, with Zhu Xingxing holding a powerful flashlight beside him, searching for something in a corner. "Did you find anything?" Mr. Zhao suddenly lifted his head and his head hit the top of the cabinet with a loud bang. Zhou Ning felt the pain just by listening. "Be careful, are you okay?" Mr. Zhao crawled out from under the cabinet, took off his gloves, and rubbed the back of his head, complaining to Zhu Xingxing, "Zhou Xiao is here, and you don't say anything, you scared me." Zhu Xingxing kicked his leg and roared, "Don't you put the blame on me. Don't you know how big you are? I said I would go look, but you insisted on doing it yourself, and now you're blaming me for your bumped head. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Ning didn't join in their usual bickering, cleared his throat, and moved closer, only then noticing that the part Mr. Zhao crawled into was a cabinet that was quite long, like a closet, occupying one entire wall. Above were incense burners and a few plates that seemed to contain dried food items like fruits and steamed buns, though completely desiccated into dry pieces, some looking like chunks of charcoal. With a light shake of the hand, Zhou Ning noticed the problem. The cabinet seemed to be embedded into the wall. "Is there anything behind the cabinet?" Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhao felt a bit deflated. "I've already checked once, didn't find anything special. The cabinet is all drawers. I took out the drawers, and they actually didn't contain much. However, when I knocked on the wall behind them, it sounded hollow." Zhou Ning crouched down and looked over it carefully, but indeed he saw no hidden door or movable bricks behind the cabinet. Zhou Ning waved his hand to signal Mr. Zhao to get up, and they both exited the room. He observed the wall where the cabinet was embedded, which was adjacent to the entrance of the living room. There was a small room lined up on the north side that seemed to be a storeroom, but there was nothing placed inside, and it was only about 13 or 14 square meters. Zhou Ning stretched his hand to Mr. Zhao and said, "Give me a tape measure." Zhu Xingxing found the tape measure and handed it to Zhou Ning. "Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhao struggled to get up from the ground, continually slapping the dust off himself, as the place hadn't been inhabited for a long time and was very dusty. Zhou Ning measured the east-west distance of the storage room, and then measured the east-west distance of the room where Mr. Zhao and the others were. Seeing the values, Zhou Ning didn't speak, and Mr. Zhao leaned in close. "What's up?" Is there a problem? The east-west distance of the two rooms is different, but from the outside, there doesn't seem to be any difference in the width of these two rooms. Mr. Zhao's eyes bulged as he darted to Zhou Ning's side. There's a bit of a difference. That's possible since the houses in the village are built irregularly. How much of a discrepancy is it? 22 centimeters. That much? Could there be a compartment in this room's wall? Zhou Ning didn't reply. Instead, he turned and walked to the living room, where on the other side of the wall stood 4 bookcases of identical height and size, arranged side by side and packed full of books. Zhou Ning glanced over briefly. These weren't novels. They seemed to be textbooks Wang Hongzhan had used from childhood to graduate school. The arrangement was quite orderly, with books of various subjects from elementary school through graduate studies. The upper half of the bookcase was made of transparent glass, and the lower half had wooden doors. One could tell that the bookcases were of very good quality and quite old. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. Zhou Ning walked over, opened the cabinets above and below. That's when he discovered that all the bookcases had books placed above, while the bottom part housed only a few scrolls. Mr. Zhao changed his gloves, unrolled the scrolls, and saw that each one contained various award certificates, each one separated by newspaper clippings, some of which were very old. Clearly, this was not the work of Wang Hongzhan and Ho Dongmei. It was evident that the Wang family parents valued Wang Hongzhan's education deeply. There was no discovery of note inside the few scrolls, and Mr. Zhao hurriedly restored everything to its original place with a kick to the room. Zhou Ning stood in front of the bookcases, considering this wall in particular to be the issue. He squatted down to inspect the partition boards in the lower cabinets, reaching to remove a partition, with Mr. Zhao next to him, holding a strong flashlight, carefully illuminating the corners inside the cabinets. When checking the 4th bookcase, Zhou Ning hadn't even touched the partition when he saw 2 light-colored wooden strips with several black spots on the edge of the back panel, lying right across the edges. It seemed like there was a gap around the edge of the back panel where the flashlight beam shone. Zhou Ning was exceedingly excited. Mr. Zhao was about to grab a partition, but Zhou Ning stopped his movement. Hold on, let Zhu Xingxing go call Mr. Yang and the others. Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. Zhao, get fingerprints from the partition, wooden strips, and the back panel, collect samples, and especially for the wooden strips, spray them with luminol reagent. There are black spots on the strips. I suspect they're bloodstains. Mr. Zhao was invigorated, pulling Zhou Ning to the side to inspect the floor. There were no footprints compared to the surrounding area. The dust on the ground here was slightly thinner, the boundaries clearly defined, traces left by wiping. Mr. Zhao took photographs, then with an evidence survey pad in place, knelt down directly on it. His brush sweeping over the partition revealed 2 thumbprints left on either side. Obviously, these were marks made by gripping to lift. Accordingly, there would naturally be other fingerprints below, so Mr. Zhao lay directly on the ground. Once he determined there was no issue, he found more fingerprints underneath, although to Mr. Zhao's slight disappointment, the prints were made by latex gloves and didn't leave any actual fingerprints. However, this discovery still excited Mr. Zhao. He sprayed the luminol carefully over the fingerprints. A significant fluorescent spot appeared in the middle of the print, and Mr. Zhao then removed the partition. Yang Xuedong and the others had already run over quickly, and seeing Mr. Zhao's posture, Yang Xuedong too hurried to kneel close by while Sun Gaotai placed the partition on an evidence bag on the side. Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. Zhao sprayed the wooden strips with luminol reagent, and sure enough, the 2 black spots identified by Zhou Ning were bloodstains. Mr. Zhao turned to look at Zhou Ning. I'll open it now. Hurry up and stop dawdling. Zhu Xingxing couldn't help but yell out before Zhou Ning could speak. Yang Xuedong held back a smile. He and Mr. Zhao each grabbed one of the wooden strips and twisted them a bit. As they removed the wooden strips used as a barrier, the back panel behind them sprung open toward the outside. Mr. Zhao was quick to catch the back panel. This action exposed what was hidden behind it. Young Qidong was so astonished he opened his mouth wide, and Zhou Ning, unable to see from his angle, grew somewhat anxious. What's behind it? Is the wall hollow? Mr. Zhao handed the back panel to Zhu Xingxing and then moved away from the evidence pad. There's an old-fashioned safe embedded in the wall. One side has already collapsed, probably the reason why when I knocked on the other side, it sounded hollow. They quickly collected various information from the safe, finding bloodstains and several glove prints. Faced with a pair of combination locks and a keyhole, young Qidong was stumped. We can collect fingerprints from the safe, but who could open it, especially since it's such an old model? I doubt any random locksmith would do, right? Mr. Zhao waved his hand dismissively and kicked Yang Zitong's shoe. Get up, I have a way. Young Qidong quickly stepped aside. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhao stepped back half a step and kicked the top left corner of the safe. Following his action, the previously lifted side fell down with a snap and the safe tilted forward. Mr. Zhao grinned with a chuckle. There's nothing a kick can't fix. If it doesn't, then just kick it again. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Chapter 292 to 287. The man who visited at night _1 Chapter 292, Chapter 287. The man who visited at night _1 cut it out and bring out the safe already. Sure thing. Mr. Zhao carried the safe out with a smile, calling out cadences to boost his own spirit under the weight. At such commotion, Su Dayuan briskly entered the room. Seeing the dismantled bookcase and the safe in Mr. Zhao's hands, Su Daiwan's eyes lit up, finding something meant progress. Found it inside the bookcase? Yeah, it was embedded in the wall when the house was built. However, the safe requires both a code and a key. There are bloodstains on the handle and combination lock. We'll only know if it's the deceased's after testing. Someone with the key, who knew the code, and was aware of the whereabouts of the safe. According to what the village chief just said, the house was built in 1983, and the construction team at that time also knew about the safe's location. However, it seems only the family knew the key and code. Additionally, Mr. Wang's parents appeared to have died suddenly in a car accident during the Spring Festival of 2009. I wonder if Wang Hongzhan had seen them for the last time or if they had left any instructions. Su Dayuan kept nodding. The Wang family doesn't have any close relatives. I just asked around, and starting from Grandpa Wang's generation, they only had one child per generation. When their family was persecuted, all distant relatives distanced themselves, and afterward, there wasn't any contact. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. That's also why the Wangs were so insistent on Ho Dongmei having children. As he spoke, he turned his head and gestured for Mr. Bai to call the village chief in. Shortly after, the village chief followed Mr. Bai into the room and halted at the doorway, hardly daring to move at the sight of the disarray on the ground. Chief, ask you something. You said that Mr. Wang's parents suddenly died in a car accident during the Spring Festival of 2009. Did Wang Hongzhan see them for the last time? The village chief quickly nodded. I remember it clearly. That year, Wang Hongzhan returned the day after Little New Year's Day and even brought specialties for a few of us who were close. My wife often lent a hand at the Wang house, so she always visited earlier every year, usually bringing milk or beer along, but it wasn't a bribe, of course. On the 29th of the 12th lunar month in 2009, early in the morning, Mr. Wang's parents went to pay respects to their ancestors. Wang Hongzhan and his wife were supposed to go with them, but were stopped just outside by sister-in-law Zhang from the eastern courtyard to talk about their grandson's college entrance. Mr. Wang's parents told them to stay and give some advice. After the older couple left, they didn't return even after an hour. Concerned, Wang Hongzhan and his wife drove out to look for them. The Wang family cemetery is close to a pond near Shangxi village and a village road. It's positioned on an incline, beside the mountain and water. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Upon arriving, they discovered that the older couple had been hit by a car and were too badly injured to transport by themselves. Wang Hongzhan immediately called the emergency services, but by the time they reached the hospital, they had passed away. As to whether they left any instructions, I'm not sure. The accident was shocking to us all right before New Year's Eve, and that part of the road lacked surveillance and was a dead end, with the hit-and-run vehicle never being found. Zhou Ning looked at Su Dayuan. The more the scene was investigated, the more they suspected Wang Hongzhan. Su Dayuan gestured for Mr. Bai to escort the village chief out before directly informing Zhang Chuanbua of the recent findings. Zhang Chuanbua was in shock. After all, he vividly remembered the state Wang Hongzhan was in when Ho Dongmei and the child had the accident because he witnessed it himself. How could it be him? His own child. How could he bring himself to do it? Zhou Ning did not join their conversation, instead instructing Mr. Zhao to collect traces from the safe and to send all samples from the scene for rapid testing. After all, everything had to be based on evidence. The only regret was that all fingerprints found at the scene were from latex gloves. The murderer was very cautious and calm, managing to think of all this before entering or perhaps even before the murder, seemingly having planned everything meticulously. Could a father really bring himself to harm his own son? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Thinking of this, Zhou Ning looked up at Bai Hua, who had just walked in and seemed puzzled by Zhou Ning's gaze. Dr. Bai, did we take Wang Hongzhan's blood and fingerprint samples at the time? We collected his fingerprints, but no blood samples. His physical condition was really bad at the time, and since Ho Dongmei and Wang Jihan had already done a DNA comparison, we didn't do his. It was Zhang Da's decision. Zhou Ning remained silent, leaving it to Su Dayuan to make the decisions necessary. Su Daiwan's expression turned severe, well aware of Zhang Chunba's emotional nature. Issue a request for assistance. Have the police station in Shin City, where Wang Hongzhan resides, bring him in for questioning somewhere else, right here, right now. Take a blood sample for DNA testing and have them send us the results. Zhang Chuanbua knew Su Dayuan was in a hurry and, without wasting words, walked outside while dialing the phone. Mr. Zhao and the team still had a series of detailed tasks to perform. Zhou Ning approached Su Dayuan. Did that Dazwang's wife come by? Su Dayuan nodded. She confirmed the specific date. Indeed, Da Zhuang left on August 17, 2011. After Ho Hongmei returned to the Wang family with her child, their son started taking extra lessons with her, and Da Zhuang frequently visited the Wangs to help repair the house and tidy up the yard, which irritated his wife, Zhu Xiaowei. Zhu Xiaowei didn't hide anything. She spilled everything, and due to this, they had a few arguments. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. However, their son indeed became more disciplined and could solve many problems on his own after studying with Ho Dongmei for a while, so Zhu Xiaowei didn't complain any further. The Wang family had an incident, and they were all terrified. Zhu Xiaowei hurried Jiao Dazhuang to leave quickly, as this person seemed carefree and likely wasn't lying. As they were speaking, someone stretched out their head to look in through the main gate. Su Dayuan glanced over and quickly went outside. Zhou Ning followed. A chubby woman with a yellow headscarf stood in front of the door, stopped by Mr. Zeng. Su Dayuan waved his hand, signaling Mr. Zeng to let her come over. Zhu Xiaowei, what brings you here? So this was Zhu Xiaowei. Zhou Ning couldn't help but size her up, remembering the information they looked up earlier. Zhu Xiaowei was 34 years old, but she seemed slightly older than her actual age. Zhu Xiaowei pursed her lips, hesitant, with something on her mind. Su Dayuan waved his hand. Come, Zhu Xiaowei, let's talk in the yard. Don't worry, whatever thoughts you have or anything you remember, you can share with me. Zhu Xiaowei nodded and followed Su Dayuan into the yard, glancing at Zhou Ning. She bit her lip as if she had made up her mind and said, They say death is significant, and I shouldn't gossip, but I still wanted to share something with you, the police. In early August, on a day I can't exactly recall, my partner came home quite late, around 8 o'clock, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I was scolding him from behind for a while, and he didn't retort, which was completely unlike him. I got closer and saw that my partner seemed distracted. I slapped him in my agitation, and that's when he came to his senses and asked what I was doing. I asked him what had happened to him, if he'd left his soul at the seductress place. My partner cursed at me, saying he was helping the Wang family tidy up their courtyard. After flipping the tiles, the courtyard was very dirty with broken tiles everywhere. The children have classes there, and when they come out to play, it's easy for them to get hurt. I said since he went anyway, I had nothing more to say, but why did he come back with such a long face? He replied it was nothing, it wasn't related to me. It was just that while he was working at the Wang family's place and almost done, he heard Mr. Wang's daughter-in-law on the phone with someone, telling them not to come over now, and that someone was fixing things at home, and to come after 9 o'clock instead. Mr. Wang's daughter-in-law, you mean Ho Dongmei? Zhu Xiaohui nodded, looking a bit embarrassed. It's how we refer to people in the village. We call them someone's daughter-in-law, as we can't always remember their full names. I haven't finished yet. When my partner heard someone was coming over to their house, he quickly gathered the trash, told Mr. Wang's daughter-in-law he had to come back with a cart tomorrow because it was too late, and then he left. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He hadn't walked far when he saw car headlights coming from the east. My partner quickly stepped aside to clear the path, but that car didn't pass by. Instead, it turned into the alley next to the east wall of the Wang family's courtyard. He heard the sound of a car door closing and then saw a man with 2 bags of stuff walking straight into the Wang family's yard. My partner said the man wasn't particularly tall, chubby, and looked quite stout. He had a very different build from Wang Hongzhan's skinny frame. After that, the Wang family's main gate closed, and he went straight home. He asked me if he should mention this to Wang Hongzhan. I told him it's better to mind our own business. Wang Hongzhan and Ho Dongmei are educated people who return to the village to give extra lessons. Their character isn't a problem, so we shouldn't make assumptions based on rumors. Maybe it was just a friend or a relative dropping things off, and it would be awkward to bring it up. Little did we know, not long after, the Wang family had their incident. We were so shocked by the event that we forgot about it. If you hadn't asked if there was anything else we wanted to bring up, I wouldn't have thought to mention it. After all, since Mr. Wang's daughter-in-law has passed away and the dead deserve respect, don't think him gossiping and trying to smear the deceased's name. If I did that, I wouldn't be able to face anyone in this village again. Your partner didn't recognize that person? Zhu Xiaohui shook her head. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He looked closely but didn't recognize him. He's sure the person isn't from Jiaowan village. He just said the man was not very tall, chubby, and looked about 30 years old. Give me Jiao Dazwang's phone number. I'll contact him later. It's commendable that you took the initiative to come to us with this information, and you're very conscientious. If you think of anything else later, you can tell me. This is my mobile number. As he spoke, Su Deyuan wrote down a phone number, tore it off, and handed it to Zhu Xiaohui. She also left Jiao Dazwang's number and then quickly departed, understandably not wanting to get entangled with the investigation. By this time, Zhang Chunbo had returned. The request for cooperation has been issued, and our colleagues from Shin City have already set out to find Wang Hongzhan. They will contact me as soon as they find him. Su Deyuan nodded. I remember at the case briefing meeting, you mentioned that the surveillance cameras around Jiaowan village were copied for a month. Send those to Mr. Xing and we'll head back. Zhang Chunbo hastily said, what about the children who participated in the tutoring? Especially Wang Guangliang, Jiao Tinglong, and Li Zhenxue. Want you go to their homes to ask around? Su Deyuan pondered for a moment. There weren't many traces left at the scene now, and all the blood fingerprints had prints from latex gloves. Such thoughtfulness was hard for youngsters to exhibit, especially in dealing with safes and password locks. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody /speak. Speak, prosody, p. Even if they had broken in, it would be incredibly difficult for them to handle them, unless they were like Mr. Zhou, who managed to dismantle the safe. Let's head back first. We'll find someone to open the safe, and everything awaits the inspection of the safe. Besides, today is Friday, and these teenagers are still in school. If we need to meet them, we can make another trip tomorrow or the day after. Let's go. Just then, Mr. Zhao's shout came through. Zhou Xiao, hurry up and look what I found. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody /speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 293 to 287 Night Visit by a man _1 Chapter 293. Chapter 287 Night Visit by a man _1 Quit the chatter. Just bring out the safe. Got it. Mr. Zhao, smiling, carried out the safe. Its weight made him continuously chant to himself to stay energized. With such commotion, Su Dayuan quickly entered. Seeing the dismantled bookshelf, along with the safe in Mr. Zhao's hands, Su Daiwan's eyes shone with excitement. A discovery meant progress. Found it inside the bookshelf? Yeah, during the construction of the house, the safe was embedded into the wall. However, the safe requires both a combination and a key. On the handle and the combination lock, we found bloodstains, which we'll need to test to determine if they belong to the deceased. Someone with the key, who knows the combination and is aware of the safe's location, would know about it. According to the village chief just now, this house was built in '83, and the construction workers also knew where the safe was located. However, it seems that only the family knew the key and combination. Moreover, it seems like Wang Hongzhan's parents died suddenly in a car accident during the Spring Festival of 2009. I wonder if Wang Hongzhan saw them for the last time or if they left any messages. Su Dayuan kept nodding. The Wangs didn't have any close relatives. I just asked, and since Grandpa Wang's generation, it has been a single lineage. When their family was denounced, all the distant relatives severed ties. After that, there was no contact. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody /speak. Speak, prosody, p. That's also why the Wangs urged Ho Dongmei to have children. As he spoke, he turned back and indicated for Mr. Bai to call the village chief inside. Shortly after, the village chief followed Mr. Bai inside, standing at the doorway. Seeing the mess on the ground, he dared not move a step. Chief, you mentioned earlier that Wang Hongzhan's parents died suddenly in a car crash during the 2009 Spring Festival. Did you see Wang Hongzhan the last time? The village chief quickly nodded. I remember it clearly. That Spring Festival, Wang Hongzhan returned the day after the Minor New Year and even delivered specialties to a few close families. My daughter-in-law used to help out at the Wang's house, so they always came over in advance each year, usually with milk or beer, nothing to do with bribes. On the 29th of the 12th lunar month in 2009, early in the morning, Wang Hongzhan's parents went to pay respects to their ancestors. Wang Hongzhan and his wife were about to join them, but just as they stepped out, they were stopped by Zhang Da's sister-in-law from the East Courtyard, who wanted to ask about her grandson's college preferences. Wang Hongzhan's parents told them to stay and help give some advice. After the elderly couple left, they didn't return for over an hour. Worried, Wang Hongzhan and his wife drove to find them. The Wang family ancestral tomb is near a pond next to Shangxi village, along a village road in Shangxi village. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody /speak. Speak, prosody, p. It's on a slope and can be considered next to the water and mountain. Upon arriving there, they found the old couple had been hit by a car. The injuries were too severe to move them by themselves, so he quickly called 120. By the time they were taken to the hospital, they were gone. As for whether they left any messages, that I don't know. But such an incident happening just before the New Year's Eve shocked us all. Unfortunately, There were no surveillance cameras on that road, and it was a dead end. The vehicle that caused the incident was never found. Zhou Ning looked at Su Dayuan. The more they examined the scene, the more they felt Wang Hongzhan's suspicion increased. Su Dayuan gestured for Mr. Bai to escort the village chief out and went directly to Zhang Chunbo to discuss the recent findings. Zhang Chunbo looked shocked. After all, when Ho Dongmei and the child had the accident, Wang Hongzhan had returned, and that state was vivid in memory, personally witnessed by him. How could it be him? His own child, how could he bear to do it? Zhou Ning didn't participate in their conversation and had Mr. Zhao extract the traces from the safe. All the collected samples were quickly sent for testing. After all, they had to rely on evidence to speak. The only regret was that the fingerprints left at the scene were from latex gloves. The murderer was very cautious and cold-headed, able to think of these things upon entering, or perhaps he had prepared everything before the murder. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Could a father really bring himself to harm his own son? As he pondered this, Zhou Ning looked up at Bai Hua, who had just walked in, not understanding the meaning behind his gaze. Dr. Bai, did Wang Hongzhan have his blood collected and fingerprints taken at that time? The fingerprints were collected, but no blood sample was taken. His condition was particularly bad at the time, and Ho Dongmei and Wang Jihan had already undergone DNA comparison, so no comparison was done on them. This was arranged by Zhang De. Zhou Ning remained silent. This didn't require his judgment. Su Dayuan would naturally bring it up. Su Daiwan's face grew serious, knowing Zhang Chunbo was an emotional man. Send a request for cooperation. Have the police station in Wang Hongzhan's jurisdiction in Shin City summon him to another location. Do it now, immediately. If blood needs to be taken, take it. Have the other side assist with the DNA testing and just send us the results. Zhang Chunbo knew Su Dayuan was in a hurry, didn't waste words, and walked out while making a phone call. Mr. Zhao and the others still had a series of meticulous tasks to carry out. Zhou Ning approached Su Dayuan. The Jiao Dazhuang you mentioned earlier, has his wife come over? Su Dayuan nodded. I asked about the specific date. Jiao Dazhuang indeed left on August 17, 2011. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. After Ho Hongmei brought the child back to the Wang family, his son initially followed for tutoring, and Jiao Dazhuang would often go to the Wangs to help with house repairs and yard work, which made his wife, Zhu Xiaowei, very upset. Zhu Xiaowei didn't hide anything at all and spilled everything. They had a few fights over it. However, her son did become more obedient and could solve many problems on his own after studying with Ho Dongmei for a while, so Zhu Xiaowei stopped making a fuss. The Wang family had an incident, and they all got scared. Zhu Xiaowei hurriedly urged Jiao Dazhuang to leave, saying, "This man seems heartless and not like he's lying." As they were talking, someone stretched their neck to look at the front gate. Su Dayuan glanced over and quickly went out, followed by Zhou Ning. A chubby woman wearing a yellow headscarf stood at the door, blocked by Mr. Xing. Su Dayuan waved his hand, signaling Mr. Xing to let her through. Zhu Xiaowei, why have you come? It turned out to be Zhu Xiaowei. Zhou Ning couldn't help but size her up. He remembered that from their check of the information, Zhu Xiaowei was 34 years old, but she looked slightly older than her actual age. Zhu Xiaowei pursed her lips, hesitating as if she wanted to say something. Su Dayuan gestured with his hand. Come on, Zhu Xiaowei, let's talk in the courtyard. Don't worry, if you have any thoughts or remember anything, feel free to tell me. Zhu Xiaowei nodded and followed Su Dayuan into the courtyard. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. She glanced at Zhou Ning, bit her lip, and seemed to make up her mind before speaking. People say that death is the most important of matters. I shouldn't say too much, but after thinking it over, I wanted to report something to you police officers. On a day at the beginning of August, I really can't remember the exact date, my partner came home quite late, not getting in until 8 o'clock. I was scolding him in the backyard, but he didn't talk back at all, which was completely out of character. I got closer to look at him and noticed that he seemed to be distracted. I slapped him in frustration, and only then did he come to his senses and ask me what was going on. I asked him what he was doing, if he had lost his soul after coming back from some seductress place. My partner cursed at me. He said he was helping tidy up the Wang family's courtyard. After the tiles had been moved, the yard was very dirty with broken pieces everywhere. Since the kids have classes there and sometimes come out to play, it could be dangerous. I told him he already went, and I didn't say much, but why did he have such a long face when he came back? He said it was nothing, that it had nothing to do with me. He was just doing work at the Wang family's place. And just as they were about to finish, he overheard Mr. Wang's daughter-in-law on the phone saying not to come over now because someone was fixing things at home, to come after 9 o'clock instead. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody P. Wang's daughter-in-law, are you referring to Ho Dongmei? Zhu Xiaohui nodded, looking a bit embarrassed. We all live in the village and are used to calling someone by their husband's or father's name. After all, we can't always remember their given names. I haven't finished yet. Once my partner heard that someone was coming, he quickly piled up the rubbish and told Mr. Wang's daughter-in-law that it was too late today and that he would borrow a cart to take it away tomorrow, then left. He hadn't gone far when he saw car lights coming from the east. My partner quickly got out of the way, but the car didn't pass by. Instead, it turned into the alley next to the east wall of the Wang family's compound. He heard the car door close and then saw a man carrying 2 bags of things directly entering the Wang family's courtyard. My partner said the man wasn't particularly tall and was chubby, quite robust, bearing no resemblance to the thin frame of Wang Hongzhan. Afterward, the Wang family's main gate closed, and he went straight home, asking me if he should mention this matter to Wang Hongzhan. I told him it's better not to meddle in other people's affairs. Wang Hongzhan and Ho Dongmei are educated people, and they even come back to the village to tutor the kids. There's nothing wrong with their character. We shouldn't jump to conclusions based on rumors. Perhaps it was just a friend or relative bringing something over. It'd sound bad if we spoke about it. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody P, who knew that it wouldn't be long before the Wang family would have trouble. At the time, I was so shocked by the incident that I forgot about this matter. If you hadn't asked me if there was anything else I wanted to report, I wouldn't have thought to say it. After all, Mr. Wang's daughter-in-law has died, and death is the most important of matters. Don't think I'm running my mouth and spreading dirt on the dead, otherwise, I'd have no face to live in this village. Did your partner not recognize that man? Zhu Xiaohui shook her head. He took a good look, but didn't recognize him, certain that he's not from Jiaohuan village. He just said the person was not very tall, chubby, and looked to be around 30 years old. Give me the phone number for Jiao Dazhuang, and I'll contact him afterward. It's very commendable that you took the initiative to come to us with the issue, showing high consciousness. If you think of anything else later, feel free to tell me. Here's my mobile number. As he spoke, Su Dayuan wrote down a phone number, tore it off, and handed it to Zhu Xiaohui, who also left Jiao Dazhuang's number before quickly leaving, not wanting to get tangled in the case. At that moment, Zhang Chuanbo returned. The request for assistance has been sent out, and our colleagues from Shin City have already set off to find Wang Hongzhan. They'll contact me the moment they find him. Su Dayuan nodded. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody P greater than I remember at the case briefing meeting. You mentioned that the surveillance footage from around Jiaohuan village, you all copied a month's worth of footage. Send these to Mr. Xing. Well, head back first, Zhang Chuanbo said urgently. What about the children from the other families who attended the tutorial classes, especially Wang Guangliang, Jiao Tinglong, and Li Zhenxue? Aren't we going to their homes to inquire? Su Dayuan pondered for a moment. The traces left at the scene were now few, and all the bloody fingerprints had latex glove imprints. Such meticulous planning was unlikely to be achieved by semi-grown children, especially regarding the safe and the combination lock. Even if they had trespassed, opening those would be extremely difficult for them, unless they did something like Mr. Zhou, who dismantled the safe. Let's head back for now. We'll look for someone to open the safe, and everything else can wait until after the safe has been inspected. Also, today is Friday, and those teens are still in class. If we need to, we can come back the day after tomorrow. Let's go. Just then, Mr. Zhao's voice rang out. Zhou Xiao, look what I've found. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 294 to 288. Residue under the fingernails _1 chapter 294. Chapter 288. Residue under the fingernails _1. Zhou Ning whirled around and saw Mr. Zhou rushing over with an evidence bag in his hand. Upon approaching, Zhou Ning took a glance at the evidence bag and spotted something dark inside that seemed like bloodstains, but the object had several protruding parts with tears. After a closer inspection, Zhou Ning abruptly looked up. A latex glove? Where did you find it? Mr. Zhou pointed to a huge barrel near the west wall of the courtyard and said, following the footprints, I investigated towards the south and found 2 battered half-waste oil barrels filled with a lot of kindling and branches. Removing the wood and branches, I saw this torn latex glove at the bottom. The glove had cuts near the base of the little finger and a wad of paper, probably used to wipe blood. I've packed it up. Zhou Ning shook the latex glove, and as it unfolded inside the bag, the base of the little finger was indeed sliced open, but the area was completely stained with black blood. Great, check if the person sending the evidence has left. Bring this directly for testing when he returns. Even if there are no bloodstains on the cut area, the inside of the latex glove should still retain sweat and skin flakes. With luck, we might find the murderer's DNA. Have Mrs. Cui sample it carefully for comparison. Mr. Zhao chuckled. I've already made the call. Mr. Bai is on his way back. I'll call Mrs. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p Chui in a bit, but I remember the dagger sticking out of the victim's back had a guard. How could it have cut the glove? Zhou Ning found the picture of the murder weapon and examined it closely. There is indeed a guard, but it's less than a centimeter wide. If the force of the stabbing was too much, it wouldn't stop the hand from sliding down, or if the guard wasn't smooth, it could have torn the glove. If we can detect bloodstains, this evidence would be perfect. Su Dayuan waved his hand dismissively. Enough talk, let's eat first, then proceed with the second autopsy. An hour later, the group returned to Heian City Criminal Police Team headquarters. Zhou Ning had a quick meal before heading to the forensic autopsy room. Heian's facilities couldn't compare to those in Qidong and Rudong City. Although it was also set up within the police team's area, space was very limited, and there was no recording equipment. Lu Yongxin had the scanning equipment installed that morning and connected to the system software. Zhou Ning's preferred LED light was also set up, placed to one side. Bai Hua asked many questions, curious about the new equipment. Zhou Ning did not withhold information, explaining the software's application in autopsies. As the main goal of the City Bureau's initiative to clear up backlog cases was also to promote software usage to enhance the investigative capabilities of the various branch and county bureaus, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The body of the child was the first to be brought in, with the state of preservation still good, showing no significant decay from repeated freezing. Zhou Ning circled the body, meticulously observing from head to toe. Zhu Xingxing, assisting Xia Momo, conducted an X-ray scan of the body, from operating the machine to utilizing the images, quietly explaining the process to Bai Hua. On the other side, Zhou Ning cross-referenced the autopsy report and found that Bai Hua's examination had been meticulous, even not overlooking the boy's perianal inspection. DNA collections were also made from the mouth, nose, and neck, but no special findings surfaced. However, several fibers were found in the victim's bronchi. Dr. Bai, do you think the victim, Wang Jihan, suffered mechanical asphyxiation from something like a cushion or a soft knitted object blocking their breath, and was then thrown into the water of the pickle jar? Bai Hua nodded. At the scene of the investigation, we found a 60-centimeter diameter plush pillow. The fibers extracted from the inside matched those found in the victim's bronchi. Also, we found a pale yellow liquid residue on the plush pillow. DNA comparison confirmed it belonged to the victim, Wang Jiahan. Zhou Ning hummed in acknowledgement. Bai Hua's examination was indeed thorough. Finding fibers in the bronchi is something most people would not detail. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. Reviewing the section on nail extraction testing, Zhou Ning glanced over it to find that the victim's nails had been cut off neatly at the edges, yet nothing significant was discovered here. Zhu Xingxing and the others surrounded the table, and while they found it strange that Zhou Ning had yet to begin the dissection, nobody interrupted his observation. When examining Wang Jiahan's toes, Zhou Ning gestured to Zhu Xingxing behind him, who promptly moved the LED light closer, grasping the armature. Zhou Ning leaned in close to the victim's toenails. In the groove of the second toe on the left foot, there appeared to be residue. Mr. Zhao had sharp eyes and spotted the remains too, quickly moving in with a camera. Bai Hua hurried over as Zhou Ning delicately scraped with a pair of curved tweezers, extracting a small amount of dark brown substance that seemed to contain an extremely fine hair. Zhu Xingxing handed over a collection box. Zhou Ning immediately tossed the tweezers to her and then picked up another pair of tweezers to check the other toes, but found nothing this time. Turning around, Zhou Ning trimmed off all toenails at the edges to preserve samples. Bai Hua felt slightly embarrassed, unable to identify the discovered extraction material at first glance. Is this a bloodstain? Zhou Ning shook his head. It looks more like skin residue. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. The incident occurred during summer. Metabolism is rapid. Many people shower every day, but thorough skin cleaning is not always guaranteed. Send it for testing. We'll know what it is after the examination. Having said that, he moved back to the side of the autopsy table and signaled Mr. Zhao to start recounting for the video recording. Zhou Ning carefully inspected all the organs already dissected as well as their various states. Bai Hua watched his actions, listened to his analysis and judgment, and completely shed the disdain head initially shown at the case analysis meeting. After completing this, Zhou Ning stepped back, and Zhu Xingxing quickly took his place to clean and stitch up the body. Once finished, Mr. Zhao turned off the recording system. Zhou Ning then spoke. The victim was only 2 years old, and their reaction would be different from that of an adult. When startled or uncomfortable, their instinctive response would be to kick and flail with their arms and legs. And, being August, even if they were sleeping under a thin quilt, it is quite likely that they kicked off the covers. Therefore, mark these samples and make sure to clearly communicate the extraction requirements to Mrs. Cui. As they were speaking, the body of Ho Dongmei was brought in. Zhou Ning walked over and noticed that from the front, there was only a very small wound between the third and fourth ribs. It appeared that the dagger had been plunged in deeply, piercing right through the body. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. Is the weapon here, or is it being preserved in the evidence room? We need a second autopsy, so I've had the evidence brought over here. It's right in this room. As he spoke, Bai Hua walked over to one side, picked up an evidence bag, and it was possible to see the shape of the dagger without opening the bag. Taking advantage of the moment, Zhou Ning glanced at Bai Hua's autopsy report. Indeed, just like the other victim, the dissection was very detailed. A congested trail on the back caught Zhou Ning's attention, prompting him to look twice. Mr. Chu took the bag and quickly provided the measurements after a careful examination. The total length of the dagger is 26.6 centimeters, with the guard to handle base measuring 9.2 centimeters, blade length 17.4 centimeters, widest part of the blade 4.26 centimeters, single-edged, with a serrated section 4.2 centimeters from the bottom of the blade, and a blood groove along the side. Zhou Ning measured the distance from the victim's back to the front of the chest, which was 17.7 centimeters. If the victim was lying face down, with the chest compressed after being stabbed, it would indeed be possible to pierce through from the front. Under Zhou Ning's guidance, several people stepped forward, turned the body over, and now the wound was fully exposed, looking even more horrific from the back. Let's scan first, and then well analyze. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p scan in this state to see if there's any damage to the ribs or thoracic vertebrae between the third and fourth ribs. Zhu Xingxing and the others got to work, and shortly, the three-dimensional image emerged. Momo enlarged the image, and indeed, at the junction between the third and fourth ribs, there was a bone fracture, albeit very slight. After looking at the image, Zhou Ning closed his eyes briefly. It was clear from the image that the dagger was stabbed in vertically. Judging from where the gloves were cut, the murderer must have been chasing the victim from behind, grasping the dagger in a backhanded grip. The stab to the victim's back came after the victim had fallen or had been brought down by the murderer. However, the precision of the stab location was too exact. Even a professional would not be able to guarantee they could find the space between the third and fourth ribs in a moving state and pierce the heart with one thrust. The wound between the third and fourth ribs on the front of the victim's chest is 1.1 centimeters long, which is at a right angle and vertical to the entry point on the back. The dagger was inserted horizontally between the third and fourth ribs. Mr. Zhao, with his chubby face, exclaimed in surprise from under the camera. That precise? Zhou Ning did not answer, but proceeded with Zhu Xingxing and the others to carefully examine the victim's body surface, turning the body over again. They found abrasions on the knees, elbows, wrists, and jaw. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p on the victim's back, right above the kidney area. There was a faint reddish bruise that looked like a footprint, but it was very faint. It seems the victim was kicked down from behind by the murderer, who then pounced on them and stabbed them through the heart, rendering the victim powerless and unable to cry for help instantly. Zhou Ning glanced at Liu Yongxin, who was measuring. Shoe print length is 29.5 centimeters. Mr. Zhao, take a photo and let Mr. Chu process it. I think I can see some pattern marks. Dr. Bai approached to examine the mark on the victim's back more closely. During the previous autopsy, this mark wasn't as clear. It was just a faint dark red with blurred edges, and I didn't realize it was the print of a kick. Zhou Ning smiled, which was something he had meant to mention just a moment ago. Don't be discouraged, Dr. Bai. Oftentimes, such bruises aren't visible during the initial autopsy. It's only after the body is frozen and then thawed that these marks become clearer. My teachers used to do autopsies in the morgue without these facilities. This conclusion is based on their experience. Liu Yongxin nodded. Conditions were tough in the past. We've encountered all sorts of things. Their words seemed to reassure Bai Hua. Zhou Ning continued, it looks like the murderer's shoe size is between 43 and 44. Has Mr. Chu arrived? Momo raised her hand. No need to look for him, I can do it. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P Zhao, send it to me, and I'll adjust the contrast of the image for you right now. Mr. Zhao hurried over and transmitted the photo to Momo. Momo worked swiftly on the computer, magically enhancing the image. In a short while, the mark became a stark brown color, making the pattern even more distinct. Mr. Zhao also found the shoe print photo collected from the dirt. Momo applied the same method, comparing both images side by side. Seeing the pattern, Zhou Ning nodded vigorously. It's the same person. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 295 to 289 a male DNA _1 chapter 295. Chapter 289 a male DNA _1. The subsequent autopsy was quickly completed by Zhou Ning, who nodded in approval as he compared it to Bai Hua's autopsy report. Dr. Bai did the dissection with great detail, quite impressive. Don't flatter me, I don't have your speed. Having handled fewer criminal cases, it takes me a whole day to examine a victim. Moreover, there are lots of details that aren't perfect. Are we now just waiting for the lab results? Zhou Ning nodded. The remaining work depends on the lab results. By the way, Mr. Yang, I forgot to ask earlier, did you find the lock from Wang Hongzhen's front door? Yang Xuedong slapped his forehead and hurriedly came forward, saying, I forgot to report it. We found 2 locks and a set of keys. I tried them and 2 of the keys correspond to the locks. It's just that we can't determine which one is for the courtyard door, so I had Mr. Bai send both locks and the keys for inspection. We attached a note for Mrs. Cui to use the electron microscope to observe if there's any oil or metal debris left from key fitting in the key or inside the lock core. If they differ from the materials of these keys, we can conclude that the keys were duplicated or are not the original ones. Zhou Ning nodded again, now tearing off his disposable surgical gown including the cap and mask. Let's go, Director Su is impatient. He's been urging us, and perhaps some of the test results are out by now. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, pu2, bring all the investigation equipment. We don't know if the safe has been opened. Everyone nodded. The body had already been transported away, and they all returned to the criminal police unit in the front yard. As soon as they entered the office, they saw a group of people gathered together. Hearing the door open, Su Dayuan looked up, saw Zhou Ning, and hurriedly waved with a smile. I was just about to call you. I didn't expect you to return already. Talk about a godsend. Take a look. The safe was just opened. This thing is an antique and quite challenging. We didn't dare cut it open from behind. The detectives cleared a space for Zhou Ning, who approached the safe with Mr. Zhao and Mr. Yang. Indeed, the safe was open, revealing an inner small door, which a guy was trying to unlock with a master key. With a click, the small door also opened. The man lifted his head, wiping the sweat off with his sleeve, his nervousness palpable. Su Dayuan patted the man's shoulder and waved towards Zhang Chuanhua. What are you standing around for? Hurry up and pay the guy. Don't let him work for nothing. You know how many people we've gone through to find the right one? The locksmith quickly waved his hands, pulling off his gloves and holding up the badge on his chest. Don't worry, leader. No need to pay. We're the locksmith company designated by the 110 emergency service. It's our duty to help you out. Zhang Chuanhua, with a laugh, put an arm around the man's shoulders and led him away. Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, Pi Zhao and Yang Xuedong put on gloves, one shining a light while the other began inspecting inside the safe. In fact, the space inside wasn't extensive, 2 tiers, which at the moment were completely empty. Mr. Zhao squatted slightly, bringing his eyes level with the middle divider, allowing him to see the traces on the upper layer of the shelf more clearly. He lifted the camera and rapidly snapped photos. Su Dayuan, growing anxious, stood hands on hips, mirroring Mr. Zhao's movements by squatting down. Don't stay quiet. What do you see? Before Mr. Zhao could speak, Yang Xuedong cut off Su Dayuan, gesturing with his hand. Director Su, don't rush, it's empty inside. Now we can only analyze the residual dust traces. Lu Yongxin pursed his lips, trying hard to suppress a smile. In Zhou Ning's team, everyone was improving rapidly, not only their skills, but also their tempers. Yang Zitong's change from when he first arrived was a complete 180 degrees. Hearing Yang Xuedong saying this, Su Dayuan didn't pursue further. He stepped back and sat down, trying his best to control his emotions and not look in Mr. Zhao's direction. His gaze inadvertently fell on Zhang Chuanhua, who stood grinning next to Yang Xuedong. Su Dayuan cleared his throat. Zhang Chuanhua, are you in charge of trace evidence? Have we found someone for the Wang Hongzhen matter? What time are we arranging to bring the person back? Have you sent someone to the airport already? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P greater than a barrage of rapid-fire questions caused Zhang Chuanhua to raise his hands. I was wrong, I'll confirm right now. We've located the individual, it's just that we haven't secured a return flight. After all, nearby flights are quite expensive. A glare from Su Dayuan shut Zhang Chuanbo up instantly. He then hurried out of the conference room with his phone in hand. Zhou Ning cradled his forehead, knowing Su Dayuan was truly in a rush. The empty safe undoubtedly increased the difficulty of the investigation. With no lab results yet, he couldn't press Cui Lily, and asking Shin City to send Wang Hongzhan back, along with arranging for sample analysis, was already asking for a favor. So he couldn't say much and could only fret. However, comforting words were of no use right now. It was better to focus on finding clues. Zhou Ning moved next to Mr. Zhao, who stood up and quickly waved toward Mr. Chu. "Give me the data cable, and I'll send the photo to you." "Zoom in, I can't see the bottom clearly." Mr. Chu moved quickly, connecting the data cable, and the photo was uploaded to the computer. The image on the display was enlarged, and Zhou Ning squinted at the photo. On the partition, there were some marks without dust, but these were somewhat strange. There were 6 spots aligned vertically without dust, but above them were 2 horizontal lines of dust that were slightly thinner. How had these been formed? Could these 6 vertical marks have been from gold bars? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p, and were there several rows laid horizontally across them? By now, Mr. Chu had already processed the photo, boosting the contrast to the max. The marks were very obvious now, resembling the pattern of a fence, giving a clear sense of the shape and approximate number of items that had been there. However, at the crack of the partition, Mr. Zhao discovered a whitish spot and hurriedly turned around. Holding a bright flashlight, he leaned close to the crack in the partition, and after much fussing with tweezers, a slim roll of paper was extracted. Mr. Zhao was nervous and didn't dare to tear it roughly. After wiping the outside to take a sample, he carefully unrolled the paper with a pair of tweezers, assisted by Yang Xuedong. Before long, the paper was unfurled, revealing a receipt-sized piece of paper. In fine brush calligraphy, a message was written. The lettering was a bit blurred in places, but the content was still very readable. Due to policy reasons, we are now implementing the spirit of a certain document, returning the property confiscated during Wang Zhongkui's campaign. Included are 20 bars of Da Huang fish gold bars, 978 standard, cast during the Republic era. The land is now under state ownership and will not be returned. The house has been demolished and cash compensation equivalent has been provided. This notice is for clarification. December 22, 1981. After seeing the content, everyone was shocked. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Chu glanced at the picture before saying, according to the distribution of the dust in the photo, the area covered by a single Da Huang fish is 13.33 times 1.66. I compared it, and it indeed matches the size of a 978 standard gold Da Huang fish that circulated in Hasheng City during the Republic era. One of these 978 standard Da Huang fish gold bars weighs about 531 grams. Calculating based on last August's gold price of 380 yuan per gram, 531 times 380 times 20 is equal to 4,035,600.00 yuan. Mr. Zhao, holding his phone, quickly searched and pulled up a news article from an auction house, showing it to Su Dayuan while pointing to the content. You've calculated using the price of pure gold. Look at this info. On March 7, 2012, at an auction in Pumin, someone auctioned off 5 small Huang fish gold bars. Each weighed about 317.5 grams and sold for 750,000 yuan, as the auction was for a collector's item. If we average it per gram, it amounts to about 472 yuan per gram. Based on this, those 20 gold bars would be worth over 5 million yuan. All faces were filled with surprise as Su Dayuan stared at the piece of paper, scrutinizing it, and noticed that it had been stamped with the seal of the Haining County government. The county's name surrounded the large national emblem in the center, and above was a tear mark. It seemed to have been torn from a larger document, likely a duplicate since the tear exposed part of a square stamp. However, the content of the original document was indiscernible. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p on one side, there was half of a red fingerprint and half of a signature that appeared to be part of the name Wang Zhongkue. Mr. Zhao sighed, speaking regretfully. It's a pity, there were no fingerprints left on the partition, and the only scratch visible shows that someone wore latex gloves. I've taken a sample and well-run tests later. However, I don't think it would be easy to sell those gold bars. Zhou Ning nodded. 20 gold bars, the quantity is significant. Moreover, if they are sold as gold, this purity of 978 is not cost-effective. Besides, gold buyers need to register their identity. It can't be sold off all at once unless it's done privately at a low price. Su Dayuan pointed his index finger at Zhou Ning, seemingly hinting that Zhou Ning was onto something. The victim was discovered the next day. The killer definitely wouldn't sell so many gold bars locally. It would be much easier leaving Qidong, even the Qidong region. This could be investigated. I will ask around later if there are any large-scale gold purchases or even reports to the police. Zhou Ning glanced at the time. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. At this moment, Zhu Xingxing raised her hand, looking at the laptop. Boss, the forensic department just sent over a report. Zhou Ning walked briskly towards her and looked at the computer. Zhu Xingxing was connecting to the printer while Zhou Ning briefly checked the examination results. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The report contained a lot. The victim Ho Dongmei's blood residues on the gloves, partition, and wooden slats they'd sent for testing. Inside the gloves, on the part covering the fingers, and near the dagger guard, a male DNA sample was found, with no matched individuals in the database. Su Dayuan squeezed forward, as there wasn't enough room at the computer, and asked, Director Zhou, did we find anything from the examination? Zhou Ning nodded, summarizing the comparison results. From the examination results, we see there was only one perpetrator. We'll compare it with Wang Hongzhan's DNA from Shin City later on. Su Dayuan turned to find Zhang Chuanbo, who shivered and quickly dialed a number. Since Wang Hongzhan had been found 4 or 5 hours ago, the blood test had been conducted, and DNA results should be nearly ready. After asking, Zhou Ning quickly held up his phone, providing Zhang Chuanbo with an email address. After hanging up, Zhang Chuanbo took a deep breath. The results will be out shortly. They'll be sent over in 10 minutes. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 296 to 290 ECG tattoo _1 Chapter 296. Chapter 290 ECG tattoo _1 Zhou Ning made a call to Cui Lily, telling her about the situation here. Everyone in the conference room was looking at the time on their phones. Zhang Chunbo's phone had not stopped ringing. After hanging up the last call, he grinned at Su Dayuan. Director Su, Wang Hongzhan and his team have boarded the plane, and in coordination with the airport, they were able to change seats. They will arrive in 3 hours and 10 minutes, which is at 1842 at Qingdao Airport. It takes an hour and a half to get here from the airport, so they will arrive here at 2012. Just as Su Dayuan was about to speak, Zhang Chuanbo quickly raised his phone and said, I've already asked Wang Yuan and the others to wait for them at the airport. Su Dayuan nodded. Zhu Xingxing had connected to the printer and printed out the recent report for everyone to pass around and read. Zhou Ning was staring at the laptop screen when his inbox flashed. He hurriedly opened the email and started the download. After glancing at the results, Zhou Ning was stunned. Seeing his reaction, Su Dayuan leaned in. What's wrong? Zhou Ning clicked print and handed the report to Su Dayuan. The examination of the lock and key hasn't yielded results yet. I just compared Wang Hongzhan's DNA with the DNA left by the killer, and they are not from the same person. Additionally, I asked Mrs. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p Chui to compare Wang Hongzhan's DNA with the second victim Wang Jihan, and they are not related by blood. Mr. Zhao's eyes bulged, his mouth gaping open in shock. Didn't they say Wang Hongzhan and Ho Dongmei had a very good relationship? How could the child not be Wang Hongzhan's? Zhang Chuanbo was also bewildered, quickly moving forward to snatch the report from Su Daiwan's hands and read it carefully. It wasn't just a lack of blood relation. Wang Hongzhan and Wang Jiahan's DNA showed no connection whatsoever. From the initial case analysis meeting to having Wang Hongzhan assist with the investigation, neither Zhou Ning nor Su Daiyuan had any particular impression of Wang Hongzhan. However, from the very beginning, Zhang Chuanbo was deeply moved by the relationship between the two and found the results hard to accept. How is this possible? Su Daiyuan said nothing else but turned to Mr. Chu. Have you finished processing those surveillance videos from Jiaowan village? Xia Momo passed her computer to Mr. Chu, who turned on the projector, displaying an image. Please take a look. This is a diagram of where the surveillance cameras are located. We obtained 6 surveillance videos in total, but after screening them, we found that the cameras closest to the Wang family's home are number 3 and number 4, respectively located at the southeast and northwest intersections. If someone was driving there, they would have to go through both ends of this road. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak, prosody, p. However, the road is winding, and it isn't possible to see the front of Wang Hongzhan's home. Additionally, if someone passed through the alleys on either side of Wang Hongzhan's house, they would pass by the roads monitored by camera 5 and 2 along the Baisha River. This way, whether on foot or by car, anyone able to get near the Wang family's home would appear on the surveillance, so we figured it would be sufficient to review these 4 cameras. As he spoke, he opened 2 videos labeled 3 and 4. On the left and right monitors, the surveillance videos from the night of August 13, 2011, after 2000 hours were being fast-forwarded. Zhu Xingxing also grabbed a computer, playing cameras 5 and 2. With the 4 videos visible on the projector screen, Su Daiyuan quickly instructed everyone to start watching the surveillance footage in groups. After Mr. Chu and Xia Momo's processing, the video quality was already very clear. Cameras 5 and 2 were a bit dark, with a few streetlights in the distance. Mr. Chu used a laser pointer to gesture between 2 streetlights. Between these 2 streetlights. Right here, this is where someone could come out from either alley on either side of the Wang family's home. Just focus on this spot. As time rapidly advanced, the videos were repeatedly paused. Whenever someone passed by, Xia Momo would conduct facial recognition, but after the search, it was found that these people were residents of Jiaowan village. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak, prosody, p. At 107 on all 4 surveillance cameras, a car emerged on camera 5. Mr. Chu quickly made the video full screen. In the flickering light of the street lamp, it was visible that this was a sedan, but the license plate had been removed. The driver wore a baseball cap and sunglasses, with fabric covering his face. Such attire immediately caught everyone's attention. Xia Momo took a screenshot and then attempted facial recognition, but the person was not wearing a mask. Instead, they used something similar to a vest to cover their face. Not even the ears were exposed. On the large projection, a cropped image of the person's upper body was nearly full screen. One could discern that the orange baseball cap had white lettering on it, seemingly a W, although the following O seemed smaller, and the words below could not be made out. The fabric tied around the person's face appeared to be a white t-shirt with some dark brown spots that looked like spattered bloodstains, a find that made Zhou Ning lean in closer. In the picture, the person was wearing a black t-shirt, and the sunglasses were very dark, making it impossible to discern the shape of the eyes. However, on the hand holding the steering wheel, visible was a black mark on the right ring finger, not a ring. It was unclear if it was a scar or a tattoo. Zhou Ning's gaze returned to the computer screen. Seeing Xia Momo's repeated search failures, he stopped her attempts. Don't try anymore. You won't find anything with that image. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak, prosody, p. Look at this person's right ring finger. Can you work on that spot to see if it's a tattoo or a scar? Xia Momo zoomed in and then nodded her head. It'll need half an hour. This won't be easy to process. Afterward, Xia Momo took her laptop to a corner. Mr. Chu, reverse the surveillance footage and slow it down a bit. We didn't see when this car appeared just now. Mr. Chu quickly worked his magic, and at 23:20, a car without lights on passed by camera 3. Mr. Chu immediately paused and enlarged the still image. No wonder we missed this car before. It didn't have its headlights on and was driving from the southeast towards the north side. From this angle of the camera, we can only see the back of the car and the license plate has been removed. Zhou Ning waved to Mr. Zhao. Understanding what Zhou Ning meant, Mr. Zhao leaned over the screen and scrutinized it for a while before asking Mr. Chu to slow down the video even more. Finally, he looked up and said, "This car is a 2006 Geely King Kong 1.6L manual model. It was priced at over 60,000 upon release, and it's a silver gray color. There is damage on the right side of the trunk door. See, the color here isn't even. Based on this analysis, it must have been rear-ended. We can check for any insured vehicles of the same model." Mr. Zhao's words ignited hope in Su Dayuan, who quickly waved to Tao Shinshan and the others. Everyone sprang into action, some making calls, others going out. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. Su Dayuan pondered for a moment before moving to Zhou Ning and Mr. Chu's side. Jiao Dazhuang's wife mentioned that on a day in early August, Jiao Dazhuang went to the victim's house to help with some work and saw a car going to their house around 8 in the evening. Can we find this car? We don't know the specific date? Su Dayuan dialed a number, which took 7 or 8 rings before someone answered. Is this Jiao Dazhuang? Yes, it's me. Who is this? I am from the Qidong City Criminal Police Brigade. We are investigating the murder of Ho Dongmei. Your wife Zhu Xiaowei mentioned that when you were working at Ho Dongmei's house, you saw a man driving to Ho Dongmei's place. Do you remember the exact date? On the other end, Jiao Dazhuang paused, then cursed under his breath. My wife is talking nonsense. I didn't see anyone. Su Dayuan knew that Jiao Dazhuang definitely didn't want to draw trouble to himself. After all, in the same village, if he spoke of seeing a man going to Wang Hongzhan's house at night, it would be tantamount to gossiping like an old lady. Don't overthink it. We simply want to investigate Ho Dongmei's death. I can't divulge specific details to you, but I hope you can tell us the truth. It would be of great help for us in solving this case. Jiao Dazhuang was silent for a long while before saying, "Wait a moment while I check the payment records. I recharged my phone the day before. I'll call you back later." Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. Chu, upon hearing the details, began searching for Jiao Dazhuang's mobile phone payment information and quickly found a record showing that on August 6, 2011, Jiao Dazhuang had topped up 50 yuan on his phone. Just then, Jiao Dazhuang's call came back. "Officer, I just checked, and I recharged on August 6, 2011. The next day was Sunday. A few of us parents, whose children learn with Mr. Ho, went together to the Wang family's house to help clean up trash after a tile removal." Good. Can you recall what time you left the Wang family's house that day? And did you notice anything distinctive about that car and its driver, like the color of the car? Was the driver male or female? Tall or short? Heavy or slim? I can't remember the exact time, but I know it was a bit past 8 when I got home. The car wasn't white, but the color was light. The driver wasn't very tall, looked quite bulky, about the same as me, no more than 175 centimeters, and roughly 150 to 60 kilos. I didn't get a good look at his face. But when the man got out of the car, he was carrying a supermarket bag. I glanced at it, saw baby formula and some snacks. He probably brought them for the kids. And it was the first time I saw someone visiting Mr. Ho at that time. Su Dayuan thanked him and hung up the phone. Although Jiao Dazhuang hadn't said much, one could feel a sense of protectiveness towards Mr. Ho. By now, Mr. Chu had already brought up the surveillance footage from the night of August 7, 2011, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Still using 4 camera angles, the search continued, with everyone looking up at the fast-forwarding video. At 8:07 p.m., on camera 3, a gray sedan appeared in the frame. After repeatedly slowing down the footage, Mr. Chu successfully captured the license plate number, Luby 93104. Without waiting for Su Daiwan's instruction, Mr. Zhao already had his police device out and started searching. The vehicle and owner's information rapidly appeared on screen. Luby 93104, a 2006 1.6L silver gray Geely King Kong. The owner is Wang Hongwen, born March 3, 1980. Zhou Ning glanced at it as Mr. Zhao had already looked up Wang Hongwen's detailed information. His place of employment turned out to be Heian 6th Elementary School, where he was a colleague of Ho Dongmei. But how come his name was so similar to Wang Hongzhan's, just one character off? Could they be related? Just then, Xia Momo spoke aloud. The image restoration is complete. This tattoo is of an ECG pattern. Take a look at the picture. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 297 to 291. Delivering milk powder. Third update. _1 Chapter 297. Chapter 291. Delivering milk powder. Third update. _1 Zhou Ning and Su Dayuan walked up to Xia Momo, and on the computer screen, indeed, there was a tattoo of an electrocardiogram. Zhang Chuanbua called the 6th elementary school, asking if Wang Hongwen has this tattoo on the ring finger of his right hand. Can teachers have tattoos? Zhou Ning dialed Zhou Xiaoyu's number, and after 2 rings, Mr. He's voice came through. What do you want? Zhou Ning paused, feeling somewhat annoyed. I'm not looking for you. Get Xiaoyu on the phone. I've got something to ask her. Mr. He hummed twice, then the sound of the range hood was heard, followed by Zhou Xiaoyu picking up the call. What's up, brother? Let me ask you something. Can teachers have tattoos? It seems the state doesn't expressly forbid it, but most primary and secondary schools have their own rules against it. Even if they have one, it can't be in a conspicuous place. Why do you ask? No reason, just a case. There's a teacher with a tattoo of an electrocardiogram on their ring finger. Zhou Xiaoyu laughed. Isn't that meant to signify a ring? Upon hearing this, Zhou Ning turned his head to look at Xia Momo, who had minimized the picture and was nodding at Zhou Ning. Xiaoyu is right. It really does look like a ring. Zhou Ning hung up the phone, and Mr. Zhao flipped through Wang Hongwen's information. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Looking at the household registration information, Wang Hongwen is unmarried. At that moment, Zhang Chuanbua came over and quickly said, I just asked the director of academic affairs at Heian 6th Elementary School. They hadn't noticed any tattoo on Wang Hongwen. Their school prohibits teachers from having tattoos. Then they gave me 2 numbers. These 2 people are like Wang Hongwen, both English teachers at the 6th elementary school. They reported that Wang Hongwen has a tattoo on the ring finger of his right hand, got it 6 years ago, and usually covers it with a band-aid, not commonly known. Su Dayuan waved. What are you waiting for? Hurry up, bring him in for sampling, comparison, and interrogation. 1822 Wang Hongwen was brought back, and Zhou Ning and his team stood in the observation room, each holding a box of food, starting to eat quickly. Everyone knew that tonight would definitely be non-stop work. Apart from Wang Hongwen, Wang Hongzhan would also be sent over after 8 o'clock. Su Dayuan didn't go to the interrogation room but sat next to Zhou Ning, finishing his boxed meal, while Mr. Zhang was responsible for taking out the trash. Inside the interrogation room, Zhang Chuanbua led the team in. Zhou Ning stood in front of the one-way mirror, his gaze falling on Wang Hongwen. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. This person was as Jiao Dazhuang had described, not quite 175 centimeters tall, but clearly someone who worked out regularly, with thick arms and well-developed muscles, wearing only a hooded sweatshirt. He was probably caught at home, wearing pajama pants and cotton slippers. Wang Hongwen's legs kept shaking, making the interrogation chair tremble along with him. His gaze fixed on Zhang Chuanhua, sizing him up with a look of defiance. "What's wrong with you cops? Got a screw loose? Why did you arrest me? Did I steal or rob anyone? You didn't say a word, just slapped the handcuffs on me?" Su Dayuan was taken aback. He hadn't expected Zhang Chuanhua to be so decisive this time, arresting the person without explanation, but there wasn't much else he could do, as everything lacked evidence here and needed to be compared first. "Take his blood, send it for testing, and compare it with that male DNA." Zhou Ning gestured to Zhu Xingxing, who, along with Sun Gaotai, quickly went over. Even as Wang Hongwen struggled, they swiftly drew blood. Wang Hongwen's shouting grew even louder during this procedure. Zhang Chuanhua pinched the spot where Wang Hongwen's blood had been drawn and said nothing, just staring at Wang Hongwen, which made his shouting seem somewhat powerless. Seeing no blood oozing out from below the cotton ball, Zhang Chuanhua let go, pulling down Wang Hongwen's sleeve, then turned to glance at the clock. "Don't rush, it's 18:31 now. It takes a little over an hour to drive here from Qingdao City Bureau, /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. The DNA test, if fast, will take about 4 or 5 hours, or 6 hours at most, which means that everything will be clear by 1 o'clock in the morning at the latest. So, we have plenty of time to chat." Zhou Ning pursed his lips and smiled. It turned out Zhang Chuanhua had his own way of doing things. Indeed, this speech calmed Wang Hongwen down. Without saying much on arrival, directly arresting someone without interrogation, and the first thing to do is draw blood, it was an ultimate psychological suppression on the suspect. Zhu Xingxing and the others came back and whispered to Zhou Ning. "Tauta said he's arranged for someone to take the blood samples back." Zhou Ning nodded. "If you're tired, a few of you go rest with Mr. Xia. Mr. Chu, stay with me for a while longer. When Wang Hongzhan gets back, there's still some content that needs to be searched." Zhu Xingxing wanted to stay, but Mr. Zhao glared at her. "If you're told to rest, then go rest. Take a break with Mr. Liu and Mr. Xia. The presence of all of you here is meaningless. Mr. Yang, you should go as well. Tonight, Zhou Xiaozhou, Mr. Chu, and I will stay here. If there's anything needed tomorrow, you guys can come. Don't exhaust yourselves all at once." Yang Xuedong nodded his head, helped Liu Yangxin, and took Xia Momo and the rest with him as he left. Mr. Zhao found a corner, wrapped his clothes tight around him, and closed his eyes, pretending to rest. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. He knew that Zhou Ning would insist on watching. He now needed to conserve energy. Mr. Chu and Liu Yufei followed suit, each finding a chair to close their eyes and rest. For a moment, the room settled into silence. Zhou Ning and Su Dayuan looked toward the interrogation room. Zhang Chuanhua was holding a stainless steel thermos cup filled with some red beans. He blew on it and took a sip, but it seemed to be too hot, so he slowly placed it on the table, stood up, pulled out a chair, and sat down across from Wang Hongwen. Normally, when people come here, they introduce themselves, but I think it's unnecessary under the circumstances. Let's just chat, shall we? You're very familiar with Mr. Ho Dongmei, right? Wang Hongwen nodded and cleared his throat. Of course, we're both teachers at 6th Elementary, and we both teach English, hired the same year. This introduction was quite perfect. Zhang Chuanhua nodded with a smile. It seems you had a good relationship. Are you aware that Ho Dongmei was murdered? Wang Hongwen sighed, his face showing a look of regret. I know. On August 14th, the police informed the school. I happened to be there on an errand, and I heard about it. I was utterly shocked. Who could imagine something like this happening to her? I heard she died a ghastly death. Zhang Chuanhua nodded, gestured to the officer behind him who stood up and passed over a stack of photos. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhang Chuanhua said with emotion. Let me put it this way. I've been with the Heian Municipal Criminal Police Brigade for more than 10 years, and the crime scene of this case breached my defenses. Not because Ho Dongmei's death was gruesome, but the sight of that child's body made my blood boil. Take a look. This is the scene where Ho Dongmei's body was found. Her shoes were off, stabbed to death in the yard. And this is the scene photo of the child, who was stuffed into a pickle jar and drowned. Such a little child. As he said this, Zhang Chuanbo shook his head repeatedly, while Zhou Ning stared intently at Wang Hongwen's expression. When Wang Hongwen saw the image depicting Ho Dongmei's death, his brows furrowed, and he shifted backward. When the photo of the child was shown, Wang Hongwen visibly shuddered, his gaze fixating on the photo as if trying to bore a hole through it. His eyes even started to moisten. Zhou Ning was puzzled by this reaction. He was shocked and deeply aggrieved. This poor child. Zhang Chuanbo nodded, affirming Wang Hongwen's sentiment. Yes, a poor child indeed, only 2 years old. Let me show you more. Mr. Zhang, find that screenshot from the surveillance video for me. The detective called Mr. Zhang stood up, found the image for Zhang Chuanbo, and turned the laptop towards Wang Hongwen. Zhang Chuanbo even considerately asked, "Can you see clearly from this distance? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. This is from surveillance footage on August 7, 2011. Look at the license plate, LEB 93104. That's your car, right? What were you doing in Jiapuan Village? And from the call records, we didn't find any communication between you and Ho Dongmei. Did you visit her at 8 p.m.? What's so strange about that? I went to deliver something to Mr. Ho. It was 2 weekends before Mr. Ho's incident. I ran into Mr. Ho at the supermarket. She was in a hurry leaving with her child. When I greeted her, she said the child's formula was running low and she wanted to buy a few more tins, but it turned out the supermarket was out of stock. I asked for the brand and which stage formula she needed, noted it down along with her address. I told her I'd deliver it the following weekend, since I run a tutoring class outside and have classes every day. Only the weekends are free. Later on, I went to deliver the formula and even bought some other snacks for the child. Do you know anyone else in Jiapuan Village? Wang Hongwen shook his head. Zhang Chuanbo nodded vigorously, seemingly very convinced by Wang Hongwen's explanation, but Zhou Ning knew that according to Zhang Chuanbo's approach, he was digging a pit. As expected, Zhang Chuanbo waved his hand, and the surveillance photo was changed to one showing the license plate removed, the driver inside wearing a cap and sunglasses, his face covered by a t-shirt in the snapshot. Tell me about this snapshot. Don't tell me that's not your car. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Even though the license plate is removed, the marks of an impact on the rear of the vehicle are the same as seen in the previous surveillance. Wang Hongwen was about to object, but Zhang Chuanbo still smilingly raised his hand to stop him, then grabbed Wang Hongwen's right hand, revealing the tattoo on the ring finger. Especially don't tell me this isn't you. We've processed the surveillance footage. Mr. Zhang, show Mr. Wang Hongwen the photo. Yes, that one. See? The tattoo on the right ring finger in this photo is identical to yours, an ECG pattern. Tell me, what were you doing in Jiapuan Village at that time? Wang Hongwen fell silent while Zhang Chuanbo didn't press him for an answer, confidently echoing his earlier words. We have time. Everything can wait until your DNA test results are out. Zhou Ning looked at Su Deyuan. One called Wang Hongwen and the other called Wang Hongzhan. Is this just a coincidence? After all, in the Ludong Peninsula, naming according to family genealogies is still the norm for the majority, especially for people of this age. Su Deyuan laughed and gave Zhou Ning a thumbs up. In telling you, Zhou Xiao, if it wasn't for your unmatched skills in forensic science, I would have moved you to the squad long ago and made you a team leader. Zhou Ning rolled his eyes. Quit the small talk, leader, and don't try to pin titles on me. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I was just busy checking the surveillance footage and investigating the tattoos on that person's fingers, so I didn't pay attention to your other discussions. But according to what the village committee director said, the Wang family has a direct lineage going back 3 generations, without any direct relatives, right? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 298 to 292. The son with no blood relation _1 chapter 298, chapter 292. The son with no blood relation _1 Zhou Ning nodded and fished out his phone, where there was a family tree diagram. He stared at it for a long time, but couldn't figure it out, as their family never hung up a family tree during the New Year's celebrations. Su Dayuan quickly explained. Wang Hongzhan's great-grandfather's generation also went many years without children, so they adopted a child from the same village with the same surname, Wang Chaozu. The boy was 10 but looked no more than 7 or 8 years old. The following year, Wang Hongzhan's grandfather was born. However, when the political campaign accidents happened, this man was the most active in causing trouble. Technically, Wang Hongzhan's father even had to call him uncle, but at that time, in order to dissociate himself, he was the first to beat up Wang Hongzhan's father, breaking his leg. After the policy changed, Wang Hongzhan's father stopped communicating with this so-called uncle of the same surname. This Wang Hong'an is the grandson of that so-called uncle of the same surname and is about the same age as Wang Hongzhan. I suspect this man's family knew about the house construction and the compensation issues concerning the Wang family, so he's a prime suspect. Having said this, Su Dayuan sent a message to Zhang Chuanbo. Zhou Ning agreed with this analysis wholeheartedly. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Anyone who knew about the Wang family's safe must have been connected to those who built the house back then, but it was uncertain whether any wills were left behind since Wang Hongzhan's parents died so suddenly. Additionally, there were no signs of the safe being forced open. Where could the keys have been left by the elderly couple? The more he thought about it, the tighter Zhou Ning's frown became. It seemed they had to wait for Wang Hongzhan to return before getting any answers. If Wang Jihan wasn't his son, and he knew about it, then he would be even more suspicious. Inside the interrogation room, Zhang Chuanbo leisurely took out his phone, glanced at the message, and showed no change in expression. He stood up, went out to make a phone call, and didn't return for over 10 minutes, making Su Dayuan grow somewhat restless. Finally, Zhang Chuanbo came back. Wang Hong'an was still trying to make various excuses for why he had gone to Jiaowan village, but Zhang Chuanbo waved his hand to interrupt him. See what we've found out? Your family's ancestral home is Jiaowan village, and your grandfather was once an adopted son given to the Wang family. But during that incident at the Wang families, your grandfather turned against them first, severing all ties and even breaking Wang Hongzhan's father's leg, so ruthless. Don't rush to refute. The fact that I'm laying it out for you means I've had it investigated. Even if you don't admit it, these are the facts. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. After the Wang family was vindicated and compensated, they were allocated land to build a house, but your family, who had left Jiaowan village, also wanted a part of it, only to be rejected by the Wang family, further severing ties. But the boss of the construction crew that built the house was sworn brothers with your father. The Wang family had no idea. Your father was very aware of how the Wang family's house was designed, where there were false walls, where the safe was, and he even had a copy of the blueprints. Village rumors said the Wang family was compensated. Others might not know specifics, but your family could piece it together. They knew exactly what was going on. Maybe when you first approached Ho Dongmei, you already had intentions. So why don't you tell me how you got hold of the key and the password? And about the death of Wang's parents, I'm guessing that had something to do with your family too, right? Wang Hongwen fell silent. His foot stopped tapping the accelerator, his lips clamped shut, and he wouldn't raise his eyes to look at Zhang Chuanbo. Zhang Chuanbo glanced at the time and gave Wang Hongwen a smile. It's 8:05 now. Wang Hongzhan has been brought back from Shin City by us. In 15 minutes, he'll arrive at the CID. That means you have 15 minutes left to confess voluntarily. Once he gets here, I won't be dealing with you here. Well, just wait for the DNA results. I think you know what the results will be. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody po. I forgot to tell you, Wang Hongzhan's son, Wang Jiahan, has no blood relation to Wang Hongzhan. With such a calm tone, Zhang Chuanbo dropped the shocking revelation. Wang Hongyan lifted his head unexpectedly, as if he hadn't heard Zhang Chunbo's last sentence clearly. What did you say? Repeat that. Wang Jiahan isn't Wang Hongzhan's son? Zhang Chuanbo nodded. Wang Hongwen was thunderstruck, standing there dazed. Zhou Ning squinted his eyes. When he first took over the case, he had suspected Wang Hongzhan, which is why he was eager to get a blood sample from him for comparison. After all, Wang Hongzhan was more or less avoiding the DNA test at the time. Although on the surface, their relationship seemed good, and they were each other's first loves who had weathered many difficulties together, relationships are the most vulnerable to petty troubles and temporal separations. Having a husband who you see only once a year is almost like being a widow, especially when under immense pressure from parents without any children. Wang Hongwen's reaction clearly indicated he had a deep connection with Ho Dongmei. Perhaps he had always suspected the child was his. Once the police confirmed another aspect of the case, he could guess the outcome. In the interrogation room, tears began to trickle down Wang Hongwen's face. He wiped them away with the back of his hand, and when he looked up again, the distress on his face had vanished. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. Su Daiyuan stood up, and Zhou Ning knew that Zhang Chunbo's interrogation was reaching a critical point. If they could just suppress the suspect's psychology, there was nothing he wouldn't confess. However, his quick adjustment showed he had some confidence. At that moment, Su Daiyuan walked over to Mr. Zhang and kicked the chair. Mr. Zhang sprang up with a start, waking everyone who had been asleep. Get up, prepare. Lu Yufei will join me in interrogating Wang Hongzhan soon. Mr. Tao and Mr. Zhang will take people to search Wang Hongwen's house, not just his current residence, but the old house as well. Have them issue a search warrant and take Mr. Zhao and Yang Xueding with them. Yufei, call Zhang Chuanbo out. His questioning is getting nowhere. Mr. Zhao looked bewildered, clearly not fully grasping the situation, and Su Daiwan's anger puzzled him. What's wrong, leader? Why do you look upset? Is Wang Hongwen saying nothing? Su Daiyuan gave him a withering look, and Mr. Zhao quickly fell silent. Lu Yufei must have been just resting her eyes because she caught most of what Su Daiyuan said. She was the first to go out, calling Zhang Chuanbo out and briefly conveying Su Daiwan's instructions. Zhang Chuanbo was still somewhat slow to understand. They're still not back, Director Su. May I talk to him again? Su Daiyuan waved his hand, silencing Zhang Chunbo's suggestion. Hurry and arrange manpower, coordinate with the action here. If you need to issue a search warrant, then do so. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. Write it clearly. Residences, workplaces, hometowns, all places related to the suspect need to be searched, and don't miss out on garages or their personal storage rooms. Let each unit cooperate. Even if we can't conduct searches tonight, we should prepare. We start searching first thing tomorrow morning without delay. Also, for Shin City, Zhang Chuanbo, call them personally after issuing the search warrant. At Wang Hongzhan's place, the same requirements as here apply. Any place he has a private space needs to be searched, and bring specialized trace examiners with you for the search. I don't care whether Wang Hongwen or Wang Hongzhan is the murderer right now. I want to clarify things regarding these two, since they both are suspects. Zhang Chuanbo knew Su Daiyuan was angry and didn't dare to retort. After all, his own ability was lacking. Wang Hongwen had suddenly gotten control of his emotions, and Zhang Chuanbo hadn't figured out why yet. Without wasting words, he quickly took people to make arrangements. Tao Zhinshan and Mr. Zhang immediately went downstairs since they needed to mobilize personnel, while Mr. Zhao packed up his things and called Yang Xueding and his team, asking Yang Xuedong and Sun Gaodai to go to the scene together. If they had to split up, one person should go to each location. Su Daiyuan was not someone who lost his temper easily, but when he did, People were genuinely afraid. Zhou Ning heard some noises in the corridor and quickly stood up to peek. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than. A few policemen were escorting Wang Hongzhan from the direction of the staircase. Zhou Ning quickly signaled to Su Dayuan. Leader, Wang Hongzhan is here, without handcuffs. A few policemen are following him, and judging by the looks, the two behind them should be the people sent from Shin City. Su Dayuan grunted in acknowledgement, straightened his police uniform, and stepped forward. The interrogation room opposite had a conversation room, the only difference being that it lacked an interrogation chair but still had an observation room. Liu Yufei followed Su Dayuan out. The man leading the way was familiar to Su Dayuan. He was Wang Yuan from Heian City Criminal Police Team. Zhang Chuanbua had asked him to wait at the airport early, and when Wang Yuan saw Su Dayuan and the others, he quickly approached them. Director Su, I've brought the man, said Wang Yuan. Su Dayuan nodded and gestured towards the opposite conversation room, where Wang Hongzhan was led in by Wang Yuan. Su Dayuan shook hands one by one with the people from Shin City, exchanged a few polite words, and arranged for them to rest. Glancing at Zhou Ning and Mr. Chu, Zhou Ning obediently followed to the observation room next to the conversation room. To crack the case, he was willing to do anything, even being a mascot. Once everyone was seated, a local junior policeman, clutching his notebook, hurried in and sat down to the side. Su Dayuan looked at Wang Hongzhan and slowly spoke. I'll skip the nonsense. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than. I want to know, when did you receive the notice to return to Heian City last year? Wang Hongzhan unzipped his jacket and took it off, revealing a fleece-lined plaid shirt underneath. Shutting the jacket made Wang Hongzhan appear even thinner. In terms of looks, he was much more handsome than Wang Hongwan and had more of a scholarly air. On the afternoon of August 14th last year, the village committee director called me. Later, Zhang De took the phone and informed me of the situation. I couldn't get a flight that night, so I returned to Heian City early the next morning. On August 15th, Su Dayuan raised an eyebrow, fixing his gaze on Wang Hongzhan's eyes. When did you find out that Wang Jihan is not your biological son? Wang Hongzhan bit his lip, showing no sign of great surprise, just struggled for a while before looking up and saying, I knew when Ho Dongmei was pregnant. This answer startled Su Dayuan, and his gaze involuntarily drifted down to Wang Hongzhan's crotch as Wang Hongzhan continued. In mid-July 2008, I had a car accident and was hit by a motorcycle. One of my testicles was shattered and the vas deferens was severely torn. I underwent reconstructive surgery at the Huaca Medical Affiliated Hospital in Shin City. However, due to the severity of the tear and loss, the surgery was unsuccessful. Though the testicle was saved, the vas deferens was severed. You can verify this. Without needing Zhou Ning's instructions, Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chu quickly began searching, and soon found information. Found it. Wang Hongzhan indeed had 2 reconstructive surgeries on July 18th and 29th, 2008, and both attempts failed, Mr. Chu reported. Zhou Ning quickly looked towards the computer. The surgeries were performed by different doctors, but the details of the procedures, as well as the description of the car accident upon admission, were meticulously detailed. This result also surprised Zhou Ning. Knowing full well that he was infertile, yet he didn't stop Ho Dongmei's pregnancy. If that was the case, then who fathered the child? Surely he had a clue. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chapter 299 to 293. Is he the murderer? _1 Chapter 299. 293 Chapter Is he the murderer? _1 Zhou Ning took a photo of the search results and sent it to Su Dayuan. Su Dayuan glanced at the MMS and continued to look at Wang Hongzhan. Keep talking. Since you know the child isn't yours, whose is he? Surely it can't be from artificial insemination, right? Wang Hongzhan shook his head, laughing at himself derisively. I've been classmates with Dongmei since middle school. To win her love, I could give up my self-respect. I could try to please Ho's parents. I could travel back and forth between Shin City and Ludong. I could even cross 3,000 kilometers to take care of her when she was sick. I did everything I could. You could call me a simp, but I love her, every part of her. Even though this child is not related to me by blood, he still bears my surname, is registered in my household, and since I can't have children in the future, isn't this the best outcome? What do you want me to say? Should I be angry, or should I hysterically find out who the father is? Divorce Dongmei? No, that's impossible. It took me so much effort to be with Dongmei. I won't let go. Even if she's dead, she's still Wang Hongzhan's deceased wife. Wang Hongzhan looked somewhat manic, but his explanation gave Zhou Ning some insight. Wang Jiahan's date of birth is July 2nd, 2009, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. According to the village committee director's account, the Wang family parents died on the 29th day of the 12th lunar month in 2009, and afterwards, they discovered that Ho Dongmei was pregnant. By that time, Wang Hongzhan was already a year post-surgery, and he must have also been torn, just as he described. Could he give up the woman he had pursued for years? Having a child would conceal his issue and protect him from being looked down upon. After all, a completely damaged vas deferens was the same as having a vasectomy, function, and normal life were not affected. In the interrogation room, Su Dayuan extinguished the cigarette in his hand and placed his elbows on the table. Do you know who the father of the child is? Wang Hongzhan shook his head, his eyes filled with confusion. I don't know, and I don't care. I've already prepared to buy a house in Shin City. I was planning to use the 150,000 commission I would get after National Day to make the down payment. I just wanted to move to Shin City and put an end to everything in Qidong. Dongmei agreed, and we picked out Water Bay 1979 together. The location, size, environment, all great, and right beside it is Shin No. 1 primary school, which is the best for education and medical care. As for the unexpected arrival of this child, I think she couldn't stand the loneliness at the time. This is my fault, but then again, isn't it also my fortune? After my injury, I still have a child who is related by blood to Dongmei, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I feel lucky. Su Dayuan interrupted him. Wang Hongzhan was very shrewd. His argument completely controlled the pace and could easily sway one's judgment. Last year, when did you return to Jiaotuan village? Last spring festival. I was back for over half a month. I flew on the 7th day of lunar January because of that project that needed following up on the 8th. The client wanted to see our presentation. The next time I returned was the morning of August 15th. You can check my purchase records. I think you have specialized technicians for that. It's not difficult. As Su Dayuan asked the question, Mr. Chu had begun looking. There were indeed many travel records for Wang Hongzhan, but in August he returned to Qidong indeed on the 15th. Zhou Ning took another photo and sent it to Su Dayuan, who looked at his phone and revealed a smile. Previously, I thought that Zheng Chunba's excuses for Wang Hongzhan were too emotionally driven. But after actually meeting the man, it's clear he's indeed very articulate, and his words truly have persuasive power. Su Dayuan arched an eyebrow, looking at Wang Hongzhan across from him. The man was also staring at Su Dayuan, his gaze firm and unflinching. Although he appeared docile and non-aggressive, in reality, he was like a fighter. Do you know Wang Hongwan? Wang Hongzhan thought for a moment, then slightly shook his head. Judging by the name, if he's from the Wang family of Jiaotuan village, he's one of our Hong generation. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. But you know, our family had a bad social status back then. After the incident, we cut ties with our distant relatives and stopped interacting. I don't remember such a person. You must have heard about Wang Chaozu, right? Your great-grandfather's adopted son and, nominally, your grandfather's elder brother. Wang Hongzhan nodded, a look of confusion on his face. I know him. He was the first one to rush forward and break my father's leg, but his family moved away from Jiaowan village long ago. Where they went, nobody knows. What does his family have to do with all of this? Wang Hongwen is the youngest grandson of the Wang Chaozu family. Moreover, Wang Hongwen and Ho Dongmei are colleagues, both English teachers at Heian 6th Elementary School. A week before the incident, he visited Ho Dongmei and Wang Jihan, and he was also seen on the surveillance footage on the night of the incident. Wang Hongzhan grabbed the desk, his knuckles turning pale and his arms trembling slightly. And then what? Is he the murderer? Wait, do you mean he is Jia Jia's? Su Dayuan glanced at his watch. The DNA test results should come out after midnight. We still don't know the details, but I want to ask you, before your parents died, did they entrust you with anything like gold bars? Keys? Codes? Did they mention any of these to you? Wang Hongzhan shook his head and thought hard for a moment. They didn't say anything. Just give me a moment to think. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. That day of the incident, I was delayed and didn't follow them. My parents didn't return an hour after going to pay respects to our ancestors, so Dongmei and I were worried. We quickly drove to look for them, and when we reached that small road near Shangxi village, we saw them lying on the ground, one on each side. I was in shock then. I rushed to lift them to take to the hospital, but Dongmei stopped me and told me not to move them. She thought their postures were strange, completely rigid, and if we moved them at that moment, instead of saving them, we would be accelerating their death. She told me to call for help immediately. I ran to the side to call for an ambulance and traffic police at 120 and 122. Dongmei stayed with my parents the whole time. I went to the intersection to wait for the ambulance. 10 minutes later, when the vehicle arrived, Dongmei shook her head at me, clearly indicating that they were beyond help. That's the situation. When I saw them, my father was already unconscious, and my mother just kept muttering the same sentence over and over, check on your dad, and she didn't say anything else. Su Dayuan narrowed his eyes, staring at Wang Hongzhan. Let me confirm with you again, do you know whether your family, when building the house, created a hidden layer in one of the walls, concealing a safe, and that the gold bars your family received as compensation were all stored inside? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. You didn't know anything about it and have never heard your parents mention it? Wang Hongzhan shook his head, his face showing confusion and surprise, which eventually turned into disbelief. I started boarding at a high school in the city, and in college, because tuition was expensive, I worked summer jobs and even had to save up for train tickets, so I was really strapped for cash. To be able to visit Dongmei, I only ate 2 meals a day. By the end, Wang Hongzhan's voice lowered, and he finally leaned over the table. Mr. Chu moved closer to Zhou Ning, gossip written all over his face. Director Zhou, from what you're saying, Wang's mother might have given the password and keys to Ho Dongmei before she died, only Wang Hongzhan didn't know. Zhou Ning nodded. I can't rule out that possibility, but now there's no evidence from the deceased, and it's impossible to know who Wang's mother actually gave the password and keys to. Let's wait for the examination results. I'm also at a loss for judgment now. Mr. Chu sighed deeply after glancing at the interview room. This guy is really foolish. Why is he so persistent? They say girls are lovesick, but I think he's even worse. Zhou Ning didn't respond. Wang Hongzhan wasn't lovesick. It was true that he had feelings for Ho Dongmei, but he wanted to possess her even more. As for the matter of the child, as he said, maybe for him, that was the best outcome since he couldn't have children anymore. But could his words be trusted? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Parents on their deathbed, upon seeing their son, would surely confide in him about their final affairs. Telling a daughter-in-law about where the gold bars were hidden, exactly how much wealth they had, and giving detailed information about the password and keys seemed dubious to Zhou Ning. According to what Wang Hongzhan had said so far, although he has not shown any resentment or dissatisfaction towards Ho Dongmei, all the evidence he pointed out indirectly indicated that Ho Dongmei knew the location of the safe, as well as the password and keys. Adding the fact of being cuckolded beforehand and the child not being Wang Hongzhan's, all suspicions were directed towards Wang Jiahan's biological father, or someone who had an affair with Ho Dongmei. As for the murder of the child, these were just internal conflicts over wealth. The killer was the second person aware of the secret, wanting to take all the gold for themselves, which is why they resorted to murder. Zhou Ning's brows were tightly furrowed. Initially, he believed that once the DNA comparison results came out, they could determine the nature of the case, but now he felt that wasn't right. Wang Hongzhan was too certain. Although he appeared vulnerable and openly displayed his flaws, he still controlled the pace, at times leaving Su Dayuan unable to change the situation. It seemed that they needed to find the gold bars, not just a part, but all of them, to uncover the truth. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Ning looked at Mr. Chu, who blinked back when Zhou Ning's gaze landed on him. What's up, Director Zhou? Check the details of Wang Hongzhan's car in Shin City, the access records on the highway, can you get that? Mr. Chu did a quick search. Wang Hongzhan has a 2010 Prado in Shin City. But Director Zhou, we can only retrieve 1 month's records for highway entries and exits. Zhou Ning pressed his lips together, looking towards the interview room. Wang Hongzhan had gotten up from the table and wiped his face, not raising his head. I'm sorry, I lost control of my emotions. My parents' death was so sudden, I always felt it was done deliberately. But there were no surveillance cameras on that stretch of road, and the nearest household didn't hear anything. I went door to door in Shangxi village, but there were no eyewitnesses. However, according to the traffic police, no brake marks were found on the ground, meaning the vehicle had headed straight for my parents without slowing down, and from the right side of the road directly to the opposite side. Su Dayuan handed Wang Hongzhan a cigarette, and as they both smoked, Su Dayuan asked, "When you had doubts about the accident, did you get an autopsy done?" Wang Hongzhan nodded. "Yes, I had the forensic doctor from the City Bureau conduct the autopsy. Not only that, we also retrieved surveillance footage from the surrounding roads at the time. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. However, we didn't capture the damaged vehicle passing through, because there was very little surveillance in the village then, and if it used the dirt road next to the fields, we wouldn't be able to track it." At this point, Wang Hongzhan laughed. "Do you know how I felt when I heard Dongmei was pregnant just after my parents were buried and I returned to the old house? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak.